to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, my God, we were riffing about, we had a little joke the other day about, well, here we go in January, Tuesdays in January, better get your riffs ready, start just BSing. Dude, everything happened last night. My God, Tuesday in January was jam freaking packed. We could do a show on any of the three major teams. They all had major developments yesterday. And before we get too much further, God, doing these shows, and we say this all the time, doing these shows is always a balance between trying to keep it light and get you through your mornings and real life stuff that's going on. So for our many, many neighbors and friends down in Los Angeles, and I mean, that's right where I went to school, man. It is right up against the UCLA border down there, and so we know the area well, and everything that's happening in West LA, it's just so brutal. And hey, man, living in California, wildfires are a constant threat to our way of life. And right now, it's awful down there. So with that in mind, our thoughts and love and sentiment and support to everybody down there. There's nothing more we can do. We saw it happen up here in Sonoma County just a few years ago. So sorry to start on a somber note, but just want to acknowledge the fact that these are our people, our fellow Californians. So that said, sports is our distraction. And my God, Marcus, good morning. We got distracted by a lot yesterday.
Well, yeah, I was going to say good morning. And yeah, a lot of distractions going on in the world. I do want to double down on that sentiment. Of course, we've dealt with plenty of fires up here in NorCal. We see what's going on down in SoCal. At the end of the day, as much as we riff on the Lakers and the Dodgers and everybody else down in SoCal, we're all California. So hopefully everybody's fine and they get this under control. But Murph, you're absolutely right. For a Tuesday night where the only thing I thought was going to happen was me getting a slice of pie down at Che Fico before going to check out the Warriors at Chase Center last night.
We're getting restaurant drops.
Oh, here's the thing, Murph. I'm giving plugs now because there I was eating a slice, getting the news that Justin Verlander's coming to town.
How about that? So that's the first one you want to go to. I mean, Verlander to the Giants. First of all, let's back it up a little bit. They got a pizzeria down there at Chase at Thrive.
Yeah, Che Fico right outside.
Which
so
is that's
on the side of the water.
Well-regarded restaurant there on DeViz. Oh, I think we talked about this. So did you went down and you darkened the door?
Dude, and I grabbed a slice. They have a slice window because inside the restaurant you can only get full pies, but you can just go by, grab a slice, and keep it moving if you want to go to Harmonic or anywhere else around Thrive City.
Give me a slice and Verlander.
Yes, exactly.
All right, give me 2 cheese and a Verlander. But yeah, so I mean, the Verlander news happened when I was at a middle school practice, so I had my hands full with a bunch of 7th graders. But I was not blown away. I was like, and I'm not negative on it at all. I'm like, okay, definitely this is not part of their long-term future. The man turns 42 next month. He adds, obviously, a little star power. I mean, my God, did you go through his resume? I mean, Susan Slusher would be like, dude, the guy's done everything. He's 20 years in the bigs. He's leading active in wins, 262, leading active in strikeouts, over 3,400. He's on all-time lists everywhere. He's won 3 Cy Youngs. He was an MVP. He was an ALCS MVP. He was a Rookie of the Year. And we can go on and on and on and on and on. I mean, he's got a tremendous resume. He really does.
He's a living Hall of Famer.
But he really is. I mean, but when you sit down and just digest all of his accomplishments, it's a lot. There's a lot of them. So, what can he do for the Giants? Maybe their number 3 guy, number 4 guy. What do you think? Go Webb, Ray, Kyle, Verlander? Is that where you're talking? You going Webb, Verlander, Ray, Kyle? I mean, I don't know the order. I don't know if you care about the order, but he becomes one of their top 4 starters.
Yeah, he's a guy that you can add to a very, very young rotation. A rotation that was so young last year where they went on a constant shuffle of calling guys up and sending them down. And I think there's not a lot of consistency really outside of Logan Webb in this rotation right now. And even bringing in Justin Verlander at this age, coming off a season last year where he dealt with a neck injury.
The worst season of his career.
Yeah, so his numbers have dropped down a little bit. So let's be realistic. I'm not going to sit here this morning and try to spin it like Justin Verlander, the former Cy Young winner, is coming to town, and now this is how the Giants are going to beat the Dodgers. No, absolutely not. But if you're looking for a guy to eat innings, if you're looking for a guy to be that veteran leader, if you're looking for a guy that can pass along some knowledge to a Logan Webb, to a Kyle Harrison, to a Mason Black, to a Keaton Wynn, to a Carson Wentz, to a Patrick Bailey. I mean, the list goes. The Landon Roop. The list goes on and on and on. So I don't hate the move. 1 year, $15 million. again, it's not going to change the landscape of the NL West, but I think it's going to be pretty blank and cool to see Justin Verlander in the Giants
Yeah,
jersey.
agreed. And for sure, and it helps immaculate grids the moment he gets in there. You add him to, he's an Astro, he's a Met, he's a Tiger, he's a Giant. But yeah, definitely gives you one more reason to go to the yard. Oh, Verlander's pitching might tilt you to go into the yard that day if you're walking past. I'll go in and check him out, and it is kind of fun. There's the obvious teenage boy reaction to the fact that he's married to one of the more famous Sports Illustrated swimsuit models of all time.
Oh my God. Is he really?
Kate Upton.
I wasn't aware.
I'll tell you what. I've heard from many different people, like from various walks of life. I heard from people I haven't heard from in a while. Legit. Their one reaction, oh, dude, Kate Upton's coming to your games.
Dude.
Literally, I got like a lot. Like most people's reaction is about Kate Upton and not Justin Verlander.
I came in this morning. I was just riffing with the boys in the bullpen. This is not a bit. I looked over at my trending now section on Twitter. Number one thing, it's Kate Upton. I have not searched Kate Upton's name ever on Twitter. I can say that with my hand in the air. I'm actually telling the truth. All right, calm down, folks. Calm down.
It's safe for work.
Yeah, it's safe for work. But the number one thing on my Twitter trending right now, and of course it's catered for you, but my algorithm is all about Kate Upton.
She was for those who don't know, 3-time Sports Illustrated swimsuit cover model.
3 times.
And then, of course, became kind of well known for that. And then Justin Verlander, when he married her in 2017, there were many, like we say, hormonal teenage and early 20s boys who were crushed and all wanted to be Justin Verlander. Everybody wanted to be Justin Verlander. So anyway, that's honest to goodness most people's takeaway. It wasn't like, hey, where does he fit in the rotation? Hey, what does this mean? Are they trying to win the West? What does this do for payroll? No. Most people's reaction, dude, Kate Upton's coming to your games.
Does this make the Giants franchise cooler? Now they have a celebrity couple?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah, we got a little of that.
Like, this is like, I don't know if it's going to be the Taylor Swift effect or anything like that, but it's going to be pretty damn cool to see, like, maybe like Mrs. Webb up in a suite with Kate Upton hanging out, posting photos.
I mean, she doesn't have, her career. She's not much of an actress. She's been in, Tower Heist, The Other Woman, and The Layover. I mean, she mostly is just famous for being a model. That's it. But, yeah. Well, can we get her on the show?
Oh, I'll take her.
Scottsdale?
Sign me up.
Okay, look at you. You got the reaction.
What? Come on. She seems like an interesting conversation.
Well, so she would have been the cover model in 2012. And how old are you in 2012?
Oh, in 2012,
You're
Murph,
20
you're talking about a 20-year-old water boy.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
You might be onto something. Right. You might be onto something.
You like Nick Young eating a Bob's donut?
I understand.
Oh, man. So anyway, well, listen, it's kind of funny because, the Giants, does this mean they win the West now? Well, no. Does it help them in their rotation? Yeah. Is it going to break their bank? No. And I go back to 2005 when they signed Matt Moore. Do you guys remember a veteran righty from the Cardinals named Matt Morris?
Oh, I thought you were going lefty Matt Moore.
Oh, yeah. Remember it was a Matty Moore Tuesday, a Matty Moore Wednesday? No, Matt Morris was one of those Cardinals. He was like a Adam Wainwright before Adam Wainwright. He was a well-respected right-handed veteran who just kind of just knew the game and talked the game. And they signed him at the end of his career in 2005. Around the time Mike Matheny was the Giants' sort of short-term catcher. And Mike Krukow has said on many times that Matt Cain was tutored by Matt Morris. Ooh. Like Matt Morris taught Matt Cain how to be a big leaguer, how to be a pitcher. And he always credited, not didn't all the credit, but he was like, gives him part of Cain's success, he said, was learning at the foot of a veteran like Matt Morris. That is, I think, what they're talking about with Verlander.
Yeah, and I've already seen the endless comps on social media to Justin Verlander and Randy Johnson joining the Giants at the end of his career. Now, Randy was 45 when he signed with the Giants, but look at that 2009 rotation that had a young Matt Cain, a young Tim Lincecum, Sergio Romo was in that bullpen. Think about that veteran leadership and maybe some of the knowledge that Randy Johnson passed on to those guys, including a young Buster Posey.
Definitely. So Johnson in 2009, Morris was with the Giants in 2006 and 2007, and it was definitely one of those things Krukow talked about with Cain. So I'd see that happening. So that happened. Meanwhile, guys, the 49ers, according to Matt Mayoko first and others followed, they are making the move on Nick Sorensen. So 2 big moves back-to-back, special teams and D coordinator. I think we all said it on the air. It kind of needs to happen. And in particular, we talked about this with Mike Silva yesterday, because of the attractive candidates that are out there, and Nick Sorensen being their 5th and 6th choice was always going to step aside if one of their top 3 or 4 choices came available. So that happened, and then just, dude, I mean, the Roadrunner, the Wile E. Coyote has run off the cliff, looked underneath him, saw no cliff underneath him, and I'm going to try to whistle. That's the Warriors.
Splat.
All right, there you go. I mean, man,
Splat.
her splat.
Oh.
And awful. And after the game, if you missed it, some strong words from Steve Kerr indicating Steph Curry's level of unhappiness.
Yeah.
Do we got an unhappy Steph Curry on our hands? We got a code red.
Hell, do we have an unhappy fan base? I think the answer is yes. After losing last night to Miami, who was coming off a back-to-back, a double overtime loss to the Sacramento Kings, and then to just get ran out of your own building, Murph. It was embarrassing last night.
Yeah, awful. So I mean, crisis is one word. Steve Kerr called it a crisis of confidence. I mean, guys, Mark Spears used to bring this up a couple years ago because there's no guarantee Steph Curry's going to finish here. If it gets bad here, he could ask out. I remember Spears said that 2 years ago, and he said it last year. And I think right now, last night was the first manifestation you saw of that possibility entering the chat.
I'm telling you right now.
I mean, we're not there, of course, but I'm just saying it's out there. It's out there.
And I'll state it for the record right now, Murph. If Steph Curry's off this team, I'm not paying $20 for a beer at Chase Center.
Yeah, right?
100% I'm not doing
That's
it.
the whole...
Come on, what are we doing?
We've been talking about what are the Warriors going to look like without Steph Curry. $20 bill is not going down so good.
No.
All right, so much to get into. All those threads are there for sure. My God, Marcus is looking for a new coach.
Another
We didn't even
one.
mention that.
Another one.
My God, the Raiders fire Antonio Pierce. So much going on. You ain't going anywhere on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We might be on to something.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are still giving away 2 tickets for an evening with Kruk and Kipe in SF Sketchfest tribute at the Sidney Goldstein Theater on May 15th, 2025. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Sketchfest, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
20 seconds to play in the game. 2nd and 2, 13-yard line. Geno Smith now 2-by-2. Hits his back foot, steps up. He's going to run out left. 10, 5, touchdown Seattle. Geno Smith runs in the end zone for a go-ahead touchdown. With 12 seconds to go in the game.
Congratulations, you found my least favorite moment of 2024. Literally my least favorite moment of 2024. Geno Smith
Tony.
trotting into the end zone. As we checked into our hotel, the Westin Hapuna, a surreal scene. And well, why is Tony playing that? Well, because the man whose defense let that touchdown happen is no longer the 49ers D coordinator, Nick Sorensen. So one of just many stories today. We got Justin Verlander going to the Giants. We got Steph Curry and the Warriors hitting absolute crisis mode down there, and some pretty big stuff from Steve Kerr about how unhappy Steph Curry is, and we should talk about that going forward. But man, oh man, the 49ers, of course, rule the roost. And yesterday it was Brian Schneider, their special teams coordinator, ousted. And this morning, or last night, I should say, Matt Mayoka was the first on it, our 49ers KNBR insider, to report that Nick Sorensen would be stepping aside. Now, interestingly, they also said, though, they're looking to retain him on staff, which Matt Barrows was the first to tweet this out on Sunday, saying, Nick Sorensen has been a special teams coordinator in his past. Is it possible he could slide over to that? Maybe. Maybe. So either that or he has been a secondary coach in the past, too. And again, this gets back to who's available. And Nick Sorensen was never their first choice. We know that. He knows that. And they waited until March to make the hire. They tried to get Jeff Ulbrich from the Jets. It didn't work. Remember, they tried to get Steve Spagnuolo from the Chiefs. And Bill Belichick at some point was talked about, too.
Hell, we were throwing out Pete Carroll's name as an option.
Carroll was talked about. That's right. Who, by the way, did you see he's going to get interviewed in Chicago with the Bears? Bears head coaching job.
I wonder if he's going to interview for the silver and black job.
Ooh. Hadn't thought about that.
Chomping those gums up in Vegas.
That would be interesting.
It would be interesting. But sorry to digress.
He'd inject a little energy.
Yeah, there'd be some flavor with Pete Carroll in the building.
You'd have to walk in chomping gum every day. Because it's funny, I'm a big gum chewer. Like when I'm off air day and I'm walking around, I'm like, I feel like I'm freaking Pete Carroll. You know what I mean? Chewing gum totally changes your persona. Burt Reynolds, Pete Carroll.
Makes you feel cooler, right? More confidence.
Some people get very annoyed by it.
I
remember when Gabe Kapler started was doing a lot of chewing gum. We had texters hated Gabe so much they're like, him chewing gum is a sign of a lack of leadership. Means he's nervous. I'm like, bro, really?
I'd rather have him chewing gum than chomping apples in the dugout again.
Oh, dude, and then setting it on the railing and then it falls down.
Yeah, the sadness.
Anyway, so our surprise level on Sorensen being ousted on a scale of 1 to 10 is like 2, right? I mean, this was pretty well telegraphed. Now, my man Cleo down in the lobby, our night guy Cleo, who's lately. Cleo and I are breaking it down in the lobby before I get in. He thinks that Sorensen was scapegoated. He said, too many injuries, man. And as Cleo said, when's Shanahan going to fire himself? I was like,
damn, Cleo.
Damn, hot takes. We should get Cleo up here for some of these takes. But the point is that Sorensen was undone by injuries, yes, but more important, he was never their guy, and now they have a chance to get somebody that they like more.
Yeah, and it all goes back to last offseason, when I raised plenty of question marks about the promotion of Nick Sorensen. To your point, he was not the first option, second option, or even third option, but he was in the building. And they thought that they could maybe replicate what they had previously with Robert Saleh or DeMeco Ryans. And I talked about the risk of promoting somebody to defensive coordinator when they've never called plays at the NFL level. and you can dive into any of the advanced metrics that you want. The 49ers defense got worse this year. Even after what we saw last year with Steve Wilkes and that defense struggling against the run, it did not improve this year. And you look at the total amount of points that they allowed this season, 25.6 points per game. That is the second most points they have allowed throughout the season in Kyle Shanahan's tenure as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. So that's unacceptable. But the stat that stands out to me, Murph, they were the 31st ranked defense in the red zone this year. Yeah. That comes down to play calling once the team gets into the red zone. Because you can look at the total yardage, and they were a top 10 defense when it comes to total yardage allowed. Well, somehow, some way, if it was because of bad special teams or turnovers, teams were in your territory. And when they got there, they scored at almost the highest clip in the entire NFL.
Yeah, and again, was he missing Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, Dre Greenlaw? Yeah, he was. And did Bosa miss time during the... Yeah, he did. And I saw, people are saying Bosa did not have a great year. Like, the film did not show he was not as explosive as he has been in the past. So was he dealing with a less stacked deck? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's a results-based business. And like I said, Nick Sorensen's like a guy, they didn't invest a ton in him. He's not one of those guys where, this is our guy, this is grooming a future head coach or something like that. And when you have, in order, Jeff Ulbrich, Gus Bradley, Robert Saleh, Lou Anarumo, any one of these guys out there are all far more decorated than Nick Sorensen, all much more preferred by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So I would imagine one of those guys, and maybe there's somebody I haven't even mentioned that's on that list too. One of those guys comes back to the building real soon. Now, Kyle and John still haven't done their postseason press conference. They're waiting to sort all this out. But look what's happened since the final gun sounded Sunday in Arizona. New special teams coordinator, new D coordinator. Those are big changes, man. Mm-hmm. So the Niners are the reinvention that they need to go through. Now, Steve Young talked about Kyle Shanahan reinventing his own playbook, but moreover, just the reinvention of a 6-11 season well underway when two phases of your three are looking for new coordinators.
Yeah, and we should make sure to point out that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are both scheduled to speak to the media at 11:30 this morning.
Oh, I didn't know that.
For their end-of-the-year press conference. So, breaking news to anybody waking up this early in the morning. 11:30, be locked into the sports leader. We will be carrying that press conference live.
We'll be busy, though.
Yeah, that's right. We'll be scouting out.
We got a little field
territory.
trip. We got a little field trip. Yes.
Well, hey, maybe we'll be in the same building, Murph.
All information given.
New studio. Who dis?
I know. Yeah. All information given on a need-to-know basis. Yeah. Our dear listeners, you'll find out when we need you to find out, but nothing major. We're just taking a short little field trip. Mm-hmm. But it will be during the Kyle press conference. Okay, that's good news. I didn't know that. So today at 11:30. I try to prep for the show, and I can't cover everything. That's why I rely on guys like Young Tony, who are going to give us the guest list right now. On a Wednesday morning, January 8, 2025, Warriors in shambles, Giants with a new pitcher, Niners looking for a new special teams coordinator and D coordinator. How about that? Young Tony here to tell us all about it. Good morning, Tone.
Good morning.
And have we buried the lead 26 minutes in? We did not even talk about the biggest story of last night. The Bay Golf Club is undefeated, baby! The Bay Golf Club is undefeated.
Never a doubt.
I've never been more excited to see a golf ball fly into a simulator in my life, my friends. So there it was. Tony and I watched TGL, the golf league on ESPN. What'd you think, buddy?
Dude, it was awesome.
Whoa.
Absolutely loved it.
Rave review from the kid. Tell us about it. What did you enjoy?
The facility is insane. It's in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, and they literally built an arena, and there's lights and sensors, and the technology's insane. There's like a little marker. You put your ball on the green. There's one green, obviously. It's hard to do multiple greens, and then they have different holes for each hole.
Did you see also the technology under the green? Are these like risers?
Yes.
Like these steel risers that change the contour of the green on every hole.
Yeah, and then the tee shot, it's real grass, and then there's a
hitting
rough
into a movie screen.
Right, and then there's a sand part of the tee shot or bunker area.
Because if the movie screen simulator tells you your tee shot landed in the rough, your partner's next shot, because they each alternate shots, three players, has to hit from the little patch called the rough.
Right, and they did a triples first. It was like, it's basically a scramble for three people on one team, and then it was like 1v1 the rest of the round.
So I'll say this, them laying out the rules for the first 10, 15 minutes, because I did watch the whole first hour. And by the way, shout out the Bay Golf Club. That's Steph Curry's club. We won. That's right. We won, everybody.
We play some golf on the West Coast.
And to your point, none of the guys has any affiliation with the Bay at all.
Can I get somebody with Bay Area ties?
European. Ludwig Oberg is from Switzerland, Sweden, wherever the hell he's from. And Shane Lowry from the Republic of Ireland, everybody's good time Charlie, who loves to throw down a pint and sing a song. He showed up in a Giants jersey. Did you see Shane Lowry? Shane Lowry, like NFL celebrity, walked into the building with his wife, holding hands, wearing a Giants jersey, dude. It said Lowry on the back. I was like, is that Noah or Shane?
Yeah, can he square up a ball? Can he hit in the 3-hole? That's the question.
So it was hard. They spent 15 to 20 minutes explaining the rules, and I have to admit, I was like, man, I'm not sure I'm following all this. But once it got going, you could kind of figure it out. So you're in.
Really cool. And the other thing is, too, I know we talked about the teams and how they're not from the Bay, but like every NFL team, Brock Purdy's from Arizona. He plays for the Niners. I mean, I think it's a team thing. It's not like you have to be from the Bay to play for the Bay.
This is true. But we thought it would be a fun little story.
I thought it would be a cool idea if they had guys like
Max
local
Homa,
players and local
there are
teams.
Plenty of Cal Golden Bears and Stanford Cardinal. But it doesn't matter. Steph's 1-0. I was wondering, honestly, did Steph's terrible night last night get a little better because the Bay Golf Club got a dub?
Dude, he might leave the Warriors and go play for the Bay Golf Club at this point.
Honestly.
You'd have a better time.
Tiger was in the building. Rory was in the building. And it's a whole new... My whole family watched it. We watched it, and the kids were sort of intrigued because it kind of plays to their video game sensibilities. And by the way, it was a total... It was the PGA Tour, or not, this isn't run by the PGA Tour, but it was Tiger and Rory admitting that Live Golf has things they want. Tunes are blasting while the guys are hitting. It's a team event versus individual. So that's all stuff that Live Golf is doing, and they're just stealing it from them. So,
by the way, DJ Khaled was there. Marty Smith interviewed him. Hilarious sound in the cooler. Stay tuned.
Yeah, what was he doing there, by the way?
I think he was just he's a golf guy.
Big fan?
Yeah.
Another one.
All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up at 7:15, what did young Tony ask today? The first one of 2025. Dwayne Kuiper's going to join the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content for that DJ Khaled sound. It's actually hilarious. You got to hear it. 8:30 this morning. Steve Weiss going to join the show at 8:50. Talk some 49ers, the DC search, NFL playoffs coming up, and then Bobby Evans at 9:15. Any excuse to talk to Bobby Evans is always a good one.
And we got a great excuse. The Giants just signed Justin Verlander, so we'll get into that. But we haven't played for you guys the post-game Warriors sound yet. Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, man, it ain't good. It ain't good. Other than Marcus getting a slice and a beer last night, it ain't good. How bad is this crisis for the Warriors? And is, I don't know. Where do we go from here? Next on The Sports Leader.
How did kids say we're very mid right now?
All right, I'm going to talk about something that ain't happening at Warriors games, and that's smiles. All right? Maybe smiles for Justin Verlander and Kate Upton. Maybe smiles for that. Because Invisalign is where you go for the best smile going. All right? There's only one choice for us in the Murphy family. Invisalign clear aligners. Both, not one, both of my kids wear Invisalign clear aligners. And as Rory Murphy will tell you in a marketing meeting, hey, Dad, you can tell them, with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. And I said, you're hired. All right? So, listen, it's a no-brainer to choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. Any age, not just teenage kids. You get grown-ups are using this stuff to go get that smile that you've always wanted. In fact, it's probably even more fun to do it later in life and kind of just take care of that little confidence boost you need when you rip off that smile built by Invisalign. So, check them out at the website, Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Warrior defense for the season has been pretty solid, to be honest.
Not bad.
It's the offense from December 1 on that has just been demoralizing. And they lose it 114-98.
Steve, given everything that happened tonight, how nice was it to see Trey step up, especially after the rough night he had the other night?
I mean, I can't sit here after that and be excited about anything. He scored 19 points. Great. He's having a good season. But who the hell cares if we're not competitive? If we don't have a competitive spirit and a fight and a willingness to compete through everything, then I'm not going to sit here and talk about it. Hey, so-and-so had some points. Great. Who cares? It's about us competing and being the Warriors, being the team we've been for 10 years and not feeling sorry for ourselves. That's what I'm thinking about tonight.
Yeah, strong quotes from Steve Kerr last night as the Warriors get waxed by the Miami Heat, 114-98. That's just as bad as it sounds. Heat aren't doing anything special this year. They're trying to blow it up with Jimmy Butler. They are on a road trip. They're on a back-to-back, and they smoked the Warriors last night. Who we got here? Help me out.
I'm surprised you don't know, dude. This is former UCLA Bruin LiAngelo Ball.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, Murph.
That's incredible knowledge on many fronts. A, I didn't know he had a rap career. B, I didn't know you wanted to drop his beats.
I mean, Murph.
You ride with this?
It might be the song of the year so far.
You ride with this?
It's taken over social media right now. I came in actually singing the chorus yesterday to young Tony, asking if he's heard about it. He said his friends are talking about it. I saw the Detroit Lions, after clinching the NFC North, start singing this song in the locker room.
Wow.
And then last night at Chase Center, the DJ plays this on the loudspeaker. LiAngelo Ball, Tweaker.
I'm all in on this. What's the name of the tune?
Tweaker.
Oh, Tweaker's
Yeah,
name.
Tweaker is the name of the tune.
Ball was a tweaker.
Tweaker.
Is this the one that social media is trying to do? Like the KNBR Social just did that funny thing with Copes yesterday coming out of the elevator. Is this the song?
Oh, I'm not sure. I missed that.
I swerve at the corner and bend or whatever.
Dude,
so this is the one.
They did the social media bit. I didn't even know they did it.
So I saw that the Milwaukee Bucks.
I'm not swerving, bend a corner. Whoa.
Yeah. So
that's hilarious. I didn't even know the boys did it yesterday.
The Bucks or the Nets, one of those two teams, on their social media, they had their social media person in the hallway, and as all the players arrived for practice, she said, the social media person said, "Finish the lyric. I swerve in the corner."
Bend the corner. Whoa.
And here it is. You guys are all up to date on the latest and greatest.
Hilarious.
Okay. So LiAngelo Ball. This is the one. He's the middle child. He's the Fredo.
He's the one that was still in glasses out in Lithuania, right?
So the original Lonzo was the pioneer, dude. Came to UCLA, had a really good career, took us to the Sweet 16, got smoked by De'Aaron Fox in the Sweet 16. By the way, it's painful for me to talk about UCLA basketball after last night. Oh, my God. Get the name of that freaking truck that hit us called the Michigan Wolverines. You can't lose to Michigan in basketball. Come on. I know Michigan's a good basketball team, and I have respect for them. But we're UCL freaking A at home. Give up 94 points to Michigan. They got a 7'1" Russian guy who scored 36 points last night. I was like, enough of this Ivan Drago dude. 36 from a 7'1" Russian. He was dominating the game last night.
But it's all right, Murph. I'm sure your Bruins will be all right because Kyle Shanahan already told us.
UCLA's fine.
But they weren't fine.
UCLA's
Thank you very
fine.
much. I appreciate that. So Lonzo was the original. Then here came Jello, LiAngelo. Now, he was famous. They went to China to play in an exhibition. He got caught stealing sunglasses, got put in jail. And it took Orange 47 to get him out. Not Red 47, Orange 47 got him out.
Nice.
And then it never happened for him. His career never went anywhere. Then the third kid is obviously LaMelo, who's having...
Yeah, the best one out of the three.
Is the one that the Warriors didn't take when they took James Wiseman. So, well, thank you for turning me on to that. And that is, in terms of like cutting edge, man. So to the Copes one, Mike Connell's waiting in the elevator lobby, and Copes comes out with his shades and his earbuds, and he's like, finish the lyric. You hear Connell say off camera, finish the lyric. I swerve around the corner and bend. And then Copes takes his ear pod out and says, huh, what? And he goes, finish the lyric, and then Copes attacks him.
Ooh.
Yeah, just that gets violent.
Oh, I got to check this out during the break.
Starts beating him up.
I'm mad that Michael didn't ask me yesterday because I literally walked into the studio before they filmed that bit singing to young Tony. I swerved around the corner and bent it.
And then
I swerve and bend the corner. Whoa,
And then you're supposed to say, whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, whoa. Dude, it's a good hook. I don't know about the actual lyrics, but like,
good. You know, that had vibes of like when we do OO's Friday.
dude,
that
you're
like,
100% right. Like I heard this song, I was like, is this like a Big Timers track? Like this is like early 2000s. LiAngelo Ball hopped into the time machine. I must swerve in the corner. Whoa, whoa.
So we have the song of 2025 already.
There it is.
All right.
Banger, young Tony.
January 8th, when you lay down the song of 2020, you're owning 2025. I can see Vegas clubs now.
Oh, 100%.
This weekend, like the first Beatle hit, and everybody will scream, start yelling the whoa, 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 whoa.
I'll be at Coachella this summer.
For all you young kids.
Swerve in the corner. Whoa, whoa.
you kids have fun out there. That's the only thing that was fun. Not fun last night, man. And it's like, I say this sometimes. This happened, about 3 weeks ago? They had one of those losses. I remember we came in here and I said, was that a loss or was that a cry for help? And then games like last night, that's the one where I say, I've sent out this tweet at various times during the last 15 years. Guys, I think the Warriors are trying to tell us something, Like right now, we've talked about our various stages of believing in what Mike Dunleavy did, from where the Klay Thompson move to the Buddy Hield move to the DeAnthony Melton move to all those stuff. And then their 12-3 start. And then they just got exposed. When Melton went down, it's not like Melton's an NBA All-Star, but for whatever reason, from the moment he's gone down, they have collapsed. They are 5-16 in the last 21 games. You add the Kuminga injury into it from over the weekend. Everything has gone wrong. They have no defensive intensity. They have no ways to score the basketball. They have been exposed as not just a mid-team. They have a team going the wrong direction that will finish entirely out of the play-in bracket at this point in time. And maybe most of all, Steph Curry's unhappy. That's maybe the biggest thing of all. And because we've talked about his window. Well, what if his window is about to shut and he wants to go somewhere else? Now, I know that's a very dramatic statement, and that's like a big Steph Curry who's dropped anchor here in the Bay, got his family in Atherton, been here forever. He's got an icon, some would say the biggest icon in the history of Bay Area sports. Would he ask out? I would say, Marcus, at this point right now, that's actually something that's in the realm of possibility.
I mean, I'm sure that thought has popped in the head of Steph Curry. Now, ideally, he would retire a Golden State Warrior. They would be a competitive franchise until the day that he decides to retire a Warrior. But right now, they're not looking like a competitive team, Murph. This is an offense that has struggled outside of Steph Curry. And even last night with Steph putting up 31 points on 17 attempted three-pointers, the rest of the team, Murph, overall, they shot 14 from 50 from three-point. 50 three-point attempts, they made 14. And look, we can talk about Buddy Hield replacing Klay Thompson, blah, blah, blah. Buddy was never going to be that dude anyways. He was never going to be your second scoring option. And I understand Jonathan Kuminga's injured right now. That's a guy that most Warriors fans and a lot of people in that organization expected to step up as a second option. But I'm not even lying. I was sitting there at the game last night thinking like, damn, this is where I could use a Jordan Poole. Just like some resemblance of offense, some type of firepower, some type of something. Because outside of Steph Curry, the Warriors are just giving you nothing.
Well, in all honesty, Schroeder came with having a really good offensive season for Brooklyn. Absolutely not. They had one decent game. The game I was at, the Suns game, Schroeder. And then the next game. Other than that, he's been really bad. And he was bad again last night, too. I think 2 of 10 from the field. Buddy Hield, I know, as you said, he's not Klay Thompson, but he was supposed to be a lot better than he is right now. So those scoring options, Hield and Schroeder, are completely flopping right now. When you add the absence of Melton and then you add the absence of Kuminga, now you got a team that's lost. And now you got this, we've always talked about this, 2 timelines versus 1 timeline. What about no timelines, man? It is so bad. Here's Steve Kerr last night trying to lay down the law, saying this is how bad it is. And then it's asked, how's Steph feeling about it? Here's what he said.
I can see it. I can see it with Steph. And, he's continued to be brilliant night after night. But, at his core, he's a winner. He's a champion. He wants to compete at the highest level. We just saw it a few months ago in Paris. The best of the best. And, he takes over the fourth quarter when everything's on the line. That's who he is. That's what he lives for. And so he is really struggling with the emotion of not being competitive right now. He probably hasn't had to deal with this since his, his first couple of years in the league. So he's definitely struggling with it.
I did pause on that because they've had some bad years since his first couple of years. 2019, 20 was bad. 2022, 23 wasn't great either. So they haven't been awesome. But, quite frankly, he's not playing his best. Now he's 36 years old and his knees are hurting, so I get it. And he's given the Warriors everything he has. So to even look at him as a guy who's not having his best year is ridiculous. And actually, funny enough, his 3-point percentage right now is actually higher than it was last year. But the point of the matter is that it's all bad because right now they've told us over the last 21 games who they are. And now it's like, okay, I kind of went from thinking, and this has all happened in a hurry because they beat Philadelphia and they had a second win. Who was it? Memphis, right?
Yeah, and they shot the lights out against the Sixers.
Yeah, and by the way, the more I watch basketball in the modern era, just life is a 3-point shot. You either make them or you don't.
14 for 50 last night.
Last night, UCLA went 0 for whatever, 15, and Michigan made 15 of them or whatever. So it's like, that's it. What is life? Life is a 3-point shot. That's it. Has anybody ever done a study that shows the team that makes more threes, what their percentage of wins is? Is it like 90%? Is it like 95%? Like, how many times does a team out-3 another team and lose?
Good question.
I wonder. Does anybody have that stat? Somebody has StatMuse. But anyway, here's Steph himself last night. Go with cut N, Tony, as in Nancy saying, calling it no-shows. They're not showing up.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back no-shows pretty much. And the hard part is, like, these are winnable games against teams that, for whatever reason, are around the same standings, but around the same place in the standings and come in and have games against us. Even Miami, they played a double overtime game last night and came in here and whooped us. So for all the reasons, yeah, it's just not a great feeling. You have nothing to show for it, nothing really to kind of latch onto as like, oh, we're doing this great. If we could only, it seems like both sides of the ball are struggling. They're probably connected. Just if you make shots, usually your confidence goes up, your belief that you can win the game goes up. It helps you play defense. But once you lose that spirit, it's glaring how bad we can be at times. So you got to be able to kind of fight through that.
Whew. Man, we talk about like the exit interviews for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and all those players. Dude, right out. Dude, Dunleavy and Curry and Kerr and Lacob need to get into a room and need to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yep.
Like, where are we going? Like, I got to decide where they're going. I don't know, and I'm not sure what the answer is. Is it to blow it all up? Is it to trade all those pieces for that star? Because right now, like, people are like, well, you'd have to trade half the roster. And you're like, yeah. Well, look at the roster.
Yeah, this roster's not very good right now.
For them too.
And the Warriors have less than a month to figure it out. NBA trade deadline, February 6th.
Couple of texts here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 707 says, I'm not saying fire Kerr, but doesn't a lot of this fall on him? It's a results-based business, just like the Niners. Certainly you can debate. One of the great debates is how much does an NBA coach truly matter? It's such a players' league. But at a certain point, it does. 408 says, is Dunleavy the gangster in Goodfellas who bought the Cadillac too soon? Is he going to get whacked if this continues? It's a pretty good analogy there.
You were calling him a gangster.
I was. Well, let's see if he can perform like a gangster now, because right now the gang is getting their A kicked. 831 says, that's how Buddy Brick is. I knew he would stink.
Buddy Bricks.
I mean, an 916 comes at us, says the Warriors and their fans, including you guys.
Ooh, that's us.
Refuse to acknowledge that the window is closed. You can't beat Father Time. If you're going to try to hang on to the pillars of the past, they would need a true number one. That's been the case for a couple of seasons now. And here's what 916 says. Steph is no longer a top-tier number one.
I disagree with that. Steph Curry is still another number one option in this league. Even at age 36, going into age 37, you can still win around Steph Curry. The problem is they don't have the winning pieces around Steph Curry.
Yeah. 209 says, talk about firing coaches. Look what happened when the Kings fired Mike Brown and hired Doug Christie. My God.
Let's let that play out a little bit.
Another 707 says, wow, you can hear the hurt and pain in Steph's voice. Did you guys see him wandering around? He ain't even hiding it now. Walking around on the court, looking up in the stands, like not even going to the timeout huddle. I mean, he went eventually to the timeout huddle. He wasn't dissing the timeout huddle, but before he did, he made sure to do a wander around, just looking up into the rafters.
I mean, he was so sad. He wasn't even dancing during the TV timeout when they were bumping LiAngelo Ball during the commercial break.
Maybe that's the only good thing to happen.
I swerving in that corner. Whoa,
you said it played last night?
Dude, they played it at Chase Center last night. And I was like, all right, I texted Young Tony at the game, and I was like, yo, boys, this is big news. I'm texting you on a Tuesday night. I need this on the show tomorrow.
Well, I like it. I did. I enjoy that. We can play it again later in the show, too. 623 says, you guys said this the other day. It's not what Steph is saying. It's how he's saying it. The tone is deafening. And 707 texts in and says he sounds so deflated. And then 831 with the text of the day, Marcus. You can read that one.
Where's today?
Good times for the Warriors are right around the corner. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
Good times for the
Steph
Warriors.
Curry might bend and leave the Warriors. Whoa, whoa.
No, it's just right around the corner. That's the funny line there, too. That's hilarious. All right, guys.
Buddy might brick from the corner. Whoa, whoa.
Oh, man, oh, man. All right. Well, listen, like we said, there's so much going on. And for the Giants fans out there, Justin Verlander is a Giant. Let's talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Verlander throws. High fastball swung on and belted deep into center. Jackson going back. Still going back. Adios! Pelota! Pablo Sandoval with a home run into the center field bleachers. The Giants have a 1-0 lead, and that was just a liner.
The pitch to Sandoval. Sandoval, it's a high fly ball to left. Young back at the wall. It is out of here. Pablo Sandoval, opposite field. 4-0 Giants.
This is how you want to welcome our new Giant? Come on, man. I heard the Afternoon Boys yesterday playing that. I was like, wait a minute. Why don't we get him defeating the A's over in Oakland? You got to go to where he gives up bomb to the Giants in the World Series. That ain't no way to welcome brand new Giant Justin Verlander. And by the way, speaking of the Giants, we got tickets for that evening with Kruk and Kipe at the Sidney Goldstein Theater on May 15th. Stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour. Steve Young is scheduled to join the Afternoon Boys at 5 o'clock today. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. This isn't Ben Verlander rapping, is it?
No.
I'm making a reference, of course.
Definitely not Ben
G3
Verlander.
LiAngelo Ball. What do we got here? A little Eminem?
Well, this is M, and young Tony was just telling me this is actually Justin Verlander's warm-up song, so you'll be hearing it this season down at Oracle Park.
That's some good knowledge. How'd you know that one, Tone?
I was listening to the late night show with Carlos Ramirez, and my guy Jacob Violante played this song, and I looked it up and I confirmed it. Till I Collapse, Eminem.
Look at Lice Boy getting stuff done back there.
All right, Jacob.
Well, listen, we welcome Justin Verlander to town, and my kid hits me with the text thoughts, and I don't hate it at all. I'm not anti it at all. I'm down with the Giants adding a starter. I like trying to win baseball games. I like starting pitchers. I like starting pitchers who are veterans. It's just, it doesn't move the needle for me in a notable way. Like the Willie Adames deal is like 10x this, obviously. Well, it's literally 10x because they spent $162 million on Willie Adames and $15 million on Justin Verlander. So that's almost 10x to the note. But listen, come on down, Justin Verlander. What's the goal? Are the Giants trying to win the West this year? Let me ask you that right now. Are the Giants trying to win the West?
Well, that should be their goal every year, Murph.
Right?
Is it realistic? Probably not with the Dodgers.
So 2021, sorry to interrupt you. 2021, that was a big thing when I did the Buster book. They won the West. And the Dodgers won 106 games that year.
107.
All right? So the Giants said, Buster and Crawford went to Kapler, and they're like, we're not going to do this unless we're trying to win the West. That was like one of their mantras in the spring. So, I don't know, back to you were saying, that should be the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal, to win the West. How realistic is that goal when you have teams like the LA Dodgers, Padres, and who knows how the Diamondbacks are going to bounce back this year now after they sign Corbin Burns. But they are going to be trying to compete for a postseason spot. I mean, that's what we talked about going to last season. Get into a wild card season. And if you have a pair of aces, you have a chance. And now you're pairing up Logan Webb with Justin Verlander. And I don't think Justin Verlander is that guy anymore. But even at 42 years old, bringing him into this rotation, a rotation that has a lot of different possibilities, Murph, but also to me has a lot of question marks. Logan Webb is your ace. Let's lock that in. Who's your number two? Is it Robbie Ray? I mean, there's question marks about Robbie Ray's health. He had some highs last year. He had some lows. Let's keep it moving. Jordan Hicks, they had to shut him down last year because of an innings limit. Is he going to be able to stretch out and go as deep this year? Let's move on to some of the younger guys. Kyle Harrison.
There you go.
I'm a dirty, hairy guy. I love Kyle Harrison, my favorite pitching prospect in the system. We saw his velocity drop last year. How does he bounce back? How does he respond this year? Then we get down to the Bird songs. Then we get down to the Keaton Wins, the Mason Blacks, the Carson Wisenhunt. There's a lot of young guys on this roster, but you can't pencil them in to go out there and give you a start every 5 days. Justin Verlander, if healthy, gives you that possibility and then also gives you the leverage of teaching some of those young guys and helping their development moving forward.
You're right. So, I mean, the knock would be, if you want to spin negative, you'd say he's blocking some of the young guys. Well, not really. He's here for 1 year. He's here for 1 year. And what it does is allow some of these guys to onboard a little bit in a slower fashion. So in terms of Verlander's effectiveness, as recently as 2023, just 2 seasons ago, he had a good year. He threw 162 innings. I'm trying to figure out where that would rank. That would be second on the Giants last year, right? I mean,
well, Webby's number one, obviously.
Yeah, and then who was the second in innings last year? Was it Kyle Harrison, around 120? Something like that?
You might be right with all the injuries they dealt with.
I'll get it for you right here, man. Pitching, innings pitched.
Yeah.
124, Kyle Harrison. Jordan Hicks, 109. Blake Snell, 104. And so Verlander, just 2 years ago, threw 162 innings. He had a good year, actually. He pitched for both the Astros and the Mets. He went 13-8 with a 3.22, 162 innings. Now, again, that was 2 years ago. He was 40. Mm-hmm. He will be 42 in February.
Well, even the year before that, Murph, he won a Cy Young.
The year before that is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. He comes off of Tommy John.
Which I believe might have been his second Tommy John surgery.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it might be. I got to double check that.
2022, this is him just 3 years ago. 18-4 with a 1.75, won the freaking Cy. All right, pitched 175 innings. Was, numbers across the board. The whip was 0.82, like crazy good numbers in 2022. Hell, like we said, he won the Cy. One of his 3 Cy Youngs. I mean, this guy's career is unbelievable. It really is. He's going to walk in the room and immediately make everybody. You talked about Randy Johnson in 09. I talked about Matt Morris, who's not nearly at Randy Johnson or Verlander's level, but he was credited with tutoring Matt Cain. Mike Krukow talks about that a lot. Like, Matt Cain learned how to be a pro from Matt Morris. You can see it in him. You can see how he goes about his business, all that stuff. And that's what you would hope Verlander would teach these youngsters. I'm sure that's what Buster is thinking and saying. Like, again, is this part of the Giants' long-term plan? Obviously not. He's 42 years old. It's a one-year deal. But what does he do? Does he help them try to get to one of those 6 playoff spots? I think you can legitimately say that he makes them better in a chance to get one of those 6 playoff spots. No, it's not the needle mover. No, it's not Roki Sasaki. No, it's not Corbin Burns. But is their rotation better right now than it was yesterday? The answer is yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think this stops them from being in the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes. Now, who knows how realistic those sweepstakes are for the San Francisco Giants? That's a decision that we should get over the next week or two. January 15th is the first day that he can actually post and sign. Everybody wants Roki Sasaki. But we talked about this a little bit earlier in the offseason. If you don't get Roki Sasaki, if you don't get Max Fried, if you don't get Blake Snell, if you don't get Corbin Burns, to me, those were the 4 aces available on the market. Those are the guys that I'm willing to go out and pay big money to. If you miss out on those guys, then yeah, play your young kids. And we've heard Buster Posey talk about the importance of playing and developing against prospects. But as I just alluded to earlier, that's not guaranteed. You can't count on these guys at this point in their career to last an entire 162-game season. So you need veterans like a Justin Verlander in your rotation. And it all circles back to Buster Posey and his emphasis on development. Like we talk about Randy Johnson or Matt Morris or some of these older guys. Guess who was also in the clubhouse? Buster Posey. And he saw what that did to his young pitching staff. Hell, I'm sure it helped a young catcher like Buster Posey. And I think Justin Verlander can even help out a guy like Patrick Bailey, who's a Gold Glove caliber catcher. So you're talking about all the things he can do on and off the field. Again, I don't think this is a move that's going to make the Giants the favorite to win the NL West, but it definitely does improve the overall status of the franchise.
And to be honest, a little sizzle, right? A little sizzle. It'd be like a Verlander game where he's pitching for the Giants. Oh, that's pretty cool. And then obviously, yes, we've heard from all you hormonal teenage boys. Everybody's very excited that Kate Upton's part of the family now. Congrats on Kate Upton, everybody.
Welcome to town, Kate.
By the way, let's get her on the show. By the way, even in his injury-plagued year last year, he made 17 starts, and that would have ranked him 5th on last year's Giants. So he would have been a top 5 guy. And that was he was banged up last year with the neck and the shoulder. Last year, Webb made 33 starts, Harrison 24, Hicks 20, Snell 20, and then Birdsong 16. So Verlander already is like one of their top 5 guys in terms of durability, and that was when he was banged up last year. You hope he's healthy this year. Now, that's the big thing.
Yeah.
He's 42 now. Is the neck or shoulder going to get better? No, presumably it's going to get worse. So we'll find out. But I do want to go through. I was blown away by some of Verlander, just to give propers to this guy's career, some of the things that he's accomplished here. So do you guys remember, A's fans? Sorry for Derek Papa and all you A's heads, because this guy is an A's killer. Like, he legitimately single-handedly killed Bob Melvin's A's.
Dude, now I'm hyped for July 4th weekend. Giants, A's, Justin Verlander pitching up in Sacramento, taking down the A's one more time.
He faced them 5 times in October in the postseason. 4-0 with a 1-2-3, 49 strikeouts in 36 innings. Whew. And he pitched that one Game 5 in 2012 that was such a big deal, and the crowd was going bananas, and he shut him up. So 38 postseason games in his career, 3.68 ERA. That's really good. 5 different World Series. He's 17-12 in the World Series. He was an ALCS MVP in 2017. I know, sorry. Hate to bring that up with you, buddy.
Yeah, we know.
2022, we talked about 18-4, the 175, comeback player of the year, Cy Young, and his second World Series title. 9 All-Stars, if that's what you want. Rookie of the Year back in 06.
Ooh.
Okay, 06. In 2011, the Triple Crown, 2.40 ERA, wins, and strikeouts. Here's more for you guys. 3 or more career no-hitters. Since 1900, only 5 in the history of baseball. Ready?
3 of them. 3 no-hitters.
Ready for this? Nolan Ryan, Sandy Koufax, Bob Feller, and Cy Young. Let me say that again. Nolan Ryan, Sandy Koufax, Bob Feller, and Cy Young.
Is that good company, Murph?
My God.
Yeah.
Good. It's particularly with Cy. You know, that's the guy. It's just, incredible numbers. Incredible numbers. Now, the stats show the fastball averaged 93.5 last year. It's nothing to spit at. He used to be up in the 96 range, but according to Susan's story, that hasn't been since 2010, and he still gets guys out. But last year, apparently, his curveball got hammered. The numbers were bad against that. So the Giants are going to have to obviously coach him up a little bit. But hey, it's a little sizzle. It's a little excitement. Was it their primary need? Well, we wanted Corbin Burns, didn't get him.
Yes.
You want Sasaki, you're probably not going to get him. So it's a year for these young guys to kind of continue to develop. So kind of fun. We'll have them on the show down in Scottsdale, hopefully.
Yeah, Murph, people in hell want ice water. They're not going to get it. But this is a little splash. This is a little shot of water. And it's something that's going to make me interested or intrigued to go to the ballpark and watch Justin Verlander. The resume you just went through, it speaks for himself. This is a future Hall of Famer that decided that he wanted to play for the San Francisco Giants. When we've been talking about nobody wants to come to San Francisco, nobody wants to play for the Giants. Well, here's our future Hall of Famer bringing his superstar wife to the city of San Francisco, and I'm sure it's going to get plenty of headlines.
Yeah, he's going to be bopping around town and see at the spots to be. Maybe go watch the Warriors as they play their way into the lottery. Something like that, dude. Here we go. 510 upset. Murph, slow your roll. Keep in mind he's 42 years old, but I look back, this guy has sent that text multiple times to us, too.
Verlander is well into his 40s.
916 asks, did he make his first start before Bryce Eldridge was born? Dude, you know what? I'm going to do a little research on that.
Oh.
So Bryce Eldridge is...
well, he made his first start, you said 2006, Rookie of the Year?
Well, yeah, but he might have started even before then because sometimes... Let me see.
Interesting.
Bryce Eldridge, age. Bryce Eldridge was born in October 2004. Justin Verlander's debut was in 05. So
close.
He was under a year old.
Yeah.
So
damn,
that's pretty good. That's baseball at its best, though, right? That you can have 20-year veterans. You know what I mean?
Think about the fact that Buster Posey's out here signing guys that are older than he is. Think about that.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buster's 38, right?
And of course, as the highlights showed on the way back, he was the guy on game 1, and Pablo Sandoval got him twice. And the Giants shocked. Barry Zito got a knock off him in that game.
And I believe that's the last time he's pitched in San Francisco.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And all those years
That's
since?
the stat I've heard. He hasn't been back. He has not pitched in that ballpark since that game.
Oh, man. Well, listen, welcome to town. It adds a little star power. And again, is it the game changer of game changers? No. Will he tutor the kids? Yes. Does he have some good starts left in his right arm? Probably. And will we enjoy talking to him down in Scottsdale? Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure, absolutely. That'll be really fun. So, all right, well, there you go, Giants fans. You got something. Listen, first base, yes. Would you like power? Do you want to play Yaz every day in right field? I don't know. Is there still moves to be made? Absolutely. But
one last note. I also think this opens the door to possibly moving one of the young pitching prospects for maybe a bat. Or even if Justin Verlander does have a bounce-back season, maybe they move him at the trade deadline to maybe get a couple other prospects. If Justin Verlander looks anything close to a Cy Young contender, there's going to be postseason teams that want Verlander on the roster.
I wonder if he has that left in him, man. Guys have pitched well into their careers. Let's see, Randy. Let me give you the last stat on Randy Johnson when he was here.
Randy was 45 with the Giants.
He was 45.
How about that, dude?
45. And his numbers that year were, let me try to get you his stats that year. 2005 Giants, 2009 Giants. He was 8-6 with a 4.88, 96 innings. I'd hope Verlander does better than that. But he's 3 years younger. So, all right, guys. Well, there you go. All right. Well, it's a day of huge news, man, all over the place. And I'm not just talking about the Bay Golf Club going undefeated in the Simulator Golf League that Tony and I watched last night. But the 49ers back in the news. Made a big one late last night. You might not have heard about it. We'll tell you next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Wednesday morning, about to swerve into these Prize Picks. Whoa, because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers, and right now, you can take on those numbers in the playoffs because it's now or never. So don't miss your last chance to cash in on football as we approach the final weeks of the NFL season. And right now, you can win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks by just selecting 2 to 6 player stat options and watching them win. So if you think Lamar Jackson will have more than 250 passing yards this weekend, you can pair it up with Patrick Mahomes to have more than 1.5 passing touchdowns. So join us on Prize Pick and download the app using the code word LEADER to receive a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, the breakout hit of 2024 becomes the breakout hit of 2025. What's bigger, young Tony and his segment, or LeAngelo Ball and swerving around the corner, or bending around the corner?
I might bend up in that corner. Whoa, whoa.
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa, whoa.
Oh, man, the 2 biggest stars of the pop culture zeitgeist, LeAngelo Ball and Young Tony. Young Tony, here we go. It is our first one of the new year. We're excited. Happy New Year. You know the deal, or at least for our new listeners, you can tell them the deal, right?
Yes, absolutely. Happy New Year. Stay tuned for a question on that. We have prepared a list of questions. After I read the question, you are each going to have 1 minute to respond.
Oh, Kate Upson's in town. It's not going to take a minute this time.
If your time runs out, you will hear this bell.
That's a riff right there.
That's a high-quality riff.
Text line, YouTube chat. You guys can all join the conversation, too. You guys ready to go?
Yeah. So, I didn't know we encouraged the YouTubers. All right. Remember, by the way, you need to be our YouTube police. How are they doing over there on YouTube?
YT on YT. Young Tony on YouTube.
They're good. Yeah, they're good.
Okay, everybody's good. Happy, healthy. What do you got, Tony? Fire away, buddy.
All right. Right out of the gate, I was looking for some sound. I want to play this for you guys here.
Happy New Year.
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year's, you know?
Why? Just happened a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's too long. That statute of limitations is kind of run out on the New Year's. 3 days. Plenty.
3 days.
By the way, everything doesn't have to be happy. Why does everything have to be happy?
All right, so that was from Curb Your Enthusiasm. If you're not aware, that was Larry David. The question here is, how long can you keep saying Happy New Year when you greet people?
Outstanding question. Anything Larry David asks is always an outstanding question. And when that episode aired, I remember being A, highly amused, and B, like many others, confounded by the answer. When is the appropriate time? I found myself yesterday sending an email to a guy, and I put Happy New Year, and I was like, I might be up right against it. So I'm going to say it's January 8th. So if I felt that way on January 7th, I'm going 1 week. Okay, I know Larry David said 3 days, and I respect 3 days. That's a good hard line. I like a good hard line in the sand. But I'm going to go ahead and give you 1 week. Anything, especially if we spill into double digits, I got to throw the 5-yard neutral zone infraction, Marcus. Yeah.
Murph, I might be spilling into double digits because I actually think the entire month of January, but it starts with an appearance-based performance. I'm not going to say Happy New Year to you or Young Tony or John Joe Curley because I've seen you 1,000 times this new year. But today we'll be taking a school field trip. We'll see some colleagues that we haven't seen since last year. So it's my first time seeing them this year. So I will hit them with a Happy New Year. If I see you for the first time in January, I might hit you with a Happy New Year, but no chance I'm doing it in February.
I want somebody to see Marcus on Jan 31 down at North Star. And say, hit me with a Happy New Year,
That's
Marcus.
it. I'll be like, hey, Happy New Year, my boy. Let's get a drink.
All right. What about you, Tone?
I think you can say it for a good 2 weeks. And
2
also,
weeks,
if you haven't seen someone like Walt, for example, was on break, and I said, hey, dude, Happy New Year. And he's like, dude, don't say that. It's January 8th.
So,
also, one last thing I want to throw in, because a couple weeks ago we had a discussion about how long you leave up your Christmas tree.
Oh.
The Warriors still have their Christmas tree outside of Chase Center right now.
I was going to actually tell you guys, last night was the night. The Murphy family dropped the bomb. We took it down last night.
1 week, you're gone.
Yeah. So second garbage day, whatever. The recyclers can pick it up tonight. So out it went. And shout out our tree for making it a month. It's looking pretty damn good after a month. So, but Candace said, and she said wistfully, it's always so sad. Because now that tree is gone and the chair that was there before is back, and now just back into normal life.
It always feels like the feng shui's off a little bit after you take out the tree.
It's like I said, hey, the good book told us there's a time for everything. It's time to take the damn tree down. All right, Tone, what's next?
All right, the start of a new year symbolizes a fresh start and a sense of hope, which encourages people to set goals and seize new opportunities. So, what are your New Year's resolutions, and how are you doing with them?
Not great. I mean, I'm not really a New Year's resolution guy, so I don't know if I should be serious about this or just riff. I mean, obviously, I can improve on my communication, texting my boys, getting back to listeners in the DMs. Like I try to be better every single year. I don't know if it's really going to happen.
Let me tell you how you're doing. You're not doing good.
Yeah, not doing too great. Not doing too great. So how about I give you a silver and black resolution? How about the Raiders keep on to a coach longer than 2 years for my lifespan, Murph?
Longer than 1 year.
I know, like, this is not a topic, but I'm going to make it a topic today. There's Justin Verlander's news. There's Nick Sorensen news. Murph, what if I told you that the Raiders are about to hire hire the 17th different coach of my lifetime. 17 in 32 years.
That's laugh out loud.
How about
dude?
that for a stat? Now, technically, it will be the 15th because Art Shell and John Gruden had multiple stints, but they've gone through 17 different coaches in my lifetime. Overnight Dave was like, yeah, there's only been 25 coaches since 1960 in franchise history. I'm like, there's been 17 different coaches in my lifetime, Murph, in my lifetime. So that's my New Year's resolution up against the buzzer. Raiders hire somebody that's not going to get fired next year.
I love that. Very good. I love how Dave tried to present the stat one way and it goes another way. Anyway, so listen, have I ever been a resolution? No, I'm not a resolution. Do I look like a guy who can hold a resolution? My God. Of course, it's the constant battle with the weight. You got to go on the Abundant Life weight loss plan. You got to go on Weight Watchers. You got to stop eating ice cream. You got to stop dipping pretzels in peanut butter that I do every night. Or what I do is I take down the dry cereal and Captain Crunch and just start jamming my fist in that thing and start shoveling dry Captain Crunch in my mouth. So the resolution would be to try to stop being such a freaking pig. Stop eating all the junk. But it ain't going to happen. There's that other angle. Life is short, buddy. What, I'm going to be on that deathbed and I'm going to be like, man, I'm really upset that I had that pretzel dipped in peanut butter. No,
it was that one pretzel.
I wish I dipped more pretzels in peanut butter. You know what I mean? So, so I'm going to go none on the resolutions. Maybe the only sports resolution I might give you per Marcus's Raider one is to continue my crusade against instant replay. And what was the other one? I had two things I said I could do without. Oh, social media.
There it is.
Yeah. So there it is. Other than that, Tone, that's what I got for you.
We're talking about Dry Captain Crunch. Dry January is a month-long challenge where participants abstain from drinking alcohol. So, A, would you do that? And B, if you wouldn't, what would you be willing to cut out of your life for 1 month?
Would I do a Dry January? Absolutely not. What a ridiculous thing to do, to completely deprive yourself of... like that talked about being on the deathbed. Yeah, I'm really glad I didn't have that pint. No, dude, bring me more pints on my deathbed, all right? So absolutely not. No to Dry January. And by the way, shout out John Joe's Dry January headed towards Quitters Friday.
Yeah, right around the corner,
Friday's
Murph.
coming up, buddy.
Right around the corner.
That's so 1,000%. In fact, Dry January, Wet January. Bring me more alcohol in January there. In terms of cutting anything out, I told you guys, got to stop eating the junk food. But that's between me and my therapist, buddy. I'll leave it alone. But in terms of Dry January, hell, I might try to have a Wet January today at lunch with you on our field trip. All right, buddy?
That might be a possibility,
January's going to
Murph.
be wet. But go ahead, Mark.
I mean, I can't get into a Dry January when the guy participating in Dry January literally bought me a bottle of bourbon before the start of January.
Get into the bourbon. Bourbon.
So I got bottles of bourbon from Murph. I got bottles of bourbon from Curly. I got bottles of bourbon all over my house. So I'm not stopping. I'm not a sober October guy. I'm not a Dry January guy. That sounds like a quitter's mentality to me, Murph. I'm not addicted. I'm committed. I like to drink. I'm a man. I have my vices. No, I'm not participating.
And you'll even pay $20 for a beer at Chase
Dude,
Center.
I did last night. I can't believe it.
Watch the 18 and 18 Warriors.
I don't know if I can keep paying $20 for a beer, man.
I know, right?
It's burning a hole in
That's my other
wallet.
resolution, is to continue my crusade for $9 beers, which would engender more rage among the fan base there.
Of course it would. Of course
anyway,
it would.
Tone. What about you in Dry January, buddy?
I would not do that. I have a bunch of friends doing it. They're doing it for money. It's like a challenge amongst 30 people. So you get, money if you do.
Okay, money on the line.
Follow through.
Still not worth it.
I agree.
Yeah, what's the point, man?
Just work out, eat healthy, you can drink.
Yeah.
You know? All right, couple more here. I think we can all agree we would not be willing to cut the NFL out of our lives for a month. We've seen a ton of coaching changes in the last few days. So in your opinion, what is the most desired head coaching job in the NFL?
Well, it's got to be the Las Vegas Raiders after the rant I just went on. No, it's actually the least desirable job in the NFL because you're playing in a division with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Bo Nix and Sean Payton and Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh. So, no, nobody's going to the silver and black. Everybody's talking about this Patriots job. I don't know. New Orleans Saints is always an option. I don't care. I'm just going to sit here and watch the Raiders miss out once again on all the top head coaching candidates.
So let me ask you, do you mean of the 32 head coaching jobs, which one is, or just the vacancies?
I was thinking vacancies, but if you want to take it a different way, you can.
Okay. I thought you were saying, like, what is the greatest coaching job in the NFL, period? So I was going to say, like all the iconic jobs. But of the vacancies out there, well, Vegas is appealing in terms of, like, they got the Raiders, and you got the symbols, and you got the history, and all that good stuff. The only problem is I'm not a big Vegas guy. I know some people like it. They want to move down there. They want to live down there. That's great. That's not my scene.
It feels like players would be more interested in Vegas than coaches would be.
Yeah,
coaches got to move their families to Vegas. I don't know.
You got the so what else? You know what? Chicago Bears. Let's go ahead and say it. You got a young quarterback who's on the rise. Great city, great franchise. You can turn that thing around. It's not exactly like turning the Cubs around because the Bears have been successful and have won a Super Bowl in our lives. but it's kind of like that. Like if you made the Bears great again, you'd be the king of the world, Ditka, Harbaugh, that whole deal. So bring back the Chicago Bears. I've always got a little... I mean, listen, they were our rivals. I say our. I played for the 80s Niners. They were the Niners' rivals in the mid-80s. But there's always a degree of love for me of the tradition of the Chicago Bears, the C on the helmet. So go ahead and crown the Bears vacancy as the most attractive.
Love it. All right, finally, we can carry this over to the big hit as well. What is your confidence level in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to, as Tim Ryan said, replenish the roster in the offseason, get back to winning ways, and contend for championships every year? We have a scale, 1 through 10. 10 being you are super confident. We also want you to explain why.
Okay, so is it my turn to go first? I think it is. Well, listen, first of all, you're talking Niner lifer here, of course, so coming at you from a Niners fan perspective, and I have been one of those people who says, look at what these guys have done since they got here. And I'm a body of work guy. And the body of work has been very strong. Been very strong. We can go through the litany of misses. We can talk about the Trey Lance trade and how the long-term effect might be hitting them right now by missing those 3 first-rounders. We can talk about some of the draft picks that have been gone. But for the most part, guys, been pretty darn good. And you've had, 4 NFC Championship games and 2 Super Bowl appearances? So I do have a general degree of confidence higher than the average Twitter hater. Because of what they've done, I still see Kyle getting guys open 20 to 25 yards down the field. I still like some of the moves Lynch makes. Have been applauded through the years. He's made bold trades for Christian McCaffrey, Jimmy Garoppolo, Emmanuel Sanders, you name them. Even like Chase Young was a good swing for the fence. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a solid 8 that these guys can bring it back to the playoffs next year.
You mentioned the 4 NFC Championship appearances. And it really does seem like this is a team and a franchise in the Kyle Shanahan era with John Lynch that either goes boom or bust, makes the NFC Championship game, or just straight up misses the playoffs. And so maybe we'll continue the cycle of life. Shout out to the cycle of Buddy Hield that's not working out with the Warriors. But if the cycle continues and the Niners get back on track next year, look, I think this is a much better roster than a 6-win team. I think they're going to get healthier next year. I think they're going to have a 4th-place schedule, which is going to make things a lot easier. Of course, we got to figure out what's going to go on with the health and the future of a lot of guys, especially when it comes to contracts and Brock Purdy and that discussion. But I got faith in John Lynch. I got faith in Kyle Shanahan. Again, as a guy that's experienced 17 different head coaches in my Raider lifetime, the Niners have a good coach. They have great leadership, and they have a quarterback. They're back in the playoffs.
So 1 through 10, what's your number?
I'll give them an 8.6.
Even higher than me?
I'll go higher.
Wow.
I'll go with the figure skating score.
Look at you. I sense like a Raider fan who's like kind of jealous of the Niners. I don't know. I don't know what it is. There's something there.
I want Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, well, McCaffrey would look pretty good in silver and black.
I want George Kittle.
And one thing I'll always praise the Raiders
I got
for.
Brock Bowers.
The Raiders never changing their look. Love the uni year in, year out. Got propers. Like I told you, watch the Lions the other night, but who the hell are these guys? Al Davis, like, you know who we are. A global icon, global brand. There you go, Tone. How'd we do?
Fantastic. We are off to a hot start in 2025, fellas.
Boom. Drop the mic, and Dwayne Kuiper is next. Giants have a new star pitcher next on the Sports Leader. Here's a New Year's resolution. Eat more Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Why not? We talked to you all December about the Detroit-style pizzas. They're so good. And, of course, the thin crust East Coast style has always been around for more than 35 years. So how do we get that pizza to our house? You have it delivered by Amici's. That's the deal. So not these mega delivery companies that add the hefty delivery charge. No. Have the food delivered faster and for less money and by the people who actually made it. Amici's, you order direct from Amicis.com. So that's AMICIS.com. Or use their app and you get your order delivered in less time and for less money than by using one of the mega delivery companies. So that's the answer. We talked about how good the pizza is. Now just have them deliver it to your house by the guys and gals who made it. Best pizza in town, faster and at the best price. Order direct. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Okay, we always say goodbye to Dwayne every Wednesday and say, hey, we'll see what happens in the week. And something happened. The Giants signed Justin Verlander to a one-year, $15 million deal. We'll talk about it with Dwayne. He's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. On the UMA guest line, Dwayne Kuiper. Kipe, good morning. And the Giants have a new pitcher. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Kipe.
Yeah, well, good morning, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the news until I picked up the paper this morning, and I was moderately surprised. I mean, a lot of names being kicked around as far as veteran guys. You know, Scherzer being the other one. There's a few ones. I think the one that pops off the page is probably Verlander, just because of his history. And I know, look, I guess, we all know he's 42, but we've seen guys his age still throw pretty hard. And, by the time you get to that age, you got a pretty good idea how to get guys out, even if you don't have the awesome fastball that you used to have. Plus, I mean, here's an older guy that, he's done some things in his career that can really help younger guys. And we're talking about some really young quality arms, in this Giants organization that now might be able to learn a few things from Justin Verlander. So I think it's a win-win in a lot of different ways. And one certainly is you got a veteran guy now on the staff that can, that can help you.
Yeah, what probably the most burning question among hardcore Giants fans is he's worn number 35 all his life. 35? That's our shortstop, guys. Is there anything Justin Verlander can offer Brandon Crawford to? Because, it's not retired. Technically, it's available, but, it's fun.
He doesn't have to offer him anything.
Yeah. I guess the clubhouse manager, Brad Grims, is he the one who has to make the decision?
He's on the hot seat. There's no doubt about it. And look, if Verlander wants 35, then he and Brad Grims, have to call, Brandon Crawford. They have to talk to Brandon Crawford. You just do that out of your due diligence to a great player. So, you know what? Look, if that's the biggest issue on the board as far as making somebody happy, they'll figure it out. Trust me. Mm-hmm. You can always, you can always be 53 and think of Don Drysdale. So, there's a lot of ways to go about doing it, but I think the number thing is really way, 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 way down on the totem pole.
Well, Kipe, speaking of Brandon Crawford, we saw him kind of emerge into a leadership role towards the back end of his career, whether it was mentoring guys like Casey Schmidt or some of the younger infielders on the team. And I know we're going to talk about Justin Verlander and his impact on younger guys like Keaton Wing, Kyle Harrison, and Hayden Birdsong. But what does the addition mean for someone like Logan Webb, seeing how Justin Verlander has been an ace his entire career, just maybe teaching Logan Webb how to be a true ace and leader and workhorse of this rotation?
Well, let me turn the tables. I mean, maybe there's a few things Logan Webb can teach Verlander. They don't have the same stuff. They're altogether different pitchers. So that's kind of the way it goes. It goes both ways. You can pick up stuff, when you're 42. But it's a good question because anybody on that staff, I don't care how long you've pitched and how much success you've had, you're going to want to get in a conversation with Justin Verlander, and you're want to pick his brain, and you're going to see if you can pull anything out of that can help you. And look, that's one of the reasons why he's there. He's not going to just turn his back when he walks into that clubhouse. He's going to be very open with all these guys, including Logan Webb, who's definitely had his share of success. So, all in all, I'm looking forward even more now to that first day in spring training because,
as much as we've seen Justin Verlander, especially in a Tiger uniform, with the 2012 World Series, I'm looking forward to seeing what he looks like in a Giants uniform, which, at some point throughout his career, I guess we all hoped that might happen, and now it has.
Yeah, it's cool. And you think about it, I mean, all of a sudden in the clubhouse in Scottsdale are Willie Adames and Justin Verlander. Those are two highly respected big league winners. So, I mean, think about it big picture-wise, that's pretty good. Go ahead.
Look, Murph, if you have any issues, and I don't think the Giants did, but if you have any issues in that clubhouse, now you got a couple of guys that have seen it all before, and certainly do whatever they have to do to get that clubhouse all on the same page.
And throw Matt Chapman into that list too. Yeah.
Yeah, Chapman has already done, his share of work in that department. So, and look, between now and when camp opens, it's quite possible there's going to be another one or two moves to make this team better. So, Buster's got it going, and he's got some people that are really good that helps him. So we'll see what happens moving forward.
In fact, we're going to talk to Bobby Evans today at 9:15. We're looking forward to that very much. Hey, Kipe, so a lot of people are making the comparison, if you're a Giants historian, if you go way back, Warren Spahn signed with the Giants at the end of his career. And if you go back to more my generation, Steve Carlton signed with the Giants in 1986 for a brief time. And then a lot of people are talking about Randy Johnson in 2009 as that guy. Just to your memory of Johnson, how much he was more of an introvert. I don't know how much tutoring he did. The guy I brought up to Marcus is not as famous, but I know Mike talks about a lot, is Matt Morris. And you could talk, didn't he? I remember you guys telling me he did a lot of tutoring and grooming of Matt Cain, didn't he?
Yeah, well, Matt Morris, what he was just really tough. I mean, I always got the impression that he kind of wanted to hit somebody and then start a fight. And I think he instilled a little bit of that in Matt Cain. Don't remember, there's one other guy that the Giants signed late. I think it was in that 89 season, was Goose Gossett.
That's right. Yeah. Good call. Yeah.
But the thing about Randy Johnson is, look, he was on all those teams when he faced the Giants. You kind of felt like the first week or two, he was a fish out of water. Mm-hmm. He's just trying to figure out, where am I and what is this uniform doing on me? And then the more he got involved with everybody, the more he really became a good teammate. I have to laugh that Mike and I, for 25 years, sat in the same seat on our flights every trip. And that was two rows that were the exit rows. And Mike and I sat in the second exit row across the aisle from each other. Jim Lynch sat in front of Mike, and my brother Jeff sat in front of me. So Randy Johnson gets on the team, and he's got no leg room. So he gets on the plane and sits in Mike's seat. We're like, well, now what? So everybody moved up a row, and Jim and Jeff got bounced out of their exit row.
Man.
And then, it was like, all right, well, who's going to hang with the big unit on the plane? Mm-hmm. You always got somebody to sit next to that you want to talk with. And lo and behold, here it is, John Miller. And for the rest of the year, John sat next to Randy Johnson, and they talked about watches.
My gosh.
And they compared their collections and became best buds on these trips. But the original question was, yes, he helped a lot of those young guys in that clubhouse. And the thing about it is in some cases, he's not going to offer. You got to go to him and engage with him, and then he'll tell you whatever you want to know. So I mean, some of these young guys are going to have to figure that out. is Justin Verlander going to go to them, or are you going to have to go to him? But once you figure that out, then you got yourself someone that's going to be very valuable.
Buster Posey ended up winning the Rookie of the Year award in 2010, but actually made his debut in 2009, so he crossed paths with Randy Johnson. So I'm wondering what that perspective is as a catcher, seeing a future Hall of Famer, and if you see any comparisons now with Justin Verlander coming into town and pitching to Patrick Bailey.
Well, I mean, look, these two are going to get to know each other very well in spring training. And I'm quite sure that every time Randy Johnson throws, or Justin Verlander throws a bullpen in Scottsdale, the powers that be are going to make sure that Patrick Bailey is the one doing the catching, because that's how you figure out guys and their movement and, you know, their entire repertoire. So yeah, they're going to get to know each other very well in Scottsdale. And you know, it'll be super exciting for Bailey. You know, I'm not sure, other than Logan Webb, that he's caught anybody with that status. And, you know, and he's going to have to gain Verlander's, you know, confidence in him to call a game, or Verlander will call his own game. But you can figure all of that out, you know, when you get that 6 weeks in spring training. And that's why spring training is as long as it is, because it's basically for the pitchers, especially starting pitchers, to get all their work in and to kind of get the feel of what the rotation and what your catcher is all about.
Well, it's great to have him. He's going to his 20th year. He'll be 42. I mean, debuted in 05, a lifetime ago for most of these kids. And really, other than like LeBron James in the NBA, you just don't get this in other sports, where you get guys 20 years who can walk in and add cachet and all that. So
yeah, and you know what, Murph? I don't know if he's looking at 300 wins. I mean,
262.
I mean, I would think that you naturally would. Yeah. And then you know you got to figure out if you got a shot after the 2025 season. You have to see how that goes. And if you can win a few games, you know, more than a few, you know, maybe you can, you know, stay healthy and try to get to that number. But that's a big number, and he's got a little ways to go. So
he's at two.
We'll see how he feels about it. I'm sure that if you asked him, he said, "Look, I'm worried about my next start, not, you know, whatever the number is down the road." But I mean, don't kid yourself. He's definitely thought about it.
And you went the whole time without mentioning that he has a celebrity wife.
Well, look, the wives' room at Oracle Park, they definitely, I mean, they don't need an upgrade at all. They're doing just fine in that department. But this will add a little spice to it.
Add a little sizzle, yeah, add a little sizzle for fun. By the way, just for fun, just in terms of all-timer, he's 10th all-times in strikeouts. He's only 93 behind Walter Johnson. He could pass him this year. Yeah. And then next up would be Gaylord Perry, 118 away. So if he could strike out 120 somehow, some way, he would pass Walter Johnson and Gaylord Perry.
Well, that training room with Dave Grushner and Anthony Reyes in that group, and they're a really great group. You know, it's going to be all hands on deck as far as keeping him healthy and, you know, seeing if he can get 20 to 25 starts. I don't think you can really ask for any more than that. And if he can get that, you know, then it's going to be a terrific sign by Buster.
It'll be really fun. By the way, I'm just looking at the all-time strikeout list. Of the top 10, 4 of them are Giants. Randy Johnson, Giant. Steve Carlton, Giant. Gaylord Perry, Giant. And Justin Verlander, Giant. So there you go. We got 4 to
Right. Well, I only consider one of them a Giant.
I know. Other names on that list, by the way. Are you surprised to see that Bert Blyleven is 5th all-time in strikeouts?
Not at all. I mean, I played with Bert. I mean, he was a strikeout guy, and he had, as Mike likes to say, he had a curveball like Nolan Ryan's where you thought you could hear it when it crossed the plate. It had that much spin.
Oh, my gosh.
And, you know, Bert pitched a long time, too. He pitched for a lot of teams. And
22 years.
Yeah, you know what? He's one of the original Dutchmen who wasn't born here. He was born in the Netherlands. So I always appreciated playing with Bert. I mean, he was not only a great pitcher, but he was definitely life in the clubhouse, and he never quite knew what Bert was going to do.
There's old photos that have been resurfaced on the internet of stuff he would do. He was a nut.
He was a real nut, but, it was like, okay, if he's a nut, then, let's joke around, and then on the day he pitched, you kind of had to find out the hard way that the nut thing went away really fast.
Okay, I got you. He's a grumpy Dutchman, yes.
And, he was. He was like Mike. I mean, what people don't realize about Mike is 2 days before his start. I mean, all the players in my era with Mike, they kind of lived in the Foster City area down there. They 2 or 3 would all ride together. From 2 days before he started, nobody would ride with Mike to the park. He was that much of a jerk. And now he fully admits it, but he doesn't apologize for it either. And Bert was a lot like that. So
trying to win a ball game. Yeah.
I mean, those are the old days compared to like when Lincecum was in the clubhouse and 45 minutes before he was pitching, you could go up to him and he'd laugh and tell you a joke, and he definitely performed. So there's a couple of different ways of doing it, and Mike and Bert definitely. And Vogelsong was another one.
Oh, yeah.
They definitely had the grumpy side to being successful.
The chainsaw, the good stuff, man. By the way, the best Chris Berman nickname of all time, Bert B. Home Blylevin. Bert B. Home Blylevin.
I would agree. I think that was his best, and I should ask him if he came up with that, or maybe one of his fans came up with that.
It was a good one, man. All right, Kai, fun to talk about a new pitcher, including a future Hall of Famer who will add some sizzle to Scottsdale. So enjoy the rest of the week. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
All right, fellas, again, Happy New Year. Let's have a good one.
Yeah, Happy New Year. He did it. And by the way, we got tickets to see That Man and Mike Krukow do their little speaking engagement May 15th in San Francisco. Stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour. 2 tickets to see Kruk and Kipe at Sketchfest. And, of course, Kipe's always sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. By the way, I just found out I will be at the Napa Fan Fest on Saturday, January 18th.
Wow.
I'll tell you how it goes, buddy.
Up in Napa.
Did you get the San Jose one?
I've got word. I'll be down in the 408 for the Giants Fan Fest in San Jose.
That's your turf. Mm-hmm. I'll be up there next Saturday at the Oxbow Gardens, my friends. I could digress. Woody Allen has an Oxbow joke, but thank you very much. He said, I'd like to talk about my marriage, or as it was known, the Oxbow incident. All right, that's a very timely joke from the 60s. All right, guys, here's the deal. The big hit. We got our choices. We had Steph Curry's, unhappiness down the street at Chase Center. We got the brand new Hall of Famer on the Giants rotation, or the 49ers making a big move, and we decided the Niners won. What do you guys got for Nick Sorensen? And I guess more important for the big hit, Lynch and Kyle are going to speak today. What do you want to hear from them? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. What do you need to hear from Lynch and Shanahan today, including who's their next D coordinator? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard Murph tease it. Let me give you some more details. We are still giving away 2 tickets for an evening with Kruk and Kipe. It is an SF Sketchfest tribute at the Sidney Goldstein Theater on May 15th. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned to this show, because we're going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Sketchfest, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com. I should also tell you, Steve Young joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 5 o'clock this evening.
building now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Play action by Darnold back in the end zone. Sam going to throw a deep one down the field. He's wide open. Justin Jefferson inside the 49 and 30. Reverses field 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Justin Jefferson, 97 yards. Murray back. Here's Floyd. Off his back foot. He throws out. Marvin Harrison Jr. makes the catch on a 4th down.
That was almost a prayer. I mean, he is in a backpedal. Floyd is bearing down on him, and off of his back foot just launched it.
20 seconds to play in the game. 2nd and 2, 13-yard line. Geno Smith now 2 by 2. Hits his back foot, steps up. He's going to run out left. 10, 5, touchdown Seattle. Geno Smith runs in the end zone for a go-ahead touchdown.
Young Tony, our producer behind the glass there, you see on YouTube and Twitch, just basically made an audio case for why Nick Sorensen is no longer the D coordinator of the 49ers. That's right. Good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Young Tony Farias. You got John Joe Curley. We're all here. We got the big hit. The big hit is the Niners. They make the move the day after their special teams coordinator. Brian Schneider is removed. Nick Sorensen. We get the news first from Matt Mayoko, our 49ers KNBR insider, confirmed by Matt Barrows, confirmed by other beat writers, confirmed by Rappaport and Schefter and all those guys that the Niners are moving on from Nick Sorensen, who gave up all those plays. I forgot about that frickin' Kyler Murray prayer that he threw up.
How could you forget?
That was brutal.
Murph?
Yes.
That was bad, and that's why during the commercial break, I went into the producer studio and we started talking about some of the worst plays of the year. And then young Tony goes, what should I play as the music bed to kind of encapsulate Nick Sorensen's career as defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers? Well, I said, young Tony, hearing all those plays and watching those plays, wanted to make me turn my TV off. So this is TV Off by Kendrick Lamar. And yeah, luckily for you 49er fans, you won't see Nick Sorensen as your DC on your TV anymore.
All right, good choice. Sounds good. This isn't the mustard, no, is it?
Mustard! It actually is from this song. This is where you get the mustard drop.
Sorensen! Oh, man. Poor Now, here's the catch. They apparently want to retain him on staff in some form, whether that's as a secondary coach or whether that's as a special teams coordinator. I don't know, but we teased it for the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We're here for you. If you guys want to chime in on this. Is that Lynch and Kyler are supposed to speak today at 11:30? That's confirmed?
Mm-hmm. That is
Get
confirmed.
That news? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to hear from these guys? That, hey, man, this is why. Why did they make the moves at D coordinator and special teams coordinator? Well, I think it's pretty obvious, right? The performance wasn't there. So Kyle Shanahan, 2 years in a row now, firing D coordinators after 1 year. It's not a great look. It's not. And it is obviously hurting on the continuity side. This will be their 4th defensive coordinator in 4 years. You go back to DeMeco Ryans in 2022. You go back to Steve Wilkes in 2023. You go to Nick Sorensen in 2024. And now you got a new guy. But they would tell you, listen, there are guys out there that they wanted all along. We're looking at Jeff Ulbrich. We're looking at Robert Saleh. We're looking at Gus Bradley. These are among other names. So the Niners might go out and get the guy they wanted, quite frankly, Marcus, more than Nick Sorensen. I mean, it's harsh. Hey, we like this guy better than you. But that's the business.
Yeah, and that's why it was a little surprising when they decided to promote Nick Sorensen last offseason. I mean, they were pretty quick on the trigger to fire Steve Wilkes after the Super Bowl loss, and a lot of people looked at that move as a scapegoat. And you got to say, it obviously was a mistake. It was a wrong decision if you're firing your DC after 1 year after making it all the way to the Super Bowl. But it felt like the 49ers did not have a sure plan going into the offseason. And we know that they asked about Jeff Ulbrich. They asked about Spags. Hell, there are conversations about Bill Belichick or even Pete Carroll or all these other possibilities that were out there on the market. Hell, Mike Vrabel was out on the market, who's now the top coaching candidate in the entire NFL. And they missed out on all those guys. So it felt like last offseason they had to settle. And it was my biggest criticism going into the year that in this Super Bowl window, if you believe it's still open or not before the season even started, you were promoting a defensive coordinator that's never called plays at the NFL level. And the plays we just played as the rejoin was a great example of a guy who never called plays at the NFL level. Because if you want to get into the stats about how good of a defense they were yardage-wise, They were terrible when it came to points allowed and team scoring in the red zone. And so it was a problem, and that's why they're kind of cleaning their hands this offseason and looking for a better solution. They better have a better plan this offseason.
Yeah, well, I think they had a plan. This got turned down everywhere. And then also Brandon Staley was supposed to be part of the plan. That's a big one. Like, talk about a mystery, and this is the lack of access that reporters have to assistant coaches. So, nobody's really written the story, but what did Brandon Staley accomplish here? And what did is he a candidate to take over the D coordinator job?
Well, what exactly would you say you do here, Brandon Staley? Like, we're talking about Nick Sorensen shifting over, maybe taking over the special teams unit. Does Brandon Staley get promoted now?
That's what I was saying.
Is that an upgrade?
Maybe he's the guy.
I don't know.
So
I
that was
don't know
very,
either, Murph. Yeah.
I think to answer your question, like their plan was to not hire Nick Sorensen, and they wound up. I told you the Jim Herrick story from yesterday about basketball. You can you get turned down by 4 guys. You're like, this is choice number 5.
Yeah, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth,
or go to their 5th guy.
Yeah.
And then they're bringing in Brandon Staley to quote unquote help him out, to augment it, and it didn't work. Now, even Cleo, our overnight guy in the lobby, I have a nice chat with every morning, came in. He goes, man, what about the injuries? He goes, this guy had injured defenses. He was sticking up for Sorensen. He was coming at Kyle. But the point is, he speaks for a lot of fans who say, Eric Armstead was missed, even though he was not totally healthy last year. He was still a part of the team and was there for the playoff run. Javon Hargrave, you can have your complaints about him as a player completely or what stage he's at in his career, but he was a lot more of a war daddy than what they had after he was gone. Dre Greenlaw, obviously, and a banged-up Fred Warner, and to that point, kind of a banged-up Nick Bosa, too. So anyway, but again, don't tell me about the labor pains. Show me the baby. Like, were you? Dante Whitner talked about this. Were they multiple? Did they show? There's my Greg Cosell moment. Were they multiple? Did they get exotic? Tim Ryan talked to us about this, saying they didn't really get exotic. And after the season, you didn't really hear from Fred Warner and Nick Bosa resounding endorsements here. Let's go Fred Warner first after the season finale here.
Yeah, I think the easy thing right now is everybody's going to put the blame on him for how the defense is played, and when you're the guy at the helm, that's what that's what happens. You're going to take the brunt of that, but it's everybody. Everybody's got to take a look in the mirror. I got to take a look in the mirror. Everybody's got to look to see where they could have been better as a group. I think Nick's done a great job all season. It's just we didn't. I think as players, when we're out there, when we have to execute and play the game, we didn't do him any favors.
So I'm speaking in the past tense. We didn't do him any favors. And then Nick Bosa was asked about. Now, don't forget, Warner said a couple times this year they gave us some looks we weren't prepared for. That was very damaging.
Yeah,
it was like when Kyle was upset at Wilkes midseason on the blitz. Remember that?
Absolutely.
You get these signs during the season along the way, like, oh, that ain't good. And then Nick Bosa after the season finale here.
I think he's a good coach, but it's not my decision.
Okay, so that is hard to hear. That was bad audio, but he said, I think he's a good coach, but it's not my call.
Yeah.
So again,
and that's kind of the sentiment I'm getting from the locker room. It sounds like all these guys like Nick Sorensen. He's a guy that's been a part of the organization. So yeah, maybe they do try to retain him in a different role. But Murph, it's a result-based business. At the end of the day, I don't want to hear about the injuries. I don't want to hear the excuses. The 49ers had the 29th ranked defense when it came to opponents' points per game. They were the 31st red zone defense when it came to opposing teams scoring once they got down to the red zone. And so, yeah, we can sit here and go through the laundry list of injuries. Injuries are a part of the game. They're part of the NFL. Look at the Detroit Lions. Look at what Aaron Glenn has done with that defense.
Yeah.
The blitzes he was able to draw up on Sam Darnold this past Sunday night. That's the creativity you need from a defensive coordinator. When you don't have the horses, you got to get creative. You got to put different looks, different schemes. You got to get exotic like Dante Whitner likes to talk about. And Nick Sorensen just simply did not bring that to the table.
Yeah, so after the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line where people are saying, 209 says, here's my questions. What will change? And will the teams finally make special teams and offensive line a priority? Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about the special teams. There's a metric for how many points it costs them, and it's actually more than the point differential that they had this year. 650 says Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw make a perfect combination for the 49ers. Now we'll see how that plays out after that social media post yesterday. 650 says Sorensen lacked talent on the defensive line and linebacker core, which is true. I mean, if you're going to defend Nick Sorensen, which is hard to do.
Yeah, but it's also hard to say when you have arguably the best linebacker in football in Fred Warner. Yeah. I know he was playing with a fractured ankle, and one of the best pass rushers in football, Nick Bosa. You can't just say he has no talent at all.
Yeah.
You have Pro Bowl, all-pro type players. You got to figure out the pieces surrounding them.
Yeah, 623 says, here's what I want to hear from Lynch and Kyle. I need Saleh or Ulbrich as defensive coordinator. That's what I want to hear. 510 says, stop playing those highlights. Those were tough.
Rich, real quick, I don't know if this is considered breaking news or not, so I don't want to hit the Fox News chimer, but Josina Anderson just did report that Robert Saleh will have an interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars on Tuesday, but then the 49ers are expected to make him an offer at defensive coordinator.
Okay. It's up to him what he wants in life and what he's going to hold out for in terms of he's a big golf guy. We'll just offer him Pebble Beach again. Come on. 510 says Jeff Ulbrich is the guy. So that's what he says. 831 says, time to move on from the wide nine. The run D has been getting gashed for multiple years now.
Yeah, and that's why we threw out the name of Gus Bradley, because obviously Kyle Shanahan has stolen a lot of his defensive identity from the Legion of Boom and what Seattle did for so long underneath Pete Carroll. But I am interested to see if maybe they go in a different direction, because whether it was Steve Wilks or Nick Sorensen, this is a team that struggled up front with that wide nine defense and has been ran all over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, what was it? Was it 55 games without allowing a 100-yard rusher, which was the best streak since like 1955, and then gave up 5 in the last 7 games. That might have been maybe the most, of all the stats. We talk about points allowed and red zone points. The rushing defense getting gashed like that might have been the worst, too. 760, you got to get Saleh. 925 or 408, Saleh's the obvious choice. You can go home again. And the 925 says Sorensen lacked imagination. That's kind of what a little bit Tim Ryan kind of hinted to that us on Monday, talking about they just didn't blitz well and they didn't practice blitzing well. Now, you're not selling out at every play. You got to blitz smartly and creatively and with design, and the Niners never showed that this year. Never. No. 925 says the defense has been lacking the energy, leadership, and discipline that Saleh and D'Amico brought. Bring Saleh back. 650 says they're going to promote Brandon Staley. I'd say probably not. Probably not, right?
I hope not.
562 says the Lions have injuries, and they're still bringing it, as you said.
Absolutely.
559 says injuries, blank you, pay me.
Trey Greenlaw hurts his Achilles, blank you, pay me.
Well, that was our big hit for today, was to talk about this Nick Sorensen thing and get some of your texts on the air. We do got to obey the clock. We can continue on the other side, but also the runner-up for the big hit was the Warriors. Guys, it's bad. Last night got real bad at Chase Center, and there are some damning quotes from Steph Curry and Steve Kerr that we'll have to play for you guys next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Wednesday morning style. We got Steve Moskowitz on the line. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about what to do when you have unfiled or unpaid taxes?
Call us. This is a real common situation. The number one reason people don't file their returns is plain old simple, they didn't have the money to pay. Then year 2 rolls around, and they say, but how can you file year 1 and 2 and you don't have the money? And they get deer in the headlights, they feel frustrated. Or maybe you filed your returns and you just don't have the money to pay, and you say, you're never getting out of this, and you're frustrated and you freeze. Folks, there's a way out of this. There's all kinds of good solutions. We take the time to talk to you, explain all the options to you. Then we want to go ahead and do everything for you. Now, this is traditional tax filing season. And this is the time the IRS is most likely to make examples out of people. You don't want to be an example. Let us take care of you. Let us give you back your life. It's so easy. Just call up and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Okay, give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets for an evening with Kruk and Kipe. It is an SF Sketchfest tribute, and it is going to be at the Sidney Goldstein Theater on May 15th, 2025. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So just rip off the knob. Just stay right here. Don't go anywhere. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Sketchfest, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And then the San Francisco 49ers, speaking of defensive coordinators, now need a new defensive coordinator. Nick Sorensen, who was DC last year, is out, meaning for, I think it's the fourth time in 4 years. Kyle Shanahan needs a new defensive coordinator. There's some really intriguing options out there. Robert Saleh, if he does not get a head coaching job, interviewing with the Jaguars, if he does not get a head coaching job, he would potentially be an option there. They also have Brandon Staley on the staff. He would be an option there. They got a couple big-time choices for the 49ers if they decide to go in that direction.
So there you go. We kind of continue the big hit into part two. Good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. You got young Tony Farias behind the glass. He already did What Did Young Tony Ask today? Some heavy, burning, controversial questions. You can probably revisit that on KNBR.com on the podcast. And John Joe Curley here. We're all here and getting ready to tackle like a day that we started the show by talking about how Tuesday nights in January, like it's a joke, like how dead they are. So dead that Tiger and Rory tried to invent this indoor golf league, you know what I mean? Which, by the way, I watched last night for an hour. And young Tony's all in on it, too.
You said they tried to invent it, dude. They invented it. It was awesome.
You can start rocking some Bay Golf Club gear.
I literally said that. I was like, dude, I need to buy some gear. It's a cool color.
Not even a riff. You might see young Tony on stream repping the Bay Golf Club.
Well, we got a good-looking squad. I mean, Shane Lowry, the good time Charlie, he'll have a pint with you. Ludwig Oberg is like a superior human being. He's like taller than you, better looking than you, and a better athlete than you. He's like one of these guys who walks in the room. You're like, who's this guy?
Hey, speak for yourself.
What robot? What freaking AI thing made this guy? And then the third is Wyndham Clark, who won the U.S. Open in L.A. So, and by the way, we also mentioned started the show. It's always in the world we have, whether it's the tragedy in New Orleans on New Year's Eve or these fires down in L.A. We're always doing this silly show amidst the craziness in the world and. We have so many friends and family down there. That's right down there where I went to college and lived. That's right near there. I lived in Westwood, which is borders Brentwood and Pacific Palisades where all those fires are. So hopefully, I know it's terrible down there. So just our thoughts and our support and love for all y'all to get out safely down there. But, the sports world goes on. And the big, like we were talking about Tuesday nights in January, last night was packed. We had like our choice of big hit today. Justin Verlander is a Giant. We'll talk to Bobby Evans at 9:15 about that. The Warriors absolutely collapsed last night and had strong words after the game about how bad it's getting down there. But the other one is, of course, the 49ers made their second big move in as many days. And they, according to Matt Mayoko, it started, a league source told him, and it followed from there from all the other reporters, that Nick Sorensen is out as 49ers defensive coordinator, but will be retained on staff. Now, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will speak today at 11:30. We'll be carrying that on Papa and Silver. So and I asked the question, what do you guys want to hear from them? And I think a lot of people are saying they want to hear Robert Saleh is the next D coordinator. That's what a lot of texters are saying. They're not going to make the announcement. They have to wait for Saleh to go through that. He's going to stick around seeing if he gets a head coaching job.
Yeah, he's got a interview scheduled with the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's already reports that he's going to have multiple head coaching interviews and opportunities, but it's also being reported that the 49ers are expected to offer him that DC job. So who knows what Saleh wants? If he wants another head coaching opportunity, if teams still view him as a head coach after the lack of success with the New York Jets, or if he wants to return home and maybe rekindle his relationship with Kyle Shanahan and maybe use that as a stepping stool to get back to a head coaching job.
What somebody wrote in and said, anyone but 559 wrote in on the text line, said anyone but Saleh is a disappointment. And I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know, man. Jeff Ulbrich is a really well-regarded mind and with huge 49er ties, and you guys want energy. People thought the Niners were too dull because Kyle's not a high-energy guy. Nick Sorensen wasn't a high-energy guy. You want energy. Jeff Ulbrich's your guy, so much so that when he was on the Jets, he gave us this legendary Hard Knocks inspiration speech before a summer scrimmage against whoever they were playing, like the Washington Commanders or something. He's walking amid his players as they're stretching. This is summer camp, telling them to get personal here.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
He told them we're going to go to their neighborhood and we're going to pee on their tree. We're going to pee on their deck, and we're going to pee on the kids' toys. Ooh. Quinnen Williams was very appalled here.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
It's just the toys.
I love how Ulbrich's like, I know where Ulbrich's been because I've had like bad riffs in my day where people don't get it. And I'm like, no, didn't you get my riff? They're like, no, dude. And I'm like, no, here's what my riff was. Because he goes, no, not the kids, the toys.
Yeah.
I know. You can on the toys.
It's always a situation where you have to explain your riffs.
That's when you just take your L. Just take your
not
L.
the kids, but it just goes to show Jeff Ulbrich wants to march into your territory and mark his territory in multiple ways.
Oh, man. So anyway, we'll talk to Steve Weish at 8:50 about that, too. So, but I did tease before the break, too, this Warriors situation. And, man, oh, man. You know, I thought Dunleavy, I'd liked Dunleavy since he got here. I liked the Jordan Poole move, right? And then he didn't get anything for Chris Paul at the trade deadline and all that. I kind of was intrigued by that. I thought he had balls to say goodbye to Clay, and I said, you can't run this thing back again and expect them to be any different. Like when Clay was here last year, they were a play-in exit first-round team, right? So I liked that he did that, and I loved when they got off to a 12-3 start. But right now, it ain't happening. And last night they got blown out by Miami, bro. Not by the Celtics, not by the Thunder, by Miami, 114-98 to fall to 18-18. And after the game, a lot of strong comments. But you were there.
Yeah, and I just wanted to pump it back a little bit, talking about the Mike Dunleavy tenure taking over for Bob Myers. And let's start with the Jordan Poole. Now, you said you liked the Jordan Poole move.
Yeah.
What did you like about it? Just the fact that you can get him off the roster?
Yeah, it was a big contract.
Yeah.
It was a strangling contract for a player who wasn't a complete player, bit of a gunner.
Yeah.
Who didn't play much tremendous defense and just didn't kind of fit my long-term plan.
Now, I agree with that, just getting him off the roster, obviously, after everything unfolded with him and Draymond Green. But I didn't like the return, getting back Chris Paul. And then, as you mentioned, just getting rid of Chris Paul's contract. So, to me, they had an asset and kind of just flipped him to get that salary off the books. But I mentioned it last night, being at the game. I know Jonathan Kuminga's not out there as your second option. Klay Thompson, as you mentioned, obviously is no longer with the organization. But I'm thinking, like, damn, Jordan Poole still maybe would have a role in this offense. Now, of course, with Draymond Green, it never seemed like that was going to work out. But like a player like Jordan Poole, I thought you could have got more value for instead of just trading for an old vet. And now we're talking about an older roster that doesn't have a lot around Steph Curry.
And the idea was they were going to move Paul, and they didn't. They didn't.
So it just felt like he never really completed that Jordan Poole process.
No, maybe not. And by the way, Poole right now averaging 21 points this year.
I mean, he can give you a couple buckets.
He will, for sure. Okay, but the comments from last night are alarming. And the kind of thing where Lacob and Dunleavy, they better be right now. They better have meetings right now in the Chase Center. It's time for like the rubber to hit the road. Now they're going on the road. They're at on Thursday. Where are they at? Indiana on Thursday?
4-game stretch on the road.
In Detroit.
Detroit, Indiana, Toronto, and Minnesota.
So they're wheels up today, but man, Dunleavy better be on that flight. Lacob better be on that flight because they got things to talk about before February 6th. Because this is Steve Kerr after the game last night admitting that publicly what we all saw with body language, Steph Curry, man, he ain't happy.
I can see it. I can see it with Steph. And, he's continued to be brilliant night after night. But, at his core, he's a winner. He's a champion. He wants to compete at the highest level. We just saw it a few months ago in Paris. The best of the best. And, he takes over the fourth quarter when everything's on the line. That's who he is. That's what he lives for. And so he is really struggling with the emotion of, not being competitive right now. He probably hasn't had to deal with this since his first couple of years in the league. So he's definitely struggling with it.
Yeah, I mean, so that was big. That was big. And it leads to, man, Mark Spears brought this up a couple of years ago with us and even last year. He's like, if the Warriors don't go in the right direction, there's no guarantee Steph Curry wants to play it out here. And I was like, okay, but the Warriors will be, I just kept thinking, the Warriors will be good. Well, right now, I'm going to say for the very first time, I'm entertaining that thought that, Steph Curry might say, guys, I got X number of years left. I know I'm happy. I got a beautiful house on the peninsula. My family's here. My life is here. I got my golf membership. I'm all set. The Bay Golf Club is 1-0. Things are good. But I don't know. I'm not saying anything's going to happen today, tomorrow, the next day. I'm just saying, you could see maybe at the end of this season. I don't know. But are you raising red flags?
I mean, I hate to even entertain that thought because without a question, Steph Curry should retire a member of the Golden State Warriors. But you got to think about what Steph Curry wants. At this point of his career, is he fine riding off into the sunset, not making the playoffs? I think the answer would be no. If the Warriors are a perennial playoff team and Steph is still making it to the playoffs every year in his career, I think he's fine with that. But I don't think he's going to settle for missing the playoffs. And I know Steph loves this team. He loves his organization. loves both the cities he's played in, Oakland and San Francisco. But last night, man, you see him on the court. You see the body language. Oof. Like, this is just a demeanor we don't see from Steph Curry. And he's walking around looking at a Miami Heat team that just came off a double overtime loss to Sacramento last night after hopping on a bus, outplay them and outshoot them. Murph, last night, Steph Curry made more three-pointers than the rest of the roster for the Golden State Warriors last night. He shot 8 for 17. The rest of the team was 6 for 33. Can we get Steph Curry some help?
I mean, Schroeder was supposed to be the help. That's the catch. And we all liked, I watched Schroeder come in here and score 31 on the Warriors in that game. And you'd seen him on any number of times play really well against the Warriors. It has just not happened since he got here. And last night was yet another example. Last night, Schroeder went 2 for 10 from the field, 1 for 7 from 3. Now, I'm not putting it all on Schroeder at all, but that was a guy who was supposed to be freaking helping. And he's had like 2 games where he flashed a little bit. And when he flashes a little bit, it helps the team a lot. The other guy, Buddy Hield, man. Yeah. 2 and 9 from three-point land last night. So the two of them went 3 for 16 from three-point land. And as you know, all of life is a three-point shot. Because especially I've watched my last 2 UCLA basketball games, the entire game comes down to the three-point shot. If you make them, you win the game. If you miss them, you lose the game. And that's pretty much it right now. That's pretty much it. So 2 for 3 for 16 from Schroeder and Hield, you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, the team shot 14 for 50 overall last night. And we could talk about Buddy Hield and Schroeder and those guys stepping up as role players. A guy that really hasn't stepped up in the absence of Jonathan Kuminga is Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. Last night, 9 points, 1 for 3 from three-point range.
It's the consistency. He's dogged him his whole career.
Yeah, you just can't get it every night. So again, like, he's supposed to be the second guy. He was the second guy in the 2022 NBA Finals, but we haven't seen that Wiggins since 2022.
No, we haven't. So really, really tough deal last night. And more coming. Steve Kerr just on a crisis of confidence here, going big picture.
I expected better energy. I think we're suffering from a crisis of confidence right now, frankly. You can see it, you can feel it. I don't mind missed shots, but I mind when missed shots affect the defense and the attitude, and we feel deflated right now.
Oof. Listen, the late, great Jimmy Carter, whose funeral is going down this week, was a big moment. A little U.S. history for you kids before you were born. Inflation was sky high. We had an Iranian hostage crisis. It was bad. And he went on TV and he used this word malaise. M-A-L-A-I-S-E. Tough word, malaise. It means like bad vibes, bad feelings. And he used that like there's a malaise in this country. People are like, I don't want to hear that from my president. Ooh. And people say that's why he got his A run out. It's because he was talking negative vibes, It's like, dude, you can't walk around talking negative. It's not what Ted Lasso does, right?
Not at all.
So Kerr last night sounded a little bit like Jimmy Carter, the malaise speech. Other than that, everybody, happy Wednesday morning.
Yeah. Happy New Year, Murph.
Happy New Year one day. All right, we'll talk we can get some more voices on the Warriors, as we said, tomorrow night at Indiana. But it is time for the Cooler of Content, the always popular Cooler of Content. So popular that our social guy, Jack Loader, when we talked about him, he said, the Cooler of Content, when's that? Marcus said, same time it is every day.
Every day. Same time, same place.
So here we are. We still have those tickets to give away.
By the way, we also have some Mick Cronin sound from last night.
Woo,
and then some DJ Khaled on TGL.
Okay. The tease is there, man. Mick is, yeah. I'm growling. I'm grumbling. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. I will tell you this. My 13-year-old kid uses Invisalign clear aligners. I said, hey, Roy, how's that working out? He said, it's great. I said, is it helping your smile? He said, yeah, it is. I said, well, I'm doing reads for Invisalign to tell everybody to use Invisalign clear aligners. I said, what would you say? He said, Dad, you can tell them with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. I said, dude, what do you want, a corner office right now? We'll give you the corner office right now. So add executives in the Murphy household telling you that when it comes to smiles, there's only one choice for us, Invisalign clear aligners. He uses them all the time. You play basketball, CYO. We got a school game today after school. Be wearing the Invisaligners, a little mouth guard. Make you go into the paint a little bit tougher. Plus, your smile looks great. My sister-in-law, my cousin, everybody's using it. You can use it as a grown-up. Doesn't have to be a kid thing. You want to fix your teeth and get your smile you always wanted? Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So what do? Check them out at their website, Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the Sports League.
All right, everybody. Happy cooler of content. A chance to get a couple laughs amid some Warrior woes and Niner coaching changes. And welcoming Justin Verlander to the Bay. Hey, it's sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. Steve Young scheduled to join the boys at 5 o'clock today, Copes and Depop. And then finally, tickets to see Kruk and Kipe. We had a real fun conversation with Kipe today about Justin Verlander. We'll talk to Kruk about him tomorrow. And then you could go hang out with those guys on May 15th at the Sidney Goldstein Theater. Kruk and Kipe. SF Sketch Fest. It's like a little live shows around town that week. And an evening with Kruk and Kipe is the tickets right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins two tickets to see Kruk and Kipe at the Sidney Goldstein Theater on May 15th. The prize is furnished by Sketch Fest. All right, there we go. Speaking of sketches, is that what KNBR Social does for us when they do? Is that what you call them, sketches, the little things they do?
I would say it's a sketch.
Young Tone, I think you typed this out, or was it John Joe? You called it a sketch.
We've always called them sketches,
Okay. All right, there it is. Well, Marcus, you can help out here now. At some point in the last, week, couple weeks, month, what is it? How long do you think? Last few weeks?
Maybe the last 7-8 days,
Okay,
Murph,
it's hot.
because
It's
we're
hot.
talking about maybe the slap of the century, maybe the banger of the year.
Do you have the actual song to play here so we can kind of cue it up here? This is
G3, Murph. Whoa.
Marcus is back at a middle school dance.
So it's like
'Cause it
literally like
definitely sounds
2000s era.
It sounds so 2000s
This
to me.
is me at the Pop Warner dance right here.
We could sneak this into a 2000s Friday and nobody would know the difference.
Nobody would know. Sounds
Anyway.
like he's like rapping with Manny Fresh and
But explain,
Birdman.
this is a brand new track from...
LeAngelo Ball.
Wait, say that again?
LeAngelo Ball.
Wait, not from the Ball brothers, not from Crazy, the Ball family that was so hot for a minute.
The son of LeVar Ball, LeAngelo.
The one who stole the sunglasses in China and got thrown in prison. And
You
then
are correct.
International incidents.
Mm-hmm.
While he was playing for UCLA. And
false allegations, dude.
Framed, dude. Framed by the deep state, dude. So he's the guy who's kind of the quote-unquote not good brother, right? Because Lonzo was
obviously a great player at UCLA and then a high draft pick for the Bulls. He's been sidelined by knee injuries.
Yeah.
LaMelo is just a dude, right?
LaMelo's a
LaMelo's
baller,
like a baller. Well, Jello is the guy in the middle. He has no talent, except turns out he does.
You know why, Murph? He might swerve and bend that corner. Whoa.
Okay,
so, Murph, like this song has been going viral. We saw the Detroit Lions celebrate their NFC North victory. How long has it been since the Lions won the NFC North?
It's been a while. Well, last year, right?
Oh, yeah, excuse me. But it feels like it's been longer than that. But here's Amon-Ra St. Brown rapping in the locker room, LiAngelo Ball. And next thing I know, Murph, I'm at Chase Center last night after I walked into the studio yesterday actually singing this song to young Tony, and I heard it on the PA system. So LiAngelo is taking over the airwaves with how he might swerve and bend that corner. Whoa.
So that's part of the social media. I mean, part of the cooler of content. But it even affected us at KNBR. So if you have a video component, you got on YouTube and Twitch, you can check it out. If you're not, this is the audio of what happened at KNBR yesterday when our social team tried to do a viral video with Adam Copeland coming out of the elevator here. Take a look.
Finish the lyric. I might swerve, bend that corner. What? Finish the lyric. I might swerve, bend that corner. You know.
So Copes did not say, whoa.
Come on, Copes.
So I saw it was either the Brook.
Whoa.
I can go Jim Harbaugh and you can say, I'm going to tell you that's a toe tapper.
Dude,
that's a toe
I'm
tapper.
telling you, that chorus is a banger. That's why I'm disappointed. Like, if our digital boys want to reshoot that video, I'll have no problem finishing off the lyrics, hopping out that elevator.
I love it.
I'm
All
not
right.
swerve, bend that corner. Whoa.
It's the song of the day, I'll tell you that. Speaking of Harbaugh, I mentioned the toe tapper. Justin Herbert said this as the Chargers get ready to go down to Houston to take on the Texans. By the way, did you see that stat that every year the Texans have made the playoffs, they have the Saturday early game? Somebody laid it out here.
That's the most Texans things ever.
Because, I mean, don't you associate that with
yeah, it's usually the AFC South game.
It's always so bad.
Yeah,
it's like
that division sucks.
It's the one you don't care about at all.
No.
Right? And it's like, is it my imagination or do they always have the Saturday morning game? Ready for this, bro?
You might be right.
No. Somebody actually laid it out here. There's an actual
Pretty
stat.
sure Raiders lost to the Texans on a Saturday.
Oh, darn, I thought I favorited it. Anyway, it's like 9 different straight years the Texans have made the playoffs, and 9 different years since 2012 they have the early Saturday game.
Move over Saturday Murph.
Nobody cares.
It's the Saturday Houston Texans now.
So they're going down to Houston to try to play that early game, and Justin Herbert was asked about what he knew about Jim Harbaugh, why he knew he was a good coach.
What was the first time maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different?
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, Harbaugh's out here just like he's like the Wizard of Oz, making stuff up.
There's no chance.
I remember coming out, bright lights.
Oh, first time I saw the light.
Yeah,
just want to reach out and pull it down.
Yeah, pull it. My dad took the umbilical cord and pulled it down.
Yeah, the doctor pulled me out.
Doctor had a W that day. Yeah, first thing I did was I high-fived the doctor. This guy's crazy.
Hey, give everybody a high five!
I believe the doctor high-fived. I high-fived my dad. He's unbelievable, man.
One of a kind.
You got to love it. He's just out here spinning tails.
And it's working.
TGL, the golf league, I watched it. My kids watched it. My wife, my bride, checked with Candace. She watched it. Young Tony watched it. Watching guys hitting balls into a movie screen. We're like, all right, what am I doing here? I guess I'm watching this.
Yeah. What are you doing on a Tuesday night? I'm watching people play golf indoors.
You enjoyed it, yeah, into a movie screen, yeah.
Dude, I loved it. It was awesome.
Well, DJ Khaled was there for some reason. He's a big golf guy.
I have no idea.
I'm
not in the community.
Of course, I'm such a golf guy. I misidentified a male golfer as a female.
Hey, yo.
But again, these things are open for interpretation. Anyway, DJ Khaled was speaking yesterday. You want to go to DJ Khaled on his love for golf right here? Yeah.
I mean, I've always loved it as a kid, the golf. But, you know what I'm saying, when I became a father, right, I wanted to take time and play with my kids. And I ended up playing with my kids and a lot of my great friends and my neighbors and just having fun. But it's like life, you know what I'm saying? You know, it ain't easy, but it's beautiful. And every day when you play golf, you want to perfect your game. And what I love about it is you can play with the pros, you can play with other athletes. And as long as we meet up at the green around the same time, You know what I'm saying? It's fun, but it's also competitive, and it's peaceful and it's just great. But this is historic.
Okay.
All right.
Historic. By the way, so they've just basically admitted that Live Golf, the whole time the PGA Tour is like, no, we're not doing. They want to do, because they have loud crowds, they're making noise, they're playing tunes. Next thing you know, they come out in shorts.
Is this like Major League Baseball adding the strobe lights for home runs and like the entrance for the closers? Like they're trying to make it cooler for the younger generation?
Or a freaking Ghost Runner. I almost swore, by the way.
Yeah, careful.
I almost swore about that.
Careful, Murph.
Anyway, here's DJ Khaled now with a PSA, advice to the young world. Kids, listen up. Take a listen.
See, golf, if you have confidence, that's what it's about. And I want the young world to know out there, if you got confidence, you're unstoppable.
I have a lot of confidence. It doesn't help my golf game even a little bit, brother.
Don't worry, keep at it. But you know what? Golf is fun. But also, if you want to be competitive, I have a saying, bring 2 bags. A golf bag and a brown paper bag.
Love it.
Let's go golfing.
Okay, wait a minute. What does he mean?
Is he putting booze in the brown paper
bag?
bag?
Just a bottle?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Bring 2 bags.
But you can drink on the golf course.
Yeah, it's not. You don't have to hide it.
It sounds like he's a fake golfer
That
to
was
me.
an unusual quote.
I don't believe this. I just think because he lives down in Miami or Florida or whatever, he just decided to show
So
up.
you're saying Schoolboy Q greater golfer than DJ Khaled?
Not even close,
Okay, all
dude.
right.
And like,
is it because you like Schoolboy Q's music more than you like DJ
100%.
Khaled?
I'm actually not a big fan of DJ Khaled. Like, he's kind of a walking meme. He's kind of cringy to me. And I know he's trying to talk about how much he likes golf. I know he doesn't like Golf Wang. And I know that's a deep Tyler, the Creator cut. They had some beef when they both released their albums a couple years ago. And I ride with Tyler, the Creator. So I'm not a big TJ Khaled fan.
Okay, so you're getting your grief out there.
Yeah,
Getting
sorry.
your
I'm
beef
getting to my rap beefs here.
Bring 2 bags. All right, well, I just joined a golf league. I'll be playing in the Mill Valley Winter League. I'm going to bring 2 bags. I'm going to bring my golf bag and a brown paper bag. And then finally, my beloved Bruins. Oh, man, you guys should mic me up during those games. I get very upset because basketball is like the one thing I can get. Like, we're good at that. Like, football, we stink to high heaven. But we're the UCLA frickin' basketball Bruins. We are John Wooden. We are, you name it. Any number of great players. We've been to 4 Final Fours since 2000. All that stuff. We have a very high standard. Now, we've had a good team this year. Off to a good start. Beat Gonzaga, beat Oregon, beat Arizona. Should have beat North Carolina. Just peed the game away for no reason. Went to Nebraska Saturday and missed everything and lost. I was like, you can't lose to Nebraska. Come back and get right against Michigan. Oh, no. Got absolutely bombed by the Michigan Wolverines last night. They scored 94 points on a Mick Cronin team. They give up 59 a game, so that's almost 40 points more than their average. But here's the problem. Mick Cronin, who I like, he's got this thing after games where he crushes his players. And it's very controversial because should a coach be doing this? Should a coach be sounding like this after a game?
We're soft. So don't tell me you want to win. Like, just don't tell me you want to win. So don't tell me you want to win. It's crazy, you know, and it's every day. I'm tired of it. It's every day. I have the most energy of anybody at practice every day. I'm upset with everybody in that locker room, my assistant coaches and my players. I mean, I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. But yet I come in and I have more passion and energy and pride than everybody in. That's the problem. So what the truth of it has been, it's really hard to coach people that are delusional. The hungry dog gets the bone. We got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are.
Okay, so number one, are you sure that wasn't me mic'd up at my last 7B CYO practice?
There's a chance. There's a
Okay,
chance.
so number two, I'm going to say this. Obviously, he's violating every coach tenet in the book. Support your players. Be a leader. Take it on your own shoulders. He gets crushed for this nationally. But I will say this. He's saying, he's like, I believe Freud, young Tone, Freud, you big Sigmund Freud guy? We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, we talked about it, yeah.
Supposedly part of the personality called the id, the ID, is your unfiltered self. Like, that's your id. Like, every primal instinct you've ever had is your id. That's like every coach's id. I'm sure a lot of coaches want to say that. I'm sure a lot of coaches feel that way about their teams, but they don't say it. Mick's just saying it out loud. You're soft. You're not a winner. I have more energy than you do. You suck at practice. You're a loser. All that stuff you thought about your kids, but you don't usually say, Mick's saying it. It's a terrible look. But you know what's weird? He does this every year, and generally the team responds.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll see. we'll see. But people are like, dude, you recruited and signed all these players?
Thank you.
It's like,
that
come
was
on,
my
what do you
take. I was going to ask the same question. Who recruited all these soft kids, all these delusional
So,
kids?
yeah, it's a bad look.
That's
and
on you,
if you're
bro.
going to rip Mick, I got no complaints. I like the guy as a coach. I'm glad we have him. But right now, he's just putting on a show that's like coaching not 101.
No.
But this is his style, and it's good sound, quite frankly.
I mean, I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53.
I was like, bro, you can't be talking about yourself. But what are you doing, man?
He's only 53, Murph.
No, he's a man. He's 53. All right, fun cooler of content. By the way, everybody, the DJ Khaled Mafia is coming after us on the text line saying, you guys are idiots. It's a brown paper bag of money.
Oh, someone said it was a brown paper bag lunch.
Okay. I probably believe the money, right? Yeah?
Oh, we're playing
I don't
for
know. Maybe
keeps.
I'm wrong.
I think it's alcohol.
Okay.
I mean, that's usually what I have in my brown
That's a
baggie.
bad riff if nobody knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is why you don't think DJ Khaled has the
Fake
bars.
golfer, yeah.
There it is. Right there.
I'm not a DJ Khaled.
And Waterboy gets a grudge. He goes
I do.
in.
I tell
he goes
you.
in. All right.
I will draw the line.
All right. All right. Except for the Raiders. He rides with them even with the firing of Antonio Pierce.
17 coaches in my lifetime, Murph. 17 coaches. We'll ask Steve Weish about it.
Yeah, we will. Next, Steve Weish, NFL Network. Good talk coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bring 2 bags, a golf bag and a brown paper bag.
Love it.
Let's go golfing.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I was on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this weight loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, such a busy Tuesday night. My God, the Warriors free-falling. The Giants signed Justin Verlander. And the 49ers, late last night, Matt Mayoko reports, moving on from Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator, though he might stay in the building on staff, interestingly. Today at 11:30, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will speak. They've removed their special teams coordinator and now their defensive coordinator. So we'll see what else is in store. And, of course, we got the NFL playoffs starting this weekend. So let's talk about it all with Steve Weish, chief national reporter for NFL Network. It's a pleasure to have you on, Steve. Love watching you on the NFL Network. Thanks for hopping on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Steve.
I'm doing okay, you guys. No, I'm down here in L.A. And just before we get started, man, I mean, I know you guys have had some crazy weather situations and natural stuff going on up that way, but it is really bad down here with these fires. So, you know, any prayers and thoughts you can give to these folks, it is like something out of a movie. So just can't start this off without acknowledging, you know, what all the first responders are doing and what everyone is going through. This is doing down here.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Steve. We've talked about it a couple of times on the air. I went to UCLA. I lived down there for several years. I know the area so well and have so many friends and family down there. We have workers here at KNBR whose parents live down there and all that. So definitely at the forefront of our minds, and it's really, really bad. And gosh, it's sort of almost in Mother Nature's hands now, and LA Fire Department, and just prayers up for everybody, man. And hopefully you stay safe, Steve. I know it's kind of crazy to talk about football at times like this, but it's kind of like what we do, right?
Yeah, and Steve, especially with the Rams playing on Monday night against the Vikings down in LA, do you think there could be any ramifications or effect from the fires?
Well, there's going to be some type of effect, if nothing else, that, you know, people who were considering even going to the game or being part of it, I mean, their lives may be destroyed. I mean, so there's that part. I don't think, you know, unless this continues for more days, which who knows what it could with all these winds and everything. I don't know if anything necessarily will impact the game. The Rams practice out near where the Palisades are. I mean, players live out by that area. So I can't see them practicing outdoors today. I think today was a scheduled day off anyway, but with all of the smoke and things like that, there's no way health-wise they're going to put anybody in those types of circumstances. So, yeah, trust me, I'm sure from that aspect that will have that impact. But by the time kickoff gets here Monday night, I'm sure they're hoping things will be settled to some degree, to the most that they can be.
I was, quite frankly, surprised that UCLA played Michigan in basketball last night because it's not that far from the fires. Did you hear anything about that?
I mean, it's the Westwood area is in kind of a safe zone, but more things have popped up since then. And maybe Michigan was out here and they just didn't want to postpone it or delay it or anything like that. But I'm sure as the day goes on, things will be altered just depending on roads. You know, people can't get anywhere now because the evacuations, cars are left on the road. So trust me, man, there are areas of the city where it is like, you know, like stuff you see in the movies. It is really, really sad.
Man, Steve Weish, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, NFL Network, based down in Los Angeles. So definitely our thoughts and I mean, yes, thoughts and prayers is such a cliche at this point in time, but just it is. We're with you, man. We're fellow Californians, and as you know, we've had it up here too, and it's awful. So whatever help we can give when we can, we will, for sure. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. To the irrelevant stuff, the football, Steve, and the 49ers, you know, as they kind of pick up the pieces from a 6-11 season. We get the word last night that they removed their defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen. This is the day after they removed their special teams coordinator, Brian Schneider. So you think, you know, there's 2/3 of your three facets of the game where the Niners are making a big change. What's your sort of reaction to that?
Well, you know, it reminds me a couple of years ago when they let Steve Wilkes go and you know, things were different this year. That defense did not look like we were used to seeing it look. You know, some of it you could say some of the players are getting older and this and that, but it just wasn't the same. So no real surprise there, especially because I'm sure they still feel this is a window where they can compete for championships. And there are going to be some guys available, you know, who maybe they feel can come in and do, you know, Lou Anarumo from the Bengals, who, you know, they had a bad year this year, but that guy's pretty darn good. I mean, there's going to be some talented guys available, but look, you have a season like you have with the 49ers, where they're going to have to make some roster decisions because of economics and things like that. Maybe this is a chance for them to kind of reset. They're taking an organizational reset in some areas and realize, here's what we didn't do well, here's where we need to improve, and maybe we are going to have to get some coaches in here who are more of the talent developers instead of, the scheme continuer type of guys, to come in and fill some of those slots. Because those were two areas, I won't say of weakness, but not of strength for sure.
Steve, you mentioned some of the coaches available this offseason when it comes to defensive coordinators, and the number one name on most 49er fans' list is Robert Saleh. So what can you tell us about his other head coaching opportunities, whether or not he's going to interview for a head coaching job, and whether or not he would be interested in returning to a DC role with the 49ers?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't speak for him on what his and his family plans are, but I have not heard his name mentioned in circles as getting interviews for a head coaching job. I would think that he would be interviewing for some defensive coordinator jobs. Would he want to come back to San Francisco? I'm not sure. I just don't know what his personal situation is, if he'll have other opportunities that he feels are better. Robert's got a beautiful family and a lot of kids. Maybe he doesn't want to, relocate certain places. I just don't know. So I just can't speak for him in terms of where he may want to go.
The other name from that staff is Jeff Ulbrich, who, of course, has played with the Niners for all those years and coached here and is from here. I don't anticipate him getting the Jets head coaching job, although I think he is interviewing for it technically. Is that one you'd think would be high up on the odds makers list to get to San Francisco?
Again, it could be. Brick was for a while was a DC down in Atlanta as well, I think. So I really don't know. When Kyle made a decision like that, I don't know. I wouldn't think they're going to try to switch out of at least their base schematic, that odd front, that 34 front with some of the things they like to do, and that's what Robert and Brick are used to coaching. But maybe they want to shift. Maybe they're going to change their roster a little bit, and they want somebody who specializes, in certain schemes. I mean, so again, Brandon Staley's the guy who's available. I know he was a consultant or whatever this year, but maybe he's the guy who slides in there because, one thing as a defensive coordinator, he was really good in doing some things with that scheme as well. So there's going to be options when you look at some of the changes that are forthcoming.
Yeah, 49ers moving on to different defensive coordinators in back-to-back seasons. Steve, the biggest difference is last season it came after a Super Bowl loss. This season it comes after not making the playoffs. So I'd love to get your national perspective just on the 49ers 2024 season and whether or not you view them as possibly the biggest disappointment in the NFL this year, missing the playoffs.
You can say, the biggest disappointment, but man, I mean, their injuries, I don't want to excuse everything, but you cannot sit there and say it's a disappointment when it seems like half their roster is on the injured reserve at some point in the season, especially at key positions. Then some of the things that happened, like with Mooney Ward and Trent Williams and things like that. So, but it didn't feel right coming into the season. Remember Christian McCaffrey? Oh, it's just a calf strain, this and that. Next thing you know, he's out for 2/3 of the season. So it seemed like there was just almost an organizational, exhaustion. They're trying their best, but there wasn't that ultra premium unleaded fuel in the tank. And so, again, I think having a full off season, Nick Bosa said that having a full off season might be, a good thing. Maybe it could be a good thing for guys to get their heads right, get their bodies right, and for the organization to kind of do a lot of self-scouting and rebranding themselves a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I know you always want to win a championship every year. That's the American way. But, man, it was pretty obvious that this team was out of gas. And definitely the worst thing in the world is not resetting. Or I should say there could be worse things than this team getting a chance to reset. Steve Weiss is the voice you hear. Of course, he's the chief national reporter for NFL Network on the UMA guest line. Steve, I saw you on the network yesterday talking about the Antonio Pierce firing in Vegas, and you lumped it in with the Gerard Mayo firing. Kind of a sensitive subject for a lot of people to come face-to-face with, but did I interpret correctly, were you suggesting that maybe the coaches, minority coaches or coaches of color aren't getting the same leash that other coaches are getting?
I'm not suggesting that. This is something I've heard, for decades from coaches of color. And look, it's a societal thing. I've heard it from my parents. I've heard it from relatives. I've seen it myself, that a lot of times when people of color, not just black, Latino, whatever, get put in situations, their margin for error tends to be less, right? And when you when it comes to the NFL, I talked about Gerard Mayo and Antonio Pierce getting one and done. Rand Carthon, the general manager for the Titans, not even going to be able to go through 2 full drafts after getting named to general manager right there. My phone's blowing up. People are, see, here we go again. Look, I'm not saying they didn't deserve to be let go. They didn't do a good job. So they deserve, but there is a feeling like if a guy like Joe Judge, and some of these other guys get opportunities, leapfrogging people who think they've earned it, and then they get an extra year or 2 or 3 to keep it right, to get it right, to learn, to grow. And then someone like Antonio Pierce, who comes into a situation, or Gerard Mayo into a situation where the roster is complete, is just not good, and they get blown out for a year. Like, see, they don't give us time to grow, but other people have time to grow. They get patience. So, again, this is nothing new. And what I was repeating was what I was getting from coaches. Of course, a lot of people, why he's just pulling the race car. I don't care. It is what it is, and it's just a feeling that a certain community of coaches has said for decades. Look, Steve Wilkes in Arizona got 1 year. They blow him out after 1 year. They didn't give him the time, and then they come and they give Cliff Kingsbury all his time with the first overall draft pick. So, again, it's a feeling. I'm not saying this doesn't happen to white coaches. Again, I was saying what coaches have told me, coaches of color have told me for years about ownership not giving them the grace or the patience or necessarily the rosters or support that other people that they perceive get.
Well, it is definitely listen, Brian Flores has a lawsuit out. I mean, this is a topic that's burned in the NFL for a long, long time, and it took a long time.
Steve Wilkes is part of that lawsuit.
Yeah, Steve Wilkes part of the lawsuit, too. So I just thought it was worth mentioning because it was surprising. It is quick. I mean, Gerard Mayo particularly, a decorated Patriot and all that. And I guess the feeling is because Mike Vrabel becomes available, they just put him back on the shelf and go push your shopping cart up to Vrabel. Is that your belief in New England?
I think that absolutely had something to do with him. You saw the Patriot yesterday interview Pep Hamilton and Byron Leftwich. So, look, I can sit here and be like, hey, that's sincere, good for those guys. But, I mean, let's not be naive. You have to interview 2 minority candidates from outside the organization to quantify the Rooney Rule. That's what it looks like, seeing that Mike Vrabel is going to interview for the HC job tomorrow. So because he's the hot candidate.
Yeah.
Him and Ben Johnson are the 2 hot guys. And because of his ties, Vrabel's ties to the Patriots, and them letting Mayo go, it seems like there's a push to get that one done.
Yeah, it seems like that's the obvious ties with Mike Vrabel going back to the Patriots. There are some rumors about maybe Ohio State moving on for Ryan Day if they don't win the national championship, and, of course, his connections to Ohio State. But, Steve, I wanted to ask you about his connections.
His connection to Tom Brady in Vegas.
To Tom Brady in Las Vegas. Took the words right out of my mouth. Do you think that might be a possibility that Brady could bring Vrabel to the Silver and Black?
I absolutely do. I think that will be part of the discussion because I do think Mark Davis is going to rely on Tom Brady in terms of who do you think we should draft our quarterback? Who, that's one of the reasons why he's there. Mark Davis wants, if you got Tom Brady in your building, I don't know why he wouldn't pick his brain, at least get his input, especially when things that you tried to do before haven't worked. So I absolutely do think Mike Vrabel will be someone that they pursue. And if you're Vrabel, you slow play this to at the very least leverage one team to get more money from the other.
Man, it's very interesting times, but you're right, at the expense of Antonio Pierce and Gerard Mayo. Hey, before we let you go, Steve, there are playoff games. I know we live in a market that didn't make the playoffs, so we're talking about all the non-playoff stuff, but, man, we got 6 games to choose from. If you had to pick one that is the game for you this weekend, I mean, I'll throw you, obviously, Jalen Hurts, the concussion questions as they take on the Packers. Sam Darnold, can he bounce back against the Rams? The Ravens and the Steelers in a divisional matchup. I don't know. What do you got? What's the most and best storyline this weekend?
Well, I mean, I think just the third time the Ravens play the Steelers. They split during the regular season. The Steelers aren't playing well. The Ravens are surging, but to beat a team 3 times is tough to do. Hey, guys, I got a call coming in. I'm sorry, I got to go.
Yeah, go take it. Wow, look at that. Steve Weish.
Efficient. Sounds like something's happening.
How about that? He's got a call coming in. He's got to take it. Okay, well, that's fine.
It is that season.
Yeah, it is that time.
Interviews, hirings, coaches, all that good stuff.
What if he had told the guy that was calling him or the gal that was calling him, hey, listen, I'm talking to Murph and Marcus. Call me back.
I got something going on.
That must have been a good call. Maybe that was Vrabel.
I know. He's talking about Vrabel in silver and black.
Maybe that was Brady.
I've been thinking about that possibility, Murph.
And it's interesting. He didn't dismiss it outright before he took that call. He said, I absolutely think that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think it is too. And we joked about it earlier. It's not really funny to me, as funny as it is to all the rest of you watching my pain and misery. Mark Davis is going to hire his either 8th or 9th coach since the passing of Al Davis. And if you want to take it a step further, since I was born, Murph, 1992, the Raiders are about to hire their 17th head coach. 17 different head coaches in 32 years. Somebody make it make sense. Can I get 1 ounce of stability with the organization? And obviously, Mark Davis is not the answer. So if it has to be Tom Brady to save the franchise, as much as I hate to say it, come on down, Tommy boy. Let me know who you're going to sign this
offseason. We need to do almost a whole week of shows on the psychology of Tom Brady now being your savior. I mean, that's like that. We need to bring in therapists. We need to bring in sociologists. We need to bring in great thinkers. We need to bring in Tibetan monks. Yeah. Bro, this is like the question of civilization. Tom Brady is now your savior. It is the ultimate, I don't know. You might have to either, I don't know. You're going to have to do something. You got to go to church. You got to light a candle. You got to do something.
I got to repent for my sins.
Exactly.
But I think I might have found, found a silver lining.
Silver and black lining?
Yeah, silver and black lining. Mm-hmm. If the Raiders continue to suck, if they continue to be a circus under Tom Brady, at least I can get mad at Tom Brady.
Now there it is.
I won't hate the Raiders as much. I'll just blame everything bad on Tom Brady.
I'm not prepared to get mad at Buster Posey if the Giants stay.
Oh, come on. That's a different conversation.
By the way, 503 says, what have we seen more of in our lives? Niner D coordinators, Giants opening day left fielders, or Oakland A's stadium renderings? I would say 503. That's a very good text. If you got to add now based on Marcus's rant. Raiders head coaches
17 in 32 years.
Can the next Raiders head coach play left field for the Giants? That's my question. Maybe Elliot Ramos is your next head coach.
Give me Logan Webb as the head coach of the Raiders. Let him play quarterback too. I bet he's better than Aiden O'Connell and Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right, well, here's a guy who's going to talk to us about those Giants. Bobby Evans. He'll be special advisor to Buster Posey. He's, of course, been the Giants forever, 25 years. Before there was a shift for the Farhan Zaidi era. He's back, and we can talk to you about the new pitcher, Justin Verlander, and all the other moves the Giants have made and may make next on the Sports Leader.
Just win, baby.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
President of Football Operations and General Manager John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan will hold their end-of-season press conference at 11:30 this morning, and you can keep it locked right here because Papa and Silver will carry the presser live. I should also tell you, following that, you can tune into Dirty Work with Copes and D Pop because Steve Young is going to do the dirty work at 5 o'clock this evening. You can hear all of it live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We love talking Giants baseball, and it's always fun to catch up with Bobby Evans. Now, we did this last year when Luis Matos got hot and became the really, hey, man, Bobby was the GM when they signed, so we called him. Bobby talked to us, and then just Bobby went on his way. Well, guess what? Here we are all these months later, and Bobby's back in the building. So we wanted to give him a big, warm welcome back. He is the special advisor to Buster Posey, who is, of course, the new president of baseball ops. Bobby goes all the way back 25 years before there was a little change in 2018, and now he's back. So big, hearty welcome back, Bobby, to our show, Murph and Marcus on the UMA guest line, and to the building. How are you, Bob?
Hey, Bobby.
Very good, Marcus. Very good, Brian. Nice to be back with you guys and doing well. Happy New Year.
Yeah, man. Tell us about it. Tell us about how this happened with Buster, because, Buster got hired October 1. We were there, and then, things have happened. We haven't had a full recap of how you and he got back together and what he pitched to you or you pitched to him.
Well, I first of all, couldn't imagine, the baseball ops department being in better hands than Buster Posey. I mean, this is a guy that, for all of us, getting a chance to watch his career and watch his from draft day all the way through, the 3 World Championships, the MVP, even the injury, the comeback player of the year, the rookie of the year, all the different accolades that he accumulated, as well as, the face of the franchise and the leader in that clubhouse. So it's really a great day for Giant fans when this was announced. And Buster had, given me a heads up that morning and said, hey, just so you know, there's going to be some news today, and I'll call you later. And so from that moment forward, he made it clear to me that he'd like to, have me involved. And, I was thankful that he, wanted me to be a part of his new team as he takes on this, really enormous role. And I think for him, one that he's more than qualified for and more than capable of handling, with a great staff already there. But I'm glad to be an added part of it. And it's been fun watching him. I mean, lead the team, lead the staff, communicate about these kinds of decisions, even as assistant GM or GM as we interacted, player and front office, with Brian and myself and Buster and others, it was very clear up at the very beginning that Buster had a heart to win. He wanted to compete, but he wanted to win. And I remember, him and Kruk and Kipe joking after we won the first World Series, this is easy. Why don't we do this every year? And yet, now in this role, I think, the drive to win is as strong as ever. And it's coming from a different, perspective, right? I mean, he's coming, not only as the head of baseball ops, but also as an investor and owner in the club. And so it's interesting to watch, and it's been fun to see the energy that he brings the room and brings the staff, and as they, contemplate, moves and decisions and process. It's been great. I've enjoyed being back in the office and back in the room and back in the conversation. But the real team, is obviously Buster with his GM, Zach. They're leading this group, and it's fun to just be a part of it.
Yeah, Bobby, you were in the building when the Giants made Buster Posey the highest paid player in franchise history, and now you're back in the building watching Buster Posey give out the highest contract in franchise history to a player like Willy Adames. So talk to us about what it was like seeing Buster behind the scene get those moves done, and the significance to sign a player like Willy Adames.
Well, first of all, I think it made our 2008 draft even more impressive that not only did we draft Buster, the All-Star MVP and World Series champion, but ultimately now that draft drafted our future president of baseball operations. So it makes for a pretty good draft for John Barr and the scouts and the group. So, but yeah, I mean, watching Buster and Zach and the staff do their thing, really with full heartbeat to improve this team, give this team a chance to win. Obviously, with different strengths of the club already in place, with the end of season signing of Chapman and then elements of the rotation, including Webb, elements of the bullpen that are already in place. So it's been fun to watch. I mean, Buster sets out a target, that he thinks is a priority. I mean, he had the benefit of having an everyday shortstop, there almost his entire time in Brandon Crawford. So he knows how valuable it is to a pitching staff, how valuable it is to a defense, how valuable it is, to an offense to have, that bat in the lineup every day and that athlete that's able to cover that role. And he goes out and gets arguably the best guy on the market, and ownership supports, a very aggressive contract number that, was necessary to bring him in the door. And, now we've got, that part of our lineup and that part of our infield covered. And I think it really shows kind of Buster's drive. I mean, he's not trying to just fill holes. He's trying to, make an impact. And, as they contemplated the negotiation process from day one of the negotiation to the closing of the negotiation, it was a very thoughtful, very clear communication strategy and wanting to have time with Adames, beforehand. And they did. And they understand who he is and what he's about. And I think Buster's, wanting players who love to play the game, who, love the game in general and play hard and want to, be a part of a winner. And I think that Adames clearly showed all those elements, and the track record statistically speak for itself. But, he's a Giant for a reason, and it's not without, all the due diligence done to make sure that he was the right fit.
Yeah, definitely an appealing signing that was very, very popular with the fans. We're talking to Bobby Evans, of course, who's back in the building, special advisor to the president of baseball ops for Buster Posey after being part of that front office that won 3 World Series. So that was the great. Fans got very, very excited. And then there was a lull, a long lull. And then Corbin Burns became a hot name, and then he signed with Arizona, and there was disappointment among the fan base. Now, last night, we get the news that, according to ESPN's Jeff Passan, and then confirmed by all the other beat writers, that Justin Verlander has agreed to a one-year deal with the Giants, $15 million deal, where he will join the rotation. So those are two kind of very wildly different things. One, missing out on Corbin Burns, and then bouncing back by signing a soon-to-be 42-year-old veteran. So can you take us inside the thought process as best you can inside the building, and the disappointment of losing Burns, and then the ad of Verlander?
Well, I think it still goes back to the same, mindset, same process, trying to find the right fit for the Giants, and whatever you look at in terms of our rotation. I think Buster felt very clearly that there needed to be a way to improve it and strengthen it. Even with the great arms we already have, but looking at ways to get it better. And at the same time, having made, significant investments in two position players, ownership supporting, making another significant investment was on the table, and it was in a deep process. And so I think at the end of the day, sometimes the best signings are the ones you don't make, in some cases, and it's hard to see a guy of that caliber go elsewhere, especially in your division. But that's part of the free agent process. You're not going to bring in all the fish, and you're also going to have to figure out which ones you want to let go. And it's a very challenging process. But it's interesting to watch Buster, contemplate that, because those are the things you're navigating. When do you say when, and when do you let the player make their decision based on the information they have, and at the same time. When you're trying to continue to improve the club, I think Buster's looking at all avenues, and whether that be via trade or free agency. And this latest news is not official, and there's still elements of that have to get finalized. But it's I think it's insightful on Buster's part to make sure that elements of the team that need to be addressed get addressed, and I think that he doesn't let any stone go unturned.
And Bobby, with having such a young rotation, I think a lot of fans see the value in bringing in a veteran like Justin Verlander, but also at the same time, he is entering his age 42 season, coming off a year where he did have a neck injury. So how do you kind of balance that risk reward with signing a player like him who has a Hall of Fame resume already ready to go, but is now towards the back end of his career?
Well, again, still in process, but the hope is that anybody that we add in that rotation is an influence, a positive influence, especially if you're bringing somebody in from a free agent market or even via trade that has experience. You want to make sure that there's somebody you bring in that can bring a voice to your young pitching talent, and there's a lot of it. And I remember one of the most meaningful things for Matt Cain was, I think it was Matt Morris, coming in and being on that staff, as he was coming up into his first year in the big leagues. There was Matt, alongside of him between every inning and watching every game together and working through even their bullpen sessions, so that Matt Cain became partly Matt Cain because of Matt Morris and that leadership and that experience. I think similarly, we had other veterans that have come through. I mean, Barry Zito in his own way was a veteran and influencer on our staff at a very strategic time in those World Championships. But we also had others that have come through that that make an impact. Remember the impact of a big lefty, if you recall, that came in and influenced, even is maybe not notable, but certainly a Tim Lincecum, and a Jonathan Sanchez. And I think that veteran arms in whatever form, free agent or trade, is very helpful for a young staff. And I think that there's already a guy like that. Webb's still in that mode, but Robbie Ray is that kind of pitcher. I mean, he's an influencer. If he's healthy, he can really be a game changer to help get the best out of our young staff. And so anytime we can add to that leadership and that model for our young players, it's an advantage.
Good stuff. Good talking baseball with Bobby Evans back in the building as special advisor to the president of baseball ops, Buster Posey. And we could go on and on and on. We don't have all day, but just to, we called you last year about Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos, two guys that you brought in. And Ramos, wow, 22 bombs, all-star. My gosh, that's great. The other one is Matos. He just finished getting named Venezuela Winter League Rookie of the Year, I believe. The numbers are good. We saw what happened last year. Big start, faded, got sent down. Don't know. So, Bobby, going into Scottsdale next month, what would you say the roadmap for Luis Matos is? Can he be a starter on the Giants outfield?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful. I mean, I think that we'll see. I mean, there's these guys that are so young. I mean, at 23, I mean, Buster came into the big leagues at 23, and obviously ended up as Rookie of the Year. I mean, these guys will be 23, and going on 24. There's no better time than to show what they've got. They've gotten the cup of coffee. They've gotten the initial taste, getting a steady flow and steady at bats and steady opportunity. I mean, that would be great. I mean, that's really what helps build championship teams, is when your farm system and your young players are able to produce, and then you can complement them with veterans and other elements, either via trade or free agency. So, but part of the core success of us in 10, 12, and 14 was having our young players do their part. And so it's very important for the organization, whether that's Matos or Ramos or others, Luciano, and doing their part. Patrick Bailey is a Gold Glove winner, doing their part to make sure that the future is bright. And I think that's an important element. And it's also important that they get opportunity.
Yeah, and Bobby, speaking of the farm system, I think the number one prospect that most Giants fans want to hear about right now would be Bryce Eldridge, the 20-year-old who made the path from San Jose all the way up to Sacramento last year. And whether we're talking about his future as a first baseman for the Giants or his name popping up in trade rumors recently, how do you view the future for Bryce Eldridge? And do you guys kind of classify him as one of those untouchable prospects?
I mean, it's hard to ever make anybody completely untouchable. I mean, I think we looked at that, in the day with Buster Posey and some others as being untouchable, but it's hard to label anybody that way. I think with Eldridge, I mean, he's got a certain part of his game he's got to focus on defensively. I mean, we're going to have to be able to catch the ball and do our part offensively. And I think our farm system knows that their work defensively is just as important as their work offensively. And I think that's where Bryce is at right now. I think he's done the work that gave him a chance to get to AAA. I mean, that's a cup of coffee at the end of the year at AAA. Probably more likely will start, in a AA level. I would guess. We'll see what they decide. But, he's got to work on his defensive elements of the game, because that's ultimately part of what gets you called up, is what you can do on both sides of the ball.
Well, Bobby, there's so much to talk about. We didn't get to Luciano. We didn't get to some of the other stuff going on, Jung-Hoo Lee, et cetera. But we'll do it down the road, and we'll see you in Scottsdale. You'll be down in Scottsdale, right, Bobby?
Yeah, I look forward to it. It'd be nice to see you guys.
Yeah, we'll have a sit down there and have a good time. And welcome back to the fold. It's always good having you around town, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby.
Okay, thank you both.
Bobby Evans there. Dude, I mean, I get excited about, the idea of Matos arriving. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if, we can say he hasn't arrived. I don't know if this Winter League thing makes him that much closer. It's certainly better than the alternative. He didn't go hit 059 and strike out 100 times.
And I'm looking for that confidence to come back in Luis Matos. I mean, I was pretty vocal last season. Hell, I wanted him starting in right field opening day over Yaz and Austin Slater. And then we saw the success he had, NL Player of the Week, the first one since Brandon Belt in 2018, I believe it was. And then I felt like he lost a lot of confidence after they set him down a week later, and we never saw him regain that confidence. That's my thing with Buster Posey when it comes to development. When we're talking about a guy like Bryce Eldridge, you can't call him up and set him back down. You got to give these guys a longer leash. You have to inspire that confidence. You have to actually give them a chance instead of playing that elevator that we saw go up and down so much with Farhan Zaidi.
Did you see our Matos wound up hitting 213 last year with a 584 OPS? Not great numbers at all, but he's 22. He'll be 23 later this month. He's just a baby, and hopefully that stuff will click. Did you see the KNBR post, the Insta post about the meme of the guy and the gal?
Oh,
in bed.
Did it involve swerving in bed in that corner? Whoa. No, I did not see that.
It's the one where the guy is facing one way and she's looking at him.
I wonder what he's thinking about.
Yeah, and the caption was, Luis Matos was so hot between May 13th and 19th, 2024. It was pretty good. The Please Don't Destroy Boys, always keeping you chuckling. All right, hey, it's been a while since we talked about Verlander. Let's finish the show talking about that, because the guy is here. We got ourselves a big-time, legitimate, one of the great pitchers in baseball history in black and orange. What does it mean? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Verlander throws. High fastball swung on and belted deep into center. Jackson going back. Still going back. Adios! Pelota! Pablo Sandoval with a home run into the center field bleachers. The Giants have a 1-0 lead, and that was just a liner.
The pitch to Sandoval. Sandoval, it's a high fly ball to left. Young back at the wall. It is out of here. Pablo Sandoval, opposite field, 4-0 Giants.
I'm going to say the same thing I said the last time you did this rejoin. What are you doing? We're trying to welcome this guy to town, and you're playing the part where the Giants pounded him. Come on, Tone.
That was the last time he pitched at Oracle Park. And also, any excuse to play Pablo Sandoval highlights, I will take that.
All right. For A's fans, sorry to do this. Actually, I'm not sorry, because A's fans are always so hateful towards the Giants.
Seems like both you boys are trying to provoke this morning.
That you could have played his dominant October performances against the A's. He was single-handedly ruined Bob Melvin as an A's manager because the A's had great teams and great series against the Tigers, and Verlander was always the guy. In fact, I think he was 4-0 with like a low ERA and a lot of strikeouts, and he won that Game 5 in 2012. And I guess this is his warm-up music, I guess, as a Detroit Tiger. He honored Eminem. Huh?
Till I Collapse, Eminem, yep.
Okay. Well, welcome. If you guys didn't hear, it was broken by Jeff Passan last night. I'm sure a lot of you have heard. The Giants pivot from the Corbin Burns to, although we need to interpret Bobby Evans' answer on Burns. About sometimes the best signing is the one you don't make and the fish you throw back, and Buster kind of stays. Almost sounded like maybe Buster didn't make the full court press on Corbin Burns, which is something we need to discuss a little bit later on because he pivots and turns around. Now, see, here's my thing with Verlander, and I'm not doing like major crazy cartwheels and popping champagne and all that and everything, and because really, I mean, what are we doing here? Like, it's a 1-year deal. He's not part of the Giants long term. We just talked about Matos. We hope he's part of the long term. We talked about Ramos. We hope he's part of the long term. We've talked about Kyle Harris, and we hope he's part of the long term, right? All these guys. This guy's just here for a year now. So you're like, okay, well, what am I getting out of this? And I think, okay, there's no overt negative. Here, the only negative you could say is he blocking a young arm. Is he blocking that's a legitimate question. Is he blocking Hayden Birdsong? Is he blocking Landon Roop? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Or is he, conversely, what Buster might tell you, and hopefully he will tell you if we ever get a chance to talk to him about it, is he's giving what we call like maybe onboarding, like kind of giving a year for guys like Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, Keaton Wynn to kind of step into their system, start in AAA, get more experience down there, build up their arms. Because here's what I'll say about Verlander, 2 things that are positive. Number one, undeniably, he will be a positive force in the clubhouse.
No doubt.
No doubt. You walk in, all of a sudden, you've added Willie Adames and Justin Verlander. Your clubhouse got cooler. Your clubhouse is just cooler right now. And 2, I think there's still some starts in that right arm. I think he can chew up some innings and give the Giants a chance to win on maybe more days than not. Maybe 2 out of 3 times they'll give him a chance to win. I'm not saying he's going to be dominant, but he can pitch. And as recently as 2 years ago, had really, really good numbers. So what do you think?
I like the move just from a pure entertainment standpoint, if that makes sense. Like, sure. As a baseball fan, I want to go down to the ballpark and watch a starting pitcher, watch a future Hall of Famer. Like, the people complaining about Justin Verlander being washed and 42 years old, what do you want? John Brebbia and a bunch of openers? Like, Farhan Zaidi was giving us bullpen games and bulk guys, moving Sean Manaea to the bullpen. You're giving me Justin Verlander to start 10 to 20 games this year? I'll take that. It's going to be pretty effing cool, in my opinion, to see a future Hall of Famer in that jersey. And then you talk about the risk reward. It's a 1-year, $15 million contract. This is not going to block anybody because last year the Giants got to the point where it seemed like they were calling on Sean Jelly out of the bullpen every single game to put out the fire because they were running out of arms. Hell, we got to the second half of the season. Jordan Hicks ran out of juice, ran out of stamina. Robbie Ray, he's not guaranteed to pitch a full season. Even some of the young guys, Keaton Wynn dealt with injuries last year. Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison had a velo drop. So I don't know if this rotation is complete, if it's ready, if it's one of the best rotations in baseball, like Farhan Zaidi was trying to convince us it was last year. The only thing that you have that's solid, in my opinion, really is Logan Webb. And so when you're looking at other ways to improve this rotation, whether it's the performance on the field or off the field of Justin Verlander, I think he brings that experience, that leadership, and the knowledge of how to pitch at the major league level.
So a signing like this says they're trying to make the playoffs. Like, because you don't do this if you're in a full rebuild. So this is Buster. Like, now again, are you trying to win the West? I mean, in 2021, they didn't have a whole lot of bullets. They had Buster, they had Crawford, they had Belt,
Gosman,
and Kevin Gosman. We didn't know how he was going to be.
Yeah,
I lost a bet on that. But is that we didn't think they had the bullets and the weaponry to overcome the Dodgers. They did. They set a goal in spring training of winning the West. I wonder if they'll do that this year because it seems insane to think that they could win the West. But you sign a guy like Verlander for a year and add him to this rotation. It sounds like you're trying to go for one of those 6 playoff spots. But man, here it came again. We talked about him at 650. We're talking about 940. Dude, here come the text. Hey, texters, calm your hormones down.
Come on, y'all.
Everybody chill out. Every freaking text says, dude, Kate Upton's coming. I mean, guys, just literally, this is the dominant theme. 408. Verlander won the lottery of life for obvious reasons. 510. You guys are forgetting the Kate Upton factor. 559. The Verlander signing brings Kate Upton to the yard. 510. I love that we're going to see Kate Upton at the ballpark. Here's a young woman who still has a hold on a good portion of male America.
Murph, I can only put it this way.
I understand.
I completely understand.
So there you go. Well, I guess 707. Don't forget about Kate Upton. That just came in right now as I was talking. Okay.
This is great.
We'll add that to the pile.
We're going to get like cutaways to Kate Upton in the suite like she's Taylor Swift at a Chiefs game.
Wearing cool Giants gear.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, it's always good when you see like a celeb wearing a Giants gear, like Shane Lowry walking into the TGL last night rocking that Giants jersey.
I know Miss Juszczyk, Kyle Juszczyk's wife, is the one who makes all the outfits for Taylor Swift and all the NFL wives. I wonder if she can cook up something for Kate Upton or if anybody else within the Giants group of wives can maybe cook something up for her.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. It's going to be cool to see like the Giants wives hanging out with Kate Upton.
917 says, I agree with Waterboy. The only true instant positive is that it says blank you to the opener idea. No way Verlander's going to come in the second inning. I don't think we're going to. They didn't last year. Melvin got away from those.
No. We're not doing bulk guys. Shout out Sean Manaea, who got turned into a bulk guy and just signed a nice contract with the New York Mets.
Yeah, 408 says FanFest would sell out if Kate Upton shows up. I mean, my God.
Stop it, you guys.
So, 310 says, do you think the Giants could flip him for a team making a playoff run? I mean,
absolutely.
It depends on how healthy he is.
Yeah, exactly. And based on his performance. But again, what's the risk reward? If he's on your team for half the season, teaches some of the young guys, maybe you can flip him at the trade deadline and get a couple more prospects if he is anything that resembles the former version of Justin Verlander.
Yeah, and here comes a text from the 415 saying, you guys sound so creepy and gross.
I didn't say it. It was the text line, all right? Calm down.
That's all the text line.
Look, we didn't say anything. It's the text line.
Is it creepy and gross? Or is it just, humans being humans? I don't know. 650 says, $15 million 1 year, low risk, high rewards. So listen, Giants are cooler. We're going to Scottsdale, and we're going to have a chance to sit down with Verlander. By the way, you want some of the stats on this guy? It's pretty darn cool where he ranks all time on the lists. His baseball reference page. So first of all, 262 wins, which is the most of any active pitcher. I don't think 300 is in the cards. I mean,
he did say before that he wants to pitch until he's 45. He will be turning 42 this year.
He said that?
Only a 1-year contract with the Giants, so who knows what happens beyond this year, but he has mentioned that before. He wants to throw till he's 45.
Okay, MVP, 2011, won the MVP. Rare when pitchers do that. Rookie of the Year back in 2006. 9-time All-Star, that's easy. 2 ERA titles. Cy Young, 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
3 Cy Youngs. The Triple Crown of wins, strikeouts, and an ERA in 2011. 2-time World Series champ. ALCS MVP, 10th all-time in strikeouts, and with a real chance to pass Walter Johnson and Gaylord Perry this year as a Giant, climbing those ranks.
That's
He's top
pretty
10
blank and cool.
I know, right? It's kind of fun just to have this sort of star power, right?
Exactly.
Star power.
Without a doubt.
So I've always enjoyed him, and we'll welcome him on, and of course you all will welcome Kate Upton.
Now I'm getting offended. Someone on text line said, hey, calm down. Kate Upton's 32. Relax. I'm 32. What is that supposed to mean, huh?
Hey, man, it's the older the better. You know what I mean?
Like a
You know what I'm
fine
saying?
wine, Murph.
All right, guys. So listen, I don't think, you got to be kind of a hater to dislike the signing. It adds, and it tells you who Buster wants to add to the clubhouse. Willie Adames, Justin Verlander. These guys are winners. They don't come with a lot of baggage. They come with like positive baggage. And you kind of just like walk in, all of a sudden you're like, oh, there's Willie Adames, there's Verlander. These guys are a better team.
I mean, a couple years ago, we were talking about the nameless and faceless San Francisco Giants. What's the 66 roster moves in a season? Now you walk into that clubhouse, to your point, you see Verlander, you see Willie Adames, you see Matt Chapman, Logan Webb is the face of the franchise right now. There are building blocks, and it just feels like there's a different vibe in the clubhouse.
925 says, asking if it was creepy and gross was being creepy and gross, Murph. Wow, that's a tough bar. Of course, that 925er, his previous text, was very upset at you for hating Drake.
Oh, that's fine. Well, then I'd throw out their text in the first place. I'd say you're creepy for liking Drake. How about that?
A lot of people checking in saying, how about the meme of Justin Verlander saying, wow, when Panda hits that second homer?
Wow.
That Oppo was on a low outside pitch.
Wow.
And he went Oppo.
It's a bummer that Pablo came back to spring training last year in Scottsdale and not this year.
Well, he
that
could
would be a
show
fun
up
interaction.
as an instructor or something like that.
Sure, he might.
By the way, hit the third one off of, I do believe, Al Albuquerque. Is that right?
Good knowledge. Good pull. I think you are correct.
706 says, Murph, on X. Are we going with X now?
X
going
gonna give it to you. He
You
gonna
said
give it to
the
you.
Verlander signer didn't move the needle. I agree. On the other hand, it's better than 6 years of Farhan moving the needle backwards. No, I said it didn't move the needle in a notable way. I said that, but I did note in the same tweet, I said that he will tutor the young kids and he will give some solid starts.
Yes.
And I didn't mention Kate Upton.
Yes.
Because I'm not creepy and gross.
And I did not mention my riff about moving the needle when you mentioned Kate Upton.
I also said, all right, buddy. Hey, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will be on the radio this morning at 11:30. Ooh, that's big. Ooh, okay. Papa and Silver will carry it live.
Let's go.
You leave your needle alone over there, buddy, all right?
Rip the knob off.
Jeez. The creepy and gross factor. People talking about shows like Papa and Silver want to name their show something controversial.
Yeah,
You got Dirty Work in the afternoon. Should we just go with creepy and gross?
That's it.
How's that? Joining Mike Kruko will join Creepy and Gross tomorrow at 7:30.
Who's creepy and who's gross?
That's gross.
For sure. I'm probably both. He's young and fresh.
I'm Gross Matos. That's what I am.
Oh, there you go. So anyway, 11:30, Shanahan and Lynch.
Let's
doing
break.
their thing. What did young Tony learn? Do we have it?
That
We
we're
got it?
creepy
We talked
and
about
gross.
Shane Lowry. There's another giant with the same last name that we might be learning about.
Okay, we'll get into it all coming up and hand it over to Papa and Silver. And then don't forget, 11:30, Lynch and Shanahan on the radio on The Sports Leader.
It is out of here!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is this our song of the day? Is this it? My Motorboy is in.
I swerve, bend the corner. Whoa.
You guys want to know what it's like to be with Marcus at the club? That's all you got to do is just hang out. Because he has been very excited by the emergence of LiAngelo Ball.
I can't stop singing it.
G3.
I'm walking around during commercial breaks.
Is it fair to say you were openly jealous that Copes was featured in a swerve bend the corner?
Yeah, especially because he didn't even hit the whoa. And I will say this, Copes is my guy. We go back and forth all the time. He's got great sports knowledge, but the one area that he is lacking is musically.
Yeah,
he used to turn to me on the board like, bro, I need some help with some rejoins.
That's very true.
I need some slappers. He's not a big music guy, so I'm not expecting him to be down with my guy G3.
Well, that's why he attacked the social media person who asked him.
Whoa.
You can see it on the KNBR's Instagram here. So, I'm glad you guys got me up to speed because I saw the KNBR meme and then I saw the Bucks or the Nets or both asking their players as they arrived to a shoot around, I'm going to swerve bend the corner, and then every player just kind of chuckled and then said, as they just walked past the camera, whoa.
Singing, Murph, you know the words. Here it comes.
I do know the word. Oh, here it is. Oh, no.
I'm a
Sorry.
swerve, bend the corner, whoa.
And it's incredible that it's LiAngelo Ball.
Dude, it's insane.
The Lost Ball brother.
And you had a great take. This is a song straight out of the early 2000s.
That's my first thought was, when you were playing it, I was wondering if this was a rejoin from like the Nelly family tree. And Marcus is like, good ear, Murph, from the old man who was raised on Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, that I actually recognize that OO's sound. So maybe we can sneak it into our OO's Friday, as opposed to our 80s Friday, which is coming up.
Coming
up. You
right
know,
around the corner.
You know how I feel about an 80s Friday. All right? But we got that 45 to 54 demo on lockdown. All right, guys? All right, boys. All right, it's time for Young Tone. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. 831 with a great tweet. I text the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text. I said, I got what Young Tony learned. Young Tony learned that a lot of listeners are creepy and gross.
Welcome to the demo.
But that's not the real one. This one goes back to you and me. We're the only two, buddy, who watched the TGL. Did John Joe watch it? The ESPN Golf?
No.
He did not. Marcus, you said it was just on a TV at Chase Center?
Yeah, I caught a couple of glimpses. I looked over, but it looked like the arena of BattleBots, so I didn't really know what was going on.
Okay, so Steph probably had in his contract that you have to show it because he owns the Bay Club team, the Bay Golf Club team that features Irishman Shane Lowry. Is he Austrian or Norwegian? What is he? Oh, what is Oberg? Is he Swiss?
Swedish.
He's Swedish.
I looked it up today, yeah.
Okay, good man. And American Wyndham Clark, and they put a beat down on the New York Golf Club. Take that, Xander Schauffele, Ricky Fowler, and Matt Fitzpatrick. And I watched it. It was crazy. It was goofy. It was kind of hard to follow the rules, but the kids were into it because it had a video game component. You know, Tony, you loved it.
No, I was just saying, like, it was very entertaining. If there's nothing else going on, I mean, the Warriors were playing the Heat. I wasn't expecting a loss.
Now, my big question is, how long is this going to be entertaining? How many times can you watch somebody hit a ball into a simulator?
Into a movie screen.
Yeah, come on.
But the catch is that Shane Lowry, now he's Irish, which obviously puts him well ahead of everyone in our books here. And he personifies everything about Ireland. He's like a good dude. He's a fun dude. He loves his pints. He'll sing a song at the pub. He's always treats people with respect. He's got a great sense of humor. In other words, I'm describing an Irishman, right? And he did the next level. He entered the arena like an NBA walk-in in a Giants jersey, a San Francisco Giants home cream jersey. And on the back, it said 25, I guess, for the year. And Lowry. And everyone said, hey, look at Shane Lowry. He's participating. He's repping the Bay, right? Because he's on the Bay Golf Club. But people said, hey, I haven't seen a Lowry that cool since Noah Lowry. At which point Young Tone said, who doesn't know is Noah Lowry? Who? Now, Noah Lowry, give him some respect. First of all, great Giants community fund volunteer, does a lot of good stuff with junior Giants here in the Bay Area. Lefty out of Pepperdine. And was considered at one point to be a real mainstay of the rotation in the O's. I remember he had an oblique injury that kind of knocked him out. He started opening day one year and had an oblique injury that kind of knocked him out. But he was a damn good part. This would be the premium Copes years.
Oh, absolutely.
The 05 to 08, 04. I mean, Big Walt. I bet Big Walt Easy. Are you a big Noah Lowry guy? 51.
Curly said he loves him too. He was his guy growing up. Noah Lowry.
So let's pay tribute to Noah Lowry here. Here we go. Yes.
2-2 pitch. Reach for and missed. He struck him out. And Noah Lowry has pitched a shutout in the big leagues. And not just any shutout, a 2-hit masterpiece to beat the Cincinnati Reds. And the final out on a strikeout on his 120th pitch.
Hey, this is Noah Lowry of the San Francisco Giants. You're listening to Fitz and Brooks on KNBR 680.
That's awesome. Shout it out. Good
I like
job.
that. I like that. Now, Murph, I do have one question.
Yeah.
If he was pitching for the Giants in the mid-2000s, was his warm-up song this?
I might swerve in that corner, whoa.
Perfect way to end, buddy. He was here from 03 to 07, 40 wins as a Giant. So shout him out. Young Tone, you learned about him. Shane Lowry in the Noah Lowry jersey. Actually, he was in a Shane Lowry jersey. It just looked like a Noah Lowry. Never mind. All right, everybody, we'll be here tomorrow. Time to hand it over. And when it's time for a change, it's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I mean, I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa.
I have a saying, bring 2 bags, a golf bag and a brown paper bag. Let's go golfing.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Craig Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
There's a swing and a miss as he gets Bo Bichette on the slider to start this game. Swing and a miss. Verlander now with 3 strikeouts of the first 4 outs today as he gets Tellez to start the second.
Outstanding numbers. And he gets a foul tip strikeout as Grichuk goes down. That's now 4. The ball's hit to right field, playable for Josh Reddick, and Verlander has a 1-2-3 inning. Bregman charges, makes the play, 1 out in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
We haven't seen too many of them, but when they have been in there, they have been great purpose pitches and getting swings and misses. There's that power slider.
He got him. Reese McGuire goes down. 14 strikeouts for Justin Verlander. 2 outs of the 9th. Ground ball to third. Toro is there. His throw in time. Justin Verlander. Another exclamation point in a Hall of Fame career. His 3rd career no-hitter. 1 of 6 in the history of the game with 3 or more, and his 2nd here at the Rogers Center.
Yeah, that's right. Some highlights from Justin Verlander's 3rd career no-hitter back on September 1st, 2019 in Toronto. Until I Collapse by Eminem with the late, great Nate Dogg on the track that Young Tony is playing right now. Justin Verlander's walkout song, so we'll be hearing that a little bit here in the Bay Area, unless he decides to change it. We got a news-packed hump day for you. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver here. We're going to get into Justin Verlander. Very packed guest list, which I'm excited about. We're also going to hear from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the podium, and then Nick Sorensen is not going to return as the defensive coordinator. Oh, and Papa was at Chase Center last night where he saw an ugly showing by the Golden State Warriors. Papa, we'll get into all of it. Good morning. Happy hump day.
Good morning, Greg. Yes, thanks to Larry Nibby, one of the Giants owners, and his daughter Gina. We get to sit right behind the Miami Heat bench and right next to their large GM. He is large and in charge. What an interesting man he is, and just take on Heat culture. We'll get into what happened last night. I've never seen an NBA team get zoned that much. I mean, you're in and out of it. Once Steph went out of the game, they went John Chaney, Jim Boeheim, Temple of Zones. I mean, wow, you got to shoot a team out of a zone. But we'll get into that. We got 4 hours. Want to hear John and Kyle. I'm texting with David Lombardi about questions to ask them. Since I'm not going to be there, then David will join us after. But the big discussion last night when we went for our halftime dinner with Larry and Gina Nibby was, what number is Justin Verlander going to wear? Are they going to allow him to wear 35? Craw wasn't here. If Murph was here, he wouldn't get 35. Maybe it'd be 53. Let him wear 35. When he first came up, I actually went back and watched his last start this year. It was against Cleveland, and that was the team he made his very first start in Major League Baseball before he became Justin Verlander, and he wore 59. So Craw won't mind. Let him wear 35. He does want to pitch more than 1 year. I'm not sure it'll be with the Giants. He wants to get 300 wins in his career, and that may take at least 2, maybe 3, but whatever it is, let him wear 35. He joins some of the greatest pitchers in baseball to end their career with the Giants, and maybe he'll pitch somewhere else, but we'll get into it all in the history. But just why? I mean, this guy, we've seen him on both sides of the bay. I mean, with the old English D, all those matchups with Santino Gray, Sonny Gray in playoff games. I remember sitting right behind home plate in 2012, sitting next to Gumby and John Lund, and it was a show. Kate Upton was there rooting him on. I actually went back. He walked into the Tiger clubhouse after every half inning. I went back to watch him. He'd undo his belt buckle. What's he doing? Get all strapped back up, come back out, and he just had, of this generation, who's the best pitcher? Him, Scherzer, Kershaw. You had a lot of great ones. But this guy, the accolade, to throw 3 no-hitters. And by the way, that was Todd Callis. That's Harry's son on the call, the TV voice of the Houston Astros. What a great broadcaster. I know him well. We'll get him on the air. Jeff Blum, former Cal Bear, does their analysis. So we'll get the thoughts on Verlander. I watched the one start, and I watched a lot of video of him this morning. And the no-hit stuff. You're talking Cy Young, Bob Feller, Sandy Koufax, Nolan Ryan. It's the modern era of baseball to throw 3, not just 1 or 2. The guy's got 3 no-hitters in his career. He does not have no-hit stuff anymore. He's not that guy. The fastball is down. The numbers are for him on the average fastball are, in the 93 range. He's still got, 4 ways to get you out. He's got a really good power slider. The changeup's a good pitch. The curveball, as Susan Slusser did mention, he kind of saw him, Jose Ramirez, the great Cleveland Guardian, took him out on one. He kind of hangs that a little bit. The secret with him, like any pitcher, but especially when you're not throwing. I did see 97. There were some 97s that I saw, mainly 93.5. But when he did throw 97, he lacked a little fastball command. He was trying to set up inside, and he missed up and away to a left-handed hitter. So there's a little bit of that, but he's still got that swagger about him. He's still somewhat of a power pitcher. We'll get into it more when Bags joins us. I wonder, why not Max Scherzer? Why Justin Verlander? It's not an enormous salary for him. 1 year, $15 million. He's used to making triple that in a year, close to it. So why ultimately was it Verlander, not Scherzer? I wonder, we talk about all the people, Greg, around Buster Posey making these decisions. Don't forget, Johnny B. Good is still there. Dusty Baker is still around. And he knows Justin Verlander better than anybody, obviously, with their Astros ties. And it'll be interesting to watch him pitch. He's obviously got swag. You see, slot him into the rotation. See what they do with Roki Sasaki if they're able to get him, and we'll know that in a week or two. I don't think it matters really. That guy's more developmental. He'll pitch, but even if you get him, it'd be great to have him. You want to learn from someone, come learn from Justin Verlander, throwing 102.5. Justin, threw really hard for many, many years. So it will be interesting. This guy likes Warren Spahn, and I remember lefty Steve Carlton coming to the Giants at the end of his career, and more recently, in fact, I interviewed Randy Johnson after a milestone victory that he had right off the field in Washington. So he ended his career with the Giants, and just Logan Webb and all of them being around it. But, you got Buster Posey, a 3-time World Series champion, obviously reaching out to a guy that is a 2-time World Series champion and may have been a 3rd. How willing is Verlander to talk about Game 1 of the 2012 World Series and roll up the video? And I thought he was just about unhittable after watching him, what he did to Bob Melvin's A's. Like, how do you touch this guy? And then Pablo goes, whack, whack, twice off him. Even Barry Zito at the opposite field single. He's going to have a little bit of a good personality and have fun, because they're going to roll up video of Game 1 of the 12 World Series. But we'll see. What number do you want him to wear? But I think, for the short term, he's not the Justin Verlander of old. But every once in a while, he will give you that kind of outing, and he does have a presence on the mound.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And we'll get into it coming up on the next segment a little bit. But I think that Justin Verlander at this age, it's like when we're talking about 2012 of Game 1 of the World Series, that was at the age where my friends and I were eagerly watching, trying to see the Giants complete the sweep and celebrating by putting Mentos and Coke bottles. Like, it was another lifetime ago in a sense. And so it's not going to be that guy. But, so a competitor, damn right. A needle mover? No, not necessarily. Kind of seeing what it is and if it ends up being a setup for Buster Posey and Zach Manassian to go and make some other moves. We got a really packed show today. So Dalton Johnson's going to join us at 10:50 to talk a little bit about that Warriors game that Papa was at last night. Then Lynch and Shanahan should talk sometime around 11:30. So we'll listen to that presser, get into everything there. David Lombardi, who's going to be out there, will join us at 12:30. Then we'll go back to baseball with Andy Baggerly at 12:50. We'll have our Silver Linings playlist at 1:15. And then to close out the show, Robert Flores will join us at 1:45. So a very full day. We'll go ahead, take a break now. And Walter, you might have to save that whack that Papa just dropped. So if the Giants do get hot offensively at all this year, we can be replaying that. It's Papa and Silver, News Heavy Wednesday here. We'll be talking all about it up until 2 o'clock, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're here to party like it's 2009 as the San Francisco Giants sign soon-to-be 42-year-old and future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander agreeing to a one-year, $15 million deal. We'll be talking about that with Robert Flores, Andy Baggerly, and it will be a big topic on Dirty Work as well. So stay tuned right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I think it's a great fit and a place for Justin to continue what he hopes will be the march to 300 wins. He's at 262 right now. He knows San Francisco is a great place to pitch. And think about this negotiation, Matt. He, as Verlander, an almost 42-year-old, was negotiating through his representation, of course, with the 37-year-old president of baseball operations of the Giants, Buster Posey, whom he opposed in the World Series 12 years ago. So it's a pretty unique story for JV. I go back, Matt, to what he did in 2023. 2022 might be a lot to expect him to get back to that. But 2023, that was just a year ago, and he was having a really important role, initially, of course, with the Mets, then got traded to the Astros, helped them reach the ALCS. He is still a very effective pitcher, and we have seen him find ways, multiple new beginnings within his career. He has said to me and others before, Matt, he wants to pitch until he's 45.
A little Tom Brady in there trying to pitch until he's 45. Giants and Justin Verlander agreed to a one-year, $15 million deal pending a physical. So Verlander, who the Giants faced in the 2012 World Series and, of course, left some happy memories in the Bay Area, is now going to be coming to Oracle Park as he negotiated with the president of baseball operations, Buster Posey, who is 5 years younger than him. That was the voice of John Morosi on MLB Network. And yeah, Papa, we're going to have a lot to get into today. We'll get to Nick Sorensen, we'll get to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and we'll get to the Golden State Warriors. But right now, want to get the show moving with the Justin Verlander news because we haven't focused heavily on the Giants here in this week. And I think the 2023 comparison is the right one to make. 2022 is probably going to be a lot to ask for, but 23, the last year he was healthy, and I know Copes talked about this when the news broke yesterday. He went 162 innings in 2023, and I don't know if he can get quite that necessarily, but let's say he can give you a good 145, 150 innings. I still see that as a value of quantity. Now, it's not anything crazy, but this pitching staff in this rotation, outside of Blake Snell, who is now a Dodger, largely faded in the second half of last year. So just having another guy with the experience in competition, it's not a life-changing move for the San Francisco Giants, but I do see it as a positive and a low-risk investment.
This is not just a Jag. He's not just another guy. This is Justin Verlander. He's a three-time Cy Young Award winner and a most valuable player. So the year that the point J.P. Morosi, Father J.P., our Pope of baseball, said was you just can't discount what this guy can do. So the 22 year that you're all dismissing, do you know what kind of year that was? He missed the year before with Tommy John. And the season before that, he hardly pitched. So essentially he missed 2 years. He came back at age 39 and went 18-4 with a 1.75 through 218 innings and did win another Cy Young Award, his third. So the guy the next year, he went between a couple of teams. The one thing with him, and baseball changed when he accepted that trade. And I remember doing a Raider game on August 31st, and it went right to the last minute. It was like 8:59 our time, and they got the deal done in Houston to send him from the Tigers to the Astros. And that changed baseball that year. And then his performance in the American League Championship Series that year is legendary in the Houston Astro franchise. But he had to reinvent himself many times. And to come back after a Tommy John essentially wiped out. Well, 2020 was a pandemic year. It was weird. But he didn't pitch in 21. To come back and do what he did at 22 at age 39 seemed Impossible. How could someone do that? The year that you're talking about and JP's talking about in Copes, he was still good. The one thing about that was he's never pitched in the National League before that year. He went to the Mets. And I know we have interleague play and the umpires are blurred. It's not really like one league and another league. You do have some cross-pollination, but there are differences. You got to learn the ballparks. It's just different. So that year, as you stated, he was very good. He was 13-8 with a 3.22. He struck out 144 in 162 and a third. So you flash forward to this year, and he had neck and shoulder injuries, and he was not the same. I did watch his last start, and I saw glimpses. I think he was trying to empty the tank and give it to you one last time. He did not make any postseason appearances for them. They went out fast. It looked like he was searching for a put-away pitch to me. He got into a lot of long counts. He couldn't quite punch you out. A little bit like Walker Buehler had this year with the Dodgers, and then obviously Walker Buehler was good enough to come out of the bullpen and close the World Series out for the Dodgers, and he got a nice payday himself. But last year with the Astros, he went 5-6. The ERA was 5.5, and he only had 74 strikeouts and 90 to third. Again, he does throw. It's mainly a four-seam fastball. It's all up, up, up. He knows how to use it. He's got to have command of that pitch like any pitcher. It averaged 93.5, but I did see some 97s. I think he can hump up here and there. The curveball is where he was loopy and got hammered. He's got a power slider. One of his best pitches is his changeup. So I'm not going to put anything past this guy. I think last year, and just texting with some of the Astro people that watched, just about every one of his starts, he was pitching around that neck injury. He had a rough September. He lacked finish. The velo was down. The off-speed wasn't as sharp with a lot of pitches. He looked a little tentative. I mean, can you imagine being Justin Verlander getting on that bump where you just own people and you can't blow them away the way you used to? So he's going to have to reinvent himself, but he's smart, and he was able to pitch and still make it serviceable. I think the key thing is health. You've got to manage him to keep him healthy. It's interesting to see how Bob Melvin and the new pitching coaches use him this year in spring training. But he missed a couple of months with the neck, and he had to kind of reinvent himself. But make no mistake who this guy is. This is Justin Verlander. You're talking about, obviously the Dominican dandy grew up here. We mentioned Spani coming here at the end of his career, and Carlton and Randy Johnson. He's right there. This guy is a needle mover. When he takes the mound, people are going to want to watch Justin Verlander, not just in the Bay Area, but on MLB Network. And this is Justin Verlander. And he's going to, they're going to take shots of the wives and girlfriends section, and you're going to see Kate Upton there. This guy's a superstar, and he's got a little swag, without a doubt. I do wonder why it was him and not Scherzer. We'll talk to Andrew Baggerly about that. We've reached out to Dusty Baker. We may get Dusty on. I have to think Dusty was instrumental in being, you want to talk to people who know Justin Verlander, and Buster got in the box and hit against him, but Dusty managed him for, 3 years there in that epic 22 year. He saw what he can do. So exactly what are we looking at here? And then when you look at the video of him last year, he was not the same guy as he was in 23 even, but he did pitch. A neck injury, a back injury, or severe injuries for a pitcher to pitch with a back and torque and the way he turns, and he's a power pitcher. I don't know what to expect. Can you expect him to go out and do what he did in 2022 and go 18-4? The thing with this guy is you never know. Who thought he would be that good at age 39 after missing the entire previous year with Tommy John? It does seem unlikely. The contract doesn't merit that. But if he comes in and he's over the neck and back and he's completely healthy, this guy not only knows how to pitch, if he gets his equipment, his stuff back up anywhere near where it used to be, he could surprise you.
Yeah, well, I thought what was interesting, too, is when Kipe was on with the Morning Boys, one of the big talking points was this is great for somebody like Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison to go and mentor these young guys. And I couldn't agree more with that. But, the health is a big if, Papa. And Kipe was also talking about Logan Webb maybe being able to teach Verlander a couple of things in terms of stability, longevity. I thought that was interesting, knowing that Verlander is on his way to Cooperstown, and he is going to be somebody that probably knows more about pitching than anybody else on the staff. But Kipe kind of like the view that Logan Webb's going to have a thing or two to teach him.
Well, I don't know Justin Verlander at all. Max Scherzer I do know a little bit, and Scherzer's a little bit more of a willing communicator, although he's tough. You can't touch him during starts. Don't lay a hand on me. And once they lock in, they lock in. I don't know what kind of teammate. Well, that's what we'll try to figure out from the Astro people, and obviously Dusty. How do you handle him? A lot of guys just show up and pitch. They don't necessarily want that. John Lynch has told me some stories of people that know Justin Verlander, and he's Justin Verlander. I mean, I'm JV. But I'm not on the JV. I'm on the Hall of Fame varsity. So you hope he would be like that. I think Buster would know that. As far as Logan Webb, they're very different pitchers. Justin Verlander lives with a high four-seam fastball. Everything is up. I mean, if Logan Webb can teach Justin Verlander the grip on a two-seam fastball and get it down a little bit, maybe that's the way he should be pitching now. If you're not blowing people away consistently in 97, can you get movement with a two-seamer at 92 and not throw the four-seamer at 93.5? And he's got a wipeout slider. The curveball's loopy. I don't know if that's the neck and the shoulder. He just hung that pitch a lot in the hit-me zone, but he's got a really good changeup. So, yeah, I think all of them. I wonder where you'd put him in the rotation, assuming he's healthy coming out of spring training. I mean, the guy's going to pitch at his age 42 year. You have no idea. But Logan Webb has been the opening day starter around here, but this is Justin Verlander. Nobody can climb up on a mound in a big situation. Maybe you save him for the home opener. I don't know. And then I think, you got Kyle Harrison, would be perfectly suited to put him in between. You always want to go right, left, right. Is Harrison your number two? You got a long way to go before you get there. But yeah, but I think the key thing is, and I'm sure it's a reason why Buster brought him in. I don't know. But Buster wasn't a real talkative guy when he was playing. He would share it with his teammates. I just wonder how willing Justin Verlander is to share with teammates. Some guys, they know they're going to, maybe I'll be here 1 year and I'm not going to be pitching against you next year. I'm not telling you what I'm doing. There are some guys that are a little bit like that. I don't really know anything about him to know, but we'll obviously have time to figure it out between now and spring training.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Well, we'll go ahead and take a break right now. Keep the conversation on the Giants. We'll get to Dalton Johnson coming up at 10:50. And right now, we'll kind of pivot over to what this means for the Giants pitching rotation. Is this just a setup? Have they been told that they are out on Roki Sasaki? Is this a setup to try to bring in someone like Sasaki who pitches once a week in the Japanese leagues? That's all coming up next. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Warrior defense for the season has been pretty solid, to be honest. Not bad. It's the offense from December 1 on that has just been demoralizing. And they lose at 114-98. Those are two good friends. Those are two really good coaches. They both have been searching for answers with their squad. The Warriors dropped to 500, and the Heat moved to 18-17.
I expected better energy. I think we're suffering from a crisis of confidence right now, frankly. You can see it. You can feel it. I don't mind missed shots, but I mind when missed shots affect the defense and the attitude. And we feel deflated right now.
All right, a little change of plans, because when Greg Papa changes his decor, if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, we change the topic. We'll get back into the Giants, the Roki Sasaki possibilities, Justin Verlander, what it all means a little bit later. We're going to have Andy Baggerly joining us at 12:50, and then we'll have Robert Flores joining us to close out the show around 1:45. Let's sneak in a little Warriors talk before we get to Dalton Johnson coming up at 12:50. Greg Papa was there last night. Game 15, the Warriors were 12-3. Clay had returned. Steph scores the last 12. He's screaming in the camera with DeAnthony Melton in the background. DeAnthony Melton doesn't play anymore. And now we're at game 36, and Steve Kerr is talking about a crisis in confidence. Yeah, they got zoned like crazy, Papa. You saw it all up close and in person. And outside of Stephen Curry, this offense had 0, 0, 0 answers, 000.
So we talked about it yesterday during the show, that because Miami played a double overtime game the night before, and it's a terrible loss for them, that they would play a lot of zone just to save their legs defensively. And Eric Spoelstra does play more zone, probably than any coach in the NBA. Rick Carlisle plays it a lot. I find it a little bit interesting that Pat Riley's teams play so much zone, although Pat was not a great individual defender, and he would often foul you, but they just didn't play zone in the NBA, but Spoelstra does major in it. So because of Larry Nibby and Gina Nibby's seats last night, we were right next to the Miami Heat and their general manager, Andy Ellisberg, who's an interesting guy. Google him and his background, just coming up as a manager for a college team and going into the Heat PR, and he's been there for all of it. He's Pat Riley's right-hand man. He's a general manager. He's a rotund man. It was hard for him to get in and out of his seat, but as big as his body is his brain. And just watching the game and talking with him, and you always hear about Heat culture. They are impressive in the way they play. And sitting right behind the Heat bench the entire game, you could see when Spoelstra would stand up and go two, he wanted the zone. And a lot of it was a 2-3 zone. A lot of it was a 1-3-1 zone. It was just more zone than I've ever seen in an NBA game. I don't know how to get to the analytics. Maybe Dalton could help us. But the number of defensive possessions that they played in a zone last night was amazing. They didn't start in it. As soon as Steph went out of the game, that Buddy Hield group, and we've seen the Warriors get zoned out of that, they went to it. And you know what? They never came out of it. Even when Steph got back into the game, I would guess they played like 40-plus minutes. They may have gotten in and out of it, and it's a matchup zone, and they've got Bam Adebayo to make it all work behind. What a great player that guy is. He is the absolute modern-day big. It's what you want. Defensively, the way he roams like Elijah Wan, and he's gotten to be a much better offensive player, and he's just such a good player. And they got shooters all around him. Tyler Hero's back wasn't right. He had a back brace on, a heating pad on his back last night, but when he came in, and he didn't shoot it great, but Duncan Robinson, just all the shooting they got around him, Djokovic in the corner. And it was an 87-86 game. And Djokovic made two left corner threes. You cannot leave the corner open in the NBA. They will take it apart. He made two in a row right when the Warriors got within one. But really, I don't know how they got within one. It was such a struggle. The zone just bothered them because... And Steve, he talked about it. We know Miami Heat's going to zone us. We know Spoelstra's going to zone. They zone the whole damn game. You know what now? Everybody's going to zone you. Everybody. Even the teams that don't play zone, Bobby Knight could come out of the grave, and he's going to play zone against you. You better figure it out. And they will. But I think the real problem is, how do you beat a zone? How do you beat a 2-3 zone? Get the ball to the middle of the floor. And they did. When they would get it to the middle, it'd be Draymond Green, and he would be tentative. One time he turned down a bottom of the circle little runner like he did against Memphis in the play-in game a couple of years ago when they lost. You got to take that shot. He wouldn't take it. He tried to move it. The guy in the middle of the zone, he's got wide open space attack. Make them come to you and then just give it to a teammate in the corner underneath for a lay-in. They did it some. Kyle Anderson did it some. But that's where you want a really gifted offensive guy in the middle. Part of me thought, put Steph in the middle of the zone. I know it seems ridiculous to have the best shooter of all time not shoot over the top of the zone, but put him in the middle of the zone. Throw the ball to him in the middle and watch what they do now. All five guys. Curry's alone in the bottom of the circle. Everybody's going to get a wide, are you going to make a wide open shot? I don't know. So
Well, what about Andrew Wiggins? Because, to Marcus Thompson's point yesterday, putting him in the middle, let him be aggressive. He kind of had to be a 20-point per game scorer last night.
Yeah, Wiggins is fine. You're all going to get on his point total. He's got a guard. What his problem last night was, and that they put Schroeder on Rozier, you got too many guys that come off ball screens. It was not a good matchup for Wiggs to lock and trail and lock on Duncan Robinson. He just getting picked off. That's not Andrew Wiggins' strength. Andrew Wiggins is a ball stopper. If you run him off screens, he's a big body, and he's slow to react out of it. He gets picked off. You could put him in the middle. Kyle Anderson was fine there. Wiggins is who he is. You all pick on Wiggins, but he doesn't score enough points. He's the second best player on this team by far. It's not even close. Anyway, they got other issues. Buddy Hield, to his credit, really tried last night. He really tried. You could see he's trying to fit in, and he's just not making open shots. That's hard. He's hard to play, but you just don't have enough bodies. Hopefully on this road trip, they'll get Pods back. They'll get GP2 back. Without Kuminga, you're struggling. But there's a lot of areas where this team is breaking down, but it's Dennis Schroeder. He's so hard to watch. His first miss was that wedgie, and then he just lost all. The shot is funky. We didn't get there in time to watch pregame warm-ups. I'll go out when we have time. I'd like to watch him just shoot the ball on the open court and see what he does with that shot. It's weird. He shoots it on the way up. It's a side load. It was fine in Brooklyn. Who cares? The ball's going in. Career-high three-point percentage. Now, his misses are ghastly. He doesn't just miss where it bounces off the rim a couple of times. And Steph Curry took the worst air ball I've ever seen in my life from him. Early in the game, he shot. I don't know if he was trying to shoot. Jaquez is a good defender. Every time Jaquez was on him, he'd just shoot a long one. Like immediately, he had a couple of, the one, he barely hit the net. I was like, whoa. But Schroeder's misses, Steph mainly, even if he shoots from three-quarter court, he's going to hit the rim, and it's going to be a good miss like Kobe. Kobe would miss, but it would bounce off the rim like 6 times and roll off. It's a soft miss. Dennis Schroeder is going to break the rim or the backboard. Or he's going to. How about the one? And they shouldn't have thrown it to him in the left baseline. The ball had to go up much sooner, but he wound up pulling a Terry Teagle, and he hit the very top of the backboard. It's just that poor guy has just lost all of his confidence. I've never seen a guy get a shot blocked so many times. After he gets penetration off the pick and roll and he's attacking, they come from behind and block his shot. Last night, he had his shot blocked by the rim, by the front of the rim. When he went in to score a layup, he got so much underneath the rim, he did not reverse it out the other side or shoot it to the side he was coming. He could have done either. He took it right under the rim, and the rim blocked his shot. This team cannot win right now with Schroeder playing this way. I think Buddy will just work his way out of it. He's got to. He got no choice. But the bottom line is, that was as depressing of a scene as I've ever witnessed in this arena. outside of the pandemic year when we're all wearing masks and wondering why we even here and Steph's not playing and whole thing was weird when they went 15-50. This team, what are they, 5-16 or 6-15 after the 12-3? You got to sense it. Joe knows what's going on. Brandon Schneider was sitting next to him, the president, and Mike Dunleavy knows they don't have enough. And that's why Steve is getting incredibly ornery. I've never seen him behave like this. He's so civil and measured, treats every player the way he wanted to be treated when he's playing. We talked about Pajemski, the way he's handled him, the way he just dismissed Trace Jackson Davis's game. Like, I don't care. We suck. When you have a team like this, Tony La Russa, Don Nelson would be more charming. They would realize my team's not really good, so I can't keep snapping at everybody all the time. I can snap when we lose a game when we're good, but when we're really, and they're not mid, they are sinking. I don't know how to solve it. I don't want to trade Wiggins. That would do you no good. Anyway, it's just, and you're talking to the Heat people, you don't want a Butler. But anyway, it's just, last night was really disappointing. And I think to watch Steph's body language, and he knows the kind of team. He's been on teams with worse win-loss records, obviously, when he was younger, and then the pandemic year, but he didn't play much that year. But this is probably, since he's become that guy to the Globe, this is the worst team Steph Curry's been on. This is not a good basketball team right now.
Yeah, they are very far from it, and I know the size thing is going to come up a lot, and the bottom line is the small ball thing can work if you're hitting a lot of threes. It goes back to what we discussed with Marcus Thompson yesterday. But they're not only not shooting well enough to be a small team, they're just not shooting well, period. And if you look at their numbers on free throws and layups in particular, it is far and away in a category of its own in the wrong quadrant of this for the league. So it's become really ugly since the 12-3 start. And I guess my note on Wiggins to follow up is I'm not harping on Wiggins because I've always kind of been a Wiggins defender a little bit. So he is the second best player on this team, but I think because, probably your third best player and Jonathan Kuminga is out and your most reliable guy to get above the rim and get to the free throw line isn't there when your offense is anemic, then I'm just saying I think you need more than 4 shots from Andrew Wiggins in the first half. I understand he's got big responsibilities defensively, but he doesn't really have a choice now but to be that guy in the same way that the Warriors don't really have a choice but to play Buddy Hield and let him try to shoot his way out of the slump, which has been about as ugly as we've seen.
Yeah, I did not leave that arena thinking Andrew Wiggins didn't play well. He was in a different role. He's better stopping the ball than he is lock and loading and chasing a guy like Duncan Robinson. The most glaring stat, and there are a lot of them, when we were leaving the arena last night, the PA guy said, and the Warriors, by shooting 4 free throws tonight, or making 4 free throws tonight, donate $2,000 to some... I turned to Larry Nibby and I said, they made 4 free throws the whole game? That's it? They were 4 of 5 from the line. I'm like, what are you talking about? 4 free throws the entire game. Now you're getting zoned. So there's ways to attack a zone. You get the ball to the middle, or you screen around the zone, you attack the zone. Is it you're afraid of Bam Adebayo? He's a great player. I understand that. That is inexcusable. Don't blame it on the officials. The officials had nothing to do with it. Miami shot 17 free throws last night. You shot 5. That is that will tell you who the aggressive team is. I could not believe the Warriors shot and made 4 free throws tonight. I was like, what? 4 in the first quarter? In the entire game, they made 4 free throws.
Yeah, hey, at least they went 80%. But yeah, no, 4 makes on 5 attempts is something you also cannot have. And they got bullied and controlled in every which way. We'll take a break now so we can talk to Dalton Johnson and get to that on time. I want to make sure we're on the clock today, given the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch press conference that's going to take place at 11:30. So we'll break. We'll talk to Dalton Johnson. Keep it right here on the Dubs and get back into Niners and Giants a little bit later. It's Pop and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
I got a question for you. What does Golden State Lumber and Building Materials offer professional builders and contractors? Just about everything they need. Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State's Lumber Yards, and they carry the largest inventory in the Bay with as much as 70 acres of lumber and materials, and they save you time with drive-through pickup and on-site milling services. As you've heard, they can deliver necessary materials to your job site the next day, if not, in fact, the same day. Are you delivering oversized loads to homes and narrow roads at high elevations? With their delivery dexterity, no location is out of reach. See a video of a recent delivery of 3,000-pound crates to a job site that required expert coordination. And then scroll through the extensive video list on GSTV, Golden State Lumber TV, at goldenstatelumber.com. You'll see innovative products, design options, and educational videos, including Trex Academy. No business helps you build better than Golden State. Now in their 70th year, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, we haven't shown that. It's just one of those things where you don't want to be in that situation. Like I said, especially a back-to-back where the guys exerted a lot of energy last night to get that win. So we would love to have started the game a lot better to give ourselves a chance and not be in that situation where we've been where, yeah, you're having to have crazy offensive fireworks to even have a chance to come back. Like, that's not our MO.
Yeah, we got to sit right here in that loss as the Warriors drop a bad one to the Miami Heat, 114-98. And there were already some good contenders for worst loss of the season heading into last night. But that one, if not taking the crown, certainly is up there and here to help us break it down and add some positivity, at least to my day, because I'm a big fan of Dalton Johnson. Had him on Sports Phone before, and now it is his first time on the Greg and Greg program with Papa and Silver. Dalton Johnson, you can catch him on NBC Sports Bay Area, Dubs Talk Live podcast, and so much more. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Dalton, appreciate your time as always. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess where we're going to start is that sound bite from Steph Curry that we came in with. And that was actually from Sunday, talking about being a team that's not necessarily built to come from behind. And that's really alarming, I think, for a lot of Warrior fans, considering that at the peak of this run, they were the team that you could never shut the door on and always had a pulse when they were in their prime. And now it feels like Steph Curry saying we're not built to come from behind. So what, when you're down 13 at halftime like you do last night, you're already in big trouble. Talk a little bit about what's going on with Steph, and he's starting to just leak a little bit of visible frustration, but also some of the comments he's putting out there are showing that he knows this team just doesn't have it.
Well, his evaluation of the team as far as not being able to come back is just absolutely correct. Just look at the numbers. They are now 1-15 when trailing after three quarters. 17-3 when having a lead after three quarters. So, yeah, when they have a lead going in the fourth, they're comfortable. But when they're down by 13 at halftime, when they're down 8-9 points going in the fourth quarter, it just doesn't feel feasible. Right now, the offense is just – it's pretty terrible, to be honest with you. I mean, all three of their losses on their homestand, they failed to even score 100 points. They have now failed to score 100 points already in the first 36 games this season 10 times. That happened a total of 3 times all of last season. I think that we've seen Steph maybe more, downright frustrated, kicking chairs, things like that in the past. He smacked the chair last night. But this is the most visibly dejected and deflated that I think that I've ever seen Steph Curry. I think it's really weighing on him what's going on right now with the team, the struggles, feeling some deja vu of last year. I even go back to the loss against the Kings. Usually Steph Curry, after a loss, he has after a game, he has a big workout, takes a while. He walks back down to the locker room. He's chatty. He changes. He finished his workout against that Kings game. He was in full uniform, walks down, looks at us, just kind of big sigh, and is like, all right, let's just get this over with, and walks back up the steps, just kind of like, I just need to get out of here and clear my head a little bit. And so, again, I think maybe we've seen him more outwardly angry, frustrated, but the most dejected and just deflated that I've seen Steph Curry.
Well, he was aggressive. He took 22 shots last night, and 17 were threes. He made 8 of them. He had a couple of really bad misses. He had an air ball that I can never remember missing so badly onto the couple in the fourth quarter that were key. But he also had no assists in the game, which is unreal. Which leads to, he was 8 of 17, so his teammates were 6 of, 33 on threes? I can't even do the math.
18%, Papa, 18%.
Wow. All right, here's what I want to ask you. Last night's game, we knew Miami would play a lot of zone, or some zone, because they played double overtime the night before Dalton in Sacramento and lost, and they play more zone than anybody. But they played, I think they went to a zone when Steph first subbed out, middle of the first quarter or late first quarter, whatever it was. I don't think they came out of it the rest of the game. I don't know if you have analytics on their defensive possessions. Have got to be the highest of zone defense of any team. And it's certainly against the Warriors. You would never zone the Warriors. If it was Steph on the floor, it was a box and 1 maybe. If it was Steph and Clay, it was a triangle and 2. You don't zone them. For them to get in the zone, stay in the zone, and the Warriors be paralyzed by it. They would get the ball to the middle sometimes with Draymond and Kyle Anderson, but a lot of possessions they were indecisive on what to do. Can you ever recall any NBA team using a zone as much as Miami did last night, and let alone against the Splash? Well, he's gone, but you got one half of a Splash brother left, Steph Curry. Who zones the Warriors like that?
Nobody. But Eric Spoelstra just showed that he's not scared of this team at all. I mean, and nobody else in the NBA really is right now at all either, Papa. I mean, as you brought up, the Heat play the most zone in the NBA. And I was also going to preserve their legs, second night of a back-to-back, where they lost the night before in double overtime. But with going to a zone, they're not scared of anybody else shooting threes. They're not scared of the Warriors driving, making layups. They don't make layups. They don't get to the free throw line, and they can't make three-pointers right now. I mean, just listen to Steph's words. Listen to Steve Kerr's words. Steph is bringing up, like we talked about, not being able to come back. He said back-to-back no-shows. He was asked, how do you fix the offense? He said, I have no idea. Steve Kerr used the word personnel, I believe, 4 or 5 times last night. They're saying it out loud right now. This team isn't constructed. They're not built for this right now. So, again, it was surprising in the sense of watching the Warriors over the years to see the way that the Miami Heat played defense last night, but it's not surprising with this team right now. And that's why I think that Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, just from listening to them and watching their body language, they feel pretty out of answers right now. And it's concerning after 36 games to kind of throw your hands up in the air and wave the white flag and just shrug your shoulders and go, what do we do right now, guys? Because I don't think that they have the answers by any means at all right now.
Yeah, it's about as bleak as I've seen it. And we're talking to Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station heading into the 11 o'clock hour here. And Dalton, it was not that long ago at all that Steve Kerr put out an oppressor that we like our team. I talked to Mike. We think it makes sense to keep the roster the way it is right now. And I don't think things could appear more different or more dire in a swing of a few days just with those few losses. So I guess I want to ask about where do they go from here, right? We talked to Marcus Thompson yesterday. He's discussing they just got to stay alive and afloat while Kuminga's out so that the trade deadline even means something in a discussion. And I don't think that this is a team that's one trade away, but at the same time, it seems like they cannot keep rolling things out with this current roster as constructed, running the system that they're currently running. I mean, what does need to change, whether that is a philosophy and finding their soul, as Draymond said, or making some kind of second-tier trade that can at least keep things afloat for Steph Curry and keep him a little bit, keep his sanity intact, frankly?
Yeah, I would say right now they are pretty much in trade deadline hell. I mean, it's no surprise that you watched Joe Lacob last night at that game, just shaking his head courtside. And then after the game, the fact that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy are having a pretty spirited conversation. And yeah, they talk after every game, but that was right in the hallway on the way to the interview room where we could all see them talking, hands up in the air, kind of wondering what's going on. And then when it comes to the trade deadline, you just said it the right way. This is a team that is not one trade away from being championship contenders. I think that we all need to truly come to the realization with that they're not one move away. But at the same time, it would be negligence in real time to do absolutely nothing. So it's kind of, okay, well, how much do you trade away future-wise? Do you just offset some of these expiring contracts? And that's why, you have to do something, though. And that's why I think names like Nikola Vucevic are going to continue to be brought up, because contract-wise, it makes sense with, getting rid of some of these role type of players. And then it's more of, okay, well, if you do it right now, in the Bulls' eyes, are you more of a desperate team and you're going to be asking for those first-round picks compared to if you wait a few weeks, but this team can't wait around. Their second-best offensive player is not coming back anytime soon. And I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga. He is their second-best offensive player ahead of Andrew Wiggins, and he's not coming back anytime soon. He's out for at least 3 weeks, but I mean, his swelling in his ankle has not gone down at all. He cannot even put a boot on right now. On crutches, he's still in a lot of pain, so it's going to take a while. I would be surprised if Jonathan Kuminga even plays before the trade deadline comes up on February 6th. So they're a team that, again, they have to make a move. They didn't come into the season seeing themselves as championship contenders. I think that the 12-3 start was a bit of a mirage, but they didn't see themselves as a team that would go on a 6-15 stretch by any means either. The goal is to get better than last season, continue to build with some of these young guys, and then I think this summer more so go for it. But they cannot be a worse team than last year. When Steph Curry signed that contract extension in the offseason and was, hey, we have 3 years. We have to be better than last year, and we have to get closer and closer to competing. And then at some point in this 3-year window, you've got to go all in and be able to say we're doing everything to make sure that it's a championship team. But right now, it's just not a one-move championship type of team for the Warriors.
No, they have made a move early in the year, and we've talked about Vucevic and I know, and Miles Turner. We've talked about adding, but honestly, I'm not sure you can get those guys if they're going to want to give them up the other way. And I'm wondering about moving Schroeder. It is just perplexing to me when you look at his numbers as a Warrior versus what he did with Brooklyn. I mean, he's shooting 31% from the floor as a Warrior, 11 games. On threes, he's 14 of 53. I've never seen a guy get downhill off a pick and roll and have a shot blocked from behind more than him. When he misses, they miss. They're going to break the backboard. I am amazed. He's a veteran guy that's played on, 8 different teams, 7 or 8 teams? Yeah. It's hard when you're dealt in the middle of the year. Why is Dennis Schroeder, he's playing well defensively on the ball, but offensively, he looks like the stage is too big for him. He's intimidated.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, obviously, like you just brought up, Papa. I mean, getting traded in the middle of the season, playing point guard, it's the hardest position to be traded in the middle of the season, trying to learn a new system, trying to play with Steph Curry, which does take a lot of time for obviously how much of a generational talent Steph Curry is. It takes a while to kind of get used to playing alongside him. And Dennis Schroeder right now, though, he just looks so uncomfortable. He looks so unsure of himself. And that's not the Dennis Schroeder that we saw in Brooklyn at all. That was a guy who was just so confident. I mean, the player that came into Chase Center and just scored off will and just played his game in rhythm, in motion. I think he had, 31 points that night, 17 in the fourth quarter. Like, that was the confident, exuberant Dennis Schroeder that I think the Warriors were expecting. They knew, hey, it's going to take a little bit of time. Let's let him settle in here. It's not easy. There's the family situation where they're still in Brooklyn. Like, none of this is easy on a player. But I don't think that they saw it going this bad. I mean, he's had, 1, maybe 2 good games so far. So, yeah, I mean, you got to think, okay, how much longer is the leash? Do you give it another week, another 2 weeks? If it doesn't rapidly improve in the next week or two, you have to seriously consider packaging him for a deal, no doubt about it.
So how does that work, Dalton, real quick? So they can't trade him before the day before the deadline, so the trade would have to be February the 5th. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe it has to be the February the 5th or February the 6th because of that 60-day window now. So, like, because Mike went out and made the move, first thing when he can, that allows them to then trade him still. But, yeah, it has to be a little while. But as far as the evaluation process goes, when deciding, hey, is this someone who, when we can offset him, do we do it? I just don't think that you can sit around and wait too much longer. That's more and more of what I'm saying as far as, possibly trading Dennis Schroeder. Because, again, yeah, it's a small sample size. It takes time. But it's just watching him, seeing how unsure he looks on the court. That's where I'm going, man, this was a guy who played with so much confidence. And watching him in the first half when he was held scoreless last night, I mean, he's trying to pass the ball, move it around, and he just kind of throwing it up last second when the shot clock's running down. He just does not look like someone who is in control of his game, who's a 12-year veteran who has played with a lot of different teams, as you brought up, who has played on the big stage before, on the big stage in the NBA, on the big stage in FIBA. So the lights shouldn't be too bright for him by any means. I just think it's more of a comfortability thing than anything else.
Talking to Dalton Johnson here for a few more minutes, and I want to get into Jonathan Kuminga and the possible contract situation before we get on out of here. And this is a really fascinating tipping point for the Golden State Warriors, who since trading away Jordan Poole have been hesitant to make any kind of big move. Now, I thought it was already unlikely that Kuminga was going to be dealt before February 6th. I think the injury really shrunk those chances to almost none. But The reality is these two sides did not come to an extension agreement before the season. Kuminga wanted to play for max type of money, Franz Wagner type of money, while the Warriors were like, okay, let's wait this out and see what you got. So I want to ask Dalton, regardless of whatever the big moves they do, are the Warriors almost trapped into a big deal eventually down the road if they don't deal him at the deadline? Because he will be in restricted free agency, but I got to think that there's at least a couple of teams out there like a Brooklyn Nets that would be willing to offer him closer to max money. And then the Warriors, on the other hand, I feel like wouldn't want to lose him for nothing. Like I feel like it puts him in a really sticky situation here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would be surprised if Jonathan Kuminga doesn't remain a Warrior this season and beyond. If you asked me that a month or two ago, I'm going, it's really hard to see his future here in a Golden State Warriors jersey. But the timing couldn't be worse. The timing was brutal of his injury for himself, for the Warriors, for the rest of the NBA. This was an evaluation process. It was a showcase process for him. And we know that when the Warriors had that stunk it up in December, he might have been their brightest spot, averaging 21 and 6. And to me, guys, it wasn't the back-to-back 34-point games. It was the 25 and 5 game against the 76ers where he kind of quietly ran into 20 points, where he had the 5 assists, where he was aggressive, getting the 5 rebounds, running the court. And that's where I think the Warriors were going, this is the player who can fit us, still give us something different with the athleticism, the downhill attacking, but be a Warriors type of player for the present and the future. So I think that, again, the timing couldn't be worse. But, yeah, I mean, number one, we know that Joe Lacob is a big fan of Jonathan Kuminga. I think that seeing his whole game come together had to have been making him super happy. But then, like I've said, the timing is brutal. And I just don't see a world where they could trade him right now. Like, number one, not just because of the injury, but they badly need him. And it's showing right now already with him sidelined just for a few games. So I see Jonathan Kuminga on the Warriors the rest of this season. And, yes, I believe that there will be a market for him on the summer, especially like a young team like you brought up with the Brooklyn Nets, who are going to have a lot of cap space. But I still would lean towards Jonathan Kuminga remaining in a Warriors jersey.
We are going to hear John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan coming up at 11:30. So just one more from me. It's Steve Kerr. And Steve, since he's been a head coach in the NBA, has had a charmed existence. I mean, took over a good roster, a brilliant coach right away. And 67 wins in the title and 73 and on and on. The only losing year he's ever had was the pandemic year when Steph got hurt. Draymond was in and out. They were playing young guys roster. Clay's out, Durant's gone. They were 15 and 50. Beyond that, he's had a winning record every year of his career. This one's going to be a challenge. But I want to ask you, since you've been covering him as long as I have, his disposition this year is decidedly different. The way he berated Podziemski in the middle of a game and then doubled down after the game, slamming the table and calling him out. Somebody asked him about Trace Jackson-Davis last night, and he played a good game. And he basically said, I don't give a damn about him and his numbers. We suck. I've just never – now, that's more Pop and Nelly than I've ever seen from Steve. It's hard when you go through a year like this, but this is not his first year. It's year 11. Just what have you observed about Steve's demeanor coaching this team, Dalton?
I think he's obviously frustrated. I'm obviously stating the obvious, but you bring up a good point. As far as this is a decidedly different outward Steve Kerr, and not just with his frustrations with refs in certain games, some of those tough losses down the stretch, but and him downwardly calling out Brandon Podziemski, him outwardly calling out Jonathan Kuminga, him when Trace Jackson-Davis is your second best offensive player last night and is aggressive and scored 19 points, season high, one off of his career high. And he was a big minus in the plus-minus against Bam Adebayo, whatever. And so I understand last night. I will say this. I understand last night when Steve is saying, like, who cares who gives a damn, we suck right now, because it's just a frustration from the coach. But I kind of go back to him again, using the word personnel 3 times within one answer, using it, I believe, 4 or 5 times in his press conference. I think that he is trying to weigh what the fan expectations are, what the roster construction that he's been given, what the young guys that he's been given, and just trying to juggle it all feels like it's getting to him a little bit. So this is a different Steve Kerr that we've seen in the past. I think that there definitely could have and should have been better in-game adjustments last night with the zone defense, where you got to kind of send a message to the team as, I don't care how we're constructed. I don't care what the personnel is. I know that we're not a free throw finishing team, but find a way. Like, change something up. You can't just live and die by the three-pointer when the rest of the team is 6 of 33 for players who aren't named Steph Curry. So this is a different Steve Kerr. I do think that there need to be some, adjustments in game, like I said, from an example of last night. But yeah, it just feels like everything is starting to. The elephant is only weighing bigger and bigger on people like Steve Kerr and Steph Curry.
The elephant is a great analogy for this one. And Dalton, we really appreciate you stopping by with us today. We certainly will not make this our last time. And I hope there's some more positive topics to talk about real soon. But this is certainly a crisis point here for the Golden State Warriors.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Had a lot of fun.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate him. He is Dalton Johnson. You can catch him on X at DaltonJ_Johnson. Warriors, we can get back into a little bit later. It is time to pivot to our other child, the San Francisco 49ers, as we will get ready to learn what is up with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. More Niners on the other side is Papa and Silver on Hump Day on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Nick Sorensen will not return as the 49ers defensive coordinator in 2025. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will speak to the media at 11:30, and we're going to get into all of it all day here on your home of 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver on a Wednesday. We discussed Justin Verlander agreeing to a one-year, $15 million deal to come to the San Francisco Giants pending a physical. We got into the Warriors' ugly loss, 114-98 against the Miami Heat. Dalton Johnson just stopped by, and now it is time to pivot to the San Francisco 49ers. Yesterday, Papa, the news that we got the previous night was that Brian Schneider would not be returning as the special teams coordinator. Last night, it came out that Nick Sorensen will not be returning as the defensive coordinator. He still could be a member of the 49ers staff, but it's looking like it's going to be 4 DCs in 4 years and a lot of names floating out there. We'll hear from Kyle and John coming up in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to start at 11:30, and not a surprise in light of how poor the special teams and the defense played this year, that there would be changes there. We talked about Brian Schneider at length. Nick Sorensen is a trusted member of the staff. He's not been there that long. He has been a special teams coordinator before. In fact, of all ironies, he replaced Brian Schneider in Jacksonville in 2021 when Brian had a family issue he had to attend to, so he left, and Nick jumped in. So I don't know. He can do a lot of different things, obviously. He was the ball father before. He can run nickels and defensive backs. You got Brandon Staley on the staff. What's his role going to be? Would you like Nick to be the special teams coordinator? Again, there's going to be some people out there that are going to be available that are not in that building now. Dallas did deny Mike McCarthy the interview at Hallis Hall with the McCaskies, so that's really interesting. But his contract is up next week, and then, that makes someone like Bones Fossil available. If you want to help your special teams, hire John Fossil, Jim Fossil's son, who I've known for 20 years. Not only is he out of the box, very aggressive, but he's such an incredibly positive person. He is up with people. And when he comes out before games, he's got the wristband on, he's running the field, and he's just out there bouncing with his guys, whether it's someone grumpy and hungover like Sebastian Janikowski or someone young and green like Brandon Aubrey or Greg the Leg or whoever. He is just a power. Jake Moody could really be uplifted by being around a guy like him. Now, he does do things unconventionally. I'm not sure. I'm just talking my own opinion. And then the DC job is wide open. And David Lombardi's going to join us right after the press conference from 4949. And he and I were texting. He asked me, what questions you want to have asked? Now, he'll ask his own. I think what he's going to get into is philosophy on defense. Where do you want to go? Do you want to open it up and change a little bit the way you play? I mean, this team has been built by that four-man front. And 17, 18, even when Saleh was here, that team struggled. All of a sudden, you get Nick Bosa. You sign D Ford as a free agent. The 2 Oregon tall furs grow up, and you have the most ferocious pass rush in football. They've never been able to get back to that gold rush. Even though Nick is older and better, they just haven't put the pieces around. You're changing personnel a lot. I think what David's thought is, do you need to blitz more? I mean, Tim Ryan's, in the middle of the game, he asked me, how how many non-blitz sacks the Niners have had this year? And I didn't know him. I said, Tim, tell me. 1. They only had 1 sack all year from a non-defensive lineman, and it was from a healthy Fred Warner. Now, they did blitz Warner a lot on 3rd down. Even when Warner left the game, they brought pressure, and they were able to chase Kyler out. So it's not all quantifiable in sacks, but this team has been built by the front. John and Kyle came in together with like minds and a lot of things football-related. Mostly the engine of the football team is our defensive line. If you're not going to have a gold rush and a bunch of war daddies around Nick, what do you do? How do you generate it? So I think we'll get into all kinds of things. Brock's contract, I'm sure, will be brought up. I don't know if they'll be able to talk about that or dance around that. Dre Greenlaw, his situation, but I think a lot of it will be, now we do have clarity. Your special teams job is open. Your DC job is open. Those are the 2 areas. Offense wasn't great. You fell off a touchdown a game this year. Let's be clear. But a lot of it is synergistic. The defense was bad, and the offense and special teams were scoring some of those points. So, what do you want to do on special teams to improve? and specifically, maybe not a name right away because they're not going to do that. I don't think they're in a position right now. A lot of these people are interviewing for other jobs like Saleh and others, but how do you want to play defense? What do you want? You want to go back to that cover 3, 4-man rush, don't blitz, or you think we got to generate pressure any way we possibly can?
It's going to be a lot to get into. There are a lot of defensive names out there. There might even be some more coming in. We talked about Gus Bradley. There's guys like Dennis Allen and Matt Eberflus, and I know they're not particularly popular with the head coaching roles they just had this year, but just kind of all on the table. And then real quick before we break, the morning show mentioned this, but Justina Anderson said that Robert Saleh's first head coach interview with the Jaguars is going to be Tuesday, and that the Niners are expected to make him an offer at defensive coordinator. So we'll stay tuned on that. Robert Saleh, of course, had some big success back in 2019. Could he come back? And we'll take a break now. Up next is going to be Presser, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, brought to you by NBC Sports Bay Area. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver, we are here on the Sports Leader getting ready to bring you the postseason press conference from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. It will be brought to you by NBC Sports Bay Area. And yeah, a lot to get into. Nick Sorensen will not return as a defensive coordinator. Brian Schneider will not return as the special teams coordinator. We're going to talk to David Lombardi at 12:30 to get into all of it. But Papa, right now, we're just waiting for our guys to step to the podium and have a lot more questions answered soon.
Yeah, I think they're going to be on time, so any second we'll take you live to 4949. When Kyle's doing the weekly press conferences, he's fashionably late, but he's conducting meetings all day long with the team, and sometimes he runs late, like 15 minutes. John Lynch is very punctual. So obviously they made a couple of moves with the special teams coordinator, Brian Schneider, and the defensive coordinator last night, Nick Sorensen. Nick's still on staff. Sure they'll elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't know how willing they're going to be or even at liberty to get into future situations, and as far as staff hires and dismissals that are coming, if there are more dismissals coming, and then contractually what's going on with Brock Purdy, and they can sign him to a contract now. How are they going to handle that? Dre Greenlaw. So this is one of the most volatile off-season press conferences we've had with these two guys. I remember Kyle coming in the Wednesday after losing the Super Bowl last year, and he was positively haggard. I mean, the trauma of losing the Super Bowl in overtime, and Kyle said 2 of those in his career. Only twice has a team lost in overtime in a Super Bowl, and Kyle's the OC in Atlanta that happened, and then last year. So we'll take you there the moment it starts in NBC Sports Bay Area. They're live streaming it good enough to give us their audio. They're also a 49er partner on the TV side. No, we'll see. I mean, it's
Papa, just to interrupt.
They're starting right now.
Yeah, Walter's in my ear. We'll start now.
Families, our organization, just wanted to let the folks in L.A. I'm a Southern California guy. Know a lot of people down there and people who've been directly affected already, and I'm sure there's going to be more. So our hearts do. We've been sitting in, what we call our mind meetings, talking about all our players on a closeout, and your mind keeps drifting because, man, it's rough down there. So our thoughts and prayers do go to the folks and people of LA, and that things calm down. So I'll start with that, and then we'll open up for questions.
Can you talk about your decision with Nick and kind of what the overall plan is now for the defensive coordinator position?
First of all, it was a real tough decision. I love Nick as a person, and I love him as a coach. Still trying to hope to keep him on board in another capacity because he's a guy I don't want to lose. But just where we're at really as a team, where I think we need to go. There's a lot of big decisions ahead for us, and as hard as it is for me to come to this conclusion, but I feel there's some options out there that can end up being a better option in the situation that we're in for our team. And when really it comes down to that, the position I'm in, regardless of anything else, that's always the stuff I got to go with. So it was a real tough decision for me, and I'm still hoping that we can keep Nick here. But I do feel there's some other avenues that in the long run will be better for the 49ers.
Are there no candidates for both of those coordinator spots?
There are candidates, yes.
The
internal one, I'll give Staley a shot, just talking to him. He's been here. There'll be a lot of guys outside the building, too.
Back-to-back years, you fired your defensive coordinator after 1 year. Do you have to go back through the process of this? I know both different situations. Were there things that went wrong in the process to find these last 2 guys?
I don't believe anything went wrong in the process. I'll tell you what, it's I think, more opportunistic or easier process talking about it right now, whatever the date is today. It's a little bit harder in February, which the last 2 were in. Just, being the last team to finish last year, and before that, being the second to last team to finish makes it a lot different. So there's more opportunities out there, and planning on looking into all of them.
Experience being a defensive coordinator be important to you this time?
Yeah, I think some of the stuff that, just where we're at, some of the decisions that we got to make and things like that, I think having the experience of going through this before, building things before, I think is definitely a bonus for me. It helps me with some stuff, so that's stuff I will look into. But again, you always, regardless, you don't want to put just any handcuffs on your decision. You're going to always try to figure out the best one, and so you got ideas going into that. But just being so early, I'm going to have an opportunity to talk to a number of guys too. So we'll see what that leads us to.
You've always kind of stuck to this is who we want to be defensively. Is that still the scheme you want, or are you more open to potential changes this time?
I love the scheme that we've had here. I think it's one of the hardest things to go to when you got the right guys in the right spots. But I do think people adjust to schemes, and I think you have to adjust too, depending on your personnel. And I think that was a tougher thing for us this year. Just going into the season, it was a little bit harder than past seasons. And some of the injuries we had, I think, made it really tough for Nick. And I thought he got better trying to adjust and do different things. But I do think that's something that definitely, I'm not saying you got to change schemes, but you have to have the ability, the history, and the knowledge of how to change some stuff up when you're in some certain situations. And I think that we do need that more going forward.
Under consideration for that special teams coordinator spot, or is Nick?
Yeah, Nick would be in consideration, yes.
And just to be clear, he's been let go and you're hoping to bring him back?
I just told him he's not going to be the defense coordinator. Yeah, so he's under contract still, and I'm really hoping that he'll come back. But that's got to be something he and his family feel good about too, and the exact role that we end up carving out for him, which I'll work on here over the next few weeks.
Coach, how challenging is that for him to go from being the defensive coordinator to being, and I'm not saying just another assistant, but from being the defensive coordinator to moving back into a different role? I
don't know. I haven't done it before, so I'm sure it is a challenge. It has to do with, is that something that you want to do? Is it something you're comfortable with? I know our building would be comfortable with it. I know our players would be comfortable with it. This was a tough year, but Nick didn't lose any respect or anything like that from any of our players or our coaches. And I think if you talk to anyone, whether it's with you guys in the media or it's just one-on-one, he's got a lot of respect for people here, and everyone does think he's a good coach. I spent these last 2 days having exit interviews. It's been, to go through these 2 days where all I do is just talk to people, and you talk to everybody. Lots of good feedback on Nick, and I think the guys would be real excited if he was here next year.
Is there any uncertainty about Trent Williams and him playing in 2025?
Trent's doing well. He had a bruise in the ankle joint, and it probably took a little longer than anyone anticipated. But sometimes that happens, and the good news is it's taken a positive turn. Trent's mindset is where it always is, and he's still very interested in being a.
And it looks like our audio may have dropped for a moment, so we'll get Walter and Derek working on that in the back. So some stuff to react to, and we're not going to break because we're hoping to have this resolved soon. But right now, if you're just joining us midway through, turning in your car, tuning in on a lunch break at work, we are hearing head coach Kyle Shanahan and general manager John Lynch for their season-ending pressers. Papa will wait for the audio to come back, and Walter says we have it back, so never mind.
That's all great. What do you plan to do with our team? And that's what involves certain people. In terms of when they look at what we have, what they think we need going forward, what we got to go get. And so I want someone that kind of meshes with what I believe in. And but I also believe in that you got to fit to come up with the best thing possible that fits our situation right now. So that'll be talking about our personnel, the roster thing, a lot of things like that, and what their plan would be with it.
Would you be open to someone running a different scheme from the past seasons?
Yeah, I'm open to anything.
Brock talked the other day about wanting to get an extension done as soon as possible. All right, do you have that same optimism that it can get done by mid-April when spring workouts start?
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games, and had a little tougher task, as we all did this year, with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around. The way this thing goes, these press conferences are necessary, but always kind of silly because Kyle's coaching. We spend time together all the time, and there's big issues that affect the team. But he's just getting off coaching. He's had his door shut for 2 days, doing exit interviews. We were just up, but we were talking about our players. We'll have some time here in the coming weeks to sit together and put our whole plan together. That's obviously a priority, that position, and we'll give it that attention.
When you guys last sat up there, like in training camp, one of the big priorities you said was we have to have finishers this year. And you guys got outscored, I think, 165-88 in the fourth quarter. So what does that tell you about this team? What went wrong? Is it physical stamina? Is it mindset? Is it the personnel schemes? What do you point your finger to?
Yeah, you don't want to have excuses. A lot of our finishers weren't out there, and then on top of it, we still had opportunities. We still put ourselves in good position, and we couldn't get it done. So we have to own that as a team. That's why we're 6-11. We have a high standard. We had high expectations. We fell short of that, and it's our job to fix that. And I know that Kyle and I are committed as we've ever been to doing just that. We don't plan on being in this place. Don't like it. It's terrible to sit home and watch something that you expect yourself to be in, the tournament. And we're going to go about the work, and we're excited about the work to do just that. But I do believe we have finishers on this team, and got to continue to add to that. We got to continue to infuse youth and good football players to this team, and we'll do that.
The last couple of off seasons have had a lot of drama, and maybe Kyle can address this too. And a lot of it, there's social media posturing. Maybe some of it has already begun. Just, is there anything as the organization that you can do to kind of mitigate that, calm it down? It just seems like it's heated up at times in the last few off seasons.
Yeah, I think every team has a certain measure of that. I think we have a lot of good players, and one of the things that comes with having a lot of good players is it's hard to feed everyone, and you got to make tough decisions. And we're certainly at a point where we've had a 5-year run with 4 NFC championships, 2 Super Bowls, and you have to go back to the fundamentals of really building the thing. The lifeblood of your organization needs to be strong drafts because it gives you young players that you have under contract for. And so I think we had 7 players that were starters off that draft class, whether we expected them to be, they did, and they gained really valuable experience. I even had free agent guys like Evan Anderson who contributed, a lot. And so I think we're really excited about this rookie class and that movement. We got to continue to add to it. We have 10, probably right now 9 draft choices. We think we'll have 10 with a comp pick, but we need to continue to add to it in that way, and hope we continue to have hard decisions because we have a lot of great players here.
This is not the first year that special teams have struggled here, and widely noted you don't take a real detailed interest in special teams. Does that need to change a little, Kyle? Can you get more involved? Do you need to get more involved?
I mean, what do you mean by I don't take interest in special teams?
Well, you say you're not watching the kicker tryouts and that kind of. I know they're offhand.
Let me help Kyle there. I would tell you, Kyle spends an inordinate amount of time with all phases of our team. Special teams is extremely important in the way we construct our rosters. The time is there. Now in kicking, neither of us are kicking specialists, so we don't sit here and profess to know everything about kicking and things of that nature. But the time issue, I'm sorry to interrupt, Kyle, but he spends plenty of time there.
I just don't BS you guys.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, you turned it around on me there. But no, I just don't BS you guys with that stuff. But to say, we spent some heavy draft picks on special teams players, which I think is an investment. We spent some salary cap on guys. Bringing guys like George Odom, having Flanagan Fowles here these last couple of years. That's bringing back. Those are special teams decisions. Spending a 3rd-round pick on a kicker. Making special teams changes is why special teams is important to me, because we do work at it. But it's, it wasn't good enough this year. I don't put that just on Brian by any means. I mean, losing your kicker, losing your punter, when injuries do affect the roster, especially offense and defensively, what it did affect the most was special teams. And I think that was unfair to Brian and a tough situation to put him in. But I do think it's an avenue we can get better in, and you can't change the whole thing out. And so Brian ends up being the fall guy for that, and I really appreciate him. Like, he did have a real good 3 years here and worked his tail off and was very loyal to us and is a very good coach, and he'll bounce back on his feet, and we'll be going against him soon, I'm sure. But no, special teams is part of football, and everything part of football is extremely important to us.
You talked a couple of weeks ago that you wanted to find some
to make when it comes to guys that will just period. Looking forward, you have some hard decisions to make when it comes to roster changes and coaching changes, right? So there are some videos circulating on the internet from the families of a couple players that would lead some people to believe that Drake Greenlaw knows whether or not he will be here or not. Has there been any conversation where he's been given a definitive answer of his future as a Niner?
No, we don't even know, guys. We haven't spent much time together yet. I've had 2 days with exit interviews with players and coaches. Players don't know either, and that's what's hard for players. They're under contracts. They know when their contract's going to run up. That's an emotional time for players, for their families, for wives, girlfriends, whoever it is, kids, just like it is for coaches when I can't always tell them exactly what their future is going to be the day the season ends. It's tied to a lot of other people, and I know I've been on that side. I know wives are texting you all day asking what the deal is, and they don't believe that you really don't have an answer yet. And I know what they look like when you walk them through the door, and they're like, what are we doing with our lives? And you're like, I don't really know. There's a lot of things that you want to solve so fast for people that is stressful for people sitting in our chairs. But you can't solve everything at once. A lot of things are tied together, and when you hear things like that, or Greenlaw, like, we're doing everything in the world we can to bring Greenlaw back, and we're not into losing really good players who are unbelievable people. So we're going to do everything we can to never lose really good players who are good people. But that's also a very hard challenge, very hard, and that's something that you don't just talk about in one meeting. There's too many things that connect to that. Draft, free agency, roster, years, all that stuff, and that takes weeks, months to decide.
And I think the only thing I'd add to that, the communication with the players, what's most important. And I know I sat with Dre and always have great discussions with Dre. I know about his want to be here, and I know our want to have him here. And like Kyle said, there's realities and there's tough decisions and so many factors to all those things. But believe me, the desire on both sides is there.
You mentioned a couple of weeks ago that you wanted to. What was I going to? Go ahead, Jake.
You mentioned that the scheme, because of personnel, it was harder on Nick. When you look at the defensive line, I think the wide 9 is coming to scrutiny. How much do you view, especially in the run game, the struggles there being schematic, and how much of it is personnel?
I think it's a little bit of both. First of all, regardless of injuries or anything, this year is most disappointing to me because regardless of injuries, I feel we should have been a playoff team. And then you never know what happens in there. But when I go back to the hardest thing for me this year was those 3 games I've talked to you guys about. First one versus Arizona, first one versus LA, first one versus Arizona, second one versus Seattle. I thought we should have won those games, and we lost them at the end by, I thought, our own mistakes, which means we would have been 8-2 going into week 11. And that was the hardest thing, and then we hit some real bad injuries, which were going to be tough. But that's, to me, what made it steamroll to where we didn't have a chance to make the playoffs. So when I look at that stuff, that's the stuff that I feel we got to fix the most. And is that scheme? Is that personnel? I mean, that's football. You got to adjust. I mean, your scheme changes when people are getting hurt, when you can't do exactly what you want to do. It happens on offense all the time. You guys are going to see. I hear it from you guys, but I mean, the offense looks different when a different quarterback gets in there. It looks different when Christian McCaffrey gets in there. It looks different all the time, and that's how defenses can be too. But you have to build it that way because it's really hard to just change something up in 3 days of practice. You got to have that foundation of how you implement it and where you think the season can go, and that's what you really truly try to build in the off season, and then in the training camp. And that's something I think we'll be better at building this offseason, having a little bit more time to do it, being a little more prepared for it, because we saw where it went last year. And that starts with getting a coordinator in here who can help us map that out. And once we do map that out, it goes right to free agency and how to make sure we can get the best possible situation that we have out of the situation that we're in. And then it goes to the draft. And when that's over, all the guys are here, and then you get to work.
Same lines. You had mentioned a couple weeks ago that you wanted to find the root causes for the down season beyond the injuries. In your mind, what do you feel those root causes were?
Yeah, I think my point there was you don't just want to say it was injuries, because like Kyle just mentioned, we had games within our control. In spite of or despite those injuries, we were in position to win a lot of games. So I think you just want to dig deeper and you want to look at everything, and that's what we'll do. That's part of our process. That will always be part of our process. We can go more in depth this year. I think you always try to look for the positive in situations, and there ain't a whole lot of positive not being a playoff run. You have to make it a positive because we have this time. How are we going to use it? And I think we can focus a little bit more on where we want to go, where we want to evolve in both personnel, scheme, all these things, and that's what we'll do. We'll take advantage of the time. In a sense, it kind of energizes you to come back and have this time to really put our minds and our staff's minds together to come out with the best, to give us the best opportunity to compete going forward.
You've been doing this for a while now, and you drafted Greenlaw and Jennings and Purdy and guys that are insane competitors. Did you know going into the draft those guys were insane competitors, and how do you find more guys like that?
I can't say you always know. Like Juwan Jennings, we don't spend a lot of time watching like highlight tapes off the internet, but up in the draft meeting someone said you should watch this highlight tape, and so we did that with Juwan, and it was insane. It really was. It was so you kind of had an idea of the type of competitor, and I smile when I talk about Juwan because I love the way he plays. I love the way he competes. You don't know on every player, but I think the process and the way we include everybody, the way we pair personnel staff with coaches, and the thorough process we have, it's a good process. So you find guys like that, and I think we're going to rely on that process and challenge to continue to get better. What we know is when we have consensus up there, we do really well. And, we've done that, and we need to continue to do that.
On to make any changes to the offensive staff, and related to that, I know Clay, you let him call plays in the last game. How did he do there, and do you expect his role to grow or shift within that structure?
I thought he did an awesome job, and Clay's role is going to be the same as it's been. Which has been the offensive coordinator. He just hasn't had that title yet. I mean, Clay's done as much as anyone on offense for these last 2 years. So this was his second year doing that, and he gets better and better each year at it. Just hasn't had the official title yet, and now he'll get the official title, which he more than deserves. But it's more about, recognizing what he's already been doing and doing at a high level.
Call plays, or will you delegate that sometimes?
Yeah, I'll continue to call plays, but Clay and I have done everything here the last 2 years together, kind of hand in hand. When we put the game plan in together, yeah, I call it. Only one person can speak to the quarterback, but him, Furster, Fleury, those are the guys I rely on through play calling throughout the game. It's not like I'm just in silence there calling every play. I'm discussing it with the guys we prepared for it with in the week, discussing it with the guys who are talking with their players and what they see, and it's the same thing we all did for Clay versus Arizona.
What Ricky went through, how do you both judge the season he had?
I thought Ricky had an unbelievable season. I know the gunshot wound is the biggest, obviously, but I've never had a rookie player miss all of OTAs in training camp and have much of a successful rookie year. It's tough to do that. For him to do that and then get into week one, which I knew he would be way behind because of that situation, and then get a gunshot wound kind of made me think that we were going to get nothing from him, and just in terms of how could we and how hard that would be on him, but how quick he came back from that. And then when he did, just to watch him go through rookie things in a live NFL game and stuff, and then having to watch him come back from that stuff throughout the year and still hit a rookie wall without a foundation of an offseason and stuff like that. I thought it was a huge success for him this year.
Yeah,
How would you assess?
I'd agree. You have these exit interviews, and you always take away impressions. And the coolest thing, some of these rookies are typically, they're just done. You think about it, long college year, right to combine training. You get drafted, you go, OTAs, all that. Ricky, one thing he said to me, Mr. Lynch, I just want to keep playing because I feel like I'm just getting my feet underneath me. So that's really cool that he has that excitement, and he's going to use that. I said, now the key is you use that to motivate you through this offseason. And the best players, they don't ever take a rest. They shutter down the intensity and things like that, but they never rest. And so his mindset, I can tell, is right. He's a really good football player. Proud of the way he handled a lot of adversity, things that nobody could anticipate, and work through it. And I think we're going to have a really good football player.
On that note, behind the scenes, we talked to Mooney kind of for the first time yesterday since what happened to him and Trent and Chris Furster and Ricky. I mean, you guys had a lot of things that are not typical, pretty brutal behind the scenes. How hard was that behind the scenes, and how did you both navigate it?
That stuff's always tough, and I mean, and the football season's so intense for everyone. I mean, that's why anyone who's really been my friend over the last 20 years realizes you're not going to know anything about him for about 7 months, because we kind of go into a hole and you get caught up in the season and all that stuff. But we all do have families and stuff out, and that does weigh on people. But like, you still got to come and you got to do your job. But like, that stuff is hard, and you watch guys go through it, and it's, I think it, you don't like to watch anyone go through something tragic, but you really watch how impressive people can be going through that stuff. Like, it's when you watch people really grieve and things like that, it's you realize that's the hardest thing all humans have to deal with. But then to watch people who are grieving so badly and still have to come into a room and then go perform at a high level, which is a whole different type of pressure, and to watch them handle it and get through it, you realize how much stronger some of this stuff makes those guys, and then inspires guys around them. And it does make you closer at times. But like, I think our stuff was pretty documented this year. But there's stuff like that every year. Maybe not quite as big, or as many of them, but a lot of teams deal with that stuff, and we've been through a number over these years. And just going through it with Chris Furster and his wife last year, just her passing away a week before the Super Bowl and things like that, and going through it with Johnny over the years, when him battling his cancer and things like that. Like, everyone has those tough moments in life, but when you have to do it through this, it is unique. But when you go through it, I think it does make people a little bit closer and a little bit stronger for going through some of those moments.
And that's this is it's a production based business, and we're paid to win games, compete for championships. The one thing I will say, acknowledging that we fell short of that standard, I am proud of this team, the way we hung together. It was, like Kyle said, there's always things, and there's things behind the scenes that no one hears about. Frankly, one of the craziest things about this job as a player, I prided myself with really knowing my teammates. There's so much stuff I never knew that I'm disappointed that I didn't, because now as I sit in this seat, so much comes to you, the challenges people are going through. But I will say that this season I've never had anything like it in terms of the amount, the severity, the unique circumstances, and I was proud of the way our team stuck together, had each other's backs, and stayed together, and I do believe we'll be stronger for that.
It's really tough to find instant impact offensive linemen. Does Dominic Pooney's success this year help you identify or further crystallize the blueprint, what you might be looking for?
Well, I think it shows that our process worked there, and but I would say he really exceeded our expectations. We thought we got a good player. I think he showed us a little more than that, and we were just talking about it upstairs. Everyone saw the real strong play, the consistent play. I think there's more in the tank, of where he can grow. I think the toughness, he dealt with some, he had an AC joint one week, and, we were really questioning whether he could play on Sunday, and he practiced on Wednesday. And I've had that same injury. I always prided myself on having a high pain tolerance. That stuff hurts, and he didn't miss a practice. So I think he's got the right mindset too. And we got to continue to to find guys like Dom because he's going to be a good player for us.
Question for both you guys. Kyle, how would you assess Brock's performance this year, and how important is it for you to have him back, in time for OTAs, just given that he's the quarterback and want to go through all that process?
Yeah, definitely. It's important to have our whole team back for OTAs, and that's actually it's last year, it was like 8 weeks after our last game that our guys needed to be back for voluntary work and stuff, which I think is real important. And the year before that, it was like 9 or 10 weeks. So these last two, and then when we all got back, it was like you could tell we all were back, but we wish we had a little bit more time. And when I look at a calendar now and realize we have 14 weeks until we need to get back, like I expect everyone to be ready to go and excited to really get this going and play some football. And that starts with Brock. Like Brock is the leader of our team. I've loved these 3 years with Brock. I plan on being with Brock here the whole time I'm here. So like Brock's been a stud. He's a guy I got a lot of confidence in, and just as a human. But it starts with what he's done on the field these last 2.5 years, and we're capable of winning a Super Bowl with him. We just almost did, and I know he's capable of getting the Niners Super Bowl in the future.
John mentioned a 5-year run for NFC Championship games. I know he wasn't saying that's it, but do you think you need to kind of set the stage for another kind of era or another refreshing? It kind of what's been going on, like what went on there was really good, and now it shifts a little bit.
Yeah, I think it shifted in that time also. I think we went to the Super Bowl in 19, and the next time we went, we had, we went in 19, we had a rookie receiver and a veteran receiver, and Debo and Emmanuel. The next time we went, we had BA. First time we had a different quarterback, and 4 years later, it's Brock. I think we did have different guys on defense. I think we look at, I don't remember the numbers, but I feel like there was like 8 guys who played in the 19 Super Bowl. So I think we have already done that. And I think you got to do it again, without a doubt. I think when you do come up short, like we did on February 11th last year, I do think in the offseason when how close that could have been, and it just comes down to a couple plays, and everything you want to think about is how to make that up. Because you do believe you can do that again. And I think that's when people talk about windows and stuff like that. And I think that's how we did spend our offseason, trying to look at how we could come back and make that game up and get to that point this year and pull it off. And we took our best shot at that, and it didn't go right. And now we're going to do it again. Does that mean like every thought is to try to get to that right now? I think whenever you think that way, you're selling your organization short. You got to always think right now, but you got to think big picture too, which to me in football is always on like a 2 to 3 year time frame. And I think we've been doing that really since we've been here. We've never fully sold out for that year. And but we always want to be competitive and feel like we have a chance to do that. And we felt that way about 5 years in a row, and we've gone to it twice. And I feel like we had very good opportunities to win both of those games. And that's the thought process we're going to have every year.
Both learn as a coach, a GM, about yourself and about the team with the whole Devondre Campbell episode?
What did we what? What was the first?
Learn about yourself as a coach and a GM.
What I already knew. That's something that we don't roll with, and it was hard to stomach. And once we saw it, we were done with it.
Question for both you guys. You guys have been doing this a while together now, and you guys know the way football is. When you lose, it's a brutal game, and yet you guys don't point the finger at each other. The discussion's always like, do we have enough talent? Was it coached well enough? How do you resist the urge to fracture? How do you stay united through the pressure of this whole thing?
I think that's why I really wanted him to be here with me. I mean, John got in this for the right intentions. It was to try to put together a team to win a Super Bowl, and that's what he's committed to. That's really the simplest way that everyone says, but like in this business, you always go through hard times, but it's never just coaching, and it's never just personnel. It's everything. That's why there's never a quick answer, like on anything in football. There's 22 variables out there every play. There's a long season. There's lots of scheme that's involved. There's lots of talent that's involved. There's lots of just random stuff with injuries, referees, like schedules, weather. There's so many things that goes into play. And if you're in an organization where people's number one concern is surviving, which that doesn't mean they're a bad person. There's a lot of people who don't like to move their families, and there's a lot of pressure on people in that way. But when you know the character of a person and why people get into it, like John's not ever going to do something or talk in a way just to survive. And anyone who knows how I am, like, I'm not like that either. Like, you're not going to make a decision just to scapegoat someone or just to survive. It's hard to in this business because it's a cutthroat business, and it's hard to tell your family to move and things like that. But that's, to me, that's why John is who I wanted to work with, because I knew why he was getting into it, and those are the things. And I also knew what we were going to have to go through for a little bit, especially our first couple of years. And anyone who says they're going to be a certain way, when you go through those hard times, it's human nature. It's a little bit tougher to be that way, and that's why I feel so fortunate in just the situation I am in with someone like John, with someone like Jed, with how his parents are. Like, it's just, I've never sat like I can always just tell what I think from a football standpoint, and I know I'm going to get from John what he thinks from his football standpoint. It's not always the most fun answer. You got to admit a lot that you didn't do right, but that's the truth of it, and that's the only way that you can consistently overcome things and find a way to consistently be successful.
Yeah, and I would just say it's respect, and respect is earned, and we felt alignment when we came in here, and that's only strengthened since we've been here, and that's not always the case, and it's not just blind loyalty and blind trust. It's earned every year. It's earned but what I know about Kyle, he's a good person. I know he gives us, I say it all the time, he gives us an advantage, I think, every year, every week. And he's obsessed with always continuing to evolve and and I think when you have that, you have his natural instincts as a coach. You have the staff. People want to work with him. People want to work with us. And, you gotta come to grips with the successes, with the failures, but never lose what the ultimate goal is. And I think we've been able to do that. And we challenge each other, but we have each other's backs, and that's a good feeling. And we got to keep forging ahead and get done what we came to get done here.
I got two more. We'll end this branch.
John, with the contract reworking for Javon Hargrave, kind of setting up the post-June 1, what have you expressed to him about the plan and what you would expect from him, or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, just that, Matt. It was we had some salary cap challenges, and that was something that, allowed for the post-1. You can early designate it. And what I told Javon is he's a player we really like. Same reason we went out and signed him. That hasn't changed. He's an impactful player. We do have some challenges, and so this doesn't mean we can't compete for his services. It allows him, though, rather than waiting until post-June 1 and being SOL because free agency already happened, it gives him an opportunity to go see what his market, and that may include us. So we'll get into our plans. We know Javon, who he is. He's on a good track coming back from his injury, and would we be interested in having him? Of course. Is that something we can come to an agreement on, and is it something that fits in our plans? We will see, and that's the exact conversations I've had with Javon.
Started free agency, he'll be free to decide.
Yes.
Than Debo's situation?
Debo's under contract. Yeah.
You expect him back?
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. And, we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. So, yeah.
All right, last one, Brent.
You just took my question.
Oh. Then we're good.
I don't want to waste anything. You had to, with Armstead and Juice last year, obviously different results, but that was something you had to do with the finances. Do you expect to have to do more of that this offseason?
We will see. We'll see. We do. There are realities, there's challenges. Like I said, we got a lot of really good football players. The York family has been really good to letting us reward our players, and we've done that in a number of instances. That becomes tougher and tougher to continue to do. So we'll look at every avenue to become a better team, and we'll see where that takes us.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there you have it. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the podium answering a lot of season-ending questions. We'll go ahead and take a break as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Reaction on the other side with Greg Papa on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Nick Sorensen will not return as the 49ers defensive coordinator in 2025. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will speak to the media at 11:30, and we're going to get into all of it all day here on your home of 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver here on a Wednesday, reacting to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the podium. And Papa, we got a lot to get into. We'll talk to David Lombardi coming up at about 12:30. So short segment here, and I guess I'll just start this one off by addressing the first thing John Lynch addressed, because we haven't even mentioned it today, but certainly something that I've been thinking about a lot over the last 15 hours or so, and I know you have family down in Los Angeles. The fires that are going on right there, if you got family and friends down there, please check on them. Really scary stuff, and big thank you to the first responders that are doing the real important work out there.
I got 3 daughters in Brentwood, and I thought they were kind of spared being in Pacific Palisades, but they just sent me the video, and it is moving into their area because the winds are hellacious. So, yes, our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody in Southern California. We've been in that position many times here in Northern California, and the fires and the wind are just sweeping there. We'll get into it later. It doesn't really much matter, but there's a football game scheduled for Monday night at SoFi, and hopefully people will be safe enough to attend. The loss of property. Pacific Palisades is such a beautiful area in Southern California, and some very beautiful homes and a lot of great spots are being destroyed irreparably. So, yes, everybody in my family is safe down there. We check in with them all the time, but they do have their bags packed because the wind starts blowing, and all of a sudden it can be coming up your area very quickly. So please be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some family down there as well. A couple of evacuations gone on already. So, again, a really big thank you to the first responders. And not much more to say on that other than just stay safe and stay informed out there. Back to something that is far less important, but a big talking point for the station nonetheless, because this is what we do regardless of the circumstances that are going on out there, is sports and the 49ers. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch just spoke at length. If you missed any of that, you can go back and catch it when we upload our podcast hours, or if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can just scroll back and listen to what they had to say. Big thank you to NBC Sports Bay Area, courtesy of them for that audio. And yeah, there was a lot that we can get into. I think interesting in that the plan for defensive coordinator, I thought both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch gave pretty extensive answers at that. Sounds like Brandon Staley will get a shot at an interview, but there are definitely some external candidates. And Nick Sorensen, no clear plan other than Kyle Shanahan told him he won't be DC, hopes to keep him on the staff, and then was also asked about the Wine 9 and how the struggle attributed to scheme and personnel. And I thought Kyle Shanahan, one of his most poignant quotes of that whole thing, Papa, was not using the injuries as an excuse, because when you account for those divisional games that slipped away from them late, he said, yeah, the injuries added up, and that's part of it, but we should have been a playoff team anyway.
Well, we knew the schedule when it came out, and we saw the Sunday before Thanksgiving in Green Bay and the Sunday after in Buffalo was going to be the polar vortex of the year, and 2 good teams. I mean, the Niners played Green Bay in the playoffs, and they're in the playoffs this year, and Buffalo should have been in the Super Bowl a few times with Josh Allen. They may go this year. But the reality is they weren't 8-2 going to Green Bay and Buffalo around Thanksgiving. They were 5-4, or 5-5. 5-4 coming out of the break, and there was those 3 division games. I mean, the 2 games you lost that were going to be hard were Minnesota and home for Kansas City. Even the Minnesota game, they lost that game 23-17, and there were that's where the special teams breakdown started with the punt block on Mitch Wishnowsky, and it wasn't his fault. It was Flanagan Fowles and Beal and others. But anyway, yeah, that's when looking at the schedule, they hoped to be 8-2, and the reality they were 5-5, and then they got rolled. From that point forward, they won 1 more game, so it is what it is. So now you need, 2 prominent coaches, special teams and defense. We'll talk to David Lombardi coming up at 12:30. We've been texting back and forth, and he has his thoughts. So with Nick Sorensen, like we've been telling you, they want to keep him on staff. He's still under contract. They're trying to keep him aboard. Now, if somebody wants to hire him to be a defensive coordinator, that's going to be hard. There were rumors that was really surprising to me. Who are the Jets not interviewing for head coach? They're interviewing everybody. They want Nick Sorensen to come in for an interview for head coach. That'd be interesting. Somebody in the building must know him. But they're trying to keep him aboard, whether it's on special teams or not. They're not clear. The way Kyle, described it with Staley was interesting. I'll give him a shot. I'll give Staley a shot. He's in the building, not a ringing endorsement there. Yeah. Experience is a bonus. We talked about the scheme. I love the scheme. We know he loves the cover 3 base scheme and the wide 9, which they brought in after, before the 19 year. 17-18 was solid. It was not wide 9 because Sarek brought that. But he is open to anything, and he will adjust. We'll talk to David about it. I think the guy, and it's already been reported, to me, Robert Saleh would be the perfect guy. And we've talked about it from the beginning of Monday's show. And is he the best defensive coach ever? Isn't it interesting that Tom Brady wants to interview Bill Belichick? That he is clearly running this GM search more than, the GM there who, ran San Diego and the Chargers for years and years, Tom Telesco. So that is a conflict going on there. But anyway, I think the perfect guy is Robert Saleh in so many ways because of the scheme fit. He's the guy that built this defense up, and they struggled in 17 and 18 and then became great in 19. And the guys in the building know him. But he may get another job. He's up for interviews. I think he's going to Jacksonville, next week for an interview with the Jags, with Trent Baalke and Shad Khan. And, would he get a head coaching job? Would there be more attractive DC jobs? I mean, Spagnuolo's interviewing for a bunch of head coaching jobs now. The Kansas City DC job could be open. The Detroit Lions DC job could be open if Aaron Glenn gets a head coaching job. So you have to let all the musical chairs of all the coaching settle down. Saleh's not in the position right now, and I also think he's under contract with Green Bay. It is interesting. I guess he could interview for a head coaching job in his consultant role with the Packers. I wonder if you could talk to him at his DC job right now with his consultant role. Consultant role being a defensive coordinator would be higher. It would be a promotion. So we'll see. I think he's the guy. But we'll see if he wants to come back here. The Dre Greenlaw situation we were talking about, Fred's wife sending out emotional, clips, and the comment was doing everything we can to bring Greenlaw back. But they have to let the market play out. How much is he going to be, in demand in other spots? There are a lot of guys that are off your staff in other spots that would love to have Dre Greenlaw. We've lost a lot of players that way, so we'll see. But the big thing, it always comes back to the quarterback. By the way, Clay Kubiak is going to get a title for offensive coordinator, which is interesting. Even though Brian Griese, the quarterback coach, is being interviewed again, everybody's going to Florham Park for an interview with the Johnsons. But Clay's not on that kind of radar. He did mention Brian Fleury, the tight end coach, being involved in play calling. But I think Kyle's line about Brock Purdy, I mean, John said it. He's our guy. We want him to be around a long time. But Kyle came out and said, I plan on being with Brock all the time I'm here, is the quote, which is interesting. So, would he be the starting quarterback, the backup? How do you pay him? These things have to be all worked out, and they got to go through an off season. So I can't say there was anything that enlightening outside of maybe Clay Kubiak getting an actual title. But he's been doing that in some form anyway. They just want to make it more formal. He and Firster have been kind of sharing it, Chris the run game and Clay the pass game, but now we know he works with Kyle closely. So anything else stand out to you? We'll ask David Lombardi what he thought. And David thinks they need some sort of I'm not sure what he thinks as far as a scheme change on defense, but they got to get back to more pressure. Anything else stand out to you, Greg?
I would just say what stood out to me the most was the conviction with how they were speaking about Brock Purdy. I mean, this is so early in the season, or the offseason rather, that I was expecting answers to be kind of broad and just like, we would love to keep our players, but we'll see how things play out. And Kyle Shanahan to come out and say, I want to be with Brock Purdy for as long as I am here. And John Lynch to say, Brock Purdy is our guy. And then Kyle talking about the OTAs timeline and the 14 weeks. Like, we need all our guys there if we can have it that way. I just think the conviction sort of showed a sense of awareness and accountability and kind of just not messing around. As Kyle said, with the special teams, I just don't BS you guys. I certainly thought there was the no BS tone there. But we'll take a break now. Let's talk to David Lombardi about all this so we can stay on our clock. Lombardi next. We'll get back into baseball with Andy Baggerly at 12:50. We got Silver Linings Playlist 1:15. And then closing the show with Roflo, Robert Flores. Pop and Silver, Lombardi next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for my friends at Gold Bar Whiskey. Joe Montana is signing bottles of Gold Bar Whiskey across the Bay Area. You could visit your local liquor store and check the shelves for Gold Bar Whiskey. You might find an autographed bottle waiting just for you. So call your local retailer and ask if they stock Joe Montana's gift packs, the perfect holiday gift for any 49er fan or whiskey lover. You can plan for next year, or certainly holidays coming up this year like Valentine's Day. Make sure to visit the Gold Bar Distillery and Tasting Room on Treasure Island. I've been there many times. Elliot Gillespie and the staff are incredible, and it'll take your drinking and partying and spirit level to the highest level possible. And the food there, it's been rated the top 50 restaurant in San Francisco. It is delectable and high-end. And you can also join us for a hands-on cocktail making class that when our team will teach you how to make 3 different cocktails and learn the tips and tricks of the trade. No experience is necessary. This 90-minute class is the perfect gift or a holiday activity. No more boring holiday plans. Bring a book now at goldbarwhiskey.com. So Gold Bar Whiskey is brought to you by Gold Bar Spirits Company of San Francisco. 40% alcohol by volume. And as we say, please enjoy responsibly.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I'm looking for a guy who I think will fit with our team the best. I like to sit and talk to guys about our personnel. I want to obviously talk to someone about their plans schematically and what they like to do, but that's all great. What do you plan to do with our team? And that's what involves certain people. I mean, in terms of when they look at what we have, what they think we need going forward, what we got to go get. And so I want someone that kind of meshes with what I believe in, and but I also believe in that you got to fit to come up with the best thing possible that fits our situation right now. So that'll be talking about our personnel, the roster thing, a lot of things like that, and what their plan would be with it.
Would you be open to someone running a different scheme from the past seasons?
Yeah, I'm open to anything.
That's Kyle Shanahan talking about the future of the defensive coordinator position. Nick Sorensen was informed that he will not return as DC. Whether or not he stays on the staff is to be determined, but we got a lot to get into. We did a brief reaction segment moments ago, but here to help us get into it more is 49ers reporter for the San Francisco Standard, and we've had him on once before. Always great to have our good friend David Lombardi join the show, and he joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. David, how are you?
Doing great. I think I've been on way more than once. I love coming on with you guys. And today's a good day to talk.
Of the show. Just
okay, this iteration of the show. Got it. Yeah, because Greg, you sound familiar. I think I know you. So
which Greg? There's two Gregs.
Yeah, it's true. There's two of you now. Yeah. So
yeah.
you guys need a Greg squared or something like that. It'd be kind of cool.
We do.
So I think you guys played the main clips.
Yeah, you were in the room that it happened in. Just your thoughts, because I know you were wondering about a scheme change on defense. So where do you think they need to go to generate more pressure? And are they just kind of waiting for Robert Saleh to be available to take this job if they can get their hands on him?
Well, so first things first, officially there will be 3 new coordinators for the 49ers next year. I think that's the biggest overarching takeaway of this, because offensively, Clay Kubiak is officially now going to be named the offensive coordinator for San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan's still going to be the primary play caller, but I asked about Kubiak calling plays in that last regular season game. He also called them during the preseason for the 49ers. And Shanahan, he tried to downplay it a little bit. He said, yeah, I'm still going to be calling the plays, but Clay is officially going to be the offensive coordinator. And I think it's really important to read in between the lines. The 49ers don't just toss out promotions like candy on the offensive side of the ball. And sorry, there's a lot of beeping here. I'm in the hallway at Levi Stadium, so there's a lot of noise. I can't really move anywhere else. But anyway, Clay Kubiak, I think, has earned the same level of trust and respect as Mike McDaniel had within the offense, because the only other offensive staffer previous to this that had been promoted to an offensive coordinator position had been Mike McDaniel. And I do think that it's really important that Kyle Shanahan has somebody that he trusts that much to remind him of the big picture of the course of games. I mean, they like we talked about against Detroit, the 16 straight runs to end the game. The Brock Purdy's second interception came on the 10th straight run. It's really important when you're in the weeds.
16 straight passes.
So 16 straight passes. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so
sorry,
16. Yeah, it's really important to have that check in the midst of games. And I think Mike McDaniel helped with that. And I think that Clay Kubiak, this elevation to offensive coordinator, I think that does represent an evolution of the offensive coaching staff. So that's one new coordinator. There's obviously going to be a new special teams coordinator. And now you asked about the defensive coordinator. The quote that you guys played where Kyle Shanahan said he was open to anything is the big answer for me, because I went into this press conference wondering if they're going to be rigid, sticking to what they've run over the past 8 seasons, which obviously has evolved. But they've never truly departed from that. They've never truly stepped into entertaining the idea of a 3-4 or any really, really drastic changes. And the fact that Shanahan said that he's open to anything means that I think he truly is open to anything. It's really going to depend on the interview process, who's available, who impresses them. And you have to marry it with the personnel that's going to be available. So you have to study free agency, you have to study the draft, you have to study your own players and the contractual situations. Dre Greenlaw is obviously at the top of that list, and figure out what's going to work best for the 49ers. So this is going to be one fascinating offseason. And I think what we learned from this press conference is that there a lot of changes are possible for the 49ers. And I do think that's the flexibility that fans have wanted to see from Shanahan and Lynch.
So, David, one of the things that stuck out to me in the press conference was just the general conviction on Brock Purdy. John Lynch coming right out and saying, Brock is our guy. Kyle Shanahan saying, I want to be with Brock for as long as I'm here. And also adding in the note of the OTAs, saying, I think it's important for everybody to be here with 14 weeks in between end of season and OTAs instead of 8. I know the contract thing is going to be a big talking point and kind of the big focus of the offseason. So there's going to be a lot of speculation from everybody. But do you think just between what Brock said in the locker room about wanting it to get done easily and no drama, and what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch just iterated at the podium, do you expect there to be a greater willingness to compromise than we've seen in some of these other negotiations with guys like Ayuk and Bosa?
I don't think there needs to be a whole heck of a lot of compromise here because I think that the parameters are very clearly set. I don't think they were as clearly set with somebody like Brandon Ayuk last year. But the fact of the matter is that the 49ers need a good quarterback. Brock Purdy very clearly is a good quarterback. And when you have that need and then you have that availability, the market rate should be fairly easily defined. And yes, the market rate for a good quarterback is expensive, but that's part of doing business in the NFL. So the 49ers would be out of their minds if they weren't planning to pay Brock Purdy his contractual worth. Now, everybody's going to be talking about average per year as if that's some kind of big determinant of whether or not the 49ers can afford this deal. It actually isn't a big determinant of whether or not they can afford this deal. It's about the structure that they can get. And I think looking at the deals that the 49ers have executed here in the recent past, the mega deals for Bosa, for Brandon Ayuk, we get an idea of how they're going to try to structure this deal to fit under a rising salary cap. They're going to backload a lot of the cap hits, and I think that it's absolutely possible to play Brock Purdy at or near the top of the market while maintaining flexibility elsewhere. They've been really good at this, and the reason that all sides seem really confident is that they recognize how good they've been at this, and it is really the only logical path forward for the 49ers.
And John and Kyle backed in on that, double down with John saying he's our guy, being around a long time, and Kyle had the real clear one, plan on being with Brock all the time I'm here. So we'll see. It is expensive with a quarterback. Dre Greenlaw is interesting, and John Lynch, the quote is, doing everything that we can to bring Greenlaw back. But the reality is not a lot of teams pay, and you're perfect at this because you know football inside and out. You know the importance of Dre Greenlaw to this defense, but you know what is reasonable to pay. Not all teams choose to pay off-the-ball stacked linebackers like Warner and Greenlaw a lot of money. The Rams don't do it. They let guys go or they trade. Ernest Jones the fourth when he's going to get one of those contracts. Fred is already one of the highest paid linebackers in football. Can the 49ers afford to pay a second off-the-ball linebacker? And I don't know. I think the question is, in light of his injuries and severe injuries, how much will Dre really get on the open market? But your thoughts on just paying two stacked linebackers the top of market?
I'm not really sure if they can pay both of them top of market. Dre currently is making $8 million a year. And I only use the APY to give a rudimentary ballpark idea of where these players are at because, again, structure means a lot more than the average per year. But so Dre is at 18 and Fred is at a little bit north of 19 million per year. So he truly is top of market. I think he's officially number 2, I think, behind only Roquan Smith. But the issue with Dre Greenlaw is that he only played a half plus 4 snaps this year. So the explosiveness was back. We saw that over the first half of the game against the Rams. It was one of the most amazing things I've actually ever seen on a football field because he had torn his Achilles 305 days prior to that. I did not expect the burst to be back the way that it was, but that's only one of the boxes that you have to check. Other box is the durability, and obviously he hadn't checked that box yet. So my thought was that would lead his price to be at least slightly depressed over the course of this offseason. We all know that Dre Greenlaw should be in the double digits when it comes to APY. That's how good of a linebacker he is. But given the fact that he only played 34 snaps this year, I think that there might be a discount to be had. And that's why, right now, we don't even know what the 49ers are going to be running defensively next year. The wide 9 that they have been running over the past, 4 or 5 seasons at this point has been highly dependent on excellent linebackers because there's bigger gaps in between the defensive linemen. Linebackers have to plug the run, and obviously in the modern game, the linebackers have to cover. So Dre Greenlaw was really a perfect player, and Fred Warner has been a perfect player for what the 49ers have run. If whatever they run moving forward slightly de-emphasizes the importance of that linebacker position, then all of a sudden your cost strategy might change at the position. So we need to know what Dre Greenlaw is actually worth on the open market or just because he's going to be an unrestricted free agent, given the complicated balance between his explosiveness and his durability. And B, we need to know what the 49ers are going to be running so we know what, his exact worth to them specifically is going to be. But, if it were 2 top of the market linebackers, 2 guys in the double digits APY, I think that would be tough for the 49ers to afford. But I don't know if it's necessarily going to be that kind of price tag for Dre Greenlaw.
Talking to David Lombardi, and speaking of priorities and guys that may or may not be here next year, the press conference ended talking about Deebo Samuel, and John Lynch said they expect Deebo to be back. And I just want to ask you, David, I know that he's still under contract for another year, but there is a possibility that he's gone, and we saw Ricky Pearsall flourish in the last couple of years. Where do you think Deebo ranks kind of on the priority list of all this when we talk about interior defensive linemen, offensive line, Dre Greenlaw? Like, there's a long list of ways that the 49ers need to retool, even though they're not in a full-on rebuild.
Well, it's not just about replacing one receiver with the other. I think we've seen it not just this year, but in years past. You want to layer depth at every position, really. But with the offensive receiver, the Kansas City game in Week 7 was a great example. Deebo Samuel was about to check into the hospital with pneumonia. Brandon Ayuk tore his ACL. Jawan Jennings was out with hip injury, and Christian McCaffrey was obviously on injured reserve at the time. So the 49ers were down 4 of their top 5 eligibles, and the result was predictably disjointed and ugly for the offense. So if you can stack weapons, you're going to have a better chance to insulate yourself against the chaos of injuries, which inevitably comes in the NFL. That's why John Lynch said you don't just let good players walk out the door. That being said, I don't think that Deebo has been as good of a fit with the style of play that Brock Purdy brings to the table as he was with Jimmy Garoppolo. Purdy is throwing the ball further downfield. You're looking for, especially this year with Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey out for most of the season, the 49ers were, short, a man-beating wide receiver, more of your standard X wide receiver. So Deebo Samuel didn't fit that puzzle as well. Plus, he was dealing with a lot. He was dealing with an oblique injury, and then he had the pneumonia that can take a while to recover from. So the whole Deebo Samuel experience this year wasn't what the 49ers had seen in years prior. That said, I'll go back to my first point. You don't let good football players walk out of the building. He's still a good football player. I think he still has a lot in the tank, especially given what he was fighting through this year. So I think it's always a priority to maintain as much firepower as you possibly can, if you possibly can do that.
Lastly, David, you were wondering about the scheme and would Kyle adjust, and he said, I love the scheme, but I'm willing to adjust, and he's open to anything. I mean, last year he did reach out to Bill Belichick and offered him the defensive coordinator job. He tried to bring in the guy that beat him in the Super Bowl just days earlier in Steve Spagnuolo. And Steve now is getting interview requests for to be a head coach at last, again, in the NFL. If Kyle could get anybody, do you think? I mean, guys that are going to be head coaches, just take it out there. Saleh seems like the guy from a scheme, and the guys in the room know him and love him. Jeff Ulbrich was out there. As we start to hone in on guys for this DC job, what do you think you're looking at here?
I really think that Robert Saleh, since he was the initial architect of this defense, would be a dream scenario, because he's also now had a chance to leave, go to New York, be a head coach. Obviously, there was a lot of drama there. So much of it was outside of his control, but I think that could, Robert Saleh's built to the right stuff. I think all that experience probably only helped him become a better coach. And the 49ers need somebody who's obviously familiar with the way that they operate in the building, but obviously somebody who can evolve as well. And we've seen Kyle Shanahan try to spur on the evolution of this defense with some of his moves in the past. I mean, they brought in Steve Wilkes and told him, hey, we want you to learn our system, but then we want you to integrate stuff from outside the system. There was a similar idea, although Brandon Staley doesn't have as much power in the organizational structure since he's not the defensive coordinator, but they also wanted him to bring in some outside ideas. So there's been this push for an evolution of the defense. You could also go back to Joe Woods when they brought him in to pair with Robert Saleh. I think that worked extremely well for the defensive backfield. And I think that push to evolve would really work with somebody like Robert Saleh, because it's not like he's just been sitting in San Francisco for all of the past 8 years. He has seen other stuff in the league. He's been in another position. And he evolved impressively the last time that he was the 49ers defensive coordinator in 2020. It was the year that a lot of people are comparing to this 2024 season. The 49ers had a tremendous amount of injuries. He missed Bosa for essentially all of the season when he tore his ACL. And Saleh was still able to field a top 10 defense, which is something the 49ers obviously were not able to do this season when the defense dropped to number 26 in the league. So I think that would be, your golden goose here. That would be the candidate that might fit what you need and what you want the best. I just don't know if it's going to be possible because Robert Saleh is interviewing for head coaching positions.
Well, if he does end up coming back to the Bay Area, we will certainly be using that phrase golden goose as a regular here on the show. He is David Lombardi. You can read him in the SF Standard, and really appreciate your time. I know you're out at Levi Stadium giving us that valuable instant reaction, so can't thank you enough, David.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Davey.
He is David Lombardi. That is reaction to Lynch and Shanahan, and we'll get back into baseball on the other side as Andy Baggerly joins us next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're here to party like it's 2009 as the San Francisco Giants sign soon-to-be 42-year-old and future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander, agreeing to a one-year, $15 million deal. We'll be talking about that with Robert Flores, Andy Baggerly, and it will be a big topic on Dirty Work as well. So stay tuned right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver here. We're going to pick up the show right where we started off. That's talking about Justin Verlander agreeing to sign, a one-year, $15 million deal with the San Francisco Giants. I always have to say agreeing to sign, pending physical now after the Carlos Correa trauma, but if all goes well, we'll have Justin Verlander, Kate Upton and company joining the Orange and Black, and we're going to talk about it right now with our good friend Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. We've had him on once before as well, and he is back to talk more in reaction to the Verlander signing. He and Ken Rosenthal wrote a great column in The Athletic. I recommend checking that out. And he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Andy, welcome to the Gregs once again. Appreciate your time.
Yes, hello, Greg Squared. How are you?
We're doing pretty well. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, read your column. Really interesting stuff in there. And I guess the line that stuck out to me the most from the top was talking about the payroll and the $15 million, and just kind of want to see what your thoughts are on the potential move or two that can be made to adjust the lineup with the money that the Giants still have to spend, because $15 million for 1 year, not a whole lot. The Giants have never seemed to be interested in offering the mega contracts, although they did give Adames 7 years when other teams could have gone as high as maybe 9 or 10. All that to say, what kind of moves could they be making? And do you think it's more pitching and defense priority at this point, or do you think there's a real urgency to go get another bat?
Yeah, well, first, I would say that, they have been willing to give out the mega contracts. They had one agreed to with Carlos Correa for $350 million, and then obviously his ankle didn't look so great. They were willing to, give Shohei Ohtani the contract that he got with the Dodgers. They were willing to go where they needed to go financially on Yamamoto. So, I think that they've been opportunistic in terms of, payroll. And I try not to be too simplistic when I write about what their budget, quote unquote, is, or what their payroll is, because I do think that they're opportunistic. But, after last year, they went over the luxury tax line. They obviously didn't make the playoffs. I don't think they want to look at this year as kind of a soft reset, but that may be kind of in practice what it is. And the thought entering the offseason was that, they probably would step back the payroll from where it was last year. Now, you could say, well, they shouldn't do that, especially when the Dodgers are spending, and they could have afforded Corbin Burns at what the Diamondbacks got him for, and all. There's really no flaw in any of those arguments. But if their goal is to maybe try to not spend as much as they spent last season, and do what they can do to improve the team, I still think that Buster Posey wouldn't be in this position if austerity measures were going to rule the day to the point where they didn't feel they could put a better team on the field. And, but you look at a Verlander and, he is $15 million. He's not, $30 million like for Burns. He doesn't cost you draft picks. He's around for 1 year. And he can probably be somebody who, like Randy Johnson, can, give you a little bit of stability in the rotation if he's healthy, and try to bring a lot of the other attributes and positives that come from having a slam dunk Hall of Famer in your rotation. So this does leave them with some room to add some more offense. I think that you look at the DH spot, you look at first base potentially. I don't know if they want to necessarily go in expecting Wilmer Flores to hit 20 plus homers again after he was banged up last year. So they still have some moves that they can make, and but a lot of those players are off the board now, and I think that probably the best way they can improve themselves is maybe on the trade route at this point.
Bags, you kind of hinted at this about a month ago. You mentioned Paul Goldschmidt, so he's no longer an option now. He's a Yankee, and first base is still open. But you mentioned Max Scherzer, you mentioned Justin Verlander. You brought the commonalities of all. Sabes would do this routinely, bring in veteran players at the end of borderline Hall of Fame careers or flat-out Hall of Fame careers. My question is, we watch Verlander. He's one of the best pitchers of his generation, along with Kershaw and Max Scherzer. So why do you think ultimately it is Verlander who's a Giant and not Max Scherzer? Bochy knows Max, obviously, from Texas. He had injuries like Verlander did last year. Dusty did manage, obviously, Verlander in Houston, and very successfully. Was Dusty involved? Why ultimately think today it's Verlander and not Scherzer?
Well, I don't know this for certain, but, I can tell you that one factor or one thing is one guy's represented by Scott Boras and one guy's not. And sometimes the timeline of the off season kind of dictates when things get done. And if someone's ready to do business, then you sign them. And if they're not, then you move on to the next target potentially. So, and Scherzer, had a better year last year when he was healthy. He missed more bats. The numbers obviously were a lot better than Verlander's numbers. So I think that maybe he might have a little more leverage if indeed he wants to pitch, depending on how healthy he is. And the Giants have their internal evaluations too. I mean, they've scouted these guys. They've done their homework. They know who's in a position to bounce back. And we have to wait until this is announced and they can comment on it publicly. But it may be that they thought Verlander was going to have the better season. It may be that it was just easier to get him to say yes and on a contract term that they could plug into their budget. And we'll see what Scherzer ends up signing for if indeed he does sign another contract. And then maybe when all that dust settles, we'll have a clearer picture of why this move with Verlander was made and not necessarily they're announcing, Max Scherzer.
Andy Baggerly, kind enough to join us as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Hour to go here with the Gregs before we hand it off to Dirty Work. And right now, the news of the day, well, I should say one of the pieces of news of the day, because we've had all of our children in the Warriors, Giants, and 49ers to give attention to. But what we opened off the show with was this news of Justin Verlander. And, the mentorship aspect is something that was widely talked about right off the top, right? You got Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison, two young guys with high ceilings that kind of tailed off late in the season. And so we don't know what's going to happen with the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes bags. I don't think the Giants are necessarily a favorite by any means for Roki Sasaki to come here. But do you think the fact that in Japan, when they only pitch once a week and adding someone like Verlander could be a possible six-man rotation chip, and the fact that Verlander's just a Hall of Famer with his acumen kind of could sway any implications for the Sasaki sweepstakes?
I don't think so. I think that, every expectation is he's going to go to the Dodgers. That's certainly not a done deal. There have been surprises before. But, from what I understand, the Dodgers have even told their international signees, look, we may not have that money for you, come the 15th if Roki Sasaki ends up taking up all of it. The Padres, I think, have also kind of told their international signees, hey, look, your commitments are open. They're trying to send every message that they're in this too. I don't think the Giants are in that same boat. And they've got a couple of really good players that they feel really good about that they're going to have money committed to in that international pool. So, those are just some of the tea leaves, I guess, that sort of hint at Sasaki going elsewhere. I don't think this Verlander move is really connected to Sasaki at all. I don't think they can make moves based on assuming they have him or assuming they don't have him. But I think this is sort of just a one. It's sort of in and of itself, and you look at a rotation that's got Robbie Ray and he's a Cy Young winner. You got Logan Webb, who's been a Cy Young finalist and certainly has been one of the best pitchers in the league. And now you've got a guy who maybe you don't expect him to pitch at the top of your rotation, but he's reinvented himself a couple times before, and that he's going to be a competitor. And the last thing he wants to do, from talking to people in the last 24 hours who really know him well, the thing I've heard a couple times is he doesn't want to embarrass himself. He really doesn't. He wouldn't be doing this if he felt that he'd be going out there and embarrassing himself. And he's got a ton of pride. It's one of the things that's made him so great for so long. He's won an MVP award. He's won 3 Cy Young awards. You look at what Randy Johnson did in 2009, and it wasn't that great. I think he made maybe 9 or 10 starts. Obviously won his 300th game, or maybe threw about 90 innings over 19 starts or so, I think maybe. But so you don't expect him to be someone who's going to sort of be a kind of a load-bearing piece in that rotation. But he's going to take some pressure off. And if that means down the line Jordan Hicks goes to the bullpen, if that's where he's best suited, or if it means that Hayden Birdsong can start in the minor leagues at AAA and work on his command, if they can help the development of some of these young pitchers, to have another sort of Hall of Fame type guy in there, then I think that those are all sort of ancillary benefits, because ultimately this team's going to go as far as their young pitching can take them.
We haven't spoken to you in a while, Beggs. I've missed you. And I did mention Goldschmidt, and you wrote about it. And we were talking about Goldschmidt being the perfect one-year guy to groom Bryce Eldridge, but he is a New York Yankee. One-year deal for $12.5 million. Were the Giants in on Goldschmidt, as far as you know? And what are they going to do now at first base?
Yeah, I think they were. And Goldschmidt obviously went to New York. I think in a livelier lineup. Maybe the chance to play for a team that's probably going to be forecasted a little more solidly as a playoff team. He's at the stage in his career, I'm sure, where winning is number one for him. The Giants are probably, about a 500 team right now, even with the addition of Adames and looking at how just stingy that division is. If you're Paul Goldschmidt, you're trying to pick the place where you have the best shot to play in October. I think the Yankees, anybody would agree that he made the right choice. And that's what you're up against when you're the Giants. You're trying to reestablish yourself. Where are they at first base? I think they still like Lamont Wade Jr. As we mentioned, Wilmer Flores did opt in to his contract, so he'll be in spring training if he's healthy. He's obviously a candidate to make the team. And then Eldridge, they're not going to rush. They're really going to give him, maybe the whole year. Buster Posey's kind of conditioned us to slow our roll with him a little bit. And so, I don't think they're going to be in on Pete Alonso. I know that's been kind of rumored a little bit, but, you'd be giving up the draft picks for him. And, his power certainly would play in any ballpark, but, they like some of the options they have. They like Gerard Encarnacion. If indeed they find someone else who could play second base, I don't think they're going to be in on Ha-Sung Kim, but if they find that there's an opportunity there, maybe Tyler Fitzgerald becomes someone who can mix in at first base. And I'm just spitballing a little bit here, but I don't think that it's a done situation yet because there's not a whole lot of spots that they can really add to this lineup to improve it. But first base DH is potentially one of them.
A few more minutes here with Andy Baggerly, and I want to get a chance to ask you about the outfield and maybe just the Giants' willingness to make trades. And I think if they were to make a trade with some of their offensive guys, you'd be looking at a Lamont Wade or a Mike Yastrzemski. Whether or not Mike Yastrzemski is on this roster, what do you see as kind of the future for the outfield? I know Jung-Hoo Lee is going to come back. Ramos obviously has a spot, but paying attention to someone like Luis Matos, who just had a great winter league in Venezuela, won Rookie of the Year, had 41 RBIs in his 55 games, and only 23 strikeouts, which I think was the most notable stat. Grant McCray is someone that had the big splash of a quote late in the season, like, yeah, me and Jung-Hoo would be a big problem for a lot of people in the outfield. So what do you make of this Giants kind of young outfield right now?
Yeah, I think they really like Mike Yastrzemski. They really respect the way he plays the game. They like the defense. He's a guy who you can hit lower in the order and still can have some pop. I think that I would be surprised if he's traded, but there may be some deals where he's a match for the other team. So I think they're open-minded. Wade, I think, there's been a lot of talk about him potentially being dealt. A lot of teams have already sort of addressed their first base situation. And we'll see if Pete Alonso does go back to the Mets, maybe that'll have the sort of effect of the last domino falling. And if there are any other teams that still need someone at first base, maybe the Seattle Mariners, then, we'll see what the market might be like for him. But right now I think he's on the team. The big question that I have, and maybe something that the Giants should be maybe not concerned about, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on, is Elliot Ramos did not really end the season very well, and neither did Tyler Fitzgerald. And these are guys who certainly did enough to be starting position players and everyday players in that lineup to begin the season. But you kind of would like to feel like you've got some fallback options in case they really struggle, just because the second half was not so kind to either one of them. So that's going to be something that I think they'll have to create a little more depth and create a few more options. And some of that may be internal, but I think that they probably do need to add another stick somewhere.
Max, with this deal with Verlander, do you think the starting rotation is done now with Verlander and Webb and Robbie Ray and Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison? Landon Roop is there. Hayden Birdsong did look good last year. Mason Black, a few others. When you look at the division, you got these offenses in L.A., San Diego, and Arizona are just loaded. And then you always got to go to Coors and deal with pitching there. Is that going to be the composition of the starters going to camp, or We had Susan Slusser on recently, and she talked about trading for Sonny Gray, Luis Castillo. Now that you have Verlander, is that enough veteran influence, or might you package a few of these young arms to get a veteran arm still?
Well, that's where they might have an opportunity, and I think there's a few more you could mention. Tristan Beck had a really nice comeback last year from the arm aneurysm, a scary injury he had, and he threw the ball very well when he came back. Keaton Winn is a guy who was hurt last year, but I talked to him at the end of the season. He had that nerve transposition surgery, and he said he feels the best he's maybe ever felt, and he's a guy who can run that fastball up to 98. With some sink, and so there's a lot to like in terms of depth. We haven't seen Carson Wisenhunt in the big leagues yet, and I know the AAA numbers weren't great, but he's got a lot of pitchability, and that changeup is definitely a big league pitch. So, they may have an opportunity if they could go out and get another pitcher to maybe trade from the sort of bulge of young starters that they have, and solve maybe another deficiency somewhere, and so that I think they have to sort of keep all options open. And, it's been a puzzle for them because they obviously made the Adames signing, right before the winter meetings. That was the number one target. That was the number one position at shortstop they wanted to address. And, they got the deal done. And then I think we all kind of expected they'd have this big kind of surge of momentum behind them. And then since then, I think they've just hit a lot of dead ends with the things they've tried to do. So, I'm sure they're happy to get the Verlander deal done, but I do think that they've got another move or two to make.
Well, we'll stay tuned for that. Absolutely. He is Andy Baggerly. You can read him in The Athletic. And with the 49ers season officially over, I know we're going to start talking to you a lot more, Bags. So really appreciate you taking the time today to stop by and talk about the latest move in Justin Verlander. And we will do this plenty more times down the road.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Good to catch up with you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bags.
He is Andy Baggerly, and always like catching up with him. That is his second time on the Gregs officially. But as we discussed with David Lombardi, Papa, a lot of times people have gotten to talk to you. It's he's like, I think your voice sounds familiar. I'm like, I'm mildly familiar. You're more than familiar.
Kidding me? Andrew Baggerly and I were doing Giants pregame live and postgame live, and Randy Johnson won his 300th game through the raindrops in Nationals Park in Washington. I remember it well. And 2009. So Bags and I have been together for even going back years ago, 20 years ago when he covered the Angels, the year they won the World Series in 2002 against Dusty's group. By the way, we have been texting back and forth. We will get Johnny Be Good, Dusty Baker on the air at some point in the coming days and weeks. He can't do it today, but he does know the very best of Justin Verlander. And I have to think he had something to say to Buster about the signing of one Justin Verlander.
Cannot wait for that moment when we do get Dusty Baker on. And I think Papa, when he was talking about Randy Johnson, it's something about 2009? That's interesting. It's Silver Linings Playlist next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
There is simply no way around it. The Golden State Warriors season is looking bleak. They just suffered a 114-98 loss to the Miami Heat at home. And the post-game comments are starting to show a mounting frustration and a crisis of confidence that we have not seen in some time in the Bay Area. Share your thoughts on the conversation at 415-808-5627. We'll be getting in some Dubs basketball on a news-heavy Wednesday.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Craig Papa and Greg Silver.
I wasn't sure where we were going with that. Walter's totally giving me like the hold on, and I'm like, do I talk? Do I not talk? We got Jack Harlow instrumental playing. That is not going to be the focus of today's Silver Lining playlist, although we are going to go with another white rapper. So what did I tease, or what did Papa tease rather, going into the break?
2009.
Randy Johnson, 2009, when he came over to finish off his career with the San Francisco Giants. Tim Lincecum was the young and up-and-coming star. That's when he won his second consecutive Cy Young Award right here with the Orange and Black. And 2009 by Mac Miller. This album was actually released just a month or two before he passed away, tragically, at the age of 26. But I really like this instrumental. It's a beautiful beginning, rather mellow song. And I know Mac Miller's a rapper, but this isn't so much of rap as just a nice little symphony. And yeah, it's glimmers of 2009 now to have Justin Verlander come back, and KNBR Socials made me laugh with their Photoshop. And I'm sitting there last night watching that Warrior game that Papa was at for Chase Center, and I'm like, I can't do a Silver Linings playlist on these guys. I already did one. It's called Echo, the same sad echo. I didn't want to be sad. I wanted to be nostalgic, and that's what we get here today with 2009. Justin Verlander is going to be 42 next month, but we'll see what he has left in the tank, and I, for one, am looking forward to it because anytime someone's headed to Cooperstown and they come to play baseball in the Bay Area, it's going to be worth the watch. So Papa was obviously much more present for the Randy Johnson 2009 experience, but here we are with 2009, partying like it's 2009, and Justin Verlander will be in the Bay Area.
Pretty song. I like it. Turn it up a little bit. Justin Verlander, have you looked at his career? In 2008, he led the American League in losses with 17. He comes back the next year in your 2009. He leads the same junior circuit, we call it, I don't call it, the American League, in wins with 19. He went from 17 losses in 08 to 19 wins in 09. And that was the first year that he was really Justin Verlander. What a dominant year that year. 269 strikeouts in 240 innings. And then he just got better and better and better. I mean, he was 2011. He had one of the greatest pitching seasons ever.
Yeah.
As he won not only the Cy Young Award, but he also won something called the American League Most Valuable Player that year. So Randy Johnson was dominant. We saw a young Randy Johnson who couldn't throw the ball across home plate in Seattle and then evolve into a guy who threw a no-hitter. Remember Omar Vizquel got that was actually Chris Bosio's no-hitter. I think he punched out Jeff Heath to get his. Anyway, then Randy goes to Arizona and becomes a World Series champion and wins Cy Youngs as often as Barry's winning MVP just year after year after year. And then Verlander, at the height of his powers, obviously, in 2012, when he looked like an unhittable beast, mowing through Bob Melvin's Oakland A's to the World Series and that epic matchup. And then the trade to Houston right at the 11th hour, later in 17, a World Series champion at last. And the Tommy John injury, came back and won Comeback Player of the Year. But really, when you look at his career, and it's been up and down and all around, where he ascended to the best pitcher in the sport was your 2009. Who goes from leading the league in losses in one year and come back and leading the league in wins the very next year? Who's done that besides Justin Verlander?
No, I mean, you hit the nail right on the head to go from 11 and 17 back in 2008, and then 2009, 19 and 9. His WAR jumped from 1.8 to 5.5, and then he was all the way up at 8.6 in that MVP season. So, yeah, and as Mac Miller says, it ain't 2009 no more. And we're not going to get the 2009 or the 2011 version of Justin Verlander. But if we can get the 2023 version of Justin Verlander, that'll still hold some value in what is a loaded NL West. Now, do I want the Giants to be done and have that and Willy Adames be their moves? No, of course not. But Can I reminisce and get a little bit nostalgic about the days when the Giants swept them in 2012? Of course, absolutely, I will. So, by the way, Young Tony approving of Silver Linings Playlist. This is the first time I've been texted live by anyone from KNBR during Silver Linings Playlist. So, because of that love from Young Tony, I'm going to actually say that the double booking on Cam Inman yesterday for the two shows was not his fault. And he's like probably thinking, dude, what did I do? I was home already by then. But hey, I don't make the rules. The YouTube people voted on it. So, 2009, Mac Miller, and partying like it's 2009, as Walter put so eloquently on his Twitter with a little Randy Johnson throwback. So, hey, look, what is it going to get? I don't know. But am I looking forward to it? You're damn right. Let's get some pictures with Kate Upton. Can we get
I'm looking to get Giants tickets and go in the WAG section and seeing Kate Upton. 2009, how old was Kate Upton then when he became a star? She was just a baby. She even do that commercial when she was on the horse in the bikini. I don't think she'd done that yet. But they've been married since, 2017? I think they got married. So who was number one on the wives and girlfriends list in the Bay Area? Is it Mrs. Christian McCaffrey, a former Miss Universe, or one Kate Upton? Who else we got in that competition?
Got some great competition overall. I mean, look, Aisha Curry is successful on her own.
Aisha Curry, Sydney Warner.
Yeah.
Fred Warner, by the way, is going to be in Bristol this weekend doing, what do they call the morning show? Countdown? NFL Countdown? I think he's doing that, I think, on Sunday.
He deserves it. Fred Warner has had to go to the podium so many times after tough losses this year and be just a professional spokesperson. He deserves some good airtime.
He's amazing. You think he's going to be good on TV, Fred?
He's going to be amazing.
You think so?
I think he'll be good.
He'll nail it?
I think he'll be good.
He's going to look good. I wouldn't wonder what suit he's going to wear. That guy, every morning, even for a morning game, he climbs on the bus looking like Michael Jordan, walking into the Chicago Stadium or the United Center, whatever it was. He'll look good. His hair's going to look good. I wonder how outspoken he will be in studio. Will he be guarded and not want to give away state secrets, or will he be outspoken? I don't think I've seen. Well, he's always playing in playoff games and championship games and Super Bowls, so he doesn't really have the time. But I do wonder, is Kittle going to do anything as far as network TV? Now that the Niners have what you're having is a dry January. Not sure why you would ever have that, but anyway, they are having a dry January. But I do wonder. But we'll see if Kittle and a few others do make their rounds. But Kyle Shanahan, you think somebody to reach out to Kyle to come in and do an analysis work for a Super Bowl game? I think he's been in a few. Anyway, I think Warner will be good. I'm anxious to see just how bold he is with his hot takes, or if he kind of Warners it.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some element to his media training that will come across, but I still think he's incredibly well-spoken. He's a total pro, and I expect him to be closer to great than closer to mediocre, because I'm a big Fred guy. Let's see. That is our Silver Linings playlist. Oh, and Young Tony once again chiming in. We forgot about Christian Juszczyk.
His wife?
Yeah, Juice's wife. Young Tony's wife. I hope it's not Young Tony's wife. Otherwise, we'd have to call
She's
Kyle.
Very fashionable. She's got to make us a jacket for this show. Papa in silver. We need that.
I mean, she should just look at the stream for one day, see how many wardrobe changes you make, and she should be sold right there. So we'll get Christian Juszczyk on the program. That's for sure.
For now, we're going to get Roflo. Robert Flores on. So are we done with baseball? I mean, who had the best offseason? Right now, you'd have to say the New York Mets have had the best offseason, getting Soto away from the Yankees. Where's Pete Alonso? Is he not going to re-sign with the New York Mets? What's going on with that?
He's Mystery Pete. Yeah, I don't know exactly where we're headed, and we'll see if the Giants end up making a trade of some sort and what's going to happen with Sasaki and everything. Bags thinks he's going to be an LA Dodger. I just don't want to think about that. It's gross.
It sounds like it's done. They're telling the international signing pool they've already got Sasaki. Sounds like it's a done deal.
Ugh. Well, you know what? We'll take a break right now so I don't have to go down that sad rabbit hole. And we actually got 2 breaks to take before Roflo. So very quick reset on the other side. It ain't 2009 no more, but we're still going to party in 2025. After my dry January, of course. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I thought he did an awesome job, and Clay's role is going to be the same as it's been, which has been the offensive coordinator. He just hasn't had that title yet. I mean, Clay's done as much as anyone on offense for these last 2 years. So this was his second year doing that, and he gets better and better each year at it. Just hasn't had the official title yet, and now he'll get the official title, which he more than deserves. It's more about, recognizing what he's already been doing and doing at a high level.
Yeah, so Kyle Shanahan there in the press conference from a couple of hours ago with John Lynch, mentioning that Clay Kubiak will get the official title of offensive coordinator. Kyle Shanahan will continue to call the plays, but we talked about that with David Lombardi. Said 49ers just don't give out promotions for fun or titles for fun. Clay Kubiak is going to officially get that OC title, which means that technically speaking, Papa, 3 new coordinators for the San Francisco 49ers heading into 2025.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way till David Lombardi said that, but obviously a change with Schneid's at special teams coordinator. We'll see with the DC with the change of Nick Sorensen, and then Clay, who's really been there anyway, along with Chris Verster, does get the title of offensive coordinator. Before, he was the offensive passing game specialist. Before that, he was an assistant quarterback coach for a couple of years, and he actually joined the Niners staff in 2021 as a defensive quality control coach, which is interesting. So he learned the defensive side. Obviously, the Kubiak name is intertwined with the Shanahan name, going back to the patriarch, Gary Kubiak, who was John Elway's backup quarterback. And then he did, become an offensive coordinator and wound up being a head coach of the Denver Broncos last time a Super Bowl was played at Levi's, only at the time, obviously Super Bowl 50. He was the head coach. One thing that I do remember was, I forget what game I was watching, but I was watching the Denver Broncos play from years ago. And it was Gary Kubiak who was calling the plays when Mike Shanahan was the head coach. You know what it was? It was the year after Elway retired, after the back-to-back Super Bowls. And I told Kyle, I go, I don't remember. Your dad, I thought the first time his dad gave up play calling was when he brought Kyle in Washington. But he said, yeah, he had Gary call it one year, but it was the year after John Elway retired. I think it was Bubby Brister started at quarterback. And then later, it was Brian Griese took over as quarterback. Anyway, he didn't have Elway, so Mike Shanahan said, I don't want to call plays anymore. You do it, Gary Kubiak. I do wonder if Kyle kind of danced around the question. It was asked, and he said, I'm still going to call plays. I'm not sure exactly what the quote was, but I do wonder, since his dad did give up play calling and gave it over to a Kubiak, if at some point next year going on, the year after that he does give up play calling and he lets Clay Kubiak, or what's going to happen with Clint Kubiak now? The New Orleans staff all got fired. Right, he was the offensive coordinator this year, where Dennis Allen got off to a great start.
It was the big story after 2 weeks.
Right, so I mean, he was on this staff. I couldn't tell them apart between Clay and Clint. They'd walk down the hall, and I'm like, hey, Coobs. I'm like, I don't know which one you are. They look so much alike. I wonder. We have Greg squared on this show. Are we going to go? We're going to double down on Kubiak's at some point. Not only Clay becoming the offensive coordinator, but will his bro Clint come back to 49-49?
Yeah, that'd be really interesting. And the good news for us is I guess if people are watching us on the stream, they probably can tell us apart. I don't want to speak for everybody's eyesight and perception, but that's just my guess.
But what if you're not on the stream? Can it tell us apart by our voices?
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, the first name is not so much the related. It'd be the second name. If I was a Silver or you were a Papa, where we'd be confused. But the Kubiaks, honestly, I'd like hide my hat and go, what's up, Cubes? Like I didn't know which one it was. I can't Clay Clint and then Clint Clay. That's very awkward.
Yeah, but I also, this is not of any relevance at all, but today I was totally convinced that it was Clay with a C until I saw Nick Wagner tweet about it, and I'm like, oh, it's Clay Thompson Part 2.
It's Clay.
I got fooled.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
it's
anyway.
It's not Clay Holmes. That'll be when we talk to Roflo in baseball. It's not Clay Holmes.
And we will talk to Roflo and do some baseball to close out the show coming up next. So, yeah, good way to kind of end a little bit of a Wednesday. We made it over the halfway point in the week, and it's going to be pretty heavy football moving forward here Tomorrow, actually, I learned that Dirty Work is going to be shortened because we are carrying the college football playoff right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Notre Dame, Penn State.
Many people deeming the third place game, or I guess the second place game.
You never know. It's
Never
going to
know.
be nice. As far as the ratings go, who's going to get a bigger rating? Notre Dame, Penn State, or Texas, Ohio State? Notre Dame always kills in the ratings.
They do, but at the same time, I'd like to think that a Friday game is going to bring in more ratings, especially when people are considering it to be the unofficial championship, but I could be wrong.
Not sure about that. Thursday is a much better TV night of viewing than Friday.
That's fair, yeah, and we don't have Thursday night football. It's like built into our clocks, so when we didn't have Monday night football, I was like, where's the Manning cast? I'm missing everything.
We do have it next week. They are going to do the Manning cast for the Rams and Vikings playoff game this week, and it's weird hearing John and Kyle with the exit interview with the media today, and all I'm seeing is podium press conferences with all the quarterbacks that are going to be playing this weekend, like C.J. Stroud and D'Amico. It hits me a little bit today. Wednesday, a fresh week, is installation day. We're on to the new team. It's going to hit me in deep depression on Saturday morning when I wake up and start watching Super Wild Card weekend, and the Niners are super out of it. That's going to be hard.
Yeah, I know we've had some time to kind of process the end of the season, and really after that Rams game, that's when we sort of mentally turned the page, but still something about it has kind of thrown me off, and when we watch playoff games, then it's going to really hit. Enough of my rambling, though. We'll take a break. End the show with Roflo on the other side to wrap it up with a little baseball. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Squared on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're here to party like it's 2009 as the San Francisco Giants signed soon-to-be 42-year-old and future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander, agreeing to a one-year, $15 million deal. We'll be talking about that with Robert Flores, Andy Baggerly, and it will be a big topic on Dirty Work as well. So stay tuned right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It ain't 2009 no more, but we are levitating as Walter's bumping the Dua Lipa Da Baby instrumental pretty loud in my headphones, if I must admit. Papa and Silver final break taken, and we're taking this all the way up to 2 o'clock for dirty work. Why did we break so early? Why do we not value clock management? Well, actually, we do value the clock. It's because we got a late booking for a guest today, and that is our good friend Robert Flores, MLB Network host. First time joining the Greg Papa, Greg Silver program, and he is on the UMA guest line. Appreciate your time, Roflo, and just got to say, love the fact that you got the Twitter name. I had to go back and check when you officially joined. Looks like it was back in May 2009, so I guess that was early enough.
That long?
Yeah, it was early enough to get the Roflo.
Oh, wow. Well, you know what's funny? I actually used to be, my original, I think, was Roflo SC for SportsCenter, and then I changed it to ESPN, and then when I was leaving ESPN, I just went to Roflo. So, but you know what? To be fair, I am hardly on that godforsaken app any longer. So I would urge people to follow me on Blue Sky, roflo.bsky.social. So
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah,
you're on my TV, though, all the time. I watch you morning.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
Love your work. Saw you on Hot Stove and the morning show. I'll come back. We all know what a big Houston Astro fan you are, Rolf.
Mm-hmm. America's team, yes, absolutely.
Are they? Really?
Yeah.
That would make Justin Verlander, who's had one of the greatest runs in the history of the Astro franchise. When you put him up with Nolan in some categories and J.R. Richard, and he had an amazing run. So you've seen him up close, the good, the bad, and last year, exactly who are they getting in Justin Verlander, Robert?
Well, I like the signing for the San Francisco Giants. I really like what Buster Posey has done so far. I think that they probably still need to add offensively, but you guys know this better than anyone. I mean, when the Giants were winning titles, they were doing it with just enough offense, but a lot of good pitching and excellent defense. So I think Justin Verlander, I think he still has something left in the tank. And I think going to San Francisco in that ballpark, I think it's a perfect landing spot for him. I love Logan Webb. I think he's one of the best pitchers in the game. Probably doesn't get talked about enough. But I think the key for that rotation is Robbie Ray. They really need Robbie Ray to return to that Cy Young capable pitcher. So if you can get him, Webb, and then Justin Verlander comes in,
And like I said, I think he's got something left in the tank. Going to that ballpark, I think it's going to help a lot. So I like this signing a lot for San Francisco.
Talking to Robert Flores, and we played a clip pretty early in the show from John Morosi referencing the 2023 season that Justin Verlander had. And I kind of said, if he can have a season similar to that, then I would gladly take that here in San Francisco. 2024, I want to ask you about that because he did have the neck injury and seemed to be pitching through pain. So just kind of want to ask you, I guess, like, how much of this are you concerned with Father Time and just the inevitable age of an athlete? And how realistic is it that he could get back to something like a 2023?
Yeah, I think that's somewhat realistic, but listen, we all know, we've all heard the saying, Father Time is undefeated. Eventually, Father Time comes for everyone. But there is no one that has kind of reinvented themselves more during the course of their career. No one does more tinkering and finds new ways and new methods to improve his performance than Justin Verlander. So, he pitched through some injuries and velocity was down a little bit when he came back. I'm interested to see what he looks like as well. Look, is he going to be going out there going 6 1/3, 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 runs on a consistent basis? I would probably say those days are long gone, but can he give you 5 1/3, 4 strikeouts, 2 runs, something like that, and then you turn it over to the bullpen? I think he can, and I think that there's some real value in that.
And there are some good free agents, even though we're into 2025 in January, and pitchers and catchers report in about a month or so, 5 weeks time. Give me your thoughts on Alex Bregman, since you love the Astros and he is a Scott Boras guy. They offered him a lot of money, 6 years, $156 million to stay with the Stros. He turned him down. Where do you think Bregman winds up?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's like the Astros basically offered Bregman the Matt Chapman deal with a little bit more, right? I thought it was I think that's a fair offer, but that's not, look, it's not my money. Alex Bregman has earned the right to be a free agent. I think it is fair to wonder, did Alex Bregman and his agent misjudge the market a little bit? I think it's also fair to wonder if the same goes for Pete Alonso, because as of right now, I don't know if those offers are out there. I think it's fair to wonder, does Pete Alonso get the deal that he reportedly turned down from the Mets? Does Alex Bregman get the deal that he reportedly turned down from the Astros? I don't know. Maybe. All it takes is one team, guys. But I am surprised that we are here in early January and neither one of those guys, especially Bregman, does not have a deal. I think Alonso's market is very interesting because if he does not decide to go to the Mets, what is a landing spot for him, for a team that is willing to spend the kind of money that he's looking for? Reportedly, Alonso and his agent are looking for, or kind of using the Prince Fielder contract as a framework for his deal. I believe that was a contract that Prince Fielder signed back in 2012. I'm not quite sure it's an apples to apples comparison, but we'll see.
I feel very validated by your 5 innings kind of prospecting with Justin Verlander, because I was texting with our guy Kerry Crowley yesterday, and I asked him his initial reaction on the Verlander news, and I go consistent 5 ? And he's like, yeah, probably. And I'm thinking, okay, Roflo's on board, so now I'm back on board. Let's talk about some of the young guys who are a little bit less consistent but have some high ceilings. Hayden Birdsong came out of nowhere, great story, and Kyle Harrison I still think has a lot of potential to do something here in San Francisco. So we were talking about the obvious headline of someone like Justin Verlander, who's destined for Cooperstown, coming in and being kind of a mentor to these younger players.
Sure.
I just want to ask, being so tied in with Houston and Verlander and watching him up close, does he have that kind of personality that you think is going to easily gel with younger guys? Or do you think it's going to have to be a little bit more like keep to himself, might only be here for a year, just kind of a watch and learn, lead by example kind of guy?
You know what? I think he is the type that is very In fact, I know he is. During his time in Houston, there were the young pitchers there, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti. Others talked about how Justin Verlander loved talking pitching with them. Is he going to be now? Hey guys, on the first, one day after you start, I'm doing that. I don't know, but I think he's very willing to be a sounding board for pitchers, very willing to answer questions, because like I said, I've heard from those two pitchers specifically. So I think that is another reason why I like this deal for San Francisco. It's almost like Verlander's a de facto kind of pitching coach, mentor, sounding board kind of thing. So that can only do wonders for the young pitchers there in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's not been a busy offseason for Buster. He got Willie Adames early. Actually, before the Mets even got Juan Soto, he had Adames. Now he does get Justin Verlander. So we still have, some good players to sign. Obviously, Sasaki will be interesting in the coming days where he goes. But to this point, which team has had the best offseason? Would it be the Mets because of Juan Soto getting him to leave the Yankees and go across town? Or they also got Sean Manaea and a good contract. Which team do you think has had the best offseason so far?
Well, look, I mean, there are a couple that stand out to me. Obviously, the Mets, they get Juan Soto, and you mentioned Manaea. Frankie Montas, I think, is also, Bay Area fans are familiar with him. But I kind of go back to the Yankees. I think that they are a significantly better team as we sit in early January than the team that was lost in 5 games to the Los Angeles Dodgers. I think the Yankees, as we sit now, are the early favorite to come out of the American League, to win the American League pennant. Obviously, the big bad Dodgers are there. And look, I think the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be a very interesting team and could give the Dodgers fits in that National League West. But overall, I think for me, it's the Yankees.
We got a few more minutes here with Robert Flores, and so I got to ask you a hockey-related question, actually, because I'm thinking about this last night. We are down bad with our Bay Area sports right now. The Warriors are at a crisis point. The 49ers didn't make the playoffs, and we'll see what the San Francisco Giants offer us, but I don't expect year one of the Posey regime to be anything all that big of a splash in a really stacked NL West. So I don't know if you've gotten a chance to analyze much this rebuilding San Jose Sharks squad, but I've started getting into it a little bit more, and they seem like a team that's not all that great, and they lose a lot of close games, but they're kind of an exciting bad team. What do you make of their future?
Well, listen, I'm going to be totally honest with you because I believe in transparency when you're doing TV. I don't like fake laughs or anything like that. I have not watched one San Jose Shark game.
Hey, it's okay.
Season. I know that they. I kind of get thrown into the NHL Network duty in the off season for baseball, but. I just recently learned that Joe Thornton was no longer in the league.
Wow.
So, so I'm sorry.
I think Macklin Celebrini's actually working with Joe. They retired his number. And
okay, I am Googling that name as we speak, as a matter of fact.
I want to ask you, let's go back to baseball. And I do want to ask you about and I can't wait for the morning show.
It was such a great question, Greg. It
was a really interesting answer. Very brutally honest.
Yeah.
They do wear teal, by the way, Rolflo, in case you know.
Hey. I remember my dad, rest in peace. One of the most favorite gifts he ever got from me was a San Jose Sharks sweatshirt. Like, this was right after they were gotten to the league. I mean, how could you not love that big giant, the mascot and the logo and the teal color? It's fantastic. Great logo. I mean, we can talk logos and San Jose Shark colors all day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the end of your knowledge on the Sharks. So moving on.
That's it.
I do want to go, Mark DeRosa, and he was a Giant, and a really good Giant in 2010. Guy got hurt, hardly played, still hung around the team, and was a real veteran leader on a World Series champion team for Bochy and those guys. When he did the job with the WBC, I was so impressed with the way he ran that club that I thought he would get offers to be a major league manager. And some of the breakdowns he does at the board are just so enlightening. And I know you guys are taking notes, you and Lauren. And do you think Mark DeRosa will one day be a big league manager, Roflo?
First of all, let me say this. I've had the fortune of working with some very talented analysts from my time when I was over in Bristol to where I'm at now at MLB Network. But Mark DeRosa is the most talented, creative, and smart, TV smart analyst that I've ever worked with. He is fantastic at what he does. He's got a great sense of what works on TV. Like he's got a producer's mind for TV, and not many analysts have that. That being said, I would say that it wouldn't surprise me if Dero was running a team in the front office. Not just running a team on the field, but I think that he would do an amazing job as a front office person, calling the shots there, putting a team together. Nothing would surprise me. He is a very bright, talented, and passionate about the game, and he knows the game. And I've learned so much from him about the game of baseball. So I don't want to lose him. He's one of the best at our place, but he certainly has the talent to do just about anything he wants to do.
Robert, really appreciate the time. Unfortunately, we got to sign off ourselves and hand it over to our afternoon show, Dirty Work, but great having you on. We'll definitely do this again, and I dropped that Blue Sky follow on you.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And you know what? I'm going to start Googling San Jose Sharks hockey right now as we speak. Yeah. That way I'll be ready the next time.
The future is teal. Appreciate your time.
Okay, bye-bye.
He is Robert Flores. Papa, appreciate it on a Wednesday. I will see you tomorrow, and we'll keep this conversation moving.
Time for a hockey line change to Dirty Work.
Exactly.
The guy never heard of the Sharks. How does he work for the NHL Network? What? San Jose who? That was awkward.
I think he kind of answered my question in that he works for the NHL Network and hasn't watched the Sharks game. They got a ways to go to be relevant. We're going to hand it off to Dirty Work here. Thank you to Walter. And, Derek's already in here. Well, Copes, D-Pop, and Tim up next on Dirty Work. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up to me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We know this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Tim Webb here. He's hanging out.
He's there.
As soon as Walter gets up. Is this the midday show clapping back at us for clapping at them yesterday?
What, just taking their sweet-ass time?
They're just like, you can start your show when we feel like it?
Well, Greg's got to ask one more question to Robert Flores, and I mean the Greg Papa.
He asked a question at 59.
I know.
Ambitious. He's ambitious.
I also liked him staying on the stream for a little while after the show ended, just him pondering there.
Yeah, it was good.
I wonder if I had a good question for Roflo today.
There's a lot of pop for me today.
By the way, I also like that Greg Silver's like, hey, Robert Flores, we have to wrap up here, get to our other show, Dirty Work. I was hoping Robert Flores would be like, love Dirty Work. Never miss it.
We're done on Artie Lang, T-Pop, and Tim. Doesn't mention me. I thought it was funny when Greg Silver mentioned that he was talking to Kerry Crowley yesterday, and he mentioned that to Roflo.
Yeah.
And I was like, you think Flores is like, who the hell is Kerry Crowley?
I'm sure he knows who Kerry Crowley
in the
is.
Bay Area, we're like, Kerry's got some good baseball takes, but
Yeah.
Roflo's like, dude, I'm in the weeds here with the NHL. By the way, what do you give me for if you work at MLB Network, you have to work at the NHL Network?
Yeah,
too,
I know.
it feels
John Morosi, too.
John Morosi does it, and I think there's a few studio hosts that do it as well. Not ball players, of course.
Who's the main guy?
Or puck players.
Who's the guy that we think is kind of a tool over at MLB Network? The guy that was talking to.
You're lumping me into this, and I'm.
Well, no. But you definitely brought it up. Greg Amsinger.
Yeah, dude. I don't like. I feel like he's just kind of tool-y. Well, like I don't know if he is a tool.
No. I'm just. I remember last year.
Tool adjacent.
Yeah,
he feels like he'd be a villain in like a Judd Apatow movie.
Well,
you know what I mean?
God, who was he talking to on the Phillies? Where he was like, "Now I think when I see you, I think Philadelphia. That's what I think."
Dude, it was Castellanos.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's kind of a cheese D.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. That's kind of what I'd say. He's just kind of a cheese D.
Yeah.
Greg Amsinger. Anyway, like I don't think he does NHL.
No, he doesn't.
But you do get a lot of like the highlight hosts or the studio hosts that are running through news, like their Sports Center or NHL Tonight type hosts, whatever they are. They aren't on specific shows, but Morosi's like an insider for both. Roflo does studio stuff, I think, for both.
They must be in the same building then, huh?
They are. That's what I'm saying. I think they're both in New Jersey. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Tim. I was going to say, wow.
A similar situation to us.
Tim took it out. Took it basically the
We're
words
the
out of
only
my
people
mouth.
in the studio today.
There's nobody else here.
Yeah.
It's just us.
Thank God for me and Walter getting that press conference to all
Well,
of you
dude,
today.
and how about like what has been the last 48 hours of the news cycle for Bay Area teams?
It's been kind of crazy.
I mean, the fact that the Giants got involved yesterday, they were like, don't forget about us. We get spring training starting in like a month and a half. And here's Justin Verlander, who signed a one-year deal yesterday, right in the middle of our show.
We'll see when that press conference is.
The Warriors in the last 48 hours, I'll tell you what, if they're going to stink, at least be dramatic in the way they have been for our sake. If you're not going to be good, at least give us something to talk about. And they certainly have, from the loss last night to the post-game interactions with Steve Kerr, between that and the conversation that was had, I guess, on the way to the media room between Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob after the game last night.
Yeah.
Things just are going from bad to worse for the Warriors, and maybe the most frustrated Steve Kerr and Steph Curry have ever sounded.
Oh, yeah. I think
not even maybe. Like it's. I wonder if Steve's just like the last team I coached before this team was the Olympic team in the summer.
Yeah.
He's like he can't come back to.
Oh, but he couldn't escape drama with that situation either.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't. That was more like manufactured drama.
That was
though.
first take bullcrap.
That was manufactured drama.
Yeah.
This is like not even drama. They just stink.
Yeah. I think last night was the last straw, if I'm being completely honest, for me. And I want to say the team, because you can't come away from that and think, well, they'll be fine. They'll turn it around. No, when you lose to a Miami Heat team that doesn't have Jimmy Butler, that lost the night before in double overtime to the Sacramento Kings, something needs to be done. And I'm willing to put pretty much everybody on the table except Steph Curry for it.
Okay, rank the sports stories in the Bay Area for me in order of enormity in the last, we'll say 48 hours, really. You go Nick Sorensen released or let go as defensive coordinator. There are reports that the 49ers are likely to reach out to Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
And that's a Josina Anderson report. They didn't publicly say that.
Mm-hmm.
You had the press conference today with Kyle and John where they talked about some of that stuff and where they're going
lumping all those together, or there's own individual things?
I would say that the Saleh versus the Sorensen is a little bit different, but it's still a big story and they're connected. Then you go Justin Verlander. Yeah. Then you go Steph Curry's comments from the other day, right?
Yeah.
Relative to what happened last night, where Steph's like, the clock's ticking. And it seemed like nobody heard him because last night they came out. It was really just him again. Dennis Schroeder's so bad. Like everything about this team is bad. Then Steve Kerr kind of blows. I mean, when Steve Kerr's getting snippy with Monty Poole after the game, you know things are a little chapped. So the Warriors struggles, the Giants add in Verlander, the 49ers end of season, and the teardown of one of their
I mean, I would
rooms.
I would say right now the most positive thing is the Giants signing Justin Verlander.
So they have the best vibes.
But that's probably low on the list because, hey, we love drama.
It's easy when it's the offseason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say maybe the Warriors with how dramatic things are getting, and you rarely hear Steve and Steph talk the way they did last night. I thought the game was bad, and I think it's hands down the worst loss of the season last night. But then when you hear both of those guys, like I wanted to hear what the press conference sounded like, because Steph has been not snippy with the media by any means, but he's kind of left hints with the mid comment and the clock's ticking and we're not a team that can come back from large deficits. And then last night, he was just at a loss for words. And Steve usually is pretty cordial. Last night, he was as cordial as he could be. But when certain questions were asked, like, what do you think of Trey Jackson-Davis? He's like, I don't give a damn about Trey Jackson-Davis.
We're losing games hand over fist in the same way we continue to lose them. They can't score 100 points in a game regularly, which is disastrous in today's NBA.
And even even the Niners today. Kawakami and Kyle got into it
too. Kyle, he's like, "Do you think you should care more about special teams?" Kyle's like, "Who said I didn't care about special teams?" Well,
John got in the middle of it.
Whoa! Everybody settle down here for a minute, okay? Things are getting terse.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
So we could use a nice Giants Justin Verlander press conference with good vibes.
You think Verlander will show up and just lay into somebody?
Yeah, just one guy asked, so is Kate willing to move to the Bay Area? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, dude, he just comes in and gets immediately pissed off. Happened to me last night in North Beach, too. 2 different people at 2 different bars. Hey, Kate Upton coming to town.
Dude, I'm telling you.
This is all anybody cares
It's a big deal.
about, dude.
Now, what's the biggest story on our show today? You can have all those things. What about we were talking about yesterday, School of Rock? You see that 2 cast members have been married recently?
The 2 cast, dude, that's unbelievable that we talked about School of Rock at length yesterday. And you sent a news article.
I have to look up who they were.
It's one of the backup singers.
Yeah, it was like
and then he's one of the guys who's supposed to be
the bodyguard, like
a roadie or a bodyguard.
Yeah, like Italian guy, like he was like part of the Step Off song.
Yeah, he wasn't the. He's a heftier kid when he's a kid, but he's not the one that he calls tuna sub.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
He calls the little girl tuna sub.
Caitlin Hale and Angelo Massagili.
It doesn't matter. We don't know who they are.
Marta and Frankie from School of Rock.
Marta is the one who does the math one. Math is wonderful.
And now they're married.
Yeah. Ironic that we were talking about that yesterday.
School of Rock love.
Yeah. Not sure what that tie into any of this was.
I'm just saying that's the biggest story on our show today.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it next. More School of Rock sound next. We do have lots
deep.
We got lots to get into though because we are going to catch up today. Steve Young's going to join us by the way at the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, last interview we're going to have with Steve Young this season.
Steve Young at 5 o'clock. Gary St. Jean,
the saintly one.
The saintly one is going to join us.
Despite the Gregs trying to steal him away today.
At 4:30, 3:50 Dante Whitner. They just decided they'd steal the beginning of our show instead. 3:50 Dante Whitner, 4:30 Gary St. Jean, 5 o'clock Steve Young. So how would you rank them as in terms of enormity? It's Warriors 1?
Just because the Niners season ended, so there's still time to figure out things. And we knew, you and I figured out by Monday when Matt Miyoko joined us that Nick Sorensen was going to be let go.
He alluded to that. He said based on reading the tea leaves and the way Kyle is not planning to meet with the media until later in the week, and it ended up being today, that they were going to have to discuss some things. So they asked their special teams coordinator and Brian Schneider.
Yep.
And then they decide Nick Sorensen is not going to be the DC anymore. And I guess there was some thought that maybe they could bring him back still at a different role.
Yeah, Kyle even said that he would like to bring Nick Sorensen back in a lesser role, probably as special teams coordinator. You rarely see that in the NFL. Now, there has been instances of that, like just this year, Vance Joseph. Now, there was some time apart, but Vance Joseph was the head coach of the Denver Broncos and decided to join Sean Payton as defensive coordinator. I remember even the Cowboys. Head coach was Dave Campo at one point and came back as defensive backs coach. But rarely does someone get fired and come back immediately to that team. Now, I know that Nick Sorensen was a last resort last offseason because the Niners fired Steve Wilkes right after the Super Bowl. And usually teams that go to the Super Bowl don't fire coaches. So they were kind of up poop creek when it came to finding another defensive coordinator. They thought about Brandon Staley. Brandon Staley will get an interview, by the way, for a defensive coordinator, Kyle did say. So, yeah, I thought that Nick Sorensen, they like him, nice guy, but it was time to move on, and we'll see what options he has if he wants to come back as a assistant head coach or assistant coach on this team.
Is that weird that, Staley's going to get an interview for DC? It's like, how come he doesn't bear any of this responsibility, but Sorensen does?
We'll play the audio, and I think that Kyle is just being courteous to Brandon Staley in this situation.
We'll talk more about that. Yeah. Well, he wasn't the DC, so you may as well, if he was in that room. you know some of the guys. You can say what you would have done differently, but if you would have done it differently, I think you would have done it differently.
Yes.
Already. You were here to do it. What's up, Tim?
Would you like some Greg's, some Greg Amsinger out the door here?
Absolutely.
Please do, yeah.
You in Philadelphia works. It's the best fit. Would you agree with me?
You're asking me?
Yeah. You in Philly is the best fit. Nick Castellanos always needed to play for the Philadelphia Phillies. Am I on to something?
Yeah, I with Philly.
That was an all-time great part.
He's like, yeah, they offered me a big deal. I came here.
I'm like, Greg Anslinger's really good on TV, but the way he does it too is like, when I think of Nick Castellanos, I think Philadelphia. I think cheesesteaks and Liberty Bell. You with me on this one?
I was like, what, me?
No, I guess.
Castellanos not paying attention to the interview at all. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. The Giants have landed Justin Verlander. The 49ers are looking for a defensive coordinator and a special teams coordinator, and the Warriors are looking for any help for Steph Curry, as it's just Steph. They're looking for a little peace of mind, I think, in any capacity. We'll get more first into the 49ers press conference. A great guest list today. Whitner, Kerry St. Jean, Steve Young. When we come on back, Kyle Shanahan on the decision to let go of defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen. We'll get to it next on the Sports Leader.
I mean, yeah, I with Philly.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both spoke today at the 49ers end-of-season press conference where they both confirmed the firings of Nick Sorensen and Brian Schneider. Clay Kubiak has also been promoted to offensive coordinator. Who do you want to see as the 49ers' next defensive coordinator? Call in at 415-808-KNBR.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, as we get into the new year, people always got to get ready for tax season. Tell us about unfiled and unpaid tax returns. How should people handle those?
You know, it is such a common occurrence. People don't file tax returns because they didn't have the money to pay them. And now the next year rolls around and they say, how can they file this year when they didn't file last year? Folks, we want to make a deal for you. We want to file all those old back returns. Or what if you say, you know, I filed all my returns, Steve, but you feel just so frustrated, like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. You don't know what to do. We want to take care of you. There's so many good solutions, but don't stick your head in the sand, especially now. Now is the beginning of traditional tax filing season. This is when the IRS makes the most examples. You really, really don't want to be an example. And you don't need to suffer like this. You don't need to live like this. Let's go ahead and fix your problems for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all the things that you're eligible for, everything we can do for you, and just call up and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to live my life and enjoy it.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 188-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Dirty Work rolls on here. Dante Whitner at 3:50, Gary St. Jean 4:30, Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio, joins us at 5 o'clock, and that'll be his last hit for the 2024 season.
Yep.
As we hit the playoffs this weekend. Let's get into some of what happened today down at Levi Stadium. The press conference for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and we found out yesterday, shortly after our show ended, that Nick Sorensen was let go as defensive coordinator by the 49ers. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said today on the decision to move on from Sorensen. They'll have a third defensive coordinator in 4 and 4
4
years,
and 5
right?
years, yeah.
Well, I guess it's 4 and 4. If you go, D'Amico was the last year of D'Amico, Steve Wilkes, Sorensen, and then whoever's next year, you'll have 4 in 4 years as you get into next season.
Yeah, I was counting Saul. I guess I was counting Saul in that mix too. But yeah,
but you go 4 in 4 as you get to 2025.
Yep. No, you're right.
Here's Kyle Shanahan.
First of all, it was a real tough decision. I love Nick as a person, and I love him as a coach. Still trying to hope to keep him on board in another capacity because he's a guy I don't want to lose. But just where we're at really as a team, where I think we need to go. There's a lot of big decisions ahead for us, and as hard as it is for me to come to this conclusion, but I feel there's some options out there that can end up being a better option in the situation that we're in for our team. And when really it comes down to that, the position I'm in, regardless of anything else, that's always the stuff I got to go with. So it was a real tough decision for me, and I'm still hoping that we can keep Nick here. But I do feel there's some other avenues that in the long run will be better for the 49ers.
I don't know candidates for both of those coordinator spots.
There are candidates, yes. The internal one, I'll give Staley a shot, just talking to him. He's been here. There'll be a lot of guys outside the building, too.
Now, the way that sounds when he says, I'll give Staley a shot, doesn't seem like a ringing endorsement to me.
You said I'll talk to him?
Yeah. I mean, which I do think is fair because Brandon wasn't the defensive coordinator here. However, we all know the perception of Brandon Staley. He did not do well as a head coach, but I think as a defensive coordinator, he was very good with the Los Angeles Rams. But his scheme would be totally different in a 3-4. You would have Nick Bosa as an outside linebacker. So I think that Kyle's doing it as you were here. Yeah, you helped out Nick. I would rather go in another direction, though.
If I can riff just for a second, the idea that the first thing he says, I love Nick. I'd love to keep him in-house. We're trying to figure out what we can do to keep him here. Sort of funny that they'd remove him from his leadership position. I wonder if they'd still let him host his show. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Let's go on.
Yay. The truth is funny sometimes.
The truth is funny and it hurts. Here's more on Kyle Shanahan on the next defensive coordinator going outside the building. How important is experience and what do you want in that next coach? Also, how will the scheme be worked in? A little bit of a longer answer here. This is a sort of a layered thing here, but here's Kyle on what they're looking for and where they go at DC.
Yeah, I think some of the stuff that, just where we're at, some of the decisions that we got to make and things like that, I think having the experience of going through this before, building things before, I think is definitely a bonus for me. It helps me with some stuff, so that's stuff I will look into. But again, you always, regardless, you don't want to put just any handcuffs on your decision. You're going to always try to figure out the best one, and so you got ideas going into that, but just being so early, I'm going to have an opportunity to talk to a number of guys too, so we'll see what that leads us to. I'm looking for a guy who I think will fit with our team the best. I like to sit and talk to guys about our personnel. I want to obviously talk to someone about their plans schematically and what they like to do, but that's all great. What do you plan to do with our team? And that's what involves certain people. I mean, in terms of when they look at what we have, what they think we need going forward, what we got to go get. And so I want someone that kind of meshes with what I believe in, and but I also believe in that you got to fit to come up with the best thing possible that fits our situation right now. So that'll be talking about our personnel, the roster thing, a lot of things like that, and what their plan would be with it.
Would you be open to someone running a different scheme from the past seasons?
Yeah, I'm open to anything. I mean, I love the scheme that we've had here. I mean, I think it's one of the hardest things to go to when you got the right guys in the right spots. But I do think people adjust to schemes, and I think you have to adjust too, depending on your personnel. And I think that was a tougher thing for us this year. Just going into the season, it was a little bit harder than past seasons. And some of the injuries we had, I think, made it really tough for Nick. And I thought he got better trying to adjust and do different things. But I do think that's something that definitely, I'm not saying you got to change schemes, but you have to have the ability, the history and the knowledge of how to change some stuff up when you're in some certain situations. And I think that we do need that more going forward.
So the way that I interpret that is, at this point, I mean, we were all talking about how the wide 9 is so important to this defensive scheme, but I think Kyle's willing to throw that out the window if it means you bring in the best defensive coordinator possible. But the guys that we brought up, Robert Saleh, Jeff Olbrich, Lou Anarumo, Gus Bradley, they all do run a 4-3 scheme. So of the names that have been mentioned, the only guy that would be changing the scheme, I would think, would be Brandon Staley. Even though he was here a year ago, he does use a 3-4 defense. So
I always wonder that too. Like, if you bring in a guy from the outside, I mean, again, Staley would be from the outside, but he would be an internal hire if they went with him. It'd be interesting if you said, well, you got to do what we've been doing. Is that just, it's interesting to me to have a coach say, like, and we've been saying this for the last couple of days, it seems like, well, Kyle likes that they run this scheme. And Kyle just said, I do like that we run that scheme. Yeah. And I guess he's the head coach. He can make those decisions or hire guys that run the scheme that he wants. But it doesn't seem to make sense to hire somebody who doesn't run the scheme that you want and then try to make that peg fit into that hole.
Well, also at the same time, I think he needs more versatility on the defensive scheme. I mean, some guys, the conventional, I run a 4-3, I run a 3-4. I mean, really, you're in nickel for most of a game. So, yeah, I mean, 3-4, 4-3. At this point, you need a lot of versatility when it comes to your defensive schemes. But yeah, I'm with you. I do think that Kyle would go with the guys that he's familiar with and the schemes that he is comfortable with. So amongst the names we've mentioned, Josina Anderson has reported that they have offered Robert Saleh the defense coordinator position again. And Robert Saleh has interviewed for the Jacksonville Jaguars head coaching position. I doubt he gets it.
Did he interview for that job?
Yes, or he's going to. I would, like I've been saying, I think the Niners, yes, you should go after Robert Saleh. He's a guy that you're familiar with. At the same time, I think that it's in the best interest of Robert Saleh, if he wants a head coaching job again, to pursue other teams than just going back to the 49ers every single time. You can find...
It would be one time. It's not every single time. It would just be once. Okay. I know what you're saying, because the optics of it look like McDaniel.
Yes.
But it's also unfair to just assume he's that guy. And that's not necessarily how everybody would view him. I just think it looks better on a resume. And again, it wouldn't look bad on a resume if he came back and he's successful, right? But I think it looks different when you've been in 3 organizations, and even when you're the defensive-minded head coach, while the team didn't succeed, nobody really believed it was all on him, that they weren't successful, that he shouldn't have been fired when he was fired. And the defense was elite while he was there. He built that defense back up. The D-line was great. His calling card was still working. For what they hired him for, he was still finding success in that arena. The situation you're talking about is going to another team. Now it will have been like, wow, you did that at 3 different teams where you were able to build a defense like that. That can prove that you're just capable of doing it wherever you go. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But also, there's credit to be given if you were to show back up here and revamp this defense from where it is now in shambles, which is effectively what it was when he got here. No interceptions, no turnovers. They weren't getting to the quarterback. Your leading sack getter was on the inside of your defensive line. Like, he changed this 49er defense, as did the personnel. So, yeah, I mean, that could do wonders for you as well. I just don't know. If he's interviewing for head coaching jobs, he obviously still wants to be a head coach. I don't really, really want a guy who's potentially going to leave again. I think Kyle needs the Spagnuolo situation that Andy Reid has.
Well, if that's the case, the guy that I think would be Lou Anarumo, who at this point
just left. I was just fired by Cincinnati,
and he's an older coach. At this point, I mean, there were talks about him getting head coaching looks, but I think at this point he is just your typical like Monty Kiffin, Steve Spagnuolo, a guy that's going to be a defensive coordinator for the rest of his career.
We wish Robert Saleh all the best, all the luck in the world if he's going to get a head coaching job. But what do the Jaguars and the Jets have in common? They're both not very well-run franchises.
No, that's true.
Where the Niners are, and so maybe he's looking for something a little more stable as well.
Yeah, I mean,
an ownership group that would probably give him the resources that he needs.
No, totally. But I do think that, Robert Saleh looking at like the Cincinnati Bengals defense and being like, okay, well, Zach Taylor runs the offense. It'd be the same thing as him and Kyle back in the day. I just do think if he wants a head coaching job, it would be better to do it in a different spot.
Just about fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just about fit. And again, if I'm the Niners, I don't want a guy who's going to leave. I want somebody who's going to be here, which is why my initial thought was maybe find somebody who's not going to get a head coaching offer in the next couple of years. Gus Bradley, Dennis Allen,
yes,
Lou Maruno.
That's a guy. I forgot about Dennis Allen. That's a good name because Raiders, Saints, I don't think he's getting a third chance at head coach.
That's usually not how it works.
And
right?
It's good to have a head coach. Kyle knows. Same thing with Brandon Staley a little bit where he's been there, done that. Dennis Allen, I shouldn't say had more success than Brandon Staley, but he's been there for. He coached for a lot of years, or 1 year with the Raiders, whatever it was with the Saints. Yeah, that would probably be helpful just to focus on the defense, and Kyle can focus on the offense.
Here's more, and the number one topic going into the offseason, even with all this movement at the coaching spot, at the defensive coordinator and special teams coordinator positions, is going to be Brock Purdy. We heard from Brock when they cleaned out their lockers the other day, and Brock had some pretty awesome statements and kind of just emboldened who we thought he was personally, and that he does not want drama publicly to bleed into next season. I believe him when he says that. Now, again, it's not always that simple, but he also acknowledged, I don't know if it's going to be that important for him to top, the Dak Prescott number. He's not going to come out and outright say that because he's also not the one doing all the negotiating, right? He's got guys and a whole team that's going to handle that for him. Anyway, the 49ers made it clear today Brock Purdy is their guy, that they're going to pay Brock Purdy. And so much so they made it so clear he's their guy. They'd like to get this deal done sooner rather than later. This is John Lynch on the Brock Purdy contract.
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games, had a little tougher task as we all did this year with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around. The way this thing goes, these press conferences are necessary, but always kind of silly because Kyle's coaching. We spend time together all the time, and there's big issues that affect the team. But he's just getting off coaching. He's had his door shut for 2 days, doing exit interviews. We were just up, but we were talking about our players. We'll have some time here in the coming weeks to sit together and put our whole plan together. That's obviously a priority, that position, and we'll give it that attention.
Well, I think that they'll get the deal done fairly quickly. I don't think they want this to loom over the offseason. I think that a lot of things are contingent on how the salary cap is impacted.
Well, and we should point out they did note they're going to release Javon Hargrave this offseason. That's going to save them some money. And I believe they were pretty staunch on Debo returning.
Yeah, we'll play that next segment.
Which, again, you would be trading Debo Samuel, not cutting him. So you anticipate that would always be the response.
Yes.
To any question if you plan to have him back.
With a player under contract.
If with a player under contract, you usually don't say, yeah, we're planning on trading him or we're shopping him, unless there's something out there publicly already. But you don't make that known or the value drops already, even more than it may have already dropped based on production.
Yeah, and I think Matt Mayokas has said that for a couple weeks now that he thought that Hargrave was going to be released. But yeah, I think that this is different than Debo and Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk holding out. It's different when position players. I know that Jordan Love held out a couple of practices during the summertime, but I don't think that they would risk that with Brock Purdy. I think they want to get a deal done. They've thought about this number for a long time.
I know they don't want to risk it because I don't think they wanted to do that with any player that got to where they went, to where they were. And at some point, when Brandon Ayuk ends up taking the contract that's been on the table the whole time, tells you they were frustrated, they were pissed, they just wanted him to sign the deal. And when he eventually signed the deal that they had out there, it's like, well, then what were we doing this whole time, man? That's what's frustrating is when a guy holds out and you're like, did you just not want to practice? Because I don't get the impression that's where Brock's going. That's not the impression he gave.
No.
Whereas if you remember Brandon Ayuk standing there last year in his locker after the Super Bowl loss, and he had that. Remember he had the double ear flap beanie on. He was wearing that, he looked like Kenny from South Park, like Kyle from South Park. With that, it was that kind of hat. He was sort of crying, but he wouldn't even really audibly open his mouth to answer anything. Do you remember that, Brandon Ayuk?
I do because he basically was like, I'll come back here if the price is right.
How different is that from the way Brock Purdy was like, I want to get this done. I don't want this to
That's
drag
why I
out.
think
I want it to be public.
like for anyone to think like, oh, this will last in training camp, I highly doubt that because Brock is just a different type of person where if he knew that his contract negotiations were conflicting with the team's success, he would nip that in the bud right away. So I do not anticipate this going much further than OTAs. I think they will get a deal done fairly quickly.
Also, look at the kinds of guys that Kyle has had at quarterback, and not just ability-wise, but like Jimmy Garoppolo was obviously the best quarterback they'd had to that point when he got here. He wasn't a guy that Kyle could like get a hold of in the offseason. I don't think Jimmy's obsessed with football in the way that a lot of guys are obsessed with football.
Like Purdy is.
Or the way that Kyle needs his quarterback to be obsessed with football. And Kyle had backhanded comments, I think, like that about, being able to reach Jimmy. George Kittle even said things about it in the offseason. You want a guy who's going to sit there with Kyle, and Kyle said it to us last week when we go through the tape, Brock and I, and basically watch every snap from this last season together. That's what he wants. He wants a guy who's going to get into the weeds and get it done. That's worth something to Kyle Shanahan in this offense. Hoyer wasn't going to be that, and if he wasn't at that ability. Beathard, no. Trey Lance, you're trying to figure out if he knows how to play the position still before you can even get to that level. And I don't think you can get to that level or have that obsession over it and grow from that obsession until you have some of that skill set down. They're investing in this guy.
And they've been playing on this for 2 years now.
Yeah.
So I think this gets done pretty quickly.
By the way, just if you were wondering, Brandon Staley, 24-24 was his career record as a head coach. Dennis Allen, 18-25.
Yeah.
And there was the 0-1.
Brandon Staley actually went to the playoffs.
Yeah, but do you remember the game?
Oh, do I
They
ever?
were up 27-0 on the Jags and lost 31-30.
Yeah. By the way, I should mention, Clay Kubiak, going to be your offensive coordinator. How you like that one, Cam Inman?
Oh, now we're coming to Cam. Yeah, why don't you save it for the Papa show, Papa and Silver, huh? For Greg and Greg, huh?
Save it for JD.
Why don't you save it
I'm having fun.
We're messing with our guy, dude, who was giving us like Verlander takes.
Yeah, I know.
On the air when the news broke, he was the first one to be like, "Well, so Kate Upton's coming to town, huh?"
I was thinking the same thing, Cam.
Yeah, we know. Everybody was. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. More from the Shanahan and Lynch press conference. They did talk about Deebo Samuel being under contract. That's basically it. That's just the facts of it. He's under contract. They also had a little a tense conversation, a little back and forth between Kyle Shanahan and Tim Kawakami as it relates to how they go about fixing special teams. We'll play that for you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Oh!
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you as we're still pouring through this 49er press conference. And we will get into some of the Warrior stuff and the nightmare that was the Warrior game yesterday, and then the post-game fallout as well, and where they go from here, because they're going to have to go somewhere. It feels like maybe yesterday was the straw that broke the camel's back for the Dubs, but it's going to be something drastic. Like Joe Lacob's going to have to pick up the phone and ask for LeBron again or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's not like you were asking yesterday about that. What can the Warriors do? So we'll talk more about that in just a bit. And Gary St. Jean joins us at 4:30. But first, more from the press conference with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan today. Should we get into the? I don't know if we have time to do all of this right here. Do we?
Yeah, we
Which ones you want to hit here? All right, let's get into the Dre Greenlaw stuff first, because we talked yesterday about the wives of Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner posting like their I guess it was a video or a photo of how they're having their one last block party. And again, everyone's going, well, I don't know if it's actually they're just going back home for the off season. They're actually splitting. The comment on there, the caption on there is when you miss the playoffs and your best friend is leaving an NFL free agency or something like that, going to another team in free agency, you get one last block party, something like that. But they mentioned free agency, and it was one of the wives who tweeted that out. So here's Kyle Shanahan when asked about the future of Dre Greenlaw after the social media post that came out yesterday. Cam Inman did tell us he thinks a lot of these conversations with agents and players have already happened, kind of like today when they mentioned that Javon Hargrave will not be brought back. So obviously, I don't think he found that out today from Kyle and John in the press conference. Here they are on Dre Greenlaw.
No, we don't even know, guys. We haven't spent much time together yet. I've had 2 days with exit interviews with players and coaches. Players don't know either, and that's what's hard for players. They're under contracts. They know when their contract's going to run up. That's an emotional time for players, for their families, for wives, girlfriends, whoever it is, kids, just like it is for coaches when I can't always tell them exactly what their future is going to be the day the season ends. It's tied to a lot of other people, and I know I've been on that side. I know wives are texting you all day asking what the deal is, and they don't believe that you really don't have an answer yet. And I know what they look like when you walk them through the door and they're like, what are we doing with our lives? And you're like, I don't really know. There's a lot of things that you want to solve so fast for people that is stressful for people sitting in our chairs. But you can't solve everything at once. A lot of things are tied together, and when you hear things like that, or Greenlaw, like, we're doing everything in the world we can to bring Greenlaw back, and we're not into losing really good players who are unbelievable people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that none of that has been discussed. I understand that they believe this offseason they could possibly not return to the 49ers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, we're reading into it because this is what happens now, and sometimes when you don't, you miss the boat. Like, remember Debo taking all the stuff out of his social media post, his Twitter account. We're like, does this mean anything? And then sure enough, it did. He was like making noise or wanting to make noise.
Yeah, but
this is different. It's the wives.
I mean, just as I said yesterday, like everybody's going on vacation. Some people just don't live here during the off season, so they were making their plans. This could be goodbye. And
that sounded to me like Kyle's like, we want him back. We're not in the business of allowing players like this to leave, especially when they're great people. But we want him back. But it sounds like it's going to have to be under the right circumstances.
Yes,
and you can't have all these, like, to his credit in saying you can't make all these decisions or tell everybody what their future is going to be at the end of the season unless you know you're not bringing them back. Doesn't sound to me like he said we're not bringing him back like they did with Javon Hargrave.
It also seems to read, if you look into that a little bit, they're not in control of these players' social medias or their, significant other social medias. They're not making decisions based on that. And so, I think Kyle there showing a little empathy, saying, yeah, I'd love to be able to tell you exactly what to do. We've had to do it, my family. But that's not what's happening here.
They also don't know what kind of offer he's going to get. Exactly. Again, if somebody comes out and is like, dude, we love Dre Greenlaw, we're bought into it, we don't care about the injury, we're giving him a 3-year deal, then everyone's like, well, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, I don't think that's the business the Niners are going to be in right now. I think it's going to be 1, maybe 2, depending on what the deal looks like. But I think to Tim's point, it's not just about not having control over what everybody else does. It's like what happens with these other teams. So we're going to be out there looking to add players as well.
Let alone the salary cap. We have no idea what it's going to be.
And it's the Brock situation is going to play a role, you would assume, right? Or restructuring, whatever else happens. Here we go on more from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. This is Shanahan Lynch with Tim Kawakami. I guess it's a couple minutes long. It's a back and forth. I guess Kyle Shanahan is asked by Tim Kawakami whether or not he thinks he needs to
be more involved in special teams.
In the special teams going forward relative to how he has been or hasn't been the last couple of years. At least that's the perception of Kawakami. Here's the back and forth.
This is not the first year that the special teams have struggled here, and widely noted, you don't take a real detailed interest in special teams. Does that need to change a little, Kyle? Can you get more involved? Do you need to get more involved?
I mean, what do you mean by I don't take interest in special teams?
Well, you say you know you're not watching the kicker tryouts and that kind of.
Well,
I know they're off.
Let me help Kyle there. I would tell you, Kyle spends an inordinate amount of time with all phases of our team. Special teams is extremely important in the way we construct our rosters. The time is there. Now in kicking, neither of us are kicking specialists, so we don't sit here and profess to know everything about kicking and things of that nature. But the time issue, I'm sorry to interrupt, Kyle, but he spends plenty of time there.
I just don't BS you guys.
Yeah.
Well, you turned it around on me there. But no, I just don't BS you guys with that stuff. But to say, we spent some heavy draft picks on special teams players, which I think is an investment. We spent some salary cap on guys. Bringing guys like George Odom, having Flanagan Fowles here these last couple of years. That's bringing back. Those are special teams decisions. Spent a third-round pick on a kicker. Making special teams changes is why special teams is important to me, because we do work at it. But it's wasn't good enough this year. I don't put that just on Brian by any means. Losing your kicker, losing your punter, when injuries do affect the roster, especially offense and defensively, what it did affect the most was special teams. And I think that was unfair to Brian and a tough situation to put him in. But I do think it's an avenue we can get better in, and you can't change the whole thing out. And so Brian ends up being the fall guy for that, and I really appreciate him. He did have a real good 3 years here and worked his tail off and was very loyal to us and is a very good coach, and he'll bounce back on his feet, and we'll be going against him soon, I'm sure. But no, special teams is part of football, and everything part of football is extremely important to us.
It's perplexing, special teams. I don't know how you just get better at it. I don't even know what you look for in a new coordinator at that position. I don't know what you're asking. Do you need to be more involved? What does that even mean to be more involved? I don't really know. Special teams is so weird. And again, it's not a true third phase of the game until it's as bad as the 49ers unit was this year.
Yeah. John Lynch saved Kyle Shanahan there. That's a good GM right there, where he was probably about to not unload on Kawakami, but that was an awkward situation. And he saw that he wanted to intervene and say, it's not like Kyle doesn't care about special teams. And when it comes to managing kicker tryouts, that's something I would probably do more.
I did think it was funny when they had tryout kickers earlier this year. One of the many times. The first was when Moody goes down, and I think it was Matthew Wright, who they signed before he got hurt, and they asked Kyle which kickers had been brought in for workouts, and he said, I didn't get any names.
This is exactly what he's referencing.
But that happens, though.
I know,
this is what he's referencing. Yeah. And
go ahead, Tim.
I was going to say, for Kyle to say, well, you turned it around on me there, he's basically saying, I'm not going to come up here and just blow smoke, and say, I know everything about each one of these kickers and I know their history, and they tend to shank off to the left. He wasn't about that at all.
He's not an evaluator of that position.
So to imply that he doesn't care,
Yeah. And Kyle and Kawakami know each other, so I'm not reading too much into that.
No, it wasn't all that big of a deal to me. I did think it was funny when he was like, I didn't get any names. Then again, he also is pretty in tune with his running game and his offense, and he forgot Patrick Taylor's name at one point this year.
Yeah, but he went through a lot of running backs this year.
He's like, I still hear for which dude it is. Had a lot of running backs.
Hey, he rushed for 100 yards in the last game for him.
Did love John Lynch getting in there. Hey, whoa.
Yeah, no, that's a good GM to be like, all right, let somebody calm down here.
Here's one more. Matt Mayoko, it's John Lynch with the Matt Mayoko question here. Talking about Deebo Samuel, the expectation that he will be back, or could he be traded this offseason? Here's John Lynch.
With Deebo's situation?
Deebo's under contract. Yeah.
You expect him back?
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. And, we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. So, yeah.
File that one away.
Yeah, my favorite is the Yahoo Sports headline. Lynch firmly states Deebo will return in 2025.
Yeah, firmly.
I was like, that firmly what? All he said is he's under contract.
That's the go-to response for any time a player's under contract and most likely could be dealt.
Yeah.
We saw it yesterday with Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel when they were talking about Tyreek Hill. It seems like everything is good right now. I wouldn't doubt if they trade him.
Yeah, neither would I. I wouldn't doubt. It's got to be on the table. And again, you don't say anything like that because it changes value. It changes what teams are looking at, and you don't want to show your hand at all. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We should point out also Clay Kubiak been promoted to offensive coordinator. Kyle Shanahan still going to call the plays.
Yes.
That's much like with Mike McDaniel. Some people are going, I think this is just a ploy to keep him in the house in house for one more year. Well, yeah.
No, I mean, I
elevate him.
I totally get that move because probably this offseason, people were going to go after Clay Kubiak and have him be their offensive coordinator. This way, Kyle hangs on to him and helps him out with the offense.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We want to hear from you. People wanted Nick Sorensen out. They wanted Robert Saleh back. And now that may be exactly what's going to happen. Do you want Robert Saleh back? Who do you want to be the 49ers defensive coordinator? Do you run the risk of bringing Saleh back only to have him leave again in a couple of years? Or do you want somebody who's going to be here long-term, more stable, maybe somebody who's not looking for a head coaching job? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We can get into everything that went on in that press conference, and we'll do so with your calls next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors may have had their biggest loss of the season last night as they lost the Miami Heat 114-98. Steph Curry and Steve Kerr seemed at a loss for words. After that loss, what do you want to do with the Warriors? Join the KNBR YouTube conversation.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Who do you want to see as the 49ers defensive coordinator? Do you want Robert Saleh back? Justina Anderson reporting the Niners are going to offer Robert Saleh his old position.
As they should.
They did not address that today. I mean, he's available.
Yeah.
You've got history with him. Great success with him. I don't know why you wouldn't.
It makes total sense.
I figured if he wasn't coming back here, it would be because it's not something he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Then again, he also did say immediately this season when he was fired that he was going to take time with his family, and like 6 days later, he was in Green Bay.
Yeah, but that's not taking like a full-time job.
I know. He was hired as a consultant or whatever, but it's still not something that guys do in the immediate, usually when they lose a head coaching.
Right.
That was still an outlier. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Who do you want to see as DC? Do you want to see somebody who may be here long-term and is not seeking another head coaching position? Robert Saleh is going to interview, I think they said next week, for the Jacksonville Jaguars vacant head coaching spot.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a good spot for him. I just don't think that they would hire him at this point.
Let's go out to the phones. Paul is in Pacifica. What's up, Paul? You're on the Sports Leader. Who do you want to see as DC?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I would love Saleh to come back if Jacksonville, like you said, doesn't snatch him up. And no retreads. I don't want Jeff Ulbrich. I don't want Gus Bradley. I would rather have some fresh, young, maybe he's an assistant somewhere who's ready to be promoted, someone like that. But really, Dre Greenlaw is a must because I don't care who the coordinator is. If they don't increase that defensive line play or in the linebacker play, it doesn't really matter who the coordinator is. So I invest in a DT, bring us Greenlaw back, and bring back Saleh. I think because the difference when Greenlaw played for that one game was against the Bears, that the energy level was so far superior than the rest of the season. So I think that's the most important part of this whole puzzle.
Paul, why would you be against Jeff Ulbrich or Gus Bradley?
Well, Bradley, look at Indy. They were a dumpster fire on defense. They ended the year. It was horrific. Why would you want that guy? And he's been fired everywhere he's been. And Ulbrich, I mean, no offense, but the Jets weren't their defense was so underperforming with all that talent they have on that side of the ball. So I don't understand why he would be an upgrade by any stretch. So
okay, fair enough.
Appreciate the call, Paul. Again, my thought with a young, he said he wanted like a young, up and coming, ready to be promoted guy, and I'm like, well,
that was Nick Sorensen.
That was kind of the thought, and also, you do that, you run the risk again. This is going to be your fourth defensive coordinator in the last 4 years. Now you had D'Amico Ryans for 2 of them, and he'd been in the building already longer than that. But in the position, the guy calling the plays, the guy who's in the helmet, D'Amico for 2 seasons, but then as of last year, then you go Steve Wilkes, this year Nick Sorensen, you're going to have another one next year. Do you want to run the risk of, again, having a new defensive coordinator if that guy's so good that it's in 2 years or in 3, whatever it is, if you're going to have another revolving door here? And that's where you look at Andy Reid and the sustainability of the Chiefs and what they've been able to build continuity-wise on defense, and it's the calling card of their team. Spagnuolo isn't going anywhere unless he just takes another DC job somewhere. If he wants to leave there.
Yeah, and I understand like it's looked at as like retreads with Jeff Ulbrich and Gus Bradley, more so Gus Bradley. But like what happens with defensive coordinators sometimes is it's rare that some guy stays in that position for a long time. So yeah, Gus Bradley's going to be fired when there's different coaching changes. It happened with the Raiders. It happened just right now with the Colts. They didn't fire Shane Steichen, but something needed to change there. So I don't think that would be a bad pickup. And Jeff Ulbrich would basically run the same scheme as Robert Saleh. I do believe Robert Saleh will get the Jacksonville Jaguars interview. That may be it as far as head coaching interviews. He's going to be interviewed in other spots for defensive coordinator. I would be shocked if Cincinnati doesn't bring him in for an interview.
So what is important when people are like looking at their defensive rankings? Because it's really about total yards, right?
For some people, for me, it's points.
It's points per game allowed. Because that was the thing. Was the Niners like entering the last couple of weeks of the season? Maybe it was like week 17 even. They were like still top 10 in total defense based on opponent yards per game allowed. But they were like way like in the bottom third in points per game allowed. They probably even worse after giving up 87 in the last 2 weeks.
I believe it was going into week 16. They were number 2 in yards allowed, but then you go to points and it was like 13 or 14. And then the wheels really fell off. They gave up 240 burgers.
They were 8th in the league in points allowed per game and yards allowed per game. The Niners were. They were a top 10 defense.
They went down significantly in the last 2 weeks.
And they only give up 318 yards per game.
Yeah.
Like that's or 317.5. Now
Pass
again,
defense was much better than the rush defense, especially at the end of the year.
and we all know though how bad the defense was, and that number doesn't tell the story. Like you'd be fooling yourself if you said they were a top 10 defense just based on those numbers.
No.
If you couple in,
Which is why they fired their defensive
yeah,
coordinator.
their third down defensive, stop numbers.
Yep.
Also points allowed, and then again penalties at the end of the year. It got real ugly real quick.
That's the thing. Is in points per game allowed 29th, 25.5 points allowed per game.
So just to go through for points.
That's too many.
Yes. Okay, so just to go through with points of potential candidates, Indianapolis Colts were 24th in scoring defense. They gave up 427 points this year.
25.1 a game. They were 24th in the league.
Yes. Cincinnati Bengals were 25th. They gave up 434 points per game. The New York Jets gave up 404 points.
23
yards.
Are you going 404 points? Are you going to give us total points on the season allowed?
Yes.
Just give me the team, and I'll tell you what they were per game, because really that's the significant one. Nobody knows what it means when we're like 470 points allowed this year.
All right, fair enough.
Like if I divide that by 17.
Okay, well, the best, I mean, at 19th overall in scoring defense.
New Orleans. Dennis Allen at 23.5 points a game.
But let's be real, too. Dennis Allen was not there for all of the season.
No.
So just based on, I mean, like that obviously all these guys lost their jobs this year because their defenses didn't play well. But it was different circumstances. Robert Saleh, I mean, he got fired unfairly, in my opinion, just 5 games into the season because this team had Super Bowl expectations. In the Jets, Jeff Ulbrich had to do 2 jobs at once, being the head coach and defensive play caller. The Colts, I mean, I understand where people...
Was he hosting dirty work?
Yeah, exactly. With the Colts, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
With the Colts and Gus Bradley, I mean, that offense was not that good this season, so the defense was on the field for a lot of time. Cincinnati, just their playmakers weren't as good as in years past. They got a lot of sacks.
Trey Hendrickson was there, but that was it.
Yes, and that secondary got a little thin and more young. And yeah, like the New Orleans Saints, they got playmakers, but like I said, Dennis Allen was fired, I believe, after week 7 or week 8. So you can't really credit him with the final,
the defensive numbers.
No.
But what I would say though is, like, to your point about trying to find a DC from a team that maybe just let somebody go, they're all going to be from bad teams because that's why they were let go, or their defenses won't have performed well, or they would have held on to them, right? I mean, that's why the 49ers are down here at 29 in points per game allowed. Jacksonville's out there. You mentioned Cincinnati, Indianapolis, the Jets, like teams that have released their DCs or their head coaches who are defensive-minded guys. They're just not coming off of good teams, or they would still be employed.
Exactly.
I think they're all respected around the league is the point, right? Like, we all thought Steve Wilkes. I thought Steve Wilkes was a sweet hire when they got him.
I thought
he
so,
was viewed
too.
as like a head coaching candidate. He'd been in Arizona. He'd been in Carolina.
I mean, some people thought that he should have got the Carolina
People
job
thought they let him slip through their fingers.
Yeah, Frank Reich.
And he just didn't work out here.
No.
And so, again, it's about fit, and which is why it maybe comfortability-wise, Kyle goes with Robert Saleh. You know what you're getting. You know you can trust him. You know you can hand him the keys and say, all gas, no brakes, go do your thing, right?
But also, let's be real. They can hire whoever they want as DC unless they improve this personnel.
It's all about personnel.
Exactly. So we could talk
Robert
about...
Saleh didn't pick off a bunch of balls when he showed up. They got guys who could get to the quarterback, and then they could force interceptions and turnovers downfield.
Well, let's be real, too. In 2017 and 2018, people wanted Robert Saleh fired. They thought he was terrible. And then when they got a good pass rush, when they drafted Nick Bosa, when they signed Dee Ford, when they got other skill guys on that defense, that's when people are like, oh, my God, Robert Saleh is a defensive mastermind. Not taking anything away from him as a coach, but you need players in this league. And I think Nick Sorensen wasn't given the best, defensive unit that the 49ers have seen in recent years, so it's kind of unfair. But, there's better coaches out there. And from what Kyle said today, it sounds like he wants a guy with experience. Sounds like he wants a proven defensive coordinator. I don't think they can make a wrong move here, honestly. I like all these guys. I think, like, for the most of them, they've been former head coaches with the exception of Jeff Ulbrich, although he was interim this year.
The interesting thing about Staley, too, is people all think about Staley as the head coach of the Chargers. He was there for 3 years?
Yes.
Parts of 3, I guess 48 games or whatever.
24
and 24.
Yeah. Just 2.5 maybe.
Yeah, so in the third season, he was fired, I think, midway.
3.5, actually.
3.5 seasons. He was only the defensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator for a season, right?
For the Rams, yes.
2020.
He was the linebacker coach, I believe, in Denver and Chicago.
Now, he led them that year in 2020. I think the Rams are the best defense in, like, yards allowed per game, points allowed per game. Like, They were one of the best defenses, if not the best, in all of football. He also had Aaron Donald in the middle of his defense, right?
Of course.
And when you got a Hall of Famer and the best player on the planet at the position, it makes everybody look better. It's interesting, though, because it's not like he had tons of experience as a DC, but he did call the defensive plays when he was in San Diego, LA, wherever they were.
But also, like, do they really want to change up this defense that much to have a 3-4 scheme? Do they need Nick Bosa as an outside linebacker dropping into coverage? He's capable of picking off some passes every now and then, but, like, you want him rushing the quarterback. You want him setting the edge on that defense.
That's what you paid him to do, and that's
Exactly.
that's what my gripe is he's just not getting there enough. Like, trying to put him into a different position and make him do things that he's not elite at doing, like, then we're taking away some of his skill set.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen the best of the best when it comes to edge rushers do both. Like, Von Miller has been both a 4-3 defensive end and a 3-4 outside linebacker. Same thing with Khalil Mack.
He's got a different skill set than,
he does.
than Nick Bosa. Khalil Mack was the one that I was thinking of.
Yeah, and, well, his brother, Joey Bosa, has to do the same thing now with the Chargers. He was used to being a 4-3 defensive rush end there, and now he's a 3-4 outside linebacker. I don't think he drops into coverage that much. No. But like I said, you do need versatility in your defense. That being said, I do think Kyle wants it. I mean, most of these coaches that we're talking about run 4-3 schemes. So I don't think they can make a wrong move here. It's just a matter of, going back to Robert Saleh, a guy that they're comfortable with. Is in the best interest of Robert Saleh to do that.
By the way, in terms of, like, closing out games, Niners give up more points in the fourth quarter than any team in football this year. 9.7 points allowed in the fourth quarter. That was the most for any defense.
Ooh, they're like the Golden State Warriors of the NFL.
Well, the Warriors aren't even just that they're giving up points late in games. They just don't know how to ever come back in games, and they don't know how to close out any games. Like, if they're up, they aren't great at making sure they win it. If they're down, they're not going to win it. Yeah. So I'm like, what are we doing?
I know we'll get to that next segment, but
every day?
It's bad, man. It's real bad.
Yeah, so again, you're right in that coordinator is going to be a big point of discussion. But coordinator is a bigger point of discussion when you believe that your defense or the unit that they're coaching is ready to go as a championship unit. People believed last year was a championship unit. It wasn't as good as it was in 2019 or even 2021. The defensive line certainly wasn't. The defense last year was not. It was better than it was this year. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But this has kind of been a slow decline or a slow bleed out here for this defense not succeeding. Injuries this year decimated them and a lack of talent. So I'm with you. It doesn't much matter who's hired if the talent isn't there.
Right.
DeMeco Ryans had talent. They had success because they had talent, and he did a great job. And obviously, he's taken some of that talent. He's gone to Houston. Same thing happened with Robert Saleh and the Jets. The defensive unit and the line was fantastic. For the first few years he was there, he rebuilt that entirely. Now, if he comes in or whoever comes in and they have success, they're going to look great. It's all going to be a great hire, but nothing's going to change based on the coaching. It's all going to change. I think it's got to be predicated on rebuilding the D-line and getting more linebacking help.
Which are we should
getting off on. It's all about situational too. Getting off on. That's where the coach comes in. Getting off on third down, penalties, right, which became a disastrous thing for the Niners in the second half of the season. So some of that is going to be discipline and coaching, but for me, it's got to start with talent.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we mentioned it earlier, but they announced that Hargrave will not be back. I mean, they want him to come back, but they also, I mean, they're going to release him, and we'll see what his market's like. They would have to now, like, with that defensive line, I think the only guy you could say is definitely going to be on there is Nick Bosa. The rest of them, I don't know right now. I think you have to upgrade pretty much that whole line at this point.
Well, yeah, via draft and free agency.
Yes.
And you just need more depth. I mean, it doesn't have to be all A-plus players. It can be several guys who are professional, but you got to have enough depth to get through the season. Because that's what it was like when Bosa was young, or his first couple of seasons here in 2021 and all that, when they go to the NFC Championship. It seemed like they had like 8 guys deep or 10 guys deep, and they were trying to play everybody like 70 to 75% of the snaps, and then you could go situationally. They haven't had that level of depth in a number of years.
Yeah, and back to what I know we were joking about earlier, you relating to it. Do you think it's in the best interest of Nick Sorensen to come back at a lesser role as like a special teams coordinator or a position coach?
I don't know. Depends on the job and what he's looking for, I guess. I mean, if he's happy here, I don't know. Do I think it's a good idea for him? I think it's everybody's individual.
It totally depends on if he's getting another opportunity. But also, like, when you are told you're not good enough to be defensive coordinator, should you remain on that staff?
Is that what he was told, or was he told your team or your unit didn't succeed this year? I think that's the.
I don't know if he was told that specifically.
I mean, what I'm saying is that's not what it means to me when somebody loses a job like that. I don't say like, well, you're not good enough to be this. I just think
not that cut and dry, but
again, if we all look at it, if they bring in Saleh here and they have the same level of success or lack thereof next year, do we look at Saleh and go, well, this is his fault, or do we go, well, look at that again? It's 2 years in a row now that they haven't had enough time.
In the press conference, Kyle implied that that Sorensen was going to be a candidate for the special teams coordinator.
Yes.
And he said that doing all the exit interviews, he hadn't lost the respect of any of the players. And so really the question is are you comfortable here? If he's comfortable, then I would imagine him staying.
Right.
If he's not.
Yeah, but also it's a pride thing too when, you had that job a year ago and now you're doing something different.
Those who can't do coach special teams. Is that what we're going with? And those who can't teach Jim. Dude, back to our School of Rock riffing, dude. By the way, I saw a video.
Always back to the rock.
During the break, of you pointed out that two of the kid cast members from School of Rock got married like this past weekend.
Yeah.
Video has now come out of like their wedding or the party afterwards, like the reception. And dude, like a bunch of the cast of the kids are all adults and they're sitting around a table. It's pretty funny.
Did Jables show up?
Who?
Jack Black.
What'd you call him?
Jables.
Jables? I didn't know that was a thing. Jables.
That's a thing.
Hell yeah.
Just didn't know. I didn't see him in the video. Probably not. Didn't see Miranda Cosgrove either. I think the two big stars probably.
Too big, huh?
I think the drummer.
Zach Mooneyham?
I think he passed on.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
What about Ned Schneebly? Was he there?
I don't think so. I think he's working on
White Lotus.
White Lotus is about to drop again.
I believe it's Schneeblay.
Schneeblay. I know. Keep doing that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We got to get in now to the disaster that is the Golden State Warriors. It was not good on the court and was maybe just as bad off the court afterwards last night. Joe Lacob seemed pissed. And if Joe Lacob's pissed, I hope that means he's opening his wallet today. Whatever the deal is, man. He to change this season for the Warriors and to change the fortunes of the next couple of years of Steph Curry's maybe the end of the prime of his career, something drastic is going to have to change or going to have to happen. Now, last year he picked up the phone and he called the Lakers and was like, I want to talk about LeBron. They're like, we're not giving you LeBron. So what is it this year? Do you get back in on maybe calling the Phoenix Suns about Kevin Durant? Do you call, if he's calling on LeBron, he's willing to call on anybody. That's my thought.
I wouldn't doubt that he's calling about Kevin Durant.
I would imagine that there's some big ideas going on for Joe Lacob, who doesn't care about the rules, does care about winning titles. I'd say prove it, Joe. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The San Francisco Giants have signed three-time Cy Young Award winner Justin Verlander to a one-year, $15 million deal. What are your thoughts on the move? Join the KNBR YouTube conversation.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here, once again with my good friend Steve Moskowitz, is hanging out on the line. And Steve, tax season is a stressful one for people, especially for those who have unfiled or unpaid tax returns. How should they handle this?
So many people have this situation, and the bottom line is the number one reason people don't file returns is because they didn't have the money to pay it, and they say, well, how can they file this year if they didn't file last year? And it becomes a lifestyle and a pattern and a bad one. It doesn't have to be. Second biggest reason is people don't have their records. That's okay too. We can get everything that the IRS and state has on you. Or their bookkeeping's in a mess. That's okay, we have a whole bookkeeping department. Or you filed your returns and you just can't pay it and you feel like you never will. There's so many good solutions. We want to explain them all to you, all kinds of programs, whether you qualify to just pay part and have them forgive the rest, or paying monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, and a lot of other things too. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. Right now, during traditional tax season is when the IRS makes a lot of their examples. You don't want to be one of the examples. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve can help. It's tax season. He's here for you. 188-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Oh, boy. Warriors lose last night, 114-98 to the Miami Heat, who were coming off a double OT loss to Sacramento Kings the night before. And the Warriors came out with some good energy to start, but then, man, oh, man, missing shots. I mean, Steph Curry basically made all the three-pointers last night. I believe the Miami Heat shot 16 threes last night. Warriors shot 14, 8 of which came from Steph Curry. I mean, they were 4 of 5 at the line. It was just a terrible, terrible effort.
They shot 5 free throws.
Yes. The entire game. I believe most of them were done in the first half.
They shot 80%.
Yeah. But, last night makes you think, how is this going to get any better? I think hands down last night was the worst loss of the season.
Last night didn't make me think that. I already kind of thought that.
I know, but last night kind of solidified it where it's just okay, you lose by 30 to the Sacramento Kings. They've changed some things. They're going to Doug Christie. They're getting, it's new, rejuvenation.
Dead cat bounce? You're not a fan?
Of Doug?
Saying it's the dead cat bounce?
I was saying it's the Doug cat bounce. But
that's not bad, actually.
Yeah.
No, I've always liked Doug, but
no,
yeah.
We're putting too much into that. Who gives a damn that the Heat went and lost a double? Who gives a damn?
Okay, but
who cares about the Kings? Who cares? The Warriors stink.
Yes,
is the point.
I mean, outside of Steph last night, they were 6 of 33 from 3, 29 of 76 overall.
Yeah, that's all year.
Shoot.
Yeah,
no, I know, but last night, think about each loss this year and how bad it's been.
All 18.
No, okay, yeah. Think about all 18. All right. Okay, 51-point loss to Memphis Grizzlies. Okay, that's bad, but Memphis is a good team. They blew a lead to the Houston Rockets where they were in the play-in. This one, there's no Jimmy Butler on the court. This team played the night before in double overtime, and they had more energy than you. And you hear everything, we'll get to Steph Curry and Steve Kerr later in their sound, but last night to me was this team cannot get any better. If you can't beat the Miami Heat when they are coming off a double overtime loss, then who can you beat at this point?
Maybe I'm the Greg Papa in the situation where I was I knew first that this team wasn't going anywhere. Maybe that's why I'm just not so, last night didn't destroy me or make me think anything different. I'm just man, things are going from bad to worse because now
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
I was on to this crappy
I was on to Clay Kubiak being offensive.
I was on to playing more Pat Spencer before anybody else was.
Oh, Pat Spencer.
You got some run last night, too.
Yeah, you did.
That's the problem. That's the problem here. Look, the roster itself, if everybody played to their absolute best ability, is, I guess, what we saw for the first 15 games of the season. And even then, you had more depth than you have now. Guys were doing things remember we joked about Buddy Hield? We're he's not going to shoot like that all year. And we're but he's not going to be bad. He's not been good at all.
He's really bad.
He's been really bad. 4 for 12, 2 and 9 from deep last night.
You know who's been really bad also? Dennis Schroeder. I know that they're giving him time, and JD was talking about it with us yesterday. I don't think they're going to make a change to the starting lineup. You don't have to.
He was 2 of 10 and 1 of 7. And did you see the play where he ran up and he tried to draw a foul? He's smoked the ball into the bottom of the rim and then complained.
Dude, he just doesn't fit on this team.
And he's wearing 71, which just pisses me off. It's just the whole thing's.
It pisses you off?
It's just aggravating me now. It's it adds to the disdain that I have for his performance.
It's just an odd number, yeah.
Well, because he was number 17, he can't wear it because
of Mully.
Because of Mully, and so he wears 71. I'm it's just on top of it all, it's worse.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what they do at this point. I came away from that loss, and I thought it was hands down the worst one of the season.
Tear it down.
Yeah, I mean, Steph had some great moments last night. The one where in the fourth quarter, where he stepped and kept going and drove at the line for 2 points. I mean, it's a one-man team at this point. And I know that Andrew Wiggins, you can't deny what he's done in the past and what he's brought to this team and the dunk over Doncic back in the Western Conference Finals. But I don't know what he brings to this team right now. Draymond Green, obviously, you don't need to say what he's brought to this team.
Everybody can go. Everything must go except Steph and Draymond. That's kind of where I'm at. There's nobody here has a ceiling to me that's going to change.
Would you even say
lot.
Draymond?
No, I'd say if you want to give Steph another shot at a title, I think Draymond's got to be here. I think you need the defensive anchor, and I think you have your 3, and your 3 are now not Clay, Steph, and Dre. You had 4 before. It's Steve Kerr's mind, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. They do not have the talent.
They do not.
They don't have the talent to compete in the West, to compete for. I mean, do you see what the Oklahoma City Thunder are doing right now?
Yeah, of course. That's what I've been talking about.
The Cleveland Cavaliers are doing right now. You're not going to compete with those teams.
No, and that's why I even say trading for I mean, JD was convincing me about Cam Johnson yesterday, but trading for Jimmy Butler at 36 years old.
But to what end? To what end is Cam Johnson? That's kind of where I'm at with you, where I'm like, then what? How good are you then?
It's a younger player.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel. That doesn't.
No, I hear you. I hear you. It's just, I don't think getting more older guys is going to help you going against the Thunder or the Cavs.
I agree with you. I agree wholeheartedly that, like, Jimmy Butler, when I was thinking about him, and I really wanted him a couple of weeks ago when I bring it up, like, I was thinking about still the potential for this team. This team has showed us in the last 2 weeks that their potential is much worse than what I thought it was.
Yes.
Jimmy's not going to do much to change this. You asked the question yesterday, is there even a player out there that could change your team's fortunes? And that's when Danny Emmerman said to us, just monitor what's going on with the Suns. I don't know that Kevin Durant will be on the table. It's just one that you throw out there because sort of the same way we kept throwing out Robert Saleh to be the DC. You're like, you need help. He's a guy who's been here. He's a guy you have history with. He would fit into this offense.
I mean, wouldn't that be the perfect ending to all this, is that Kevin Durant comes home after how tumultuous that was?
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
KD, Draymond, and Steph all together again?
Who saw KD coming on home as the prodigal son and Clay becoming the heel?
Yeah, I know, exactly. See that?
Like, have that on the bingo card.
The 2026 Western Conference Finals. It's the Warriors winning over the Dallas Mavericks. They all have the trophy together, and it's just Clay in the corners being like, "Man, what the hell?"
Clay sitting there with the towel on his. He's just sitting there in his full uni after the game. Everybody leaves the court again. In his Mavs uni. The other thing here is
signing a toaster.
That was
happy
a good time.
times.
That was a good time.
So Steph was visibly frustrated yesterday.
Yeah,
more than maybe any other time this season.
Just pacing around the court, and he looked pissed.
Coming off the press conference the other day, where he said, the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
So the question I asked then, based on what happened after the game, is Tim Kawakami notes that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy were seen in a deep conversation on the walk and on the path to the media room, just like standing off to the side. He said, no, I should note, this seemed very one-sided, like it was Joe Lacob sort of in charge of this conversation, like he was the one talking to Mike Dunleavy. He said he was doing most of the talking. He says they meet after games all the time, but they generally don't do it right here where the media and the writers walk by, which doesn't mean it was like meant to show something, but that it was something that was so pertinent after the game that Joe Lacob had to be talking to Mike Dunleavy.
Oh, yeah.
I asked myself then, what do we know about Joe Lacob, the owner? And for my money, he's been the best owner of any Bay Area sports team in my life.
Most aggressive.
I mean, like, the Giants have done a lot in terms of, like, it's different because in baseball it's so general manager based, right? In like, Brian Sabian's the one who gets credit for those championships, right? Like, you credit Peter McGowan for, like, keeping the team in San Francisco and for helping getting the stadium built and all that sort of stuff, right? But in football, they blame owners for a lot. In basketball, they don't generally put as much on owners. I don't feel like it's a lot of basketball ops guys. But Joe Lacob, because of the trajectory of this organization, is the reason they were able to do what they did, where he was willing to foot the bill on all that tax, where he realized if we want to win and I want to build this palace and we want to become one of the biggest brands in sports globally, we've got to continue to foot the bill, at least on a lot of this. Now, since COVID and since they opened Chase, it's gone a little bit different. They still have won a championship, but the golden years were at Oracle and Oakland.
Yeah, they were always planning on Kevin Durant being at Chase.
And they thought that Kevin Durant was going to. I mean, dude, he was out there with those dancing cranes.
Remember with the dancing cranes.
He was wearing that hard hat.
He did not want to be there.
Dude, he's out there like you. He's out there with the cranes.
Anybody wanted to be there. It was weird.
I was there that day. I didn't want to be there.
So sorry for you.
Well, how was it? They were putting like shovels in the ground, or what were they doing?
It was a weird deal. Yeah, they were putting their shovels in the ground, and when they did the dancing cranes, I was like, "What the hell is this?" And the guy from Access Hollywood was doing the Q&A, and I was like, "Why is he here?"
That's pretty good. I remember the Access Hollywood guy.
Yeah, he was there. I forget his name, but
Kevin Durant in a hard hat, dude.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if Kevin Durant was there for that day, but he was there for a photo shoot for Chase Center. And he just like there in the hard hat. Like, at least Tom was like, "Hey, I'm getting my own urinal," was happy about it. KD was just like, "When is this over?" And I talking to my guy about if I'm going to New York or Brooklyn. Like, the whole thing was awkward. But that's the guy that we always keep talking about. Even after the championship in 2022, it was, do you trade Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, and all these guys to get Kevin Durant back? And we were all kind of considering it.
I said, yeah. Remember, Tom was like, no. And I was like, do it.
Because, let's be real, because Tom knows that Steve, I mean, we all know the situation back in the day.
But this is what I keep wondering about with the egos thing. Like, guys are all pissed off about not having enough talent. Like, if Steve is pissed about the way things are going, and he was obviously upset, we'll play some audio.
Yeah.
Upset after the game, like, It's a crisis, a confidence in crisis they were talking about. A crisis in confidence.
Yes.
He was talking about.
Great way
line.
to yeah.
He doesn't have the talent. It's all on Steph right now. And this texter checks in and he's like, this team's not going to win another championship. Are you guys effing crazy? You guys, you have some good young pieces. I would trade Steph and Draymond and let the chips fall. Curry's knees are shot.
All right.
That's not where I'm going. I'm not saying just start the rebuild now. They just gave Steph a $62 million extension.
No one's trading Steph Curry.
They're not trading him, okay, because they just extended him. And they've lined up him and Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. They're not looking at this roster and tearing it down right now. What I'm saying, and rebuilding the franchise. What I'm saying is you still have those guys. I'm not confident that they're winning another championship with Steph.
I'm not either.
But I'm positive it doesn't happen if the roster construction looks like this.
No. God, no.
I was pretty certain they weren't getting a fourth, by the way, after Clay's injury. And then
I was skeptical.
Lost.
I was skeptical.
But it happened. And all I'm saying to you, 209, is Steph Curry, I'm not writing him off. Like, he's the last guy you should ever think to write off. Based on what we've seen, based on how he can carry teams. And I know in the Olympics, he's got one of the greatest rosters ever assembled, and it's different. He still has that magic in there. And on nights like last night where he's still clearly the best player on the court, maybe his knees wouldn't have to be so shot or wouldn't be as exhausted if he weren't shouldering the load for the last 2.5 years.
Yeah, going back to that 2022 NBA Finals, I mean, the Warriors earned that. But we didn't know they were a championship contender until late into those playoffs, I thought. I mean, they were the 3 seed. Memphis was 2. You thought they could beat a young Memphis team. They would have to beat the defending Western Conference champions and the Phoenix Suns, and the Suns just, I mean, there was rumors about them not being healthy for that Game 7 against the Dallas Mavericks, where the Mavericks just killed them. But that would have been a bloodbath if it was the Suns and Warriors in that Western Conference Final.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
It wasn't, and they played an inexperienced Dallas Mavericks team.
Here for the feeding, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yes,
that's a
so. But I mean, I'm glad
that's a road trip reference.
Yes, it is. Ooh, good movie. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, they won that last championship, and I was skeptical about what was going to happen after that. So, you know, a year ago at this time, I was all for blowing it up. I was for trade Draymond, trade everybody on the team, rebuild, try to have a competitive rebuild around Steph Curry. And then once he signed the contract this offseason, I was like, okay, well, he's here for the long haul. You got to be competitive. But now I'm kind of back to that where you could do a little bit of both. You could trade away a lot of players on this team while at the same time get a mix of veterans, guys that you know are going to be, capable of winning a championship, and also getting younger.
They've got to. I guess they have to get younger. I just don't really care about the age of the roster. I care about the quality of the roster. I don't give a damn about what happens after Steph right now. I want to stretch this.
Neither
as
does
long
Joe
as you
Lacob.
can. Well, he says he does.
Yes and no.
He acted like he did.
With the 2 timeline?
Yeah, I mean, that's also, he absolutely cares about what happens after Steph. He's still going to be here. He's still going to be the owner. He's got a business to run.
I think at this point, though, what's on the horizon?
Prove it. Then prove it, Joe. Let's go call. Let's go cash some checks. Let's write some checks, whatever.
I mean, the clear thing after last night, I know he's put on ice for 3 weeks. I think we know what we have in Jonathan Kuminga. I think that, yes, he could be a star in another team. At this point, he's not helping you be a championship contender right now.
Nobody is except for Stephen Draymond.
So what's the point?
That's what I've been saying.
Yes.
That's what I've been saying. His ceiling right now isn't projecting to be Pascal Siakam. And it's certainly not going to be this year. 408 checks in and says, does Clay get a 5th title before Steph does? I don't know.
Nah.
His chances were better with Dallas.
I mean, Kyrie Irving may leave. He's a free agent.
Yeah. Chances are better with Dallas. How about this? LeBron or Steph, who's more likely to get a 5th?
I would say Steph.
If they were together, would you like their chances better?
Well, yeah. But I don't want to see that.
Why don't you want to see that?
Okay.
Would Warrior fans
aren't
really
there
be
certain
mad?
guys as a Giants fan that you could just not stomach being on the Giants?
Yeah, like Max Muncy.
Okay.
But he's not LeBron James. That's my point. Like, there's nobody. You'd be like, yeah, I hate Shohei Ohtani being a Dodger, but like, would I take him today? Like, yeah, of course.
At this point, having 40-year-old
Baseball's
LeBron
different,
James.
though, because the guys who kill you in baseball, like, it's frustrating because a lot of times they're like not very good. Like, what's the equivalent of Max Muncy for the Lakers? Like, Ivica Zubats, whenever he goes off on the Warriors, like, that sucks. Yeah, but it happens a lot. It feels like, but
there's just 3 guys, and I hope Warrior fans agree with me. There's just 3 guys during these championship runs that I can't stand anymore. It's LeBron James, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden. Just you saw those guys all the time. I hated their style of play. They would play the Warriors all the time.
But only one of those guys is the GOAT. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Or the second GOAT, whatever. Like, only one of those guys is
I hate that term.
The caliber of player that LeBron James, like, none of those guys hold a candle to LeBron.
Right.
None of those guys are in the conversation as greatest of all time. None of them. But LeBron is. And my point is, like, he still can play at the high level that he's at. Like, you saw him in the Olympics. That was insane.
I saw him the other night, or even last night.
You see the dunk he threw down last night? That was.
By the way, did you see the dunk that Zion threw on last night?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Did you see the dunk that Cooper Rush? What? Not Cooper Rush. Cooper Flag. Excuse me.
Cooper Rush can dunk, my friends.
I don't know, dude. All these kids, all these Coopers out there. Cooper Flag, though, the Great White Hope out of Duke.
Cooper Manning can dunk as well.
No, he can't. Stop.
Rush dunked one on that carpet last week. It was bad.
No, but Zion, I mean, not that I want Zion on this team, but he looked healthy. Like, that was impressive.
Yeah, he looked healthy because he was playing.
Yeah.
He never plays.
I know.
I would take LeBron over Zion tomorrow, like yesterday.
Yeah, I mean.
I would want Zion if you're looking to, like, if that's an off-season move, sure. I don't, like, again, that's not changing your season this year. Might get you a little, you might be a higher seed, you might be in, like, top of the play-in or out of the play-in.
Yeah, but Draymond's yelling him at the sideline every game.
I don't need Draymond yelling at Zion. I can't imagine that's a positive.
No, he would go cry to
just crush him.
Mariah Mills after that one.
The fact that you had that name holstered.
No, come on.
You were ready
to lie here?
You were ready to go on Mariah Mills, dude. That's what I mean. I'm like, I can't believe that.
Kate Upton and Mariah Mills.
You would rather just the era be over than have LeBron?
No.
See what I mean? Like, if Joe Lacob called today again, was like, we'll talk LeBron again. What do you want?
If they win a championship with LeBron, that would be a tough one.
You have to win one, though. That's the thing. If you did it, you'd have to win one.
Oh, of course. The expectations of LeBron and Steph playing together, and possibly KD.
Well, it's kind of like the Lakers did that at the end of the Kobe and Shaq era when they lost. I want to say it was when they lost to the Pistons.
Yeah,
when they had Karl Malone and Gary Payton.
Yes,
like Devin George was the fifth guy.
Those guys were way past their prime.
They were much further. They were not the level that LeBron's playing at relative to their age now.
No, not at all.
Not even close. I'm just saying. It's not something that's going to happen, but that's the level of move that would change the fortunes for the Warriors. What would you think about their chances if they landed Kevin Durant?
A lot better. But then again, 36-year-old Kevin Durant, 36-year-old Steph Curry together. I mean, they're still amazing players.
One last shot, dude. That's what I'm saying. One more. Yeah.
I mean, they would be a great. I mean, they would probably
One more time.
They would probably get you to the Western Conference Final.
That's what I'm saying. Give me a shot. Give me a shot with KD and Draymond and Steph in the Western Conference Finals.
I don't think that's a move you make mid-season, though. I think that for the Phoenix Suns to want to do that, that would have to be after this season where they realize, okay, this is just not working.
The other thing, too, is the Warriors don't have any good pieces to move. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting here crapping on the roster because I'm like, you can't get anything for this. It means, Joe Lacob, are you willing to mortgage the future and pay out of your ass again?
Well, that means Kuminga and basically
all your
every young player on this team.
And every pick or pick swap or however far we can go out. Like, whatever it's going to cost.
Well, getting a mix of trading away picks, but also getting picks in return for younger guys.
I'm talking about getting Kevin Durant.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all on board on that one, but I don't know how that would go.
Yeah, I just don't think there's.
And Steve, Steve was willing to go with that, but Steve, he was honest after the 15-win season. He was like, I like this better than some of the Kevin Durant years.
Well, maybe get comfortable then, Steve. 18-18. That's where we're trying. So I mean, it's based on the ego, and they're like, I don't know if they're being on Jimmy Butler. The players are concerned about the locker room. I'm like, they seem more concerned about the court than they do what's going on in the locker room. They all seem pissed about the talent on the court. So we're all like, I don't want these guys, but I want to play with good guys, but only the good guys I want to play with.
It is alarming. I mean, I think at this point, if they were in on Jimmy Butler, then Steph Curry and Draymond Green would be on board with that. But if you hear that if they're not interested in Jimmy Butler, it must be that those two guys don't want Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, tough, dude. It's been a rough week for the Currys, too. Steph dealing with this, the closing of international smoke in Vegas. Adam got snuffed out. Adam Coughlin, Depop, Tim Webb. We got more on the Golden State Warriors. How about Steve Kerr says the Warriors are suffering from a crisis of confidence, and then Steph was asked what he's feeling after the loss. It's not good. We'll play it for you next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Jack, a load of things he could talk today, just walking in the studio giving us his takes.
He'll be gone in 10 minutes.
Yeah. You better leave that pizza, though. Dinner pizza. Dirty Work, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. So, as bad as it was last night for the Warriors, it got worse.
As bad as it was in the first half, that's how as good as it has been since.
In the postgame. I mean, the game was bad, but you rarely hear Steph Curry and Steve Kerr at a loss for words. And I thought that they weren't, going to lash out at the media, but there was times last night where I thought they just didn't have any answers of how we get better as a group. So,
because there aren't really, again, when that's the case and the coach is sort of looking at the roster that way and you haven't seen the improvements and he's as frustrated as he is. And remember earlier in the season, they had a couple losses. He's like, I think it was when they had 5 in a row or something. He's like, we got to have some really hard practices this week. We had a good practice yesterday. They're talking about practice. How often do you hear them talk practice?
You talking practice?
That's what I mean, though. It's you never hear them discuss that in a season. That's not something where you're we really have to get on the court and have some practices and get stuff out. And I know that some of that had to do with injury. In the beginning of the year, we just thought Steve was this wizard where he was plugging and playing all the right guys at all the right times, and he was. They were 12-3. And since then, they're just not good. They're just not that good, man. And so when they're at a loss for words like this, it's kind of like us yesterday when we were discussing what they can do and where they can go. I look at the roster and I go, what's there to move? Who wants this? What are you going to get for this that's going to help you enough to contend now? And my answer is probably nothing.
It's sort of the Andrew Wiggins argument where we were like, oh, you can't get rid of Andrew Wiggins. It's like, why? I mean, at this point, why not?
I mean, I know he does different things. It's not just so much the points. But last night where you needed more scoring, only 9 points. I like Andrew Wiggins. I loved him in the 2020 playoff run, or 2022 playoff run, the dunk over Luka.
Well, yeah, everybody loved it. He averaged 8 rebounds a game, too. He did more than he'd ever done.
But he's not doing enough right now. So, like I said, I think you could put everybody on the table right now except for Steph and Draymond, but I would even entertain offers for Draymond at this point.
I don't know, because I feel like if you were to trade Draymond, it would be a team that would be acquiring him that would be a contender.
Of course.
Right. So if a team that's a contender is
I'd rather
acquiring
keep Draymond.
Right, but I'm saying I don't know who would be a trade partner with you that would acquire Draymond Green that would give you something that would make you better this season.
Probably not.
You'd be subtracting a Hall of Famer to try to add a Hall of Famer somewhere.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
That's never going to happen. That would never happen. It would have to be an offseason deal or something where everything falls apart, or you'd be swapping huge players, right? You'd have to be. It would have to mean something totally different. I don't know how both teams get better by Draymond getting traded.
Yeah,
there's no way that would happen.
No, I agree with you on that. But let's listen to Steve Kerr from last night, and he put it great. We're suffering from a crisis of confidence right now.
I expected better energy. I think we're suffering from a crisis of confidence right now, frankly. You can see it. You can feel it. I don't mind missed shots, but I mind when missed shots affect the defense and the attitude. And we feel deflated right now.
Steve, given everything that happened tonight, how nice was it to see Trey step up, especially after the rough night he had the other night?
I mean, I can't sit here after that and be excited about anything. He scored 19 points. Great. He's having a good season. But who the hell cares if we're not competitive? If we don't have a competitive spirit and a fight and a willingness to compete through everything, then I'm not going to sit here and talk about it. Hey, so-and-so had some points. Great. Who cares? It's about us competing and being the Warriors, being the team we've been for 10 years and not feeling sorry for ourselves. That's what I'm thinking about tonight.
Steve, you mentioned that you can see it wearing on Steph. What about the other guys? I mean, going back to mid-November, you guys are 6-15, I think it is now, and that's just not the standard here.
It's not. So what's the question?
No, the question is, what about the other guys? How are they handling this spell? And Steph is obviously being bothered by it, but what about the rest of the team?
They're quiet, and they are down and lacking confidence.
That was the most short I've ever heard Steve Kerr with the media. And it wasn't like he was, going Tommy Lasorda like he loves, but it was him being honest about the team. And even at one point they asked him, so when it comes to free throws or just, making shots or layups, like, is that confidence? He's like, no, that's personnel. That's personnel. And Anthony Slater at one point was like, and he was also like, it's about defense and grit and things that he loves. And Anthony Slater was like, so when you talk about personnel, like, does that mean that he goes, look, I like my players. That's a question for Mike Dunleavy. He wasn't like clamoring like, I need new players in here. He was being fair as a head coach. But he was out of answers. He was like, this is who we have, and I can't make this team better at this point.
Yeah, players make plays. I mean, if there's anything I learned from working with Tom Tolbert, it was that it doesn't matter. He's a pro athlete, and he's like, if it doesn't matter what coaches draw up or what coaches tell you to do, players go out and they execute or they don't. He said, I can't tell you how many times guys were drawing up plays for us in the huddle, and then you get out there for the inbound in the last play of the game or for the half, and guys would be like, wait, what's the play again? He's like, how did you forget the play? It's a play for you. They drew it up for you. Tom said that all the time. He doesn't have the talent right now.
No.
He just doesn't. And Steph said it too. The clock is ticking. Somebody checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and says, it looks pretty bad now. How bad does holding on to Pajemski in the preseason look instead of trading him? And I go, I don't know what there was to be had for him.
For Lowry marketing.
But
look.
again, we keep saying it does not sound, all reports now, and Marcus Thompson said this, Mark Spears, this wasn't about the Warriors' unwillingness to make a trade of Pajemski and Kuminga. It was the Jazz were not going to trade him.
Yeah, I think if that was on the table, they would have moved that or made that deal with Moses Moody, Kuminga, and Pajemski.
And whatever number of picks is probably what the Jazz were asking for.
Yes.
That wouldn't have been it. They would have had to pay more.
Yeah, and then Steph Curry was asked about his feelings after the loss, and this was telling as well.
Just pissed off. You're trying to figure it out. Everybody in the locker room is kind of searching a little bit, trying to understand what's going wrong, why we can't get off to better starts. Moments in the game where you're clawing back, you can't get consecutive stops, bad possessions on offense that affect our confidence and body language and the vibe. There's a lot wrong, but what are you going to do about it? Like, we have to dig deep, figure it out, believe that we are a good team. Got to stop talking about it and around it and just fight our way through it. Back-to-back no-shows pretty much. And the hard part is, like, these are winnable games against teams that, for whatever reason, are around the same standings, but around the same place in the standings, and come in and have games against us. Even Miami, they played a double overtime game last night and came in here and whooped us. So for all the reasons, it's just not a great feeling. You have nothing to show for it, nothing really to kind of latch onto as like, oh, we're doing this great. If we could only, it seems like both sides of the ball are struggling. They're probably connected. Just if you make shots, usually your confidence goes up, your belief that you can win the game goes up. It helps you play defense. But once you lose that spirit, it's glaring how bad we can be at times. So you got to be able to kind of fight through that.
How do you think this team just gets better offensively? That seems to kind of, that's 2 straight games under 100 points.
Honestly, I have no idea. I wish we're going to try to figure it out, but I don't have an answer right now on that.
It's like, I had 31. I don't know what you, what you want from me. I used to score 31. I'd look around and we had like 120,
I mean, everything he said in that, like, we got to dig deep. We got to
go through it.
Yeah.
Like, we can't go around this. We got to stop talking about it. We just got to do it. He didn't really have an answer for it. It's just.
It's him calling out guys without calling out guys.
He talked about guys, when you lose that belief, it's hard to come back from it. And
Even mentioning that the Miami Heat played a double OT game the night before.
And they have no confidence.
Like usually Steph Curry gives credit to the opponents, and he did there, but also it's like acknowledging, like, we can't beat this team.
He's like, there's teams out here that are like coming in the same place in the standings, and they have games against us. Like, they played a double OT game last night and whooped us, he said.
Saying they can't beat crappy teams.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
It's bad. It is bad, and it's bad when you have pretty much the two faces of the organization minus Draymond basically at a loss for words. And
Draymond's strangely quiet, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Strangely quiet, Draymond.
Well, we'll get a podcast soon. But
for all the turmoil, Draymond is quiet as can be right now.
Well, he's
number one. Who cares?
He's too busy talking about how Zach Edey is not on his level yet to have beef with him. But yeah, as far as Joe Lacob talking to Mike Dunleavy, something has to be done, and it has to be done.
Mike,
quick.
I'll take it from here.
Yep.
Give me Katie's number. Give me the number of the Suns Arena.
I want to talk to Matt Ishbia.
Give me the number for Talking Stick Resort Arena. I'm going to talk to
I don't
Ishbia.
care what the rules are.
Going to give him a call. We'll get back into some Warrior talk a little bit later. Gary St. Jean is going to join us at 4:30. But when we come on back, the Hitman Dante Whitner is going to talk to us. We'll get his thoughts on the release of Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator, what it would be like to still have him in the building, and where the Niners should go at D.C. I bet he's played for or against a lot of these defensive coordinators.
Oh, yeah.
Those Buckeyes were hitting. They were hitting.
They were hitting, dude. And we'll talk to Dante about where the Niners go at D.C. The Hitman joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Steve Young joins Dirty Work at 5 for his last hit of the season to reflect on the 49ers' disappointing 2024 year. Listen right here on KNBR or the KNBR YouTube or Twitch stream.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out. Every week we catch up with our guy Dante Whitner, the Hitman. He's a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football. And Dante is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. And we got some 49er news. Dante, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Doing pretty well, man. So let me ask you, are you surprised at all about the removal of Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator?
Not at all. I think he was a little bit over his head. Well, a lot over his head. He didn't have the expertise on all levels of the defense. And you have to give your hats out and shout out to him for attempting to be the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. But I don't feel like he had the expertise. And then you combine it with the injuries that the 49ers faced all year long, they end up 29th in the NFL. And that's not sufficient enough for the 49ers, and they didn't make the playoffs. So they made the right call by, removing Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator.
So who would you like to see be the new defensive coordinator, Dante? You got guys like obviously Robert Saleh, Jeff Ulbrich, Gus Bradley, Lou Anarumo. Who would you like to see take over?
I wouldn't pick any of those guys. I would go with a change of philosophy, a change of system. I would use this opportunity to transition to a 3-4 defense, a defense where it's easier to, be symmetric and disguise and, really affect quarterbacks. So you never really know who's coming in a base defense in a 3-4. You can have Nick Bosa play a stand-up outside linebacker, and Leonard Floyd go out and get a big defensive tackle, two big defensive tackles and a nose tackle. And then you get Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner back. I think the 3-4 defense would be beneficial to the 49ers.
Dante, because in terms of scheme, I don't know enough about it in terms of 3-4 and 4-3. If you were to switch schemes like that, player-wise, who does that have the biggest impact on the field? Does it change what Nick Bosa has to do? Does he have to drop back more? For the secondary, what evolves? What changes, personnel-wise, player-wise? Who does it have the biggest impact on?
Well, it affects what type of defensive tackles you have. Right now, they have a 4-3 defense on first and second down. So they have two big defensive tackles that are used to two-gapping. When you go to the 3-4, you have to, first of all, change personnel groups, which means that you're at a 5-man front majority of times. And a lot of times the position that Nick Bosa plays, you don't really know if that player is blitzing or dropping in coverage. But Nick Bosa is versatile and athletic enough to play those type of positions. And he's played that situation before. And then you have to go out and get two big defensive tackles and a nose tackle because you're going from a, 4-man defensive line to basically a 5-man defensive line. So it will affect the defensive front of the 49ers and the type of players and what they're capable of doing out there.
So if you want them to play a 3-4 defense, Dante, would you be okay with Brandon Staley staying on since he's used to that scheme where he was with the Rams and Chargers doing a 3-4?
No. I wouldn't keep anybody or any holdovers from this defensive staff and make them defensive coordinator. Brandon Staley has accomplished a lot in his career. A few years ago, that helped him become a head coach by going out and, the Los Angeles Rams defense, when he was in command of it, was dominant. Aaron Donald up front, a lot of great players in the secondary, but I would go in an entirely different direction. I would probably look in the tree of, some of the former defensive coordinators that we've had in the past and see if there's somebody out there that can man that position. But the 3-4 defense, in my experience, is something that's modernized, something that, defenses haven't really figured out. Hopefully they can figure out somebody that can run that system and implement it really quickly for the 49ers.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. I was saying this earlier, and I'm waiting to ask you because you've been in these rooms. What's the greatest impact a defensive coordinator or any coordinator, I guess, can have on the team? Because I think we look at the roster and we go, well, they have to improve. They just need better talent. They need more players. You just said it yourself. On the defensive line especially, they got to rebuild some stuff. And I feel like it's players who go out and make plays. Coaches put them in positions to be disciplined and schematically and all that. But players got to go make plays. What's the biggest impact, or is it just going to really rely on the talent that they bring in?
Well, the biggest impact is to be able to teach the players as to why we're doing certain things. And that's all levels of the defense. When you make a call out there, it's not okay, first and second down, we made a call. When you make that call, you want every player on that defense to know exactly what you're thinking and what you're expecting. And that's what Vic Fangio did for us as a defense coordinator for the 49ers. Whenever he made a call, we knew what to expect. We knew why he was making a call, and we knew the weakness of that defense. And that's because he did a really good job of conveying that throughout the week. There were times where Vic Fangio would tell us, I don't need you guys to take notes in this meeting. He said, if you just remember exactly what I told you on this exact call, and you will be successful. And that was with every call on defense, with every disguise, with every look. That's how Vic Fangio conveyed it to us. So the great defensive coordinators are really great teachers. And when you make that call on the field, everybody understands why, and you go out and execute together. So that's the best thing a defensive coordinator can bring you, is that why on defense.
Speaking of Vic Fangio, he's got the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Green Bay Packers this weekend. I just want to know, Dante, you talked about how last time you were on, you think the Philadelphia Eagles are your favorite in the NFC. What do you think about that matchup, and are there any other wild card games this weekend that stand out to you?
There's no other wild card games that really stand out to me, but yeah, I'm expecting the Philadelphia Eagles, who have a dominant defense, who have multiple players on offense that can score in multiple ways, a big dominant offensive line, Saquon Barkley. I'm expecting them to, take everything that they accomplished throughout the regular season and put the jumper cables on it in the playoffs, because they have an identity and they have the type of offense and defense that it will take to win a championship. So I'm still thinking in the NFC it's going to come down to the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. In the AFC, I'm expecting the LA Chargers to really upset a lot of people. Just basically because, Coach Harbaugh understands the championship and playoff formula, and they run the ball well. They have a quarterback that doesn't turn the football over. They have two defensive ends. I think they would have the number one defense in the NFL, so they translate well to the playoffs. So I'm expecting it to come down to either the Baltimore Ravens and the LA Chargers in the AFC versus the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC.
So staying on Vic Fangio, and I think what you're saying is you kind of want the 49ers to go, not actually get Vic Fangio, but kind of a similar coach where, where they were this year to next year, where they could change into a 3-4 scheme. What did you see this season from Vic Fangio where he changed that Eagles defense from a year ago?
Well, everything that he stands for, fundamentally sound, first and foremost. They're detailed in everything that they do. They have a variety of different coverages, but they make everything look the same still. They went out and got some young rookies in Quinyon Mitchell and the cornerback, I forget his name, out of Iowa.
Oh, Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean, right? So they have some great players out there in that aspect. But then you have those Georgia kids, the Jalen Carter and those other guys that are just running around making plays. So he's still doing the same thing. He just has those dogs up front. And he's finally been able to convey the message as to, okay, why are we making this call? How do we affect the quarterback? And that's why they've been really good, because when the offense is sputtered, that defense has really kept them afloat. So that's what I'm seeing from Vic Fangio. The same thing, a bunch of hungry players, a coach who finally conveyed his message. And, they definitely have a real opportunity and a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. When we talk about who they should bring in and what kind of candidate they should look at hiring, I've been sort of a proponent or hitting this that they need to go to somebody, and since you're talking about somebody who can be a good teacher and really have the defense understanding philosophically why it is they do what they do, to me that means continuity is a big deal, right? Like being able to be here year after year after year. And so when you have all these guys, this is going to be the fourth DC in 4 years now for the 49ers. Do you think it would behoove them to go find somebody, not like Spagnuolo himself, but a situation like that, a coach who's maybe going to be here long term and not go look for a head coaching job?
Absolutely. You don't want somebody that's just looking for a promotion. And, not saying that that's what the defensive coordinators have done to the 49ers in the past. Everybody wants to be promoted. But you want somebody with that head coach experience that understands that they want to be there long term and they want to build a championship defense. And they want to put their identity on it. And it takes a while to be able to do that. So you need somebody that's going to be there for the long haul, because, again, continuity is an issue. whenever, any side of the ball in the National Football League, but especially on defense, there's so many different angles, types of blitzes, fronts, run defenses, pass defenses that these NFL teams play, and not so much time in the offseason to implement the entire philosophy as to the level that they want it, that a lot of the guys are either 1 or 2 years, they do well, and then they move on to be a head coach, or they're 1 or 2 years, and then you're replacing them with another defensive coordinator. So, yeah, you want somebody that's going to come in and be a 5 to 6 year defensive coordinator that can actually help lead you to a championship.
One more for you from me. I think Derek's got one more for you on Ohio State, but I want to ask you one more about playoff weekend here. The Steelers and the Ravens going up against each other, right? Division opponents, third time they'll be playing this season. You did that a handful of times in the playoffs with Seattle. What's the hardest thing about preparing for a team the third time, and especially for a playoff game?
Well, the hardest thing is playing a team from your division, first and foremost, in the playoffs, whether you beat them the previous 2 times or they beat you the previous 2 times. You know each other, you know the personnel, you know the identity, and it's about who makes the least mistakes. But it's going to be a tough game. 2 teams that pride themselves on playing a physical level of football. So the most difficult thing is being prepared for the unknown. You feel like you know a team a lot when you play a divisional opponent, especially in the playoffs, especially a third time around, and they could actually have some things that you haven't seen, a lot of unscouted looks. So it's tough to beat a team 3 times. And, the Steelers have had a formula and a way of neutralizing Lamar Jackson in the past, and we've seen how he struggled in the playoffs. So I fully feel like the Pittsburgh Steelers have a great opportunity to steal that game.
All right, I know you're rooting hard for your Ohio State Buckeyes, and I know you're really confident, but I want you to be an analyst for a second. What would be the keys for a Texas win over Ohio State?
Well, to play a level of physical football that the Ohio State Buckeyes can't match, and to always understand where Jeremiah Smith is and have a guy topping him, beating him up in front, and you have to set the standard on the ground like Michigan did, like Oregon did early in the season. You have to get a fast start, you have to pound them on the ground, and then you have to get some turnovers and change the field. I'm not expecting Texas to do that at all.
Yeah, neither am I.
A route by my Buckeyes. Texas shouldn't even be in this position. If they call that illegal helmet-to-helmet
I know.
Texas isn't in it. But I think it sets up for a great game. These are 2 of the best teams all year, so we'll see how it comes out and shakes out, but I'm fully expecting my Buckeyes to win the national championship this year.
So am I. Yeah.
Are you going to the game on Friday, Dante?
No, I'm not going to go to the game. I actually been to a lot of stadiums in the last few months. I just want to watch it at home.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so we'll be watching it at home, probably some popcorn or whatever, some chicken wings or whatever, but as long as my Buckeyes pull it through, I'll be okay.
Just on the way out, just because I think I just now thought about it, and we're talking college football. How much of Shedeur Sanders did you watch this year, and do you buy him as a number 1 pick?
I watched a lot of Shedeur Sanders this year, and as a number 1 pick, I'm not really sure if he's really deserving of the number 1 pick. I know that he has a lot of attributes and the talent, but I'm just not sure that he could be that dominant in the National Football League when your father is typically your coach. They'll typically allow you to do things that's outside of the nature of being successful, just to try to get you drafted. And, we'll see what happens at the NFL Combine, what happens in the meetings, but, he has all the talent in the world. I just don't think it's number 1 worthy talent. If I had the number 1 pick right now, I would pick Cam Ward out of the University of Miami.
Yeah, a lot of people think he's the best quarterback in the draft, the number 1 guy. And we'll see what happens. Tennessee is the number 1 pick, and they come to San Francisco this year. They come to Levi Stadium next year. So we'll get to see whoever that number 1 pick is, assuming Tennessee holds on to it. Dante, good luck with the Ohio State Buckeyes. I don't think you're going to need it. I'm with you. I don't think Texas is going to play the level that they need to win that game. I don't buy Quinn Ewers for a second. So have a great weekend, man, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, guys. Enjoy. Talk to you guys soon.
Good deal, bro.
Thank you, Dante.
Dante Whitner, the Hitman, one of our favorite guests.
Yeah, I'm not confident either.
Dude, that was awesome. Derek asked, what would Texas have to do in order for...
Yeah, but none of that stuff is happening.
He runs through a whole analysis. But I don't think they're going to do that. That's not going to happen. I think we're going to rout them.
Yeah. I mean, unless Texas can run the football, I don't think they have much of a chance of this game. And, yeah, Quinn Ewers, it leaves a lot to be desired.
By the way, you ever have dreams and then forget about, like, you forget it ever even happened, and then you remember something happens later in the day, and then you're like, oh, dude, I had a dream about that last night. I didn't even remember that I dreamt that. I just had that happen on the way out with Dante.
You dreamt about me asking that question to Dante?
No, about so we've had a hot debate here in the last couple of weeks, in the last week or so with young Tony, because we got into it with him because he said Shedeur Sanders.
Jalen Milroe?
He said Shedeur Sanders was worse than Jalen Milroe. Dude, this is how angry I am and how rent-free Tony's living in my head now. I just remembered I had a dream last night that I was like I had a dream that I was like on the internet here at work or something, scrolling Twitter, and somebody yells, dude, you see what happened to Jalen Milroe? And I said, what? And he got popped for PEDs. And I was like, hell yeah, Tony, see that's the only... I'm like, I'm so want to be right over Tony, and I'm rooting against Milroe that I'm like making up scenarios to take him down in the draft.
I mean, I'm with you on that one. I don't think that Jalen Milroe has shown that he's a first-round quarterback, but did you see Tom Pelissero? He said that Shedeur's not a first-round quarterback from most scouts.
By the way, there's a bunch of crazy football stuff going on out there. Did you see what Derek's Raiders did? They called Bill
Antonio
Belichick.
Pierce? Oh, well, yeah.
There's a headline on The Athletic today that says Bill Belichick not planning to leave UNC after Raiders call him for a job.
I mean, well, if you're Tom Brady, you have to make the call, right?
I mean, I guess, yeah. You got to. It'd be foolish to not make the call, even though you know the answer when you make the call.
Well, here's the deal. He has a $10 million buyout. That's chump change to a lot of owners.
So owners in the NFL could buy him out of his deal?
Yes, they would give $20 million to UNC to let him walk away.
It's a $20 million buyout?
Sorry, $10 million. $10 million.
Wow.
Yep. So my thoughts...
It's like when Ed Orgeron got bought out by LSU. The buyout was so big. We love that quote.
I might as well stay away for a while.
He says, what time you want me to leave and which door you want me to leave through?
Here's the thing. So I would not be the least bit surprised if Belichick, okay, do 1 year at UNC. Build up that program. Make sure it's an NFL, a way for a pipeline for kids to go to the NFL.
Make the CFP 1 year.
Yes. And then give the reins over to Steven, your son, and then go coach the NFL again. I would not be the least bit surprised.
If I was UNC, I'd be so pissed if that happened after 1 year. I mean, you'd make the money.
That's why you get that stipulation in the contract, though.
That's why Belichick did it. But I don't think when they did it, they were thinking it would be 1 year.
Yeah. So now that Antonio Pierce has been fired, I thought that Mike Vrabel was going to be that guy for the Raiders.
It would have been so funny if Belichick did to UNC what he did to the Jets.
Yeah.
He takes the job.
I'm going to write on a napkin, then I'm out of here. It was thrilling, guys.
He calls the presser. He's like, I'm taking the job with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Leaves in his Tar Heel blue, dude. He just heads out.
I mean, I know my father coached here, and I have the hoodie, but I really don't care.
It'd be great if he just stood up there and he puts on the eye patch.
Yes. Here's the thing, though. So I don't think Vrabel's coming to the Raiders. I think Vrabel's going to New England.
Yeah.
And now that leaves a lot of options for the Raiders. Could they go Brian Flores, who Tom Brady knows? Or are they feeling really nicey?
Well, could the Raiders overpay?
For who?
For Vrabel. I mean, again, it's just about getting him to agree to come to the team.
No, I mean, it is, but it's also about the ownership. And I think that Vrabel would be comfortable with Robert Kraft.
He'll have more freedom, certainly, if he's with the Raiders.
He would, but also,
I mean, Mark Davis is meddling.
Yeah, but he would have to deal with Mark Davis every day as opposed to, Robert Kraft, and Tom Brady's not going to be there every day.
What do you mean you don't have to? You'd have to deal with Kraft every day, too. And Kraft is more involved.
He loves Kraft.
They're like super tight?
Yes.
Well, there you go. I mean, I don't know.
Is it crazy if the Raiders say enough time has passed, we want Chucky back?
How much time has passed? Like 3 years?
Who is this guy?
I mean, I told you, I'm all for it. I think football's better when John Gruden's in it.
I would be for it, too. That would be a lot of massaging.
I think you're thinking of the Pats. I think you're thinking of Kraft. I think you're thinking of the Patriots again.
Or Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. That one's different. That one's assault. It's a little bit different.
I know.
Anyway, I think it has enough time passed. Football's one of those weird things where it's like somebody does something bad off the field, like with Kareem Hunt. Got caught on video with the violent act, and then the Chiefs had to cut him years ago, and then it was like, well, once he was suspended, it was like, well, the Chiefs can't have him, but the Browns can. Same thing with Michael Vick. It was like the Falcons can't have him again.
Yeah.
But the Eagles could grab him. You know what I mean? Or the Steelers, whoever it was that picked him up.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Gruden, no one came after Gruden after this.
No, because, sort of blacklisted.
Yes. But now, if There's like out of all the teams, it'd probably be the easiest for him to come back to. He was there just 3 years ago.
It's someone he wants to come back to. Do you think the Jags are going to call him?
Yeah, I would if I was Shad Khan. Although, if I was Trent Baalke, I'd be like, no, don't do that. He's going to get me fired.
Yeah, Gruden would not want Baalke there.
No. But also, is Gruden in the type of position to be saying, I don't want Baalke there? Like, at this point, you might as well just take a job.
He wanted Mayock, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I know, but also he
Didn't he pick Mayock?
Yes, and he told Mayock who to pick. Like he was in charge.
It was the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch situation to an extent. But I think John Gruden had a little bit more. I mean, I don't know who has what power where.
John Gruden has no power now.
No, of course.
So
He had a 10-year deal with the
Well, I would say this: if he goes to Jacksonville or the Raiders, those owners would tell him, "You're answering to Trent Baalke, you're answering to Tom Telesco. We know you're John Gruden, but you really." I mean, come on, man. You're just happy to be back at the NFL at this point.
Well, the Athletic and the New York Times in the last 6 hours have John Gruden coaching buzz intensifying.
Really?
As a potential
Raiders?
A Raider coaching candidate. Ben Johnson, John Gruden, and 8 other potential fans.
I would not be the least bit surprised if Mark Davis is like, this is the guy I wanted all along. You made me fire him. I want him back.
I also wonder, too, they're all like, he's a surprise candidate. I'm like, all you have to do is be in with, like, Pelissero or somebody to tweet that out. Then everyone's like, dude, he's a candidate. Yeah, that's exactly it. You're just a surprise candidate now. I don't know who would interview Gruden if it's with the Saints.
I mean, they want him to be OC for Derek. Now I don't think so. I think it'd either be Jacksonville or the Raiders, and I think it's an easier sell with the Raiders.
Do you think he would take another job that wasn't a head coaching job?
No, dude, he was offered the Saints OC job, and he turned it down.
From Dennis Allen?
Yes.
Was Dennis Allen one of his disciples?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. But Dennis Allen was receptive to John Gruden's relationship with Derek Carr, so he was willing to have him be OC.
I'll tell you what, this Dennis Allen guy, man, he gets it, man.
No, he doesn't.
We'll see what... He gets me, man. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday. In about 15 minutes, we'll catch up with our guy, Gary St. Jean, talk about the present and the future for the Warriors.
Yeah, you put a smile on our face when the Warriors can't.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll get some good laughs with Saint for sure. Talking Dubs basketball coming up at 4:30.
Hiya, fellas.
Coming up at 4:30. When we come on back, how about some Giants baseball talk? Maybe the only positive note in town, if you are happy about the Verlander deal. I don't know why people are in any way upset about it. There's no way it's like a negative, horrible thing. It's just either good or it's nothing. It's kind of the way I see it, right, Tim?
There's a lot of residual anger, I'm guessing, over the last 4 years.
That's kind of the point, though. I think the residual anger is like, what are we doing here? What does this move mean?
I'm pissed.
It's different than all the other opt-out one-year deals that the Giants have given out, and I'll tell you why next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both spoke today at the 49ers' end-of-season press conference where they both confirmed the firings of Nick Sorensen and Brian Schneider. Clay Kubiak has also been promoted to offensive coordinator. Who do you want to see as the 49ers' next defensive coordinator? Call in at 415-808-KNBR.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work, friends. Oh, yeah. All right.
If it's Giants baseball,
It doesn't make any sense.
Dirty Work.
I don't understand that rejoin.
It's going to grow on you, I promise.
It hasn't. No, it's so lazy and bare bones, dude. If it's Giants baseball,
It's going to go the opposite way. It's called the anti-production, where you hate it, and then you're like, oh, God, I'm
coming around to it now.
I
1050 legal.
I don't. The 1050
All the sports you'll ever need.
Yeah, dude, that thing has to stay in the system. If you guys have ever listened to Mike Holler's KNBR 1050, you'll get a legal like that every once in a while that Tim and I always laugh at. We'd laugh for nearly 10 years about this.
I'll try and find it right now.
It just says all the sports you'll ever need.
1050.
1050. We're like, what does that even mean?
It's so bad.
Just so lazy.
If it's Dirty Work, it's Giants
if
baseball.
it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work
Doesn't
with
mean
Adam
anything.
Copeland and
I don't even know what the hell that means. But I know what.
I kind of feel like, by the way, that was probably just something from some other old piece of production.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
They just morphed it together.
They just Frankensteined it together. Just human centipeded that rejoin together.
Human centipede. All right,
I'm never deleting it. It's staying forever.
No. I actually like it.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Justin Verlander. So Verlander
Never played a game while this show has been in existence, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
1 year, $15 million. You love the deal. Well, you don't love it, but it's a nice deal. It makes sense.
Dude, it's cool, man. I like it. I like people are starting to put out the graphics of him, like, with the Giants uni on. It's cool.
Yeah.
I like it. It's Justin Verlander, man. Gonna see him in a Giants uniform. I don't know. Like, again, I can't imagine this hurts you in any way.
Right.
You're not paying him so much for a number of years that you're like, well, we got to run him out there. Like, if he's bad, he's bad. And if it's so bad that you can't continue with him, then you move on.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
whatever. There's no way this, like, hurts you for a team that's not anticipating a World Series run. I'm looking for this to help with development. He wants to play beyond this year, so it's not just – it's even – to me, it's even better than the Randy Johnson deal because Johnson was older than Verlander is
45.
now. He was less of the same type of pitcher than Verlander is. Like, Verlander's not the – Susan Slush was tweeting about this yesterday, or she put it in an article, I believe, yesterday, where he's not throwing at the velocity that he was, obviously, at the prime of his career, but he had Tommy John in 2021, and he came back and, like, didn't totally reinvent himself, but just became a better, as dominant pitcher as he was before. So – I don't know that he regains that form. I'm looking for a number of innings. I'm looking for quality starts, and that's kind of it. I don't know that he's really going to impart knowledge on some of the young guys, and I don't know that you have to mandate that that's part of the reason you bring him in. Buster Posey signed him because they needed arms, and they need to be able to get through this season without having to ask Hayden Birdsong to throw 170 innings because he threw 50 or something last year, or 70, I think it was, and Landon Roop was right around 50. So that's 120 between those guys. I'd say the projected rotation is mostly vets, right? I mean, you're looking at Logan Webb,
yep,
Justin Verlander, Robbie Ray, Jordan Hicks, and Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, and the other guys could.
And the other guys are then contributors at some point. And again, I thought Hicks was awesome last year. Like in the whole first half, he was fantastic. But he reached like his single season max for pitches in his career in like July or something. Like he'd hit his innings cap for all seasons ever played as a reliever in July. So they're stretching him out now over a period of time. I think he's a weapon. I think he's an asset.
But do you like him more as a starter or as a reliever?
Gives you more value as a starter. And the bullpen last year was actually pretty damn good. And he moved to the bullpen. So if he can give you what he gave you, I mean, in the first half of last year, Jordan Hicks was really good.
Yeah.
So he just ran out of gas. And that's why you've got to have these other guys. And the hope is that they'll develop and maybe stretch out a little further and you can use them for bigger innings in 2 years. Or maybe you need to rely on them again this year. Also, Wisenhut made 25 starts at AAA last year. Really didn't have a good season, ERA over 5, but that's somebody they're still counting on.
So real quick, you wanted to bring this up. How is this Verlander deal different than the opt-out ones that Farhan handed out? Obviously, those ones were more desperate and longer deals and younger players. But what's the difference here? And obviously, Justin Verlander gets a 1-year deal as opposed to Chapman, Blake Snell, Carlos Rodon, Kevin Gausman getting, multi-year deals, but opt-outs after the first year.
Well, I think it's like multi-pronged, right? Like they still haven't landed, with the exception of, I guess, Willie Adames. That's not a still. They've landed one. 7 years, right, is the contract for Willie Adames. They got a pretty good contract for Jung Hoo Lee. I think the more stable, everybody would agree with this, I think, the more stable, long-term major leaguers you have on your roster, the more free agents or people from outside the organization know what they're getting when they come to your team, right? Like anybody who came to the Giants in the golden era with Buster and the pitching staff knew the type of team it was going to be. You knew who was there. Buster was there for a 9-year deal. If you came prior to that, you knew Barry Bonds was in the lineup every day. You knew for a long time it was Jeff Kent and JT and Rich Aurilia. You had stable big leaguers. I know that rosters aren't built in the exact same way anymore, but when you have those and you approach big-time free agents, it allows them at least a scope of what the team is, right? When everybody's there, or maybe not, for the next year or two, and there's not a lot of talent coming up year after year after year from the minor league level, and that's what I was saying a couple of days ago. You got to build sustainable product. You've got to be like Arizona to some extent, where everybody you bring up can be a contributor. Not everybody, but that you're developing talent regularly to where you've become a place where, like, Corbin Burns is willing to sign, right? You become a place where free agents know the caliber of talent that you have. I know Corbin Carroll had a down season last year. People look at him as potentially one of the top 5 players in the game based on his ability and even what he did 2 seasons ago. You know he's there for a while, right? What do you got, Tim? Why is Tim laughing? Did you find it? Is that why you're laughing, Tim? You got all the sports you'll ever need?
Keep going. You're rolling.
Okay. Tim, I just looked up at Tim and I made a Corbin Carroll reference, and then he laughed, and I'm like, what's he doing in there?
When Tim finds the audio he's looking for, he's got a big smirk on his face. Oh, yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that it helps you in free agency. And I don't think like Verlander came here per se because this is a great place to come win.
Right.
I don't know how many offers he had out there. I don't know if it mattered to him. What I do know is that if you're a pitcher looking to revamp your career or continue and put together a solid season to maybe end up pitching beyond the season, and he says he wants to pitch for maybe 3 more years, you've come to a great ballpark to do it. You've come to the best catcher defensively in baseball that you're going to throw to.
Mm-hmm.
Every start in Patrick Bailey, who steals more strikes than any catcher in baseball. You've got the best third baseman in the game. You've got another, pretty good shortstop over there who's at least here long term. You can see now that the Giants are building through a core of players. With all of the other players, prior to Matt Chapman signing the extension late last season, it was 3 years with an opt-out after each year. Blake Snell, 2 years, which he signed both those guys in like the last week of the offseason or into the start of spring training, basically because Farhan was the last guy sitting at the table. Everybody else got up and they were like, oh, dude, I didn't know more steak was coming out. I guess I'll take some to go. I'm taking home as dinner steak if I'm Derek. Blake Snell,
dinner pizza tonight.
Nobody really anticipated he'd be here after 1 year. Carlos Rodon, same sort of thing. Kevin Gausman was a little bit different, but he was more of a reclamation project. And then they made him the qualifying offer. He signed there, and they didn't keep him. And he's been pretty good beyond that. So what I would say is that I feel like those deals and those contracts were just sort of pieces to see if you could steal a season or put together a good year and have something happen like they did in 2021. Whereas the Verlander thing doesn't feel like it's all for this year. It feels like it's a move to help you develop and get through this year while you take inventory of what you have with the young talent.
All right.
This feels more, I mean, we don't know what kind of GM Buster's going to be or President Buster's going to be, but it does feel more like there's a rhyme to this reason. Not that Farhan did it aimlessly, but it seemed more like, oh boy, we better find something there every offseason. Whereas I think the Giants have a good young core of pitchers. We'll talk more about this a little bit later. Steve Young's going to join us, by the way, at 5 o'clock. That's after we talk to our guy, Gary St. Jean. He joins us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. And pleasure to welcome one of our favorite guests to the show. Talk a little Warrior basketball. Gary St. Jean, the saintly one, joins us on the Uma guest line. What's up, Saint? How are you, bro?
Hello, fellas. How you doing?
What's going on, Saintly?
Well, I'm watching Cleveland and OKC.
Oh, yeah?
Those two teams there in Boston are the three best in the league. And guess what? They're healthy.
So where would the Warriors be in?
And they're good too.
Yeah, exactly. So where would the Warriors be in your analysis? So they were like, I know they're not in the bottom of the league, but they're, as Steph Curry said the other night, kind of mid.
Well, guys, we've been spoiled the last decade. You know, we had this fabulous run, 4 championships, finals, and tremendous individual play and coaching. And now you become an average team. And, you know, I don't think I'm talking out of left field. I just feel like there's enough good teams in the West, and this isn't an embarrassment. You're going to be competing against the Kings, the Lakers, and the Spurs for 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's where it is right now. The other teams that are above there, whether it's OKC, I think Denver will get it going. Dallas, when Kyrie Irving and Doncic come back, they'll get it going. I just feel like that's the separation right now, and we've got to face reality. You know, you get, for example, tomorrow, you're going to have both Steph and Draymond as questionable, and that's because it's a back-to-back, and the age and that kind of thing, and Schroeder and Moody are a little banged up as well. And so with that said, it's tough sledding.
So, Saint, just curious. I mean, I know you watched the game last night, so I wanted to know what exactly did the Miami Heat do last night on defense playing zone? What did they throw at the Warriors last night that kind of had them in a slump shooting?
D, I think this was you at Monta Vista. We saw them play a 1-3-1, and we saw them play a 2-3 zone. And in my book, Tyrone Lue and Schroeder are the two. And Spoelstra are the two best coaches in the NBA, and Steve Kerr's right with those guys. That, by matter of fact, was the Olympic staff winning the gold for USA. Now, they switched them up on misses and makes, and what they did is they said, hey, we're going to give Steph a lot of recognition, and we're going to look to try to put him in pockets and not give him any clean looks and double team him, and we're going to let the other guys try to beat us. And they did a great job with it. I was really, really impressed. And we don't see, over the last 3 decades, we haven't seen a lot of teams that had a lot of success playing zone. Credit to them. They did a terrific job.
Talking to Gary St. Jean, nice enough to join us on the Uma guest line. In terms of the talent on the roster, Steph has been so vocally frustrated, almost to the point of a loss of words yesterday. Steve Kerr was clearly very upset yesterday after the game and didn't even want to talk about any of the positives around anybody because he said we're in a crisis of confidence. If you recognize that as a coach and you see where your team is and they really aren't doing much of anything consistently well, how do you move forward? How do you get better and what has to happen?
Small steps. This is a team that a lot of guys that aren't tested that you're asking to step up. Your second best scorer now is going to be out till probably toward the end of the month in Kuminga. He was starting to emerge. I like the way he was playing. When he plays downhill, he gives them a special element, penetrating the paint. I would like to see him rebound more, but I really like his progress. So what you're seeing now is a big demand on Wiggins to really consistently score, to be your second scorer, and he hasn't consistently done that. He hasn't proven that at all. And then after that, you know, you're looking at a new guy like Hield. For a while there, everybody thought he was the next Steph Curry. Well, now back to earth, he's like 6 for 31 the last 6 or 7 games. I can run through all these guys for you. I'm impressed with what Waters is doing. But, if you're going to depend upon him, who was probably your 12th guy,
right,
to be your second or third best scorer, you got problems. And, Podzinski's out and Peyton's out. And Slow-Mo's playing about the way I thought he would. I'm talking about Kyle Anderson. And, Draymond is Draymond. I mean, he's a facilitator. He's helping you out there. And, Looney's a pro. Davis is playing pretty darn good, and maybe Looney's going to get another crack in there. I'm a fan of Moody's. I think now he's going to get some minutes, and I hope he plays well. But this is a tough trip because Detroit, I think, is going to make the playoffs in the East. Cade Cunningham's an all-star. This guy's really emerged. Ivy broke his leg this past week. They got Duran, who's playing center. He's built like an aircraft carrier. I love the way the guy rebounds, and Stewart does a good job. And, they brought in Harris, and they brought in Timmy Hardaway's son, and they're bringing some veteran experience there, and they're doing a good job. And Indiana's playing really well. So it's not an easy trip.
Saint, like Steph Curry he's such a great superstar and a unique superstar that he's not going to do the Jimmy Butler thing, right? He's not going to be vocal and say, that's just not the way he's going to go about it. But I think we've seen and heard him come as close as he's going to saying they need more in the last couple of days. I mean, they give him a $60 million extension before this year, and he mentioned a couple of days ago the clock is ticking just on getting this thing turned around. I look at the talent around the league, and I go, even if these guys start to play better and they play somewhere in between where they have now or lately and the beginning of the season, do they have enough to get the most out of Steph Curry's career? Is there a sense of urgency here, you think, for Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. for this season?
Well, I listen, I respect those guys. We drafted Mike back when I was GM, and he's a bright guy. He understands winning and team and everything like that, and Joe Lacob's committed to winning. So if there's something available, now I'm not telling you it's going to be a Butler-like trade, but if there's something there that they can better the team, I think they'll do it. But I'm going to say it again, that don't expect these guys to be up there with OKC and some of these other teams. But, hey, get into the dance, get into the playoffs, and surprise somebody and get out there and maybe win a series. You never know. You got the greatest shooter in the history of the game. Now, you're talking to a guy after the game that's frustrated, and maybe the next day he uses different words, but he's frustrated because, to me, effort is a learned skill. And what disappointed him, and I think Steve last night, they got beat in the hustle game. There was no debate about it, and that's happened a number of nights. Too many times now, players, the offense energizes the defense. Well, if you have a real good team, that doesn't happen. When you have a team like OKC that comes out there, and their trademark is having guys like Dort that come out there and say, hey, they smile at you and they say, we're going to lock you up. And they do it individually and as a team. And too many times I see that happen in the NBA in today's game. And it's facing the Warriors right now. And you know what? They got to just take a good look in the mirror and say, hey, we can win on the road. These guys are not, a great team that they're going to be playing against, but they got to play together. They got to play hard, and they got to make some shots. They haven't been shooting the ball real well to really face reality.
So, Saint, you were a GM for the Warriors at one point. I want to know how you would handle this Jonathan Kuminga situation. He's going to be injured for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to play before the trade deadline. And you have a decision to make if you want him on this team or sign him to a contract extension or trade him for some value. How would you handle the situation?
Well, obviously, you're going to consult with your owner. You're going to consult with your capologist. You're going to consult with your coaches. You're going to talk to Steph as well. And you're going to talk about the fact that this young guy expects a major, major number. And does he merit that? Now, in a perfect world, you would have liked to seen him for the next 3 weeks, see if he could keep up this good play. And then do you think he's if you got Steph, is he a consistent second guy? Now, he's got a couple games where he scored 30, and you're saying, geez, I really like that about him. But the big picture that we're painting on the easel here is kind of cloudy. I can't tell you that I would feel comfortable giving him a big contract. I just don't. So with that said, you're going to test the water. You're going to call around the league and see what you could get. You maybe go to a team like New Jersey, who has the most cap space, and see if there's something you can get there and some draft picks. You look all around and make a multiple team deal, because I don't think anybody's clearly sold on the fact that he should be like a max guy.
I think that's sort of the issue, too, and where the value comes into play, because if they trade him, you'd assume that whoever acquired him would then probably have to deal with that contract situation, too, that he's no longer restricted, but they're looking to sign him, Now it's in their lap.
Adam, you're right on. I mean, you don't make the deal if you're the other team unless you've got a game plan that you do want to sign him. You wouldn't get involved in that. That's like just renting the guy for 3 months.
I'm with you. So when we're talking about, you're not going to be up with OKC and with Cleveland. I'm with you. But you have Steph Curry, and to your point, if you get in, you may have a shot. My thing is you got to stay out of the play-in. That's where I think the value has to come, is get out of the play-in tournament.
Listen, you're spot on. But let me ask you this, and I don't know. I got OKC. I think Dallas when they're healthy. Minnesota's crazy to me. Edwards, just keep your mouth shut and just play like you have the past 2 games. Denver has given away half their team to free agency after winning the championship, but they do have that magical guy in Joker. Yeah. Houston, to me, is a big surprise. Can they keep this up? And then I'll mention Memphis, and if Morant plays, they're a quality team. So I'm already down to 6. I have no idea what's going to happen in Phoenix. My son was coaching down there. They fired the whole staff, and they got a lot worse record now than they had last year. That's crazy down there. Then you got the Clippers. Leonard's back. Listen, I'm telling you, Ty Lue and my old pal Jeff Van Gundy's down there now. They're one of the best defensive teams in the entire league. They're doing a fabulous job. So now we get down to the teams that I shared with you before. You got the Warriors, you got the Lakers, you got Sacramento, who's won 5 in a row, and you got the Spurs with the praying mantis down there in Wembayama. Yeah. So somebody's not going to make it here, but to get up to 6, I think is a tall journey. Now, I'm not saying it can't be done, but you got to get healthy. You got to be playing at a great level. Listen, guys, when you got Steph, understand in the visitors' locker room, there's a whiteboard, and you point out who was your top priorities of the night. Well, he gets all 3 priorities. You got to know where he is at all times. You got to be ready to double team him. You got to get the ball out of his hands. You can't give him free looks. You got to switch on all pick and rolls and make him a driver. Don't give him open shots, because these other guys haven't consistently proved to you that they're going to make shots and make up for the fact that you're going to double team them. So right now, the game is harder for him, and he's never had games like this where he had 2 games last week where I don't think he had an assist. Well, guys aren't making shots. And the last time I listened, you got to make shots to win.
So, Saint, is there a move that you would like them to see, or you like them to see them make when, like at this point, they're playing for hopefully to get the 6th seed and avoid the play-in tournament? But are there names out there that you would say, okay, that's worth pulling the trigger on? Maybe a Jimmy Butler, maybe a Vucevic, maybe a Cam Johnson. Is anybody worth it at this point?
Butler's not.
Okay.
Because he wants 2 more years after this year at over $50 million. And I don't know that he can give you more than 50 games. He's breaking down all the time. So that's the glitz and glamour. Now, do I like Vucevic? Do I like Kessler? Yeah, I like those guys. Vucevic is a great pick and pop guy, and he'll get you 20 and 8. And on the other side of the coin, Kessler's one of the young best shot blockers we have in the league. And Brooklyn is going to have the most cap space at the end of this year, and they're in a good position right now. Old player at the Cal, Sean Marks, is the GM there, and they've ripped it up, and they're going to try to rebuild it. And Johnson obviously is their best player, so that's a good name. But you don't know. And in Mike's office right now, they've got in my day, you had a whiteboard. And you've got all your conversations that you've had with the other 29 teams, and you shared who you like on their team. They come back and say who we like on their team, on our team. And then you talk about salary cap and draft picks and all that kind of thing. And you keep checking in every 3, 4, 5 days. Now at this time of the month or trade, this deadline coming up, you're talking a lot more. And, you don't know what's going to open up. And there's a lot of creative guys, and instead of a 2-man, they may make it a 3-man deal, 3-team deal. The Warriors were what? That was a 5 or 6 team deal that they made earlier. So, I hope they can do something. I hope now that Schroeder and Hield can start to make some shots, because they need guys like that to start making shots so they can win some games on this road trip.
I don't know if they could miss any more than they are. So I imagine the only place to go is up, based on the way it's gone since Schroeder's gotten here. Hey, before we let you go, just because you mentioned him, the praying mantis, Victor Wembanyama, how long in your mind before we're calling him the best player in the world?
Wow. I think in a couple years.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming. It's like that freight train you can see coming down the tracks. And the guy's amazing. I just you see something new almost every game. And but I will tell you this. I don't know if you guys saw it this week. Back-to-back, Denver played San Antonio. They each won on their the road team won each game. And I thought it was great. Joker gave him unbelievable praise. And on the other side of the coin, Wembanyama said, boy, I learned a lot. Now, I got to tell you, Jokic can't jump over a phone book.
Nope.
But those hands are absolutely amazing. His feel, his touch, his vision. I call him a huge Larry Bird. The guy is amazing. And it's just great to watch him. Now, Wembanyama needs some more pieces around him, and then it'll really start to flourish. I hope that if Pop wants to get back, that he can get back. I just want all the best in his health.
Mm-hmm.
And, Chris Paul, he's not scoring, but he's doing a great job in terms of mentoring this young guy and helping him. He's like a coach on the floor. But you got other guys on that team that are doing a nice job, and they've won games more than I thought they would. But that's not enough to get it done.
All right, last one, say before we get you out of here. I know you're a big Patriots fan. Who do you want to see become a head coach of the team?
Wow. I guess I'm going to say Vrabel.
Yeah.
That's the choice. It's the first time, in over 20 years that I didn't watch one game. Now, my wife calls me the greatest front runner there is. And I just refused to watch them. I couldn't watch them. And then the Donkeys went out and beat the Bills. Don't get me going on those guys. I'm having a beautiful afternoon.
I'm sorry, Saley. I'm sorry to get you angry about that one.
Cost himself some draft positioning is what they did. Gary St.
1-4.
Yeah, 1-4. There you go. On the Oba guest line. St. Always fun catching up, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Anytime, guys. And Dee, congratulations.
Thank you, Saley. You're the man.
You've done a fabulous job.
Oh, you're way too kind. Thank you.
Appreciate you, St.
guys.
Thanks, man.
Take care.
Good stuff there from Gary St. Jean, too. The positive
Saley
vibes.
is the man.
The positive vibes of a Gary St. Jean.
You cannot have a bad day when you talk to Gary St. Jean.
By the way, he doesn't miss it like a hoops game at all.
Oh, no, he watches everything.
I don't think I saw it earlier this week, the back-to-back. But I was like, dude, I did see it only because I know that in the game that the Spurs lost, Wemby had 23 rebounds.
Yeah.
And they were all defensive.
Dude.
and Jokic had 46 points in that game.
Gary St. Jean is the only man I've ever seen where he could not watch a second of the game, but then tell you everything about it afterwards. Like, I saw it all the time with he and my dad and Kalen Azabuki. He would like walk around the stadium, the arena, and he'd talk to the popcorn person or everybody in the arena, like, hey, how's it going, guys? Not watch a second of the game and just go, well, Pop, here's what they did in the first half. And he just knew everything. He's the best.
That's because
fellas.
I told him what they did.
I told him how to, I told him everything.
I taught him about basketball. Adam Copeland. Yeah, dude, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday. As Dirty Work rolls on, our final hit with Steve Young of the football season.
Makes me sad.
2024 regular season comes to an end, and so do our hits with Steve Young. The best half hour in sports radio comes your way next with number 8, Steve Young on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors may have had their biggest loss of the season last night as they lost the Miami Heat 114-98. Steph Curry and Steve Kerr seemed at a loss for words. After that loss, what do you want to do with the Warriors? Join the KNBR YouTube conversation.
Hey, what's going on? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to cash in on all your takes during the playoffs, which are here, by the way. Which players and teams are going to go off and which ones are ice cold. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and they make it easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. With their pick'em game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money simply by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and much, much more. Totally customizable. They got all your favorite leagues and teams and stars to choose from. You think Lamar Jackson's going to go higher than his number of touchdown passes posted on Underdog this week? Or how about Mark Andrews with his higher than the number of touchdown catches? You can cook up some entries for a shot to win real cash prizes all playoffs long. Again, it's the only pick and platform Underdog is that puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the win now button and cash out whenever you want. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and turn them into a W. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. You must be 18 or older. Present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are working to make the connection with our guy Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio. We do it with Steve every Wednesday throughout the 49ers season, and since the season has come to an end, this will be our last hit with Steve Young.
We're always so used to talking to him, late in the playoffs, NFC Championship games, Super Bowls. Not the case this season.
Yeah, it's weird when they pour when they rolled that deep into the postseason, you get more Steve.
Yeah, I know.
Not this time around. So
is it weird for you? I mean, I know you've been used to doing Niner postgame shows deep into the playoffs. It's kind of weird for you to have this time off.
I'm trying to think about like it's not. I mean, it's going to be nice. I guess it is going to feel like a longer offseason because last year it just felt so long.
Yeah.
No, I mean like it's. You're right. They go to the playoffs fairly often. I mean, NFC Championship 2 years ago, the 2022 season NFC Championship, so Super Bowl last year, 2022 NFC Championship, 21 NFC Championship.
Yep. 2020 didn't make the playoffs.
So this will be the earliest that Tim and I have not had to do 49ers pre and post game since 2020, since COVID.
How long have you been doing it?
Since 2019.
2019.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Look at that.
First season Super Bowl.
Just like me.
Yeah, exactly. Who gets more credit?
Dude, that's how he acted that year too. When they made the run. I show up and we go on a run. I was like, oh man, this guy shows up and he just gets to see the Super Bowl run. Just now he's weeing it.
This is the best team I've ever seen before. The 02 Raiders weren't any good.
Killed me when he was talking "we" with something like that was like relevant to like 1997 or something.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else.
I remember that first game in 1997 when Warren Sapp landed out Steve Young.
It was like you were wearing like white shorts up in Napa in August or something. Do you know what I mean? You're talking "we." I was like, you weren't even here.
It's we.
Yeah, you can't we it when you weren't here before and you were somewhere else.
I will admit, I do find myself weeing when I refer to the Raiders sometimes. I'm like, I'm not we anymore.
Yeah. Well, you were before?
Back in the day? A couple of times this year. There's a couple of wees.
Yeah.
Not like a ton, but a couple.
I don't like to wee anymore.
Well, do you remember Derek trying to tell us a couple weeks ago, Tim, that he wasn't a Raider fan anymore?
It lasted all of like 8 minutes.
Yeah, dude.
I will say, if John Gruden goes back to the Raiders, I would be feeling a little nice.
So you're a bigger Gruden fan than you are a Raider fan?
Ric Flair would love you. Wow!
Or you're just...
Dude, I met Gruden when I was 7 years old, and I was like, this guy, like, this is my coach.
If Gruden goes
That's
back,
my coach.
That's my coach, man.
You got to effort to get him on the show. Like we'd have to try.
Dude, well, Greg's been efforting for weeks to get him on with Greg Silver. It has not panned out.
They've been trying to get him on the.
Yes.
Dude, that'd be great if we could.
Tell you a story. John's doing cameos, and he did a cameo for a friend of mine's fantasy football championship.
Really?
I'm working to get the audio. I don't have it yet.
Okay.
But,
how much is a Gruden cameo going for?
I have no idea.
I'd probably say like 100.
No, he's charging more.
We got $600 or $700 for a phone call from Greg or a voicemail. How much was the cameo be?
Yeah, gee, well that was overpriced.
You can talk to me
for $600.
I don't think that's what they were.
3 of them for. I think it was like
3 a pop is what I thought.
Yeah. So it was the
300.
It was the best $900 we've ever raised
Greg
for charity.
Papa.
Yeah, for Greg Papa, leave you a voicemail. Yeah, it's for charity. It's for the kids.
I'll call you for free.
It's for the kids. People are like, you know what?
No kids will be helped, Derek.
I'll pay you to not call me, Derek. I'll give you 20 to just not call me.
Call?
I'll give you 20 to not call. Yeah, the Papa voicemail did go for that. So I was wondering, like, is there a way that we could get Gruden to do one that could prank Greg?
Oh, he's like, you tell you what, man, I love me some dirty work. I
tell you what, man, I love you some dirty work, man. If we could cut up some of his answers, make
way
it sound
better
like
than that 10 to 2 show. Just go full heel.
Just pretend we got him. He's a friend of our show. Just after the whole Inman scandal yesterday.
When Gruden appears on a show, he acts like he knows you and he's been listening to you. And I'm sure this was the case, but I remember when Gruden came on with Tom back in the day, and it was just like, Tom Tolbert, man, I remember you from back in the day, man. Running up and down with Chris Mullen. Good times, man. Good times.
It's like, you sit there with like your Wikipedia page open, dude. Tell you what, man, I remember you playing with that DMC, man.
Now, this has got to be our revenge for the Cam Inman fiasco of 2025. We've got to get Gruden. We'll snake him from the midday show.
We got to get Gruden from the midday show, or we get Greg Chiro. OJ from Beyond the Grave. Yeah, we get OJ from Beyond the Grave.
We'll just fool Greg and have like old like snippets of him. Be like, I got a little good at Evening.
The reason I fumbled that was
how the hell did you get OJ?
I fumbled that because I was going to say OJ from heaven.
I don't know about
presumably,
that.
I don't know.
We should do it to all the shows. Like, how would Murph react if we talked to Posey?
Yeah, but that'd be more like we'd have to like take Kipe or Kruk. You know what I mean? Like that. And they would. I don't know if that. They're loyal to the soil. Those guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if we could get them.
Yeah. The part that the KNBR audience needs to know is that there are some fierce loyalties towards guests when it comes to hosts. They're very territorial.
Hosts think they own the guests.
Now, as Dirty Work is sort of the newest show, We have no territorial rights whatsoever.
Yeah, we have zero territorial
rights. So we should
rights.
just start taking. We'll get
fine.
Greenland. We'll get the Panama Canal.
That's fine. This is where the A's screwed up.
take.
They should have just gone to San Jose and just started building the field. You know what I mean? They should just gone. There's no rights. We're just taking it. It's ours. Plant a flag.
Yeah. No, I say let's go after every. Let's start poaching some guests.
Yeah, I don't know who else we're going.
Well,
we have the best ones. That's my problem. You know,
in time.
Yeah,
until they all start leaving us.
We'll wait till
when we plant our flag for Buster. That's when it's
there you go.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, we in the past had been getting Farhan on every other week throughout the Giants season. So we don't know yet if we're going to get like Zach Manassian on, the general manager, or if it'll be Buster. I'm not sure. Every other
either
week.
way,
Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Pat H, a nice relevant comment here on the YouTube chat, where we're streaming, by the way. The Gulf of Dirty Work. I like that name. Let's go out to the phone lines for the best half hour in sports radio. It's the Hall of Famer number 8. Steve Young joins us. What's up, Steve? How are you, bro?
What do you say, boys?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well.
I'm doing good. Yeah, you guys are working hard. I admire it.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
We're working, dude.
We dirty work.
Yeah, I see the sweat.
Wow.
By the way, Steve is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and sponsored by Putnam Family Dealerships. Car shopping driven by you. Steve, we were just talking about
you guys aren't John Taylor yet. You know, John Taylor was like, he never sweat. No, nothing ever happened. He's like, he's good. Nothing's hard. I got it all covered. You guys aren't there yet. You're not in the John Taylor. You're still sweating it out a little bit.
Like nothing rattled him ever, you mean?
Yeah, nothing rattled him.
He never got worked up.
Easy going. He laughed in the huddle. He laughed in the pregame. He laughed on the bus. He laughed. He just had a good time. I always admired him.
Who was the most?
I'm not there, Steve. I don't know if I'm going to get there, bro.
Yeah.
Who was the most nervous teammate you ever had, Steve?
Other than me, oh man, who would it be? Harris Martin.
Yeah, I was gonna guess him.
Yeah, he and I were we bonded over it, man. That guy's amazing. He's he was great. You know, we'd have to block Reggie White, and I don't know. You guys ever heard the Reggie White story?
Yeah.
I don't know. No, not with me, but with Harris.
Oh no.
I mean, I can't tell it. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Oh, come on. You can't tease us like that. Come on, Steve.
It's good. So Reggie was an ordained minister. You guys know that, right?
Yes.
And so he's going up against Harris. It's the first time he's ever gone up against him. And Reggie turns to him, sometime during the game and says, Harris, have you accepted Jesus? And he goes, well, Reggie, I'm Jewish. He goes, and he walked away and he came back and he lined up and he goes, well, here comes Jesus. I don't think I told it right.
No, it works. It works.
It's one of the great stories of all time, and Harris has told that story 1,000 times, and it's really always been. And funny, Harris and Reggie were such good friends too, and I was great friends with Reggie as well. So.
That's a skilled trash talker to use the Lord and Savior to take on an offensive lineman. You know what I mean?
I mean, the irony is that I believe Reggie White converted to Judaism later on in his life.
I think you're good call on that, D-Money.
That's incredible. That's incredible knowledge. That's unbelievable knowledge.
Reggie used to hold a revival at the Pro Bowl, and then guys would, then they'd run out and he'd baptize people in the ocean.
Yeah.
Be a receiver from the Jaguars. He's like, he's getting baptized.
Receiver from the Jaguars. Wouldn't you be miffed if you show up the next year and he's not doing it, and then you got baptized? You're like, wait, he's Jewish now? You're like, that guy just baptized me. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
He did. D-Money, you're right. He spent a lot of time in Israel. You're right.
Yeah.
It's a good call by you. But Harris would, you could always get him because you'd say, look, if you don't do 10 pass sets right now, you're not going to play well tomorrow. And then he'd be like, oh crap, I got to do 10 pass sets. I don't want to have the bad juju,
Yeah. He just get into his head about it immediately. Dude,
he's amazing. Harris Barnes, he's just down the street from me, and one of my best friends.
Oh, nice.
So this is the earliest we've had an off season in some time, Steve.
Yeah. This is not the address we want to hang out at.
No,
right? We got to get off this corner, and And like we said, there's a lot of teams that this is all the place they live. They live here. They don't. We're renting for a few months.
Yeah, short-term rental.
But this is we are not. We're not renting. We're not going to live here. And I think our mindset needs to be not, oh, we want to get more. A lot of teams that are here right now, and we're not going to be this way, but a lot of teams think to themselves, what's the next step forward? Oh, we want to be relevant, right, in the playoffs. And it's like we want to be relevant. And then they think about being relevant, and then once they're relevant, then they try to climb up the ladder and get all the way. And we are not built that way, right? We're here for a season, and then that's it. And now we're going to go for the Super Bowl. So that's why so much of the decision making that has to happen starting yesterday, I'm sure they're starting to make decisions. I pray and I do believe that they are saying to themselves, every decision we make is about being in the Super Bowl, because otherwise, we're just, kind of incrementally trying to get back on top, and that's not how you get there.
Well, some of the changes they have made, they announced today that Clay Kubiak will be promoted to offensive coordinator. Brian Schneider will not be on the team anymore as special teams coordinator, and they're moving on from Nick Sorensen as defensive coordinator. I mean, is there anybody in particular you would like to see become defensive coordinator, or what are you looking for in the defense next year, Steve? Sorry.
To me, it goes with how we want to, look what the Chiefs have done. Look what the Vikings are doing. I think there's something to, Kyle is a magician at making offense simple for quarterbacks and hard for defenses, right? And I think the same thing, that's who we are. Let's do it on defense. Let's figure out people who can create doubt and fear in offenses without making it really complex for defensive players. And I think there's a philosophical thing that would match what we're doing on offense. And I think it would force us to be much more dynamic and risky. But I think that when you're matched up philosophically the way that we think about offense that way, I think if we thought about defense that way, it would make a lot of sense to me. And I think that's what Minnesota has done defensively, and that's what the Chiefs have done defensively this last year. And I think it matches up with how they're thinking about it offensively, and I think that's why they're thriving.
How big of a deal do you think it would be? I mean, I think it's a huge deal, continuity, and in choosing somebody who maybe doesn't have the aspirations or isn't in a place in their career looking to be a head coach in the near future.
Yeah, look, I think it's important that we recognize that a part of our ethos, if you're a 49er fan, if you're part of the faithful, if you're, Niner gang, however you want to be affiliated, part of our ethos goes back to Bill Walsh. And what Bill did was fundamentally, he was tactically ahead of the game with the West Coast offense for 10 years, maybe 12. And what he did was, remember in 1992, Mike Holmgren left for the Packers. And what did Mike Holmgren leave with? Everything that Bill Walsh had ever done and ever could do was given to him by Bill in a paper-based, video-based, audio-based toolkit for Mike to go thrive. And so he took it to the Packers. And so for the first time, it's like escaping from a Wuhan lab, right? The West Coast offense and all the tactical advantage that we'd enjoyed for 12 years escaped, but on purpose. That's how Bill thought about the world. He thought about the world in a spirit of abundance. He said, look, if people are going to go out, I want them to compete against me. I want to sharpen my saw against the people who are the best. And I'm going to create places where they're great. And the Packers were. And we saw them a lot, right, in the 90s. And then think about when Mike Shanahan left in 1994 and escaped again and went to Denver. And everything that Bill Walsh had ever been and ever thought about being, Mike Shanahan had taken in. And then you watch the league, that's kind of who the 49ers are. So I'm not afraid about developing people and then seeing them go thrive. It's the spirit of the 49ers. And I don't want to become a zero-sum game transactional place where we hide and we don't want people to leave and we want people to – look, it's hard to have good people leave. We get that. And I understand why we'd have that reaction, but it's not who we've been for 40 years. And it's not, if you think about what's happened the same kind of thing happened. I talk about the Packers and the Broncos went into, the West Coast offense escaped and then we had to go battle back against it. That was very true in the 90s. But think about when the rules changed in 2017 or 16, whatever it was. And what happened? there was 4 people that saw the rule changes create a larger field, essentially, like it became a Canadian League field. I mentioned this last week. By not allowing defensive players to launch their bodies and go head first, it forced them to come with their legs and it slowed the game down. The greatest athletes in the world had to patrol more slowly. And by doing that, you created opportunity in the offense. And who stepped into that innovative void? 4 people: Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean McVay. And so they enjoyed kind of until they ran into each other. Remember the great game against the Saints when Jimmy G and Drew Brees were going at it? And go back and look at some of those plays tactically. It's like the offense on both sides was just amazing innovation and cool stuff. And now it's more normal because, it happens where people copy. But until they ran into each other, those 4 enjoyed a tactical advantage because the rest of the league hadn't figured it out. But now you can see that in generations, as they've now, the spirit of Bill Walsh, what's happened? Where did Mike McDaniel come from? Where did the Cohen kid from the Bucks? Where did Greg Matt LaFleur? Where did McConnell? Where are all these guys coming from? They're all coming from those 4 guys. Yeah. And so what's happened is it escaped. And now it's coming back, and now now they have to sharpen their saw. We talk about Kyle kind of reinventing himself because it's been caught up to the innovation and the advantage, the tactical advantage that we had for 4 or 5 years, has now been caught up to by the whole league, which is good. That's the spirit of Bill Walsh. That's what he wants. Don't be afraid of it. But now we got to answer. I know it's a long story for a short question, but that gives you a sense of history so that you don't worry about hiring a defensive coordinator who we don't want you to leave. Like, hey, look. We're gonna give you all we got. We want the most out of you. Take us to the Super Bowl and then go get a job, because that's the spirit of the 49ers.
So this offseason, the biggest thing will be when Brock Purdy gets his contract extension. And I just want to get your thoughts. Like, from what you saw this season, do you feel comfortable giving him one? And what would be one thing you want him to improve upon for next season?
Yeah. So, this is again, I think there's now more than 4 great places for quarterbacks. There's now probably 15, and that's awesome. But, I still would run here first. And so Brock, he knows that. That's why he will figure out a way to make sure that it gets done. And the 49ers, look, from one of the best qualities that a quarterback can have in the NFL is the ability to process, right? To process in and out of the huddle, process through the play, process under duress, and that's where he thrives. He's one of the best in the league at processing. That's hard to do, and not everybody's great at it. There's things that he can't do or can't do as well as some of the kind of bigger, stronger guys, and that's okay. But so I think we've just got to figure out how to make that match so that it feels good to Brock, and it feels good to the 49ers. It feels good to our efforts to be in the Super Bowl. And that's a calculus that, I'll leave to John Lynch, because I believe in John and he's got the vulnerability to not think that he knows everything. He's also tough-minded yet kind human being. I think he's the guy that I'd want to go figure it out with Brock and find that fine line for each other so that we don't put anybody in duress and puts everybody in position to have respect and let's go do this. Because otherwise, if you said to yourself, look, I feel like we could find someone as good as Brock, well then what do you do? How do you go backwards? How do you go, the only thing you can do is throw the mechanic in the trunk and keep moving. And so I think that John, with Jed's help, will figure out that is not, you have to thread the needle on all of that. That's not simple. That's not like, hey, look, let's just solve for one guy. You have to solve for a bunch of stuff. And we've been good at that in the past, and I think we'll be good at it here.
Steve, 6 jobs open, head coaching positions open in the NFL. Raiders, Jets, Jags, Bears, Patriots, Saints. What's the best job? What's the worst job available?
Name them again quick for me.
Raiders, Adam? Jets, Jags, Bears, Patriots, Saints.
I think the Bears, because I think Caleb is one of those guys like Sam, like Baker, like Jared, like a number of other guys that have found places that now, through the innovation of the 4 guys I just talked to from 6-7 years ago, have now found places that are great for quarterbacks, and they're thriving. And I think Chicago, if we could find a coach that could come from that and bring that to Caleb, I think that's the job. But if the Bears hire a defensive-minded head coach, then I'm just going to if the Jets do that as well, I'm done. I'm done. They can the McCaskey family and the Johnson family can just pay for the PTSD for all the fans for the abuse through the years. When are people going to see? Look at the teams in the playoffs this year. Look at the teams in the playoffs last year. Look at where this is going. Look at the quarterbacks that are taking teams every year. Come on. Look where we are in the game and hire people that understand the game has changed and different. It's not people call plays from 2015. You're like, no, bro, that's a different league. It's not even close. Don't make me mention the Cowboys. I don't want to go there, but
what are they doing?
On.
Yeah.
Stop. And there's no chance for anybody who does not capitulate to the change that took place in the rule changes for safety reasons that changed the game dramatically, and the people who leaned into it and found certain running backs who can be deployed in a different way, receivers that can be deployed in a different way, quarterbacks who could look at it in a different way, offensive linemen and running game is different. And then these teams keep hiring people from mid-2015, 14, 13, and let's just retread that one. And they were really successful back then. That's like saying literally that you played in the semi-pro league in Finland, and you're like, hey, he was really great there. And, I saw him dominate on the turf that day, and no, man, this is it baffles me how obvious it is and how people keep hiring, not seeing how much it's changed, and how the guys that have for a long time continue to benefit from that ignorance and dominate. And so that's why I'm bummed about this year is every year it's going to get more competitive.
Sure.
It's going to get harder on us because more people have figured it out. So we lose our tactical advantage, and then things, level the playing field, and then everybody's really good. I feel like Cliff Kingsbury figured it out. You see what the Commanders are doing. They're all coming. And the NFC last year, I don't know how you heard me in nauseam about this, but last year was the year, right? Because the whole NFC was down, the Chiefs were down. We held them to 18. I'm not going there. That's not healthy for me.
Yeah, I know. I bring it up every couple of days. See what happened. I said something about the fumble and I don't want to get into it. But to that end,
and again, that's not me not recognizing my foibles either. So I'm not trying to.
Right.
I know I have four fingers pointing back to when I point that finger, so I get it.
But to that end about looking back at 2015, and that's when I look at the candidates that are out there, and I'm intrigued by first-time candidates or guys who are on the rise, offensive coordinators, Ben Johnson. But then you see the other pool of guys like Rex Ryan, Pete Carroll, and John Gruden are all being mentioned as potential candidates. I don't want to say retread, but some of these guys have been out of the game for a while.
Okay, Adam, here's what I would say. I don't mind it and I do believe that people can iterate and change. It's fundamental to my theology. It's fundamental to how I think about the world. People are capable of change. And so I don't want to say it. And Pete Carroll, look, Pete being a defensive-minded guy, at least he was here. He's seen it.
Yeah.
He's felt it. And a lot of his success, and he's told me, has come from the time that he spent here. And so Pete does understand it. And so to me, I don't have as much of a reaction. Now, Rex Ryan and I have had many conversations about this subject.
Yeah.
I would say this, and then he'd call me and be so pissed. And I'd be like, no, bro, it's not personal. It's just philosophical. The game's changed, and you don't look. I would never want to say something about whether a linebacker is good or bad because I don't know, or a safety, or a defensive lineman's not lined up. I don't know, but I know quarterback. So don't tell me that you, who knows defense like the back of your hand, can now tell me about the most complex position in sports. Stop. But I do believe that guys like that who can stand back in the vulnerability of the great Andy Reid and say, look, what can I learn? How can I grow? I do believe that people like that, like Rex, could have said over the last 10 years, you know what? I do see it. And I'm going to make sure that I have somebody in the offense that brings that to the quarterback position. And I don't use my defensive mindset to say what I've said for years about the quarterback. It's just another position. Everyone says, what do we need? A quarterback that gets coddled? Those are the comments I hear from defensive-minded people. And it's freaking what paradigm are you living in? No one wants to coddle the quarterback. And no, it's not just another position. No one needs special treatment as it goes to each other. But if you don't understand that the quarterback, if you make life easier and more fluid for the quarterback in the NFL, you will have significantly better chance to go to the Super Bowl. So get on board. The game's changed, bro. So I think, to answer your question, I think that Rex, and I do think that Pete especially, I do believe that through time they see the truth, and I think they could enact some change that could be really beneficial. It would be on hope, because defensive-minded, it's my look. I've been proven right except for Bill Belichick. So, it makes no sense. All the success, he's a defensive-minded guy, but other than that, in the league today, there's no chance to be successful in the Super Bowl or close to it if you don't have an offensive-minded head coach.
Steve, what do you make of the MVP debate between Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson? People like Josh Allen think that he, kind of carried the team, didn't have as much talent around him, and Lamar Jackson has the gaudy numbers. As a two-time winner yourself, what do you think the definition of the award should be?
It's contextual. It has to be. It's just the way the world is. We're human. And I think what's happened is last year, I think that if you said Lamar's 2 years, you would say he's MVP this year if you had to choose one.
Sure.
Right?
Yes.
But he won it last year.
Yeah.
Off a year that I think people are going to say, well, Josh has been coming for a while, and he had look, we can argue about the two of them side by side, but Josh Allen's had an MVP season. And so has Lamar, but Lamar won it last year. So I think there's that kind of calculus happening in voters' minds that you can't help because it's human nature. And I think it's generally understandable, but it's not rationalized for the season. Because the truth of the matter is, as it stands right now, I really want them both standing arm in arm. I just feel like it's the seasons that they've had were kind of generational seasons in each individual spot. And I think it's one of those years where they both win it. And I know that's impossible because the number of voters actually tying is not going to happen. But I think most voters, I suspect, are saying to themselves, well, Lamar got it last year, and and I know this is a better year, but then I think Josh probably ends up winning it just because of that rationale that people have.
Thank you to Steve Young with us on the UMA guest line, best half hour in sports radio. We do it every week throughout the Niners season.
Adam, by the way, I have to break in. Lamar Jackson is coming. By the way, he's been kept back. He's been kept back by a philosophy that was a 2015 philosophy.
Oh, we talked about this last couple of years.
And I remember we talked about it, and you can see it coming. It's coming, and as he breaks, and all he needs to do is break through in the playoffs, and then he's gonna retire, and you say that might have been the greatest player I ever saw. Because if he can get through, he's got to get through these hurdles that he's got in front of him, and I think the Ravens are now providing the backdrop to do it. Now, Derrick Henry, I wouldn't talk about a 2015 back, yes, but they're deploying him in a really cool way in a lot of spaces. It's not just lining up in the eye. So I give the Ravens a lot of credit, and it really excites me to see what Lamar's doing. I'm a huge fan of Lamar Jackson.
He's already got more rushing yards than any quarterback in the history of the league, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what Lamar that's not championship football anymore. Lamar would say the same thing.
Yeah.
And so I think Lamar really understands he's on a mission to become one of the most sophisticated passers in the league, and then have all of that ability you're just talking about there. And when you have that is the prototype that you cannot stop. That's when defenses literally lay down and die. They just I have nothing, I have no answer. And that's why these next couple of months for Lamar are super vital, because I think he's out to prove that the transition has been made. And that's when defenses are really in trouble.
And while he's not going to, not Lamar, this guy's not going to win the MVP. Joe Burrow might have had a better season than both of them as a passer.
But you know what? I in the end, the MVP is about leading to winning football. It's just nature. Yeah. It's like Super Bowls. People saying, "Oh, you're a great player, but you didn't go to the Super Bowl." Yeah, but it's just the nature of, again, it's a human. It's humans, and for better or worse, win and losing matters, and so there's nothing you can do about it. You can't. I don't think you can win the MVP from a losing record. I don't think it's possible. Oh no, they're 9-8, aren't they?
They're not. They went 9-8, but they didn't make the playoffs, and so it's that's where I'm like.
I made a bold statement that I was wrong. That'd be like, whenever I do something that's glaringly wrong, it's not like I don't find out about it.
Yeah.
I can say 1,000 truths and no one says a word to me.
Nope.
I can say one screw up, and I freaking have 5,000 people texting me on the street. You know, they're like, "You screwed that." I'm like, "Geez, you know, I don't have to worry about knowing whether I screwed up or not. I got 5,000 people ready to tell me."
Dude, every day. I find out every day on the text line, the YouTube chat. Every day it's just people telling me I'm wrong about something.
I screwed up
Tell me
all
I
the time.
screwed up, yeah.
Steve, I'm just curious. We haven't talked to you in a couple of weeks. I want to get your thoughts on Saquon Barkley sitting the last game of the season where he was 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's record. Do you think, like, in the grand scheme of things, you know, it's probably best that he sits to get a Super Bowl? But also, if they don't win a Super Bowl, you got to look at that moment and be like, God, I could have been in history for the rest of my life.
It's a tough one, right?
Yeah.
It's a super tough one. And it comes down to, and I thought Saquon's response was the one that's germane. Like, I came here, I didn't come here to win the rushing title. I came here to win Super Bowls. And I think that's the way that the world has decided to define greatness. We do it with Michael Jordan. We do it with LeBron. We do it with Tom Brady and Joe. We do it like that's just how it runs. And so guys like Saquon know, you know what, if that's what I'm about, then let's be about it at all times. And that's why I give him great respect, because it's easy to be about it until, you know, I kind of don't want to be about it this week, right? Because the smart thing was a running back like that, it had the wear and tear. Take the week, bro. Take the week and get right and get ready to climb the mountain and make sure the Eagles go the distance. So I think Saquon ran that decision in many ways. They said they were going to go around and talk to the owner and talk to the managers and talk to the cheerleaders and talk to the equipment man and see what everybody thought. You know, I thought that was a goofball comment. But in the end, it's Saquon that ran it, because if Saquon said, you know what, I want that title, they owe him to give him that shot, right? Yeah. It was Saquon who said, you know what, I want to be consistent. You know, the integrity of his decision was really inspiring. I don't know how many people would make that decision the same way, but I was inspired by that how he did that.
Steve, did you see the end of the Buccaneers game with Mike Evans getting the 1,000 yards receiving for the 11th consecutive year, and he netted $3 million on the yardage as well? That was pretty cool.
Geno Smith had a $6 million touchdown pass.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a bunch of cool stuff like that. The Mike Evans one was pretty epic, though, at the end of that game.
Yeah, it is amazing, and it's so you can't imagine the joy that the team has for people that have. It's not jealousy; it's unabashed joy for when you're in the game and it's happening, and you see somebody, one of your teammates, that can have something great happen to them. You'd think there'd be jealousy, which is human nature too. It doesn't happen. It's weird. It's like it's irrational in some ways, where the guy's just like, it's the happiest moment of so many. Everyone is like, that's amazing, and everyone loves it, and everyone doesn't matter. You know, it's like. I've told you the story about getting Brent Jones the $150,000 bonus.
Yeah.
But it's the greatest thing in the world, man. It's the greatest thing in the world. $6 million for Geno Smith. I mean, everyone in the locker room had to be cheer. It was a sad day for them because they didn't make it. They knew they should have been further along. Now, to the point of things are going to get harder for us, and why we have to sharpen our saw and make sure that we're, getting things right, because we can't just show up with, a great roster. Like everyone's in the NFC. It used to be that we get through the NFC pretty easy for a few years there, and we'll just meet someone on the other side, and they end up beating us. But getting through the NFC next year, and don't tell me, I don't like when people are like, look at our schedule. It's the easiest in the game. It doesn't matter. Because if we're talking about getting into the playoffs, that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about once we get there, we have to dominate. And it's going to be tough because we're going to run into people who are getting better every year now. And the tactical advantage is gone in many ways. And as we reinvent ourselves, we've got to. I don't know. I gotta keep. I'm like speaking.
It's a long off season, bro. We got a long off season.
Yeah, I gotta pace myself.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get it all out here, and then I won't say anything for 6 months.
Yeah, we don't even have a DC yet. You know what I mean? Like we're just gonna take some time.
Yeah, right.
Okay, last one before we let you go, Steve. For the off season, who you got winning it all? Playoffs shaking out. Who do you like right now? Who's the best AFC and NFC? What do you think?
Well, it's hard to say the Chiefs, because you just say to yourself, they can't keep this razor's edge thing happening. But until further notice, it's the Chiefs, just because they're home now again, and they figured it out. And Patrick is him, and Andy keeps reinventing himself, and the defense seems to be able to rise to the occasion to make sure that in the fourth quarter, whatever needs to happen happens. Now, if the Bills show up and they're rested and not beat to heck because of what's happened, then I it's a toss-up. But if anybody else shows up, I I think it's the Chiefs. On the NFC side, it's just teams are. Remember, I told in the game today, you throw a team together, play the preseason through September and part of October, and you just kind of see where you end up. And where we're ending up is the Commanders look like maybe they can sneak and beat a couple of guys. The Eagles look like they righted the ship and figured out their locker room and solved all their dramas. And I don't know that they don't just run it. And then who's going to run over the Lions? I mean, they should be beat. The Lions have got to be beat because someone's going to have to expose that defense. That defense is not for prime time, but they've got such a confidence game going now that it is hard to beat. But in the 4-game playoffs, running the best teams, you run into somebody that exposes you. And I suspect that will happen to the Lions. Maybe not, but I suspect. And then the Vikings, I know they played poorly, but I do believe that defense is one of the best in the league. And I think that was the down day for the Viking offense. So if you had to put a gun to my head,
NFC's tough.
I'm going to say, wow. And then you got the Rams. I mean, Puka, I don't know. I mean,
they're all good.
Who's going to say?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I could go chalk and just say Lions, Chiefs, but I don't think that's how it's going to go down.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Bills. After all that crap I just wasted. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to everyone out there listening that I just wasted 2 minutes of your precious life meandering in my own head. I'm gonna go Bills, and I'm gonna go. I don't know. Should I go to Edge and go Vikings? I know that seems dangerous.
I might go like Rams. I just feel like the Rams are weird.
I know,
man.
something dangerous.
Something weird. Yeah.
Let's just go. I'm gonna go for a dangerous NFC team. And the Bills.
Okay, I like it. Steve's got the dangerous team and the Bills, and he's got the dangerous team to cover.
Mystery team.
I think it's going to be the Chiefs and the Lions. All right, move on.
We'll move on. Why don't we end our hit with you for this season? Wait, something we do every week, and we don't have a guest for it this week, but the Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. Every week, Steve Young's Forever Young Foundation and KNBR honor a Bay Area hero as the Foundation Hero of the Week. We've seen tons of individuals and foundations and organizations go above and beyond to support those who need it most. So this week, we're going to support the Raphael House. The mission of Raphael House is to support low-income families and families experiencing homelessness, to strengthen family bonds by achieving stable housing and financial independence. Since 1971, Raphael House has been the forefront of providing homeless and low-income families in the San Francisco Bay Area the personalized family center solutions they need to build brighter futures. Raphael House is a predominantly community-supported organization. On average, 90% of the families that they serve in the residential shelter achieve stable housing, and 93 maintain that stability long-term through their Bridge program. You can get more information. Again, this is a community-supported organization, so you can donate. You can get involved at raphaelhouse.org, RAPHAEL house.org, Steve.
First responders in the community.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, you look what's happening in LA right now. It is a catastrophe.
Yeah.
And it's not even over yet. And think about the first responders in the community and how the life-saving work that people do, literally exigent stuff that happens in the moment that's truly life-saving, and then over time, like Raphael House. So anyway, I'm glad we got a whole season to yell people's names out that are doing that kind of work. You and I, we don't, D-Money, we don't do that work. We try to help where we can, but the people do it day in and day out, literally serving, first responding the community. My hat's off to you, and men in Southern California, we're going to need it.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to need it in a big, big way because it looks just catastrophic down there.
It's really scary down there. Yeah, and thinking about that for sure. We're going to let you run, Steve. Hey, I know it's been a weird year, and Tom getting let go partway through the season, but we love having you on, man. We really do appreciate you riding with us all season long. It's still like the coolest part of my job that I talk to Steve.
Yeah, you guys are the
every
best.
week, man. It's the coolest,
shout out to the great Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, love you guys, and really do appreciate it. I'm sorry, it is kind of therapy to me in some ways.
Yeah, it's
just
great.
be able to chat about it and talk it out, and be able to talk it out with you guys. And if anybody listening thinks, hey, that was cool, then I'm super happy, because it really is it's a fun thing for me to do. And then we yell out people's names. It's a good thing all the way around.
Yep.
You guys be good, and let's have the Giants sign some guys.
Absolutely. And Steve, I just want to thank you, man. We're a new show, and I'm a new host, and you kind of gave us a little more legitimacy coming on every week. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Derek, you did me right in the background for a long time, and so I owe you that shout out in front. So way to go.
Appreciate you, Steve. You're the best, man. Talk to you soon, bro.
See you, boys.
Later, man. By the way, Derek, speak for yourself. Legitimacy. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Dirty Works, Tim Webb is hanging out with us as well. By the way, Steve, that was a great final Steve hit of the year, dude. Steve had some really, really funny stuff in there, too. He dropped a Niner gang at one point, dude.
A bang, bang, you know.
He's like, yeah, I don't know if you're part of a Niner gang. He also dropped that he got out of a Wuhan lab, which was maybe the best line Steve has ever said to us in the history.
Well, that and what was the one he told us a couple of weeks ago when it was The Sound of Music? He goes, I know there's schmiggle schmoggle.
yeah, it was. He was talking Sound of Music.
Because it's Austria and they got the Verlufen, you know, like there's.
That was by far my favorite moment.
Steve Young is the best. The best half hour in sports radio. We'll do it. We do it every week of the Niner season. Niner season's over now. Steve isn't taking a team in the NFC, just a hot NFC team.
He's a tough bastard, man.
You're talking about Kyle there.
We'll take a quick break. We'll come on back. We'll little reaction, I guess, to what Steve had to say. Niners Nightly with Larry Kruger's coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. And then I think we probably got some crap for the crap section. No crap, Tim?
Oh, there's plenty of crap. We're just not going to have time.
I literally have nothing else to do on my sheet except crap. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
The San Francisco Giants have signed three-time Cy Young Award winner Justin Verlander to a one-year, $15 million deal. What are your thoughts on the move? Join the KNBR YouTube conversation.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work, rolling on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. About 35 minutes today with Steve Young. Make sure you check that out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gonna miss him. Already there.
Dante Whitner was great today as well.
Oh, yeah. He's got major confidence in his Ohio State Buckeyes.
So they're going to rout Derek's Texas Longhorns.
By the way, we're going to have a short show tomorrow. We're done at 4:30 because of Notre Dame and Penn State taking you take that coverage here on KNBR.
We're taking Notre Dame Penn State live right here on KNBR on tomorrow. And so we're off at 4:30. So that must mean we're off early on Friday too for Ohio State Texas.
Nope.
Typically, this game would be on KNBR 1050, which might give us an opportunity to play this incredible legal that has lasted for a long time. However, there's a conflict with USF, who's playing tomorrow, which is why the game is on the leader. Friday, however, no conflict. KNBR 1050, your college football leader.
So I will be distracted for an hour and a half.
In your defense,
of
we're
that Friday
all
show.
distracted every day.
I know. I mean, Texas-Ohio State's the better game. No doubt.
Yeah. I mean, it's the more juicy game.
Oh, yeah. Very juicy.
By the way, Tim, can we just hear the worst legal ID?
The worst legal that has ever been made.
It's a KNBR legal ID. Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 legal ID. Here you go.
KNBR 1050. All the sports talk you'll ever need. KTCT San Mateo, a Cumulus station.
I hear a little cake in there?
Yeah, it's cake. It's going the distance.
I know me a girl with a long shirt and a short
got
jacket.
The lyrics backward. Short shirt.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
But, that legal's been around for at least 10 years. It doesn't mean anything. Now, the reason we're playing this is because of our Giants rejoin.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa.
Which also doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't make any. That makes
but we
less
need
sense.
to do like different variations of that. Well, like I said, like if it's clogging a toilet, it's dirty work.
Yeah, but that's like real. That's true.
Yeah, I know, but we need more of that.
Yeah, but the Giants one doesn't make any. It doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Exactly.
If the sun's out, it's dirty work.
Yeah, dude. If it's Giants baseball, again, they've not even played a game while Dirty Work was in existence. So I don't even know what the reference to that is. I can't imagine that was made, or that it was. I think it was probably just two clips put together.
All the sports talk you'll ever need.
That was so dumb. With the weird cake. None of our legals are like that either. It's been around for a long time. Is that the old voice guy, or is that Cutler?
No, that's Cutler. That's the current guy. But that ID is outlives a lot of people that have worked here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm saying
all the sports talk you'll ever need.
I think
we just need more of that. Like, if it's forgetting to wipe, it's dirty work.
Okay.
I'm gonna write a bunch of inane
That's gross,
ones.
though, Derek. What do you mean be gross about it?
Well, this is a gross show.
We're not gross. We're not like a nasty show. We just like
we can be.
We're just about having fun. I'm not like about crude stuff. I'm about dark stuff, you know. And that wasn't. All right. Don't look at me like that, fellas.
Just had Black Monday.
Don't look at me like that, fellas. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put this show to bed. Larry Krueger coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
All the sports talk you'll ever need.